Chapter 1 I Have Been Reborn. Parallel World. Ding, August 18, 2033, 11:35 a.m. Red alert according to the Meteorological Bureau, the super typhoon Tigris expected to make landfall in coastal areas around midnight and 19th, with maximum wind speeds reaching 12 to 17 levels, accompanied by severe days of heavy rain. Citizens in coastal cities are advised to prepare for homes officially in advance. Everyone's mobile phones buzzed simultaneously in coastal cities, delivering the urgent warning. Yet, the majority of citizens so disregard it. Eine McKellen 3-star restaurant in the bustling city, a gluttonous man caught everyone's attention. Guests at such an establishment typically valued sophistication, so the man's boorish behavior quickly drew disdainful glances. A live streaming influencer pointed her camera at him, her famous go revulsion how can some like him event step foot in our restaurant, this truly tarnishes Michelin standard, what a low life, I will never return. Even though its staff could not disguise their contempt. Here, patrons prided themselves in their tasty and refinement they had never encountered Simeone's starved for attention before. Zhou Chen, completely absorbed in his meal, gorged on an entire fist laid before him, hands diving into dishes, slurping soup as if he were a cyclone. When calamity strikes, only fester and just serve. In his previous life, the super typhoon brought floods, extreme cold and heat, plagues, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and nuclear fallout. Resources become scarce, corpses litter the streets, and the global death rate soared toasted during 98. For 3 agonizing years since the apocalypse, he had resorted to drinking murky water, now begun moldy bread, and event scavenging scraps alongside wild dogs. Would he care about his opinion so voters know? Aside from food, everything else wavial. Had been reborn. Reborn a day before disaster struck, and he had awakened to spatial abilities. This time, he would hoard supplies like he made man, armed with the secrets of survival, navigating the storm with a sense of freedom and flair. Furthermore, he was determined to take a ruthless revenge, ensuring those who betrayed him lived worse than dogs. After satisfying her, Zhou Chen paid his bill and departed. It was now 12:30 p.m., and the impending disaster was in horse away honey did target their supplies urgently. Food, water, medical supplies, weapons, and survival gear were essential. His 3 years of survival experience had engraved a crucial inventory into his furry bones. Harren to Delarga truck and headed straight for the city's largest wholesale market. During the journey, he received a call from Lao Sun. Lao Sun was the security guard Sakura Community of Integrity Ohojaven his leg for a kazi and hijaf, forever sacrificing his chance at marriage and ending up without children. Zhou Chen was affable, able to cut easily the yon he encountered. Hefton greeted Lao Sun while passenger and tofty community and occasionally shared of soft cigarettes and alcohol from a client's just that would develop a sent report. In his previous life, Lao Sun met a tragic fate. 1 month after disaster struck, hella offensive offered against invading survivors, only to be ruthlessly stabbed numerous times, leaving his face unrecognizable. That same night, his body vanished, and even from the rooftop, Zhou Chen had smelt a wafting scent of broth. Upon his rebirth, Zhou Chen immediately addressed the security of his residence, contacting the renovation company to replace at least windows with bulletproof glass and to install the sturdiest stainless steel door available. Reinforce the door bolts of 10 cm thick steel secured all 3 sections of the door, ensuring it could withstand a powerful armor without budging. In a world where humanity became bestial in times of chaos, the greatest dangers often came not from outsiders, but from those seckless estes. Tamaki fish enthusiast of time, Zhou Chen asked Lao Sun to keep watch. Xiao Zhou have a ordered in medical supplies, a young fellow just dropped off dozens of large boxes. Before stepping out, Zhou Chen had indeed organized a purchase with a pharmaceutical sales representative. He had paid double the price for any million yuan worth of anti-inflammatory medications, antibiotics, cold medicines, blood coagulants, bruising ointments, as well as premium liquor, gauze, and anti-tetanus vaccines and insulin for diabetes. His only requirement was speed of everything had to be complete. This were effective drugs for the impending disastrous impasse, medical supplies would dwindle, and devanazing cold pill could fetch an exorbitant price. He had whiteness had semiani tradiopac cold medicine for a potent and official base. Such was the value of pharmaceuticals. Indeed, Lao Sun, please sign for the delivery and stack them into the living room. Certainly, the door and window shade been installed, and it tried smashing them with a hammer it didn't budge. Also install at the fireplace you're requested in both the living room and the bedroom to have a good non-scalding steel plates. Taken Jadvantagio fared light Zhou Chen located Lao Sun and Wishitan transferred 10,000 yuan. During the call, Lao Sun, perplexed by the transaction, asked, "What's this money for? Are you paying for the balance?" Not a talfas is a token of appreciation for our hard work. It's nothing special, no need to give me so much. Just accepted, I fio trust him, oncio hand leave everything, please purchase some long-lasting food supply as this typhoon might be more severe than we anticipated. In life ensure you don't yoni any favors. Whether the recipient trusted him or not was of no concern. Zhou Chen's financial standing had been stable. After his parents died at an car accident during his freshman year, they bequeathed them a proper tianda processing factory, providing Jenna and Kamathe they could live comfortably. However, last month, his best friend and his beautiful girlfriend had conspired with his sworn enemy, ultimately costing him a significant sum of money. They had secret library staff in the factory, swindling all major clients and evenzicura documents and signaturatos of the factoria talas latingetrically through to that wiftum. Zhou Chen realized that they had been involved for quite some time. Just yesterday, Theparov scoundrels arrived in their no sports car to deliver wedding invitations, brazenly flaunting thyroid acetito his face. What nerve! Zhou Chen had near le piquet du pabrican charged them. Had Thino fooled swiftly, they would have le face at his wrath. These was mostly his own fault for being too trusting, no just in his best friend and the girlfriend, due also in Thosakalis. They real classmates from his university. Graduates of fattered great institution, they found themselves struggling to find suitable work in the life filled metropolis, Magic City. Those with a solid family background had long made arrangements. Their remainder clung to the illusion of rising to success in Magic City, hoping and to become the own livy at the pinnacle of life. Due tenacity whereth the leader gathered, how could ordinary folk make any headway? Ike ways a place that devoured its sound, burying countless Athenites wakemen left in despair, their faces smeared with dust. Reflecting on their 4 years stoger, Zhou Chen Hayden devered to help the closest to Norso friends be offering them positions in the factory and providing generusalaries. Has out no return, yet here pay disconness with betrayal. It seemed to resonate with the old jigud people of meetin timelians, while Lithua could thrive for millennia. In his past life Zhou Chen had fought to survive yet the lowest runts of society, scavenging for scraps of and against wild dogs. These treacherous companions, aside from Matthew Hoperishidierly, did reasonably well, iPhone Latormain plump while he dwindled into a mere skeleton. In fire encounters, he see creature respilferidis lest steam and and violent liveth him, leading to his dying from sickness in the derelict streets. Shaking his head, Zhou Chen dispelled these disturbing thoughts. Revenge would come, but not no. In just a few days, money would become worthless, he must spend it quickly. The funds in his possession were sufficient to begin gathering a stockpile of resources. To survive means no just to exist but to live with purpose. A considerable quantity of supplies was necessary. He possessed a spatial ability, capable of hoarding vast amounts of supplies. However, with the disaster Rayatown full dan society still intact, acting hastily or seeking to hoard resources would surely lead to confrontation with law enforcement within Inhor. Impulsiveness could be fatal. Once caught, Ike would bait into Monto it in for death. Upon arriving at the wholesale market, Zhou Chen Park had Thitruck a Thitrancy of Agrinando will wholesale store. Has spent $1 million, completely emptying the store. He purchased in tons of salt alone. The historical significancy of salt was such the Titan fluence at the fortunas of nations. The store owner wayslated, offering a generous 5% discount. After several trips back and forth, Zhou Chen finally moved all the goods. Each time he parked the truck in a fairly secluded corner, climbed into the compartment, and stored the goods in his facial area. He leisurely smoked a cigarette, took the long way around, before returning for a second and third trip. Next, Zhou Chen visited the vegetable wholesale district, the at wholesaleria, the bottled water zone, and the at wholesale section for food crops. Has spent over $2 million in total, employing the same strategy to bring in supplies, ensuring everything was safely stored in his spatial compartment. The space preserved freshness, alleviating worries about storing vegetable sand meats. With food and water temporarily secured, has still needed we up and sand survive Algier. It was no 5:10 p.m. Time was running out. Chapter 2 Inch Good brother, are you afraid? As Zhou Chen was tirelessly occupied, his ungraceful image of devouring food at a Michelin restaurant had already gone viral across the internet. Naturally, some individuals were eager to share it in the company group chat, tagging everyone, is this show the general manager? The factory has collapsed, the employees have fled, he is nothing now. Is it really him? What is he doing, transforming grief into gluttony? Could it be that he's so overwhelmed that he's indulging in a last supper? Are you suggesting he intends to take his own life? Who can he blame? We toiled like dogs for him, and now asking for another raise this year is akin to reaching for the heavens. At least General Jean was generous, doubling our salaries directly. Jean Li sat shirtless in his luxurious office, leering at Su Ruanswan, who was clad in black stockings. Su Ruanswan lived up to her name, her beauty and figure rendered men weak at the knees. She was the universally acknowledged campus belle, the goddess of countless homebodies. Jean Li licked his lips, feeling that Zhou Chen's downfall at the hands of this woman was truly deserved. Seeing the messages in the group, Jean Li wore a smug expression. Zhou Chen is trending. Trending? Su Ruanswan pulled down her skirt that had rolled up to her waist, momentarily perplexed. Jean Li showed her the video filled with thousands of mocking comments from netizens, relishing in their ridicule. Su Ruanswan frowned. He wouldn't really eat that meal and then go take his own life, would he? Zhang Li snickered coldly, and so what if he did? What does it matter to us? When he stands before Yan Wang, he can only blame his own foolishness. Su Ruanswan disagreed. If he were to take his own life now, it would tarnish our reputation significantly. Zhang Li, believing himself to be quite sophisticated, lit a cigar, took a puff, and declared no, his demise would actually be beneficial for us. Are you not worried he might recover and gather evidence to sue us? Su Ruanswan couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt, and her voice rose a couple of octaves. What could he possibly sue us for? The clients and key company personnel are leaving. Who can stop them? As for the matter of selling the factory at a low price, his seal and signature are on the contract. Rest assured, regardless of how he acquired that signature, he will find it exceedingly difficult to produce evidence proving he was set up. That's not acceptable. Zhang Li's expression turned sinister. As long as he is alive, I cannot feel at ease. Can you? What if he finds evidence? Wouldn't that mean our struggles were in vain? After obtaining all that money, starting the factory, and finally enjoying a wealthy life, it would all end just like that? Do you still wish to return to those days of hardship? Su Ruanswan recalled her luxury sports car, the designer brands adorning her body, and the way her parents and brother had gone from disdain to flattery. She remembered the times when she could only envy others carrying LV bags. At her gaze hardened. What do you propose we do? Zhang Li's smile turned malicious as he began flipping through his contacts. Of course, we need to give him a little more motivation. Ideally, we should push him to jump off a building. Zhou Chen was driving to the largest military outdoor supply store nearby when he unexpectedly received a call from Zhang Li. How's your day going, my good brother? Not bad. Ha, you're not being very considerate, my brother. Ruanswan and I personally brought an invitation to invite you to our wedding next month, but it nearly cost me my life. You can't miss the wedding, but you must attend the class reunion tonight. We are all good brothers. If something's bothering you, you can talk it out with everyone. Zhou Chen initially intended to decline but suddenly thought of a clever idea. Alright, but I don't want to go out. I wouldn't mind coming down for a drink. Zhang Li was taken aback. Huh? Zhou Chen smirked. Good brother, are you afraid? Before Zhang Li could respond, the call was disconnected. Infuriated, Zhang Li contemplated smashing his phone. Damn it, why would I be afraid of him? Su Ruanswan, who had been listening intently, asked, what does he mean by that? Zhang Li cursed under his breath, gradually regaining his composure. TCH. What could it mean? Do you really think he dares to go down with us? When Zhang Li initially came to Sakura community to buy a house, Zhou Chen had lent him a sum of money. After orchestrating Zhou Chen's downfall, Zhang Li and Su Ruanswan, having become overnight millionaires, had been living in a hotel without returning to the community. Su Ruanswan's expression soured. Let it go. Be careful not to play with fire. He despises us now and might truly seek revenge. Zhang Li's eyes glinted with malice. What are you afraid of? Even if Zhou Chen is now a rabid dog, with so many of us here, if he dares to harm me, Chen Chang and the others will be out of the picture. With that thought, he quickly sent a message in the group. Dear brothers and sisters, the gathering location for tonight has been changed to my home. We will be having a barbecue in the garden tonight, and I have invited Zhou Chen to join us for a drink. The group was left bewildered. Your home, isn't Zhou Chen living on the top floor? Inviting Zhou Chen, are you really that bold? What unspeakable deeds have you and Su Ruanswan committed? Don't you fear Zhou Chen coming down with a knife to settle scores? The members of the group were left speechless. They had their own share of shameful deeds to hide and refrained from voicing their thoughts. They quickly jumped in to flatter Zhang Li, praising his generosity and following him and Su Ruanswan for the perks. Despite Zhang Li's outward display of fearlessness, he was internally apprehensive. He couldn't understand Zhou Chen's true intentions. After all, he and Su Ruanswan had harmed Zhou Chen so gravely. Who would believe that Zhou Chen wouldn't seek revenge? He had just begun to relish the taste of being a big boss and had no desire for any mishaps, let alone being killed. Zhang Li hastily gathered his closest associates, Chen Chang and a few others, into his office, and they engaged in hushed discussions. Zhou Chen, however, was unconcerned about Zhang Li's thoughts. Zhang Li was most afraid of being looked down upon and could hardly bear provocation. Even if he feared Zhou Chen deep down, he would still muster the courage to return to the community tonight. The reason was simple. There were many sycophants. Returning to the community would mean he could witness the ultimate downfall of these beasts. When food ran low, the sight of dogs turning on each other would surely be entertaining. As for tonight, Zhou Chen could go to hell. Wouldn't it be better to gather more supplies? In the end, he wouldn't even feed them to the dogs. Upon arriving at the outdoor supply store, he stocked up on disaster relief kits, tents of various sizes, raincoats and boots, folding cots, folding chairs, water bottles, sleeping bags, climbing axes, climbing ropes, binoculars, radios, power banks, firefighting axes, fire starters, Swiss Army knives, machetes, multifunctional entrenching tools, waterproof flashlights, and flashlight batteries. Everything conceivable was procured without exception. Steel-spiked crampons, multifunctional harnesses, and heavy-duty tactical vests, 2 sets of each. 10 boxes of emergency outdoor blankets were deemed essential. Within half a month, the entire city would be without water or electricity, making the highest-capacity noise-canceling home generator absolutely necessary. He ordered 20 inflatable boats and rafts. Each after a flood, various debris would float on the water's surface, making these vessels susceptible to punctures, and they could also be subject to human sabotage. Better to have more than less. The store owner was taken aback. Everything else is fine, but these knives, they are regulated items. Chapter 3 of the onset of catastrophe. In the face of apocalyptic violence, where human lives are treated as mere trifles, ordinary individuals stand defenseless, akin to courting death. The thought of firearms is utterly beyond consideration, yet self-defense knives are indispensable. Zhou Chen maintained an air of calm, stating, "You are the expert. You must have a solution." The proprietor, visibly conflicted, eventually conceded, "Please wait, I will retrieve it from the back warehouse." Encountering a significant client, the owner was reluctant to forfeit this potential business opportunity. Upon the owner's return from the warehouse, Zhou Chen inquired, "Do you know where I might procure a snowmobile?" The owner, taken aback, shook his head. "We are in the south. Such items are only available in the north. Perhaps you could consider online shopping." Zhou Chen sighed inwardly. Even in the best-case scenario of free shipping, the earliest delivery from an online platform would be tomorrow, and with a calamity unfolding, who could predict the traffic snarls on the highways? Time was of the essence. He settled for a compromise, asking, "Do you have ice skates?" In an icy environment, as long as he could run swiftly enough, no one would be able to harm him. The owner chuckled. "As a matter of fact, I do. Last year, I bought 2 pairs out of curiosity and hung them on the wall as decor. I only tried them on once. They resize 44, which should fit you. If you don't mind, I shall fetch them. A hovercraft requires diesel." After a year, the city fell into chaos, with all survivors fleeing. Even with means of transportation, the fuel consumption was staggering. However, the private purchase and sale of gasoline and diesel was strictly prohibited. Fortunately, after the disaster struck, the roads were strewn with abandoned vehicles. As long as he could move quickly, he had no fear of being unable to gather ample fuel. While Zhou Chen was deep in thought, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his aunt. Zhou Chen had an aunt who, in her youth, led a reckless life, marrying into a family of gamblers. With her husband, they relied on betting for their livelihood. His parents, unable to set a proper example, raised a son who was equally unskilled. When Zhou Chen's parents were alive, they often supported this family. After their passing, the couple deceived Zhou Chen out of several $100,000 under the guise of familial obligation, only to squander it all in a single night. Now, Zhou Chen's cousin had grown up, taken a girlfriend, and was making demands, insisting that without a house, he would not marry. How could a gambler and a ne'er-do-well afford a wedding residence? Thus, they resorted to emotional blackmail, claiming Zhou Chen must take responsibility. It was utterly ludicrous. The child was not his. Why should he bear any burden? In a bid to coerce him, they even rented an apartment in Sakura Community a few days ago, with the three of them, including the pregnant girlfriend, taking turns blocking his way. Their rented abode lacked even a thick blanket. In a previous life, the aunt had come to Zhou Chen, kneeling in apology, weeping profusely, begging for his forgiveness, recalling his late father. Zhou Chen's heart softened, and he opened the door. However, the moment the door swung wide, their true faces were revealed as they brandished concealed knives, injuring Zhou Chen's arm and forcing him outside. In the biting cold, he was left to fend for himself. Zhou Chen couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle, promptly adding them to his blacklist. While the proprietor loaded goods into his vehicle, Zhou Chen made his way to a neighboring military supply store. He purchased 50 pieces each of cold weather gear, including thermal clothing, boots, military coats, cotton caps, military boots, blankets, cotton socks, and gloves. These items, while not of true military quality, could mean the difference between life and death in a post-apocalyptic world. In the extreme cold of -70 degrees, how many could withstand the elements without proper insulation? To avoid freezing to death, even a tattered military coat could become the catalyst for multiple tragic incidents. Instances of the living using the dead as firewood were not uncommon. With basic warmth secured, he still needed heating tools. At -70 degrees, even if electricity were available, air conditioning would be ineffective. A fireplace and firewood were the most practical solutions as Zhou Chen navigated to a lumber yard in the suburbs. By now, night had fallen, and the typhoon howled ominously while raindrops fell from the sky. The lumber yard was deserted, with a large yellow dog tethered at the entrance. Zhou Chen produced a bone from his spatial storage and tossed it to the barking dog, which immediately wagged its tail. Scaling the wall, Zhou Chen entered the vast open space, where piles of firewood were stacked high. He did not touch the logs or planks but instead collected dozens of tons of scrap wood and sawdust into his space. This substantial quantity would suffice for a year, even if it burned continuously for 24 hours in the extreme cold. Noticing a payment code affixed to the wall, he transferred his remaining 30,000. Before departing, he also borrowed 2 chainsaws. Zhou Chen then proceeded to his ultimate destination, the Industrial Park Storage District on the outskirts of the city, where warehouses of major supermarkets like Sam's Club, Costco, Walmart, and Carrefour were located. Zhou Chen was quite familiar with this area, having worked in a factory within the industrial park. This time, it was 9:10 p.m., and driving there would take over 2 hours. With the typhoon approaching, how far could a zero-cost acquisition be? During such a tempest, a super typhoon rated at level 17 could sweep both people and vehicles away, rendering theft from warehouses impossible for the police to prevent in a timely manner. On his way, Zhou Chen passed a fruit greenhouse complex. The typhoon grew fiercer, and the air was filled with the sweet aroma of fruits. With a keen sense, he could distinguish the scents of strawberries, watermelons, grapes, and apples. Each greenhouse was bustling with farmers hurriedly hauling boxes of freshly picked fruit, while any excess would be lost to the winds or submerged in water. The strawberry farmers, in particular, wore heavy expressions. Strawberries, being low-growing plants, would surely be drowned by the flood, and prolonged exposure would rot the seedlings. Farmers cultivating other fruits were not faring much better. Even if their trees escaped flooding, the fruit would not withstand the storm's fury. Alas, they sincerely hoped the weather forecast was inaccurate and that the typhoon would diminish, ideally dissipating with a mere puff, or else their year's labor would be in vain. Zhou Chen parked the truck by the roadside and lit a cigarette for himself. Once the farmers had moved a considerable distance away, he leapt into the fields, collecting both seedlings and soil into his space. These fruit trees, even if they survived the floods, would not endure the -70 degrees of extreme cold. Rather than allow nature's wrath to destroy them, it was better to ensure their utility for himself. In a single breath, he scoured a vast area, amassing nearly 20 acres of fruit-bearing land. All that remained were rows of iron frames, swaying precariously in the wind, while sheets of plastic fluttered atop the trees, carried off into the distance. Having delayed for an hour, Zhou Chen had little time left. He sped through red lights, racing to the industrial storage district. The 15-ton truck swayed precariously in the winds of the level 12 typhoon, resembling a cumbersome serpent. Zhou Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly, acutely aware that the vehicle might overturn at any moment. Nearby, the bells of a church told midnight struck. The super typhoon, rated at level 17, wreaked havoc, tossing small cars like leaves in the gale. As disaster unfolded, the world officially entered an era of calamity. Chapter 4 of the frenzied zero-yuan purchase. With a thunderous roar, Zhou Chen burst through the grand entrance. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, sending a warehouse door flying. The ferocious typhoon surged in, toppling the rows of shelves stacked at the entrance like a game of dominoes. Zhou Chen pulled down his cap, flung open the car door, and leapt out, rolling up his sleeves for a frenzied zero-yuan shopping spree. The surveillance staff in the Walmart control room were left dumbfounded. The alarm blared, its shrill sound piercing the air. What on earth, they exclaimed, baffled by how the figure on the monitor seemed to make items vanish in an instant wherever he went. Has it been infected by a virus? Quick, call the police. Our surveillance system has been hacked. Indeed, it must be a hacker intrusion. What we see now has surely been replaced by the intruder. I'm terrified. I knew these items couldn't simply disappear into thin air. Zhou Chen swiftly returned to his vehicle and promptly reversed, setting his sights on the nearby Sam's Club. In truth, the inventory of just Walmart alone was sufficient for Zhou Chen to sustain himself for a lifetime. However, the impending glacial melt and tectonic shifts would drastically reduce the Earth's landmass, with scant space left for habitation. To ensure the continuation of human civilization, factories must be established to restore a semblance of industrial society, leaving even less arable land for cultivating crops. Hence, an abundance of supplies was never unwelcome. Rice, flour, vegetables, fruits, these provisions could not withstand the ravages of floods and extreme cold. It would be a tragedy to let them go to waste. With a resounding crash, Zhou Chen smashed open the storage door of Sam's Club. The surveillance staff from Sam's, Costco, and Carrefour were in a frenzy just moments ago. They had been mocking Walmart's compromised surveillance system, never anticipating the swift slap of reality. Damn it! Damn it, the higher-ups of these supermarkets were alerted. Unfortunately, the ferocious typhoon had reached a terrifying level 17, rendering the police powerless. All these executives could do was fret anxiously. Boom, another deafening sound echoed as Zhou Chen, relying on memory, crashed into the Apingia warehouse. Damn it, now it was Zhou Chen's turn to be furious. When did the small-scale supermarket's warehouse transform into a mountain of steel rebar? The rebar came in two varieties, smooth and deformed, bundled in piles of 2 tons each, stacked high into the thousands. He wasn't engaged in infrastructure development. Damn it, it appeared that the small-scale supermarket had narrowly escaped disaster. Upon seeing the warehouse's name, Pickled Cabbage Country, instantly, his spirits lifted. He'd take it. Such valuable materials would surely come in handy in the future. The expansive warehouse was divided into sections, and as he ventured deeper, he encountered a heap of stainless steel coils, and at the very back, a colossal vehicle stood parked. Upon seeing this behemoth, Zhou Chen felt an overwhelming surge of joy, nearly shedding tears of happiness. A brand new rugged off-road Kamaz, capable of traversing desert gravel roads with ease. With this vehicle, he would have no fear of the harshest conditions in the apocalypse. In his previous life, there were those who drove Kamaz trucks and marauders in a brazen charge, causing survivor groups that relied on highway robbery to scatter in terror. Occasionally, an unfortunate soul would foolishly charge at them, only to meet a gruesome end. Some were crushed to a pulp beneath the wheels. Faced with such a domineering mode of transportation, Zhou Chen, like countless survivors, could only harbor envy and longing. The surprises continued, as the rear of the truck was piled high with nearly 50 diesel barrels. Each barrel held 200 liters, totaling around 10,000 liters of diesel. In that moment, Zhou Chen sincerely thanked the small pickled cabbage. All the supplies in this warehouse were now safely stored in his space, leaving the small pickled cabbage with no escape route. Amidst the torrential rain, Zhou Chen cast a glance at the nearby Hualien sign, contemplated briefly, and then turned to leave. He drove closely alongside the warehouse wall, heading toward the incubation park located 2 kilometers away. He intended to settle there while also gathering another wave of supplies. This had been his plan from the outset. The incubation park housed various fledgling companies, lacking funds but brimming with ambition. Recalling from his previous life, there was indeed a particularly impressive tech company within IT. Was a nanotechnology startup specializing in high-tech undergarments. The fabric they developed and produced could maintain a constant temperature of around 25 degrees Celsius when worn. In his previous life, during the second year of the natural disasters, he had been captured by a group of survivors and imprisoned in a cave, awaiting slaughter as a two-legged lamb. Through the conversations of the guards, he stumbled upon this astonishing secret. This group was a band of like-minded gamblers, who, during the floods, ventured out in search of supplies and inadvertently discovered this innovative product. With a trial-and-error mindset, during the incursion of the extreme cold, this team of about a dozen people survived solely due to the undergarments made from this fabric. Moreover, from their discussions, it was evident that this specialized fabric was extremely limited. Only a few in the team received the garments, while the rest froze into popsicles. Zhou Chen was determined to secure this fabric in advance. The incubation park was expansive, and as for where exactly to search, what section, what building, what floor, and what room, he could only go through them one by one. It was of little concern. After all, with the super typhoon still raging, he couldn't leave anyway. As long as he searched diligently, he feared not losing track of it, and he could also collect other useful supplies along the way. The aging iron fences of the incubation park had long been blown down by the level 17 super typhoon, allowing Zhou Chen to drive the large truck directly into the stairwell. The vehicle positioned itself horizontally, blocking most of the wind force to prevent being blown away. Upon exiting, Zhou Chen did not immediately begin his search of the building. There was ample time that evening, and after a long day, he was genuinely hungry. He lingered on the first floor, selecting a company with a relatively clean environment. He retrieved a pair of bolt cutters and snipped the chains. Once inside, he casually found a table, took out a portable induction cooker, a frying pan, steak, and red wine from his space. After placing a pat of butter in the hot pan, he seared the steak on both sides, drizzled a bit of red wine over it, garnished with a hint of rosemary, and voila, a delicious meal was ready. Outside, the typhoon raged, and the windows rattled incessantly. Zhou Chen savored his steak while sipping the wine, suddenly feeling that something was missing. He then brought out a fruit platter. As he ate, he scrolled through his phone. The current internet connection was still relatively stable, filled with news about the super typhoon, reports of fallen trees, collapsed bridges, luxury cars crushed, and tornadoes tearing through skyscrapers. Nationwide, netizens were astonished by the unprecedented destructive power of this typhoon compared to previous years, while countless influencers livestreamed comforting their fans. No one would suspect that this was merely the beginning of the apocalypse. Zhang had called him numerous times, even adding him to a WeChat group of the Xingli company group was filled with familiar faces. Zhang intent was clear, to provoke him. The messages in the group had piled up to 99. Zhou Chen opened it to find videos of Zhang Li and others having barbecues, drinking, dancing, and reveling. The crowd was considerable, and Chen Chang and others had brought their girlfriends, dancing closely to the upbeat music, all clad in short skirts and black stockings. The earlier videos had been filmed in the garden, but as the typhoon approached, they migrated indoors. Zhang Li tagged him. "Bro, weren't we supposed to grab a drink downstairs? Why are you hiding? Afraid we'll make fun of you?" Naturally, a sycophant chimed in with mocking remarks. Zhang Li had tagged him several times, clearly eager to flaunt his newfound prosperity in front of him. Though his methods were less than honorable, anyone who struck it rich overnight would find it hard to suppress their desire to show off. Zhou Chen smirked, sending a voice message in response. "Apologies, everyone. I genuinely intended to join for a drink, but something came up unexpectedly." Zhang Li from Sakura community had finally received Zhou Chen's message. He straightened up, quickly beckoning everyone to check their phones and rapidly replying in the group. "Oh, what a coincidence. What important matter caused you to cancel on our gathering at the last minute?" This statement was a clear insinuation that Zhou Chen was deliberately avoiding meeting them. Chen Chang and others immediately jumped in. "Exactly, we haven't seen you in ages. We missed you. Who would have thought you'd stand us up?" "Zhou Chen, there is no need for that. We're all good friends here. Whether something is up or not, we should get together and catch up. Yes, we all know you've been feeling down lately. You can share with us. We're your best listeners, we won't laugh at you. You better hurry down, we're all waiting for you here. What, do you want us to come up and fetch you? There's nothing a drink can't solve, Zhou. Believe me, bread will come, and love will too." Zhou Chen pointed his phone's camera at the window and recorded a video. Zhang Li looked astonished. "You're really not at home?" Zhou Chen replied lazily, "Could it be otherwise? The factory's gone, the business is kaput, I have to find something else to do. I was just having a productive chat with friends, and then the typhoon hit. Now I can only wait until tomorrow to return home." He chuckled. "You all better not leave. You must wait for me to come back for a drink. Rest assured, it's just drinking. I won't do anything to you, no need to fear me. The level 17 super typhoon couldn't possibly rage on forever. It would diminish to levels 5 or 6 by tomorrow morning, making travel feasible in the short term, though heavy rains would persist for several days. It all depended on how many residents could seize this opportunity. Zhou Chen was confident that Zhang Li would remain behind. He also knew that this group would not brave the rain to rush for supplies. A group accustomed to reaping without labor would surely consume all the barbecue, along with fruits and drinks, making it easy to last through 2 meals. By the time they realized what was happening, the flood would rise at a visible rate, soon inundating the entire first floor, leaving them without a place to stay. As they began to shift blame among themselves, and the flood submerged the second floor, only then would they deliberate on who to send out in search of food, while the extreme cold silently approached. The onset of -70 degrees would mark the beginning of their suffering. Chapter 5 Is this the buff of the reborn? Chains were violently dismantled by a powerful clamp, as Zhou Chen swiftly swept from the first to the third floor. In truth, there was little of tangible value. He managed to collect a fair amount of paper, pens, and a nearly new printer, yet, he was meticulously searching each floor, even gathering wooden tables and chairs to be used as firewood later. He amassed several hundred packages of tea, both canned and bagged. Although they were of common quality found in supermarkets, they would prove beneficial in the apocalypse. The tea culture of Huaxia has endured for millennia, cherished not only by the elderly but also embraced by the youth. The Chinese have a profound love for tea, with a cup of clear brew alleviating homesickness. The third floor was predominantly occupied by e-commerce companies, equipped with rather ordinary computer configurations, from which he selectively collected over 100 units. Many studio windows had shattered in the typhoon, half of the items were swept away by the wind, while the other half lay drenched by rain, the corridor littered with flying scraps of paper. Zhou Chen moved with remarkable speed, methodically searching each layer and room. After picking the locks, a mere glance was sufficient to ascertain the utility of the materials within. He took what was useful, disregarding the rest. He unwrapped various delivery boxes, uncovering a heap of clothing, pants, shoes, shampoo, laundry detergent, and even a folding bicycle. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he discovered 2 enormous delivery boxes beneath a workstation. To his astonishment, they were brimming with raincoats. The brand was familiar, with 10 pieces per box and 100 boxes in total. Zhou Chen instinctively glanced at the employee badge on the workstation. "Xiong Chong, have you grown 4 kidneys? Purchasing 2,000 raincoats in one go, will you ever use them all? Aren't you worried about them expiring? You don't seem like a bear, you resemble a tiger." The packaging was quite extravagant, but indeed, these were valuable items. In turbulent times, a woman is worth 3 dough of rice, while in prosperous times, she is worth a fortune. Throughout history, women in chaotic eras have held extremely low status, often becoming instruments of desire, whether willingly or under duress. In the apocalypse, women's plight is even more tragic. They are worth less than 3 dough of rice, often bartering for mere scraps of bread, instant noodles, or a handful of stale rice. When civilization collapses and morality erodes, the world becomes rife with bloodshed and violence. The basest aspects of humanity are magnified, with some violent organizations treating women as mere commodities, employing various methods to control them, reducing them to tools for trading goods, suffering injuries and illnesses without any hope of care, forced to toil even until their last breath. Under such circumstances, certain diseases spread like wildfire. Many male survivors have come to realize the futility of romanticizing death for fleeting pleasure. Surviving is paramount. Furthermore, with countless lives lost to natural disasters, there is a severe shortage of doctors and medical equipment. For survivors, simply staying alive is a struggle, who would gamble their life on childbirth, yet, humanity is inherently emotional, the harsher life becomes, the greater the yearning for solace, thus, the value of raincoats has soared. Zhou Chen unapologetically stowed them away and turned to continue his search. On the 5th floor, as he burst into a studio near the end of the hallway, he was startled by several shadows. Is someone there? Zhou Chen instinctively raised the clamp in his hand, ready to strike first, a remnant of past traumas. Quickly switching on the light, he discovered that the figures were merely plastic mannequins. This was a garment company, with several sewing machines and tables occupying most of the space, bolts of fabric piled on the tables, and 2 computers tucked away in the corner, while several plastic mannequins were arranged by the window. One mannequin donned a lightweight gray undergarment. Zhou Chen stepped back to the doorway and glanced at the nameplate. Huaxin Constant Temperature High-Tech Company, Constant Temperature Clothing? The incubation area spanned from Zone A to F, covering 5 kilometers, with 100 buildings in each zone, each 5 stories tall, and dozens of rooms on every floor. Had he casually wandered into a building and stumbled upon the fabled anti-cold artifact? Could this truly be the buff of the reborn? Excitement surged through Zhou Chen as he rushed forward, reaching out to touch the fabric of the undergarment on the mannequin. It was lightweight, soft, and skin-friendly, a delightful fusion of 3 characteristics, providing an indescribable comfort. Unable to contain his eagerness, he tried it on, instantly feeling a cool sensation against his skin. Wasn't this supposed to be an anti-cold artifact? Why did it feel rather chilly? It was mid-August, and despite the raging typhoon outside, the temperature hovered around 35 degrees Celsius, yet he felt slightly overheated. However, within mere seconds, that sensation dissipated, and he felt as though he were in an air-conditioned room at a comfortable 28 degrees, refreshing and invigorating. So, this fabric truly possesses a temperature-regulating effect? Not only an anti-cold artifact but also an anti-heat one. It was said that the company's owner was a researcher whose dream was for his painstakingly developed creation to one day be worn by astronauts. What a pity, if not for the apocalypse, this individual would have achieved great fame. Zhou Chen, brimming with exhilaration, changed back into his clothes, treating the constant temperature garment as a treasured possession to be stored away. As he began to gather the fabric, he noticed that only one bolt felt identical to the constant temperature clothing. The others, while similar, were distinctly different. This implied that the other bolts might merely be research samples or failed products. Zhou Chen was not overly disheartened. After all, being alone, possessing a single constant temperature garment was already immensely satisfying. Moreover, each bolt typically measured 20 to 30 meters in length, allowing for the creation of multiple outfits without issue. The only challenge was that he did not know how to sew. However, many skilled individuals existed, and he could easily find someone to craft garments in exchange for food. Many would eagerly accept. With this thought, Zhou Chen cleared out the entire studio, not leaving behind a single needle. Dawn was approaching. The intensity of the super typhoon was gradually diminishing, yet the relentless downpour grew ever more torrential, threatening to engulf the world in its ferocity. With the faint light of dawn, Zhou Chen felt as if he had crossed into another realm, a desolate wasteland. 5 kilometers away, 2 towering buildings had once stood facing each other, now a stark contrast to their former selves. The left building appeared as if a giant had struck it with a hammer. Its upper structure vanished, leaving only the lower floors standing defiantly against the storm. The right building had a bus impaled through its midsection, with only the rear half protruding. The old factory buildings of the industrial zone had been reduced to rubble, all machinery submerged beneath the floodwaters. Floating in the turbulent waters were numerous corpses, both male and female, young and old, ensnared by fallen tree trunks, ultimately forming a gruesome pile of bodies. Help me! A man lay trapped amidst the debris, his legs twisted grotesquely, his chest pierced by rebar from a collapsed wall, blood continuously washed away by the rain. He struggled in agony, calling out a few times before falling silent. And Zhou Chen clenched his fists, knowing that such tragedies would unfold daily. Chapter 6. Believe it or not, don't cry later. At noon, the super typhoon had weakened to a level 5 or 6, and the world outside was engulfed in a heavy downpour, with the sky appearing as if it might collapse. The homeowners group in Sakura community had been abuzz for the entire morning, as everyone was astonished by the terrifying destructive power of the typhoon. They had anticipated that, like previous years, the aftermath would merely involve minor incidents such as waterlogged roads and fallen billboards. However, upon waking, it felt as though the world had transformed entirely. This is terrifying. Is the apocalypse upon us? The glass in my home rattled all night, keeping me awake. Did you hear? The sound of ambulances has not ceased for half an hour. I heard many people have died. Online, I've seen reports of numerous buildings collapsing across the country. Can you believe that? I heard our company's building also collapsed. Does that mean I don't have to go to work? With the typhoon diminishing, should we venture out to gather supplies? The rain is even heavier than last night. The greenery is submerged. I think it's best to stay indoors. Indeed, who knows what the road conditions are like? What if a manhole cover is loose, and we fall in? Is that for real? I want to sit at the children's table. I need to go out. I've been eating out for days, and there's not even a scallion at home. Oh no. Someone shared a post, and there's a video online showing bodies floating in the river. Wait, are those really bodies? My goodness, that's horrifying. At that moment, the community committee head, an elderly lady, intervened. Unverified information circulating online is mere rumor and comes with legal consequences. We are all educated individuals, and I trust you understand this principle. I must advise all homeowners that if anyone spreads baseless rumors causing public panic, do not blame me for lacking compassion. I will not hesitate to involve the police if necessary. As soon as the committee lady made this announcement, the group fell silent. Listen to me, though the super typhoon has passed, the torrential rain continues. If you venture outside and an accident occurs, it only complicates matters for the country. Remain indoors, and after a few hours, we will reassess the situation. What if the flood worsens in a few hours? How will we be able to go out then? The committee lady, displeased by the rebuttal, adopted a stern tone. If the flood rises to a level that prevents citizens from leaving their homes, then you will have it easier. The organization will surely dispatch personnel to distribute supplies to the affected citizens, ensuring that every homeowner in the community receives assistance. Remain calm, we must trust in the power of the organization. I will inform everyone of any new developments as soon as possible. Her words brought some comfort to the homeowners. Although the community committee is merely a community service, it holds the recognition of the organization, thus carrying an air of authority, lending weight to their words and actions. Moreover, human nature tends to lean towards complacency and opportunism. The thought of not having to venture out, not spending their own money, and receiving free provisions delivered to their door seemed like an indulgence to many. Zhou Chen scoffed, considering the committee lady to be dangerously misguided. While there was some truth to her words, the timing was crucial. Would the end of the world announce its arrival to everyone? This torrential rain would persist for several days. Soon, seawater would flood the city, and the water would rise to the second floor in an instant. Going out now was the last chance for residents to gather supplies. In reality, long queues had formed outside many supermarkets, and numerous stores had already been stripped bare. Going out at this juncture might still yield some provisions. The same had occurred in his previous life. The committee lady's misguided attempts to prevent residents from gathering supplies ultimately led to countless tragedies, with the first victims being the elderly and those living alone. Zhou Chen could no longer contain himself and sent a voice message. The super typhoon has reached a staggering level 17, and the number of affected individuals is substantial. The extent of the disaster is unimaginable. The organization is currently overwhelmed. Who has the time to deliver supplies to you? If you lack provisions at home, hurry up and go out. The committee lady promptly called Zhou Chen out. Unit 212301. Oh my, you think you know so much? Did you not hear what I just said? Stop stirring up trouble here. Will you starve if you miss one meal? Zhou Chen shot back. What a ridiculous concern. You're preventing everyone from going out to gather supplies. If people end up starving to death, will you take responsibility? You little brat, clean up your language. What do you mean by starving to death? What age are we living in that starvation is still a concern? Are you questioning our national strength or our community's capabilities? I even have reason to suspect that you are deliberately inciting panic among residents to provoke social unrest. Old hag, let me ask you this. If people do starve to death, will you bear the full responsibility? Can you afford the lives of so many people? The two exchanged heated words in the group, while the other homeowners remained silent, hesitant to speak up. Being called an old hag infuriated the committee lady, her face turning green with rage. Zhou Chen, is it? I will remember this incident. Once the flood recedes, I will definitely report you for disturbing the peace. Zhou Chen retorted on the spot, don't wait for the flood to recede. If you have the guts, report me now, I'll be waiting. He shared the image of the corpses, tossing it into the group chat. Prioritize the matter at hand. The industrial zone is already in this condition. Do you think the organization has the manpower to deliver supplies to you? One must understand the importance of self-rescue. Believe it or not, just don't cry later. In the next moment, he was expelled from the homeowners group. Shortly thereafter, Lao Sun called him. Xiao Zhou, where did you get that photo? I took it just now. Is the photo real? You're in the suburbs, right? Actually, there were many similar videos online this morning, but they disappeared in less than half an hour. Zhou Chen thought it was quite normal. The authorities could not possibly anticipate that this was the onset of the apocalypse. To maintain social stability, they would undoubtedly act to delete such videos. All media channels would receive orders, and the entire backend would operate under strict measures, with restrictions so strong that one could hardly imagine. Even if you had 100 videos, not a single one could be posted online. Lao Sun sighed. I knew it. The typhoon had just weakened, and all the ambulances and fire trucks were deployed. Fortunately, the inner ring buildings are relatively concentrated. The situation is much better than in the suburbs. Just as Zhou Chen hung up, several members of the 21 homeowners group tagged him. They were all indignant. Top floor resident, what the hell are you posting? My son was playing on his phone and got scared to tears by your picture. My wife is 8 months pregnant, and your image startled her so much she nearly fell. Now she keeps complaining of stomach pain. If anything happens to her or the baby, can you take responsibility? Forget about pregnant women and children. I'm a grown man in my 30s, and I was startled too. What's wrong with you? That photo is probably just a random find online. Aren't you afraid of being investigated? Damn, this society is going crazy. Even the smallest issues can stir up a bunch of troublemakers. The garbage is right beside me. In my opinion, such people should be arrested and executed. As a resident of the first floor of Unit 21, Zhang Li seized the opportunity to criticize Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, I know you've been under a lot of stress lately, but deliberately creating panic is unacceptable. Typhoons in coastal cities happen once or twice a year, buildings collapse and a few people die, but your photo is simply exaggerated. Even the funeral home cannot produce so many bodies. Just because you're having a rough time doesn't mean you can take it out on everyone else and scare them into misery. Zhou Chen merely replied, heh, idiot. Chapter 7. Rescuing a large yellow dog. No deluge, however torrential, could impede the efforts of the official rescue teams. Zhou Chen, equipped with binoculars, spotted the silhouettes of police officers, firefighters, and medical personnel in the distance. However, the roads were obstructed, rendering vehicular access impossible. Clad uniformly in orange life vests, these individuals struggled hand in hand through the floodwaters, their hearts heavy with sorrow, tears welling in their eyes. Prior to their departure, they had received aerial photographs, believing themselves mentally prepared, yet the horrific scene before them was unbearable. Buildings could be reconstructed, equipment replaced, but the countless lives extinguished overnight were irrevocably lost. Fuck, damn it, baka, a group of foreigners, varying in height and girth, cautiously trailed behind the police, their mouths spewing curses incessantly. Oh, shift, we are all respectable individuals emerging from the elite ranks. Why must we wade through this filthy flood? Oh, no, these corpses are repulsive, and there are so many rats crawling over them. Oh, no, why did you not hold me tightly, causing me to inadvertently sip water tainted by cadavers? They were the heads of the summer region for several major import supermarkets. Last night, an anomaly occurred in the warehouse, with alarms ringing throughout the night. This morning, they received word that the warehouse doors had been damaged, and the possibility of all supplies being swept away by the typhoon loomed. They were reluctant to be here, but necessity compelled them. They lived splendidly in the summer region, with admirers at every turn, yet to the headquarters, they were merely laborers, and now, their multi-million annual salaries were at stake. Zhou Chen savored a steak and sipped freshly squeezed juice. He discovered a motorcycle amidst the rubble and set off for home. He had traversed this road for over a decade, even without directional signs, and despite the destruction, he could find his way home with his eyes closed. Along the way, he did not neglect to gather supplies. The darkened sky and relentless rain served as the perfect cover. An empty delivery truck, collected. An overturned water truck, collected. A large yellow cow mooing in the flood, collected. A few pigs that had swum by, collected. Figures began to emerge from the ruins. 1, 2, 3, some walked alone, while others supported one another. This area, close to the inner ring, had denser housing, with only a few older structures succumbing to the ferocious typhoon. These individuals bore injuries of varying degrees, their faces bewildered in the downpour. Humanity's sorrow resonates universally, and the shocking scenes before them brought tears to many eyes as Zhou Chen remained indifferent. He understood that in dire circumstances, a person's heart could turn dark. Those shedding tears for the deceased in this moment might one day wield a knife for a mere loaf of bread. Helicopters flew overhead in succession, some ventured into the distance, while others descended lower, landing nearby. A fleet of fire trucks appeared, barreling through with fierce determination to carve out a path. Among the convoy, someone wielded a megaphone, loudly urging residents to return home and refrain from venturing out recklessly. The submerged low-rise apartments and severely injured residents would be evacuated first, to ensure their unified resettlement and meticulous care. Zhou Chen circumvented the rescue teams and, relying on his memory, located a nearby gas station. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a semi-truck fuel tanker. Under the influence of the powerful typhoon, this tanker had crashed through a store's glass, with most of its body trapped inside, leaving only a foot of its rear exposed. Zhou Chen rushed over, meticulously inspecting the vehicle and finding no damages or leaks. The fuel capacity met his expectations, boasting a full tank of 30 tons. The apocalypse relentlessly tormented humanity in various forms. Even the earliest established official survivor bases fell victim to the unyielding onslaught of natural disasters. Survivors were compelled to migrate repeatedly for survival. In his previous life, Zhou Chen, like the vast majority of survivors, traversed various provinces on foot, seeking a fleeting sanctuary, wearing his feet to the bone. Blisters the size of eggs burst only to reform, and as they grew, they turned into blood blisters, festering and oozing, with even a toe lost in the process. Many more survivors collapsed along the way, never to rise again. With this fuel, he could locate several high-performance vehicles, thereby increasing his chances of survival. The chilling recollections of his past experiences in the apocalypse sent shivers down his spine. He stored the tanker and retrieved 4 plastic water towers from his space to drain the remaining fuel. Regrettably, the stock was low, otherwise, the tanker would not have appeared. Yet, this was inconsequential as Zhou Chen mounted the motorcycle once more, racing towards the next gas station. Along the way, he drained the fuel tanks of vehicles large and small. Various brands of off-road vehicles and trucks, as long as they were not severely damaged, were collected into his space. As he navigated a deep water area, he faintly heard the barks of a dog amidst the sound of rain. The further he advanced, the clearer and louder the barks became. Woof, woof. A large yellow dog clung to a tree trunk, barking incessantly at Zhou Chen. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the dog's neck was tethered by a chain, the other end entangled in a tree branch. Zhou Chen felt no sympathy for the dog. In his previous life, he had clashed with wild dogs over food, and in the apocalyptic world, wild dogs were vicious enough to feast on human flesh. Once, he had nearly been killed by one. As he turned away, the yellow dog emitted a mournful whine, staring longingly at the departing human. Man and dog locked eyes as Zhou Chen stroked his chin, contemplating seriously. To make those brutes realize they lived worse than a dog, how could he do so without a dog? Is the most intuitive comparison. You dare to bite, and I shall stew you. Upon hearing the word stew, the yellow dog was seized by an inexplicable fear and immediately sought to flee. The moment it released the tree trunk, the floodwaters swept it away, only to be yanked back by the chain and snared in the branch. Zhou Chen struck the dog with a swift blow, nearly knocking it unconscious. The yellow dog instinctively bared its teeth, only to be met with a second blow, then a third. You don't discipline a child, the child won't listen. You don't discipline a dog, the dog won't obey. If the child doesn't listen, I'll be vexed. If the dog doesn't obey, I'll have it for dinner. The yellow dog, dazed from the beating, immediately tucked its tail between its legs as it submerged beneath the floodwaters. Observing he had subdued the animal sufficiently, Zhou Chen finally removed the coiled chain and lifted the dog by its neck, tossing it onto the motorcycle. From now on, you shall be called De Huang. The yellow dog, quivering atop the fuel tank, repeatedly contemplated leaping into the water to escape. It lacked the courage to do so. A mere cough from Zhou Chen was enough to send it shrinking back. Upon entering the inner ring, the roads became remarkably clear. In the floodwaters, numerous individuals were seen carrying supplies they had managed to procure. My car, my brand new car that I just bought yesterday and hasn't even been insured yet. A BMW parked by the roadside had been flattened by a large rock, and the female driver was frantically stomping her feet in distress. Bang! A figure plummeted from the sky, crashing onto an SUV, blood gushing from its mouth and nose, resulting in instant death. The surrounding crowd erupted in panic. Before anyone could react, another person fell from above, splashing water everywhere, as blood rapidly spread. An elderly woman squeezed through the crowd, wailing heart-wrenchingly, "Son, why are you so foolish? A factory can be rebuilt, but what are we to do now? How can your father and I survive?" Chapter 8 Enemies confront. Under the veil of rain, the wall of the Sakura community has collapsed, and a section of the iron fence lies in ruins. The ground was inundated with water to a depth of 1.5 meters, cascading towards the underground parking lot. Vehicles submerged in the flood within the community collided with one another, driven by the relentless current, ultimately becoming a chaotic obstruction at the entrance. Residents, confined to their homes, could only watch helplessly as their beloved cars faced destruction. Zhou Chen entered the community, his motorcycle cutting through the waters. "What the hell?" someone shouted from above. Instantly, numerous residents rushed from their living rooms to their balconies, their expressions filled with excitement. "Hero! Amazing! Brother, how's it looking out there?" Zhou Chen arrived at Building 21 and took a moment to glance at Zhang Li's first-floor apartment. The small garden lay submerged in murky floodwaters, with only the crowns of 2 small trees visible, while debris and household appliances floated upon the surface. The apartment was uninhabitable. Zhang Li and the others were likely cramped in the second-floor hallway, awaiting rescue. The elevator was out of service, necessitating a climb up the stairs. As Zhou Chen reached the second floor, he encountered a group of over 20 men and women sitting on the steps. "Zhou Chen?" Chen Chang exclaimed, visibly astonished. The old classmate sitting beside him mirrored his shock. They had not anticipated that Zhou Chen would return amidst such deep flooding. In the next moment, footsteps echoed as Zhang Li rushed over from the elevator, accompanied by several women. Upon realizing it was Zhou Chen, he immediately demanded, "Why didn't you answer my call? Why didn't you respond to my message?" He gestured around angrily. "Aside from Chen Chang's girlfriend, who here isn't familiar with you? Ask everyone if anyone didn't try to reach out to you." Zhou Chen, hands in his pockets, replied, "Oh, did Su Ruoro call too?" Zhang Li was momentarily taken aback. Su Ruoro, hiding behind him, averted her gaze from Zhou Chen, feeling guilty. The look Zhou Chen cast upon Su Ruoro infuriated Zhang Li. Despite having wronged Zhou Chen, he felt an irrational sense of being wronged himself. Zhang Li stepped forward, attempting to shield Su Ruoro from Zhou Chen's gaze, but Zhou Chen was a full head taller, easily seeing over him to her. Zhang Li felt like a fool, discreetly stepping back to conceal Su Ruoro behind him. "I was talking about the phone call, why bring up Ruoro?" Zhang Li deliberately emphasized Ruoro, gazing at Zhou Chen with pride. "You've never been with the goddess, but I've had my way with her in every conceivable manner. Doesn't that sting?" Zhou Chen glanced down, fixing his gaze on Zhang Li. "Just because you called, I'm obliged to answer?" Zhang Li's temper flared. "If it weren't for you, would I have even returned? Now my house is flooded, and why should I care about your flooded house? The house doesn't concern you, but the car certainly does, doesn't it? A vehicle worth over $1 million is now submerged in water." The more Zhang Li thought about it, the angrier he became. Losing the house was manageable, he could always repurchase furniture and appliances. However, his newly acquired sports car, which he had barely flaunted for a month, was now submerged and likely ruined. Thinking of the car, Su Ruoro, standing in the corner, felt a pang of regret and cast a reproachful glance at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen chuckled derisively. "It's all my money spent. Why should I be troubled? What do you care?" Upon hearing this, both Zhang Li and Su Ruoro were left speechless, taken aback by Zhou Chen's bluntness. They hadn't expected him to lay bare the truth so openly. Chen Chang and the others had also suffered losses. They were equally anxious and frustrated. Although they had car insurance, with so many vehicles flooded, the insurance company owners would surely be contemplating despair. "Zhou Chen, what about our cars? Indeed, had you not suggested gathering for drinks, would we have driven here?" "Exactly, the terrain at my rental is significantly higher. Even a downpour wouldn't submerge the tires. We're not concerned with your issues with Zhang, but what about our cars?" Zhou Chen turned and began to berate them. "Are you out of your minds? Was it me who called each of you to this gathering? Do you have any records of communication or messages? If someone summoned you, go find them." Chen Chang and the others flushed with anger, involuntarily looking towards Zhang Li. However, they were all dependent on Zhang Li and dared not offend him, redirecting their frustration toward Zhou Chen instead. Zhang Li, noticing the collective gaze upon him, felt a surge of ire. "Damn it, they're all a bunch of ingrates. They swarm around me at the faintest whiff of trouble, then start blaming me at the first sign of loss. Have they forgotten that without my ideas over the years, their salaries would have remained stagnant? Were it not for my boldness, would they have been able to purchase cars?" Seeing Zhang Li's unfriendly expression, Chen Chang and the others lowered their heads. Zhang Li clenched his fists and shouted at Zhou Chen, "Let us put the car issue aside for now. If it weren't for your reluctance to go out but willingness to join us for drinks, would I have cancelled the reservation at the restaurant and brought everyone here? Now, we don't even have a place to rest or a drop of water to drink. Shouldn't you find us somewhere?" Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. "Put it aside, should I?" Zhang Li gritted his teeth and waved dismissively. "Fine, the car issue has nothing to do with you, we accept that. Just because you declared it so, does that make it true? Are you the one who gets to decide that Zhang Li should compensate us for a new car? Damn it, you and Su Ruoro must have plenty of money after swindling Zhou Chen's factory." What about us? We still want to pressure Zhou Chen into compensating us, yet, Zhongli face bore a warning. Chen Chang and the others could only swallow their dissatisfaction. Zhongli shot a fierce glare at Chen Chang and the others, impatiently turning to Zhou Chen. Hurry and take us to your home. We're starving and exhausted. Once the flood recedes, we'll leave. Zhou Chen struck Zhongli in the face. You think this is your house? If you want to go, just go. The punch was forceful, causing Zhongli to stumble and crash against the wall. Instinctively, he clutched his face, blood seeping through his fingers. Everyone was taken aback, gazing at Zhou Chen in shock. Why did he suddenly resort to violence? Zhou Chen had always been perceived as a mild and accommodating individual, especially when smiling, his eyes bright and warm, his smile akin to the sun in winter. They had never witnessed him lose his temper. Otherwise, they wouldn't have deemed him easy to bully, demanding salary increases multiple times a year. This was their first encounter with Zhou Chen's wrath and his physical retaliation. It seemed he had truly been pushed to his limits. After all, his closest friend and his goddess had conspired to rob him of his factory. Were this to happen to them, they would have stormed in with a knife in one hand and acid in the other, not enduring until today. Su Ruoro shot a disdainful glance at the disheveled Zhongli but still approached to support him, turning to reproach Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, you've gone too far. Couldn't you discuss things properly instead of resorting to violence? Zhou Chen scoffed. Who do you think you are to lecture me? Everyone here knows your true nature. If I were you, I wouldn't even have the face to show myself. Su Ruoro's expression shifted. Zhongli was particular about his appearance, applying skincare products more than most women. He glared at his bloodied hand, seething with rage. Zhou Chen, you brought this upon yourself. Get them all. Chen Chang and the others quickly surrounded Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen's right sleeve slipped back, revealing a spring knife, the blade popping out with a press of his thumb. Clang, the sharp blade glinted ominously under the hallway lights. Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed, a chilling murderous intent emanating from him. Chapter 9 Crawl before me and grovel. What the hell? Chen Chang and his companions, who were leading the charge, were so startled that they turned and fled up the stairs. A group of women, their faces drained of color, shrieked and scattered in all directions. Zhang Li's eyes widened in terror as he instinctively pressed himself into a corner, stammering, What do you want? Zhou Chen brandished a spring knife, his gaze sharp as a blade. Aren't you eager to brawl? Come on, I'd very much like to know if this knife of mine can truly pierce through flesh. Zhou Chen, calm down. Zhang Li trembled uncontrollably, suddenly feeling an urgent need to relieve himself. Put the knife away. I was just joking earlier. That you can leave, we won't stop you. Zhou Chen had no intention of resorting to violence. For a fleeting moment, he did indeed harbor a desire to dispatch each of these beasts right then and there. After 3 years of surviving in a post-apocalyptic world, he still possessed a modicum of ruthlessness. However, he was more interested in observing these animals as they turned on one another, engaging in petty squabbles over scarce resources, backstabbing, and infighting. Such antics were far more entertaining. With a swift kick, he sent a large dog yelping away. The creature, tail tucked between its legs, cowered behind him, too afraid to bark. It deserved a good scolding. Wimp! The faces of Zhang Li and the others turned ashen, sensing Zhou Chen's insult was directed not at the dog but at them. Yet, with a knife in hand, who would be foolish enough to confront him? As Zhou Chen ascended the stairs, passing by his former classmates Chen Chang and the others, they pressed themselves against the wall, their eyes fixated on the knife, fearful that he might strike at any moment. Upon reaching the corner, Zhou Chen suddenly turned, looking down upon everyone with an air of authority. Chen Chang and his companions hastily grabbed their girlfriends and fled down the stairs, a throng of more than 20 men and women jostling together. All were gripped by fear, their gazes lifted towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen glanced at Su Ruoro, then at the other 2 female classmates, along with the girlfriends of Chen Chang and the others. A smirk crept onto his lips. Remember, my home only accommodates women for the night. You son of a. Realizing the knife Zhou Chen held, Zhongli promptly covered his mouth, stifling his harsh words. It wasn't until Zhou Chen's footsteps faded that they dared to unleash their frustration. Damn! Who does he think he is? We shouldn't have let him go. I don't believe he would actually kill someone. Next time we encounter him, we'll make him pay, make him bark like a dog, crawl under our legs. What a joke, thinking he's still the old Zhou. He's nothing now. After venting their anger, the group of men found that the underlying issue remained unresolved. A short-haired girl timidly asked, What should we do now? Zhongli frowned. Let's endure a little longer. If it rains heavily after dark, a rescue team will surely come for us. With so many low-level residents affected, I refuse to believe the authorities will turn a blind eye. Chen Chang's girlfriend quietly crossed her legs, murmuring, We've spent the whole day borrowing toilets and water from the 2nd floor. With so many of us, they must be fed up by now. Being Chen Chang's girlfriend, Zhongli maintained a modicum of patience. Then let's go to the 3rd floor, 4th floor, or 5th floor. If we speak politely, they shouldn't refuse us. Among the crowd, a scrawny fellow proposed, What if we leave this place? I, along with Cece, have an apartment on a higher floor. We could all squeeze in there together. Just as the group began to contemplate this suggestion, Zhongli erupted in anger. Are you an idiot? How many of us can actually swim? If I were willing to part with my Armani suit, would I really go to your shabby place? I'd rather stay in a 5-star hotel than your doghouse. The scrawny fellow felt a flush of embarrassment, as if he had been slapped in front of everyone. He retreated to the back of the crowd, glaring at Zhongli with resentment. The 10 or so women present also disagreed. I'm not swimming in such filthy water. Exactly, this dress I bought yesterday cost 1,000 yuan, my shoes were 2,000. The salesperson said they can't get wet. What if I get an infection from my period? I don't mind getting dirty, but I can't swim. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Cece, the girl mentioned by the scrawny fellow, stood up and suggested, "How about this, let's choose a few men who can swim to venture out and find a rescue team, or perhaps rent a rubber boat or a bus. We can't just linger in the corridor forever." Counting heads, only 3 men present could swim. Zhangli, the scrawny fellow, and a guy named Luofeng. However, Zhangli was reluctant to part with his Armani. The scrawny fellow had recently injured his arm in a fight, and Luofeng had just undergone surgery for hemorrhoids last week. Chen Chang and his girlfriend could swim, but having seen posts on social media of people suddenly sinking into floodwaters, they were too cautious to risk their lives and exchanged glances to feign ignorance of their swimming abilities. Seeing this, everyone understood that it was a futile discussion. Upon returning home, Zhou Chen immediately began inspecting all the bulletproof glass and the steel door secured with 3 bolts. The investment was well worth it, especially for this door, which, once bolted, would withstand even the mightiest hammer blows from the outside. The living room was piled high with dozens of large cardboard boxes, each meticulously checked for the necessary medical supplies. The salesman had done well, managing to procure half a box of emergency medications. No wonder he had confidently assured Zhou Chen, "Brother, as long as the money is doubled, any medication will be at your disposal." The true fireplace, purchased for nearly 60,000, was also fully installed. One unit embedded in the living room wall and another in the master bedroom, with the chimney extending outdoors, alleviating any concerns of carbon monoxide poisoning. Just toss in firewood, and it was ready for use. With both fireplaces ablaze, even in temperatures plummeting to -70 degrees, they would suffice to warm the 120 square meter house. Zhou Chen stored the medical supplies and led the large dog into the bathroom, filling the bathtub with water while giving the dog a bath. After removing the leash and drying its fur, he tossed it a bone and sent it outside, leaving it to its own devices as Zhou Chen stripped off his clothes and sank into the warm water, closing his eyes in bliss. 2 hours later, he was jolted awake by a cacophony of noise. Drawing back the curtains, he discovered that seawater was flooding the city. The ferocity of the incoming tide swiftly submerged all buildings below 10 meters, surging from east to west and inundating every nook and cranny of the urban landscape. Accompanying the rising waters were several fishing boats, mercilessly crashing against skyscrapers. The Pearl Tower collapsed in an instant, and the City of Magic lost this iconic structure forever. The group erupted into chaos, as many residents began to realize the gravity of the situation. This was no ordinary natural disaster. Amidst their panic, they lamented their lack of stockpiled food. The collective mentality among the populace was to seek assistance from the police, yet, they found the lines perpetually busy. Not only could they not reach the police, but every rescue number they could think of was also unreachable. Zhou Chen donned a bathrobe and rubbed his hair dry with a towel as he entered the kitchen. Filet mignon with eggplant caviar tart, seafood pasta, pan-seared cod with asparagus, creamy mushroom soup, a plate of vegetable salad, a plate of fruit salad, a glass of 1982 Lafite, and a soothing violin melody filled the air. As Zhou Chen relished the music and the delectable feast, life couldn't be more enjoyable. Suruoro's calls came incessantly. Zhou Chen sliced off a piece of steak, answering the call leisurely and activating the speakerphone. Zhou Chen, could you let us rest at your place? The flood is nearly reaching the 4th floor, and you want to come to my home? Yes, I know there are some issues, but we are all old classmates, and at this moment, are you mentally prepared for this? What do you mean? Zhou Chen scoffed coldly. Crawl before me and grovel. Chapter 10. Kobe beef for dogs. The sound of a busy signal emanated from the phone. It was evident that Zhang Li had seized the device, likely to smash it into 1,000 pieces. Zhang Li had always been thus. His sensitive and insecure nature compelled him to covet the belongings of others while desperately clinging to his own. When Su Ruren called him at that moment, it was certainly on speakerphone, right in front of Zhang Li. Whether it was merely an act of humiliation or a genuine intention, Zhang Li could not tolerate the thought of being asked to grovel. He set the phone aside and continued to relish his meal. As he dined, Yu Chen couldn't help but scrutinize the dog huddled timidly in the corner. The circle of black fur around its neck resembled a scarf, and the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Goodness, wasn't he the guard dog from the lumber mill? What a coincidence to encounter it here. De Huang, Yu Chen called tentatively. The dog, which had been cowering in the corner, perked up its ears, filled with confusion, contemplation, caution, and fear. Eventually, it resigned itself and slowly rose from the ground, taking careful steps toward him. Yu Chen reached out to stroke the dog, but suddenly yanked its neck fur, prompting a startled woof. The yellow dog bared its teeth in struggle, yet dared not bark fiercely. It could only whimper softly, begging for mercy. Yu Chen gazed into the dog's eyes, his expression cold and unyielding. The world has changed. If you persist in your bluster as before, you will end up as mere meat on someone's plate. Show your true skills, and perhaps you will find your place in this home. The yellow dog, gripped by the nape, trembled uncontrollably, and at the mention of dog meat, it ceased all struggle. As soon as Yu Chen released it, the dog tucked its tail between its legs and scurried back to its original corner, wishing it could meld into the wall, its eyes warily fixed on him. Never mind, the lumber mill was open for business. With people coming and going every day, could one expect a guard dog to transform into a fierce beast ready to attack at a moment's notice? The sole purpose of bringing it back was to provoke that pack of beasts. In truth, Yu Chen held no other expectations for the yellow dog. In reality, 3 years into the apocalypse, pets like cats and dogs had nearly been hunted to extinction by survivors. The few that remained were ferocious and combative, often banding together to attack humans. If this dog did not change, it would ultimately become nothing more than a dish of dog meat. Survival of the fittest. This was true for both humans and animals alike. Boom, the alert yellow dog suddenly perked up its ears. It glanced at its new owner, and receiving no indication, lay still. Zhou Chen, come out if you have the guts. Zhang Li felt profoundly insulted for daring to covet his woman. To make matters worse, the call had been on speaker, and everyone had heard Zhou Chen demanding his woman to kneel. Zhang Li's face burned with humiliation. Though he feared the knife in Zhou Chen's hand, he felt compelled to confront him to salvage his pride. Climbing from the 4th to the 23rd floor, his anger had been ground down to a pulp in the process. Damn it, he was exhausted, yet everyone was watching. It concerned a man's dignity, and he had to put on a show. Now he was weary, hungry, and thirsty, and he could hear the elegant strains of a violin echoing beyond the door. That scoundrel Zhou Chen was comfortably listening to music at home. What a farce it would be for them, crammed in the hallway. Zhou Chen, you bastard, come out, what's the matter? Weren't you so bold with your knife just now? I'm right at your door. Have you lost your nerve? Zhang Li raged, pounding and kicking the door until his voice was hoarse. Inside, Zhou Chen approached the speaker and turned the volume to maximum. Instantly, the entire corridor resonated with Mendelssohn's D minor concerto. The lively and bright melody, full of passionate romanticism, transformed the entire floor into an elegant haven. Zhang Li, Su Ruren, Chen Chang and others. Enough, Su Ruren interjected, halting Zhang Li's ridiculous tirade against the door. Enough, his insult to you is a slap in my face. I must teach him a lesson today. Zhang Li continued his tirade, now panting from exhaustion. It was just a comment. I haven't lost a piece of flesh over it. Su Ruren genuinely looked down upon Zhang Li's type, who could scheme behind the scenes but faltered in the face of confrontation, all bark and no bite. Her words irked Zhang Li, and disregarding the crowd, he exploded, are you still harboring feelings for Zhou Chen? I knew you still liked him. What is so great about him? Just a pretty face. Su Ruren was infuriated. You an idiot, jealousy without awareness of the situation. Do you think just because these people call you Zhang Zong in private, you're truly a significant figure? They must be mocking us as heartless and ungrateful scoundrels behind our backs. Can't you control your mouth? Chen Chang and the others pretended to look away, feigning ignorance, but inwardly, they were snickering. A young lady emerged, her expression one of impatience. What is going on? I am exhausted and just want to sleep. If I have to sit in the hallway any longer, I will lose my temper. In a fit of jealousy, Zhang Li lashed out. What do you think you are? If you want to sleep, go home and sleep. The young lady, infuriated, turned to leave. Zhang Li, have you lost your mind? Su Ruren was beside herself with anger, hastily pursuing her in her high heels. Though the young lady was a socialite fond of nightlife, she had a relative overseeing industrial firefighting, and it had taken immense effort for Su Ruren to invite her to the gathering. This tirade would ruin everything she had worked for. If the young lady held a grudge and caused trouble, would the factory even remain operational? Zhang Li was a liability, a featherweight who could ruin everything. Realizing his folly, Zhang Li hurried after her, apologizing. Xiao Chang, please don't be angry, let me explain. As Zhang Li departed, the others naturally followed suit. In an instant, the stairwell was filled with a cacophony of footsteps. Upon returning to the 4th floor, the young lady had been temporarily soothed. Through the window at the stairwell, they could see the floodwaters rising beneath the streetlights. A group of people looked as if they might pull their hair out in despair. At that moment, Zhou Chen initiated a video call. Zhang Li immediately answered, preparing to lambast Zhou Chen in front of everyone to reclaim some semblance of dignity. Yet, the instant the video connected, his voice seemed to be caught in his throat, unable to utter a single word. On screen, Zhou Chen reclined on a plush leather sofa, clad in a pristine bathrobe, a lavish half-finished feast laid out before him. He held a glass of red wine in one hand while feeding a piece of Kobe beef to the dog with the other. Gulp. Zhang Li couldn't help but swallow hard. The sound of his gulp echoed through the room. Zhou Chen's languid, magnetic voice wafted into everyone's ears. Still here. It seems you lot will be spending the night in the hallway again. TSK, Zhang Li and Chen Chang, as men, how can you let a woman suffer hunger? I digress. I'm off to take a relaxing hot bath. Any ladies who have come to their senses, remember to send me a message. Zhou Chen, I'm not done with you. Chapter 11, are you not afraid of inviting wolves into your home? After Zhou Chen tidied up the kitchen and lay down on his bed, he found himself once again pulled back into the community group chat. The neighborhood committee matron was reassuring everyone not to panic, while simultaneously urging mutual assistance. Everyone, please remain calm. Although this flood is severe, it will recede as soon as the rain stops. The water has already submerged the 3rd floor. Neighbors on the same level should assist one another by allowing residents from the 1st to 3rd floors to temporarily stay at your homes, for just a day or two at most. Moreover, those whose homes have been flooded should not be overly distressed. As long as everyone is safe, we can assess our losses after the flood recedes. The neighborhood committee will certainly assist in reporting these losses, striving to help everyone apply for flood relief. There are still quite a few residents in the community without food. For those with supplies, please share a little to support one another during this disaster. Some residents immediately began to retaliate. How can you say that the water level was manageable at noon, and you forbade us from going out to stock up on supplies? Now look, everyone is hungry. Exactly, if we had gone out to buy a few bags of dumplings, we could have lasted for days. Damn it, my wife is about to give birth, and there's nothing in the house, only a few greens, which offer no nutrition. The matron intensified her tone. Truly, good intentions are mistaken for foolishness. I was only considering your safety. While the water level at noon was barely passable, the water was murky and unclear. What if an accident occurred? Would you then blame the neighborhood committee for not warning you? I hereby caution some individuals. Do not cause further chaos at this time. As I mentioned earlier, let us help each other get through tonight. I believe that by tomorrow, a large supply of aid will arrive in the community. Given the circumstances, all residents realized that complaining was futile. Those without homes began to seek help in the group, while others in need of food started requesting provisions. Brothers upstairs, is there anyone who can lend a place to stay for the night? Is there anyone with extra food? I can pay. Messages flooded the group, quickly accumulating to 99. Zhou Chen shook his head helplessly. The residents of Magic City were all about refinement, insisting that leftover food was unhealthy and insisting on fresh ingredients for every meal. Few had the habit of stockpiling supplies, most only bought what they needed for the day. Some residents were so meticulous that they would purchase food only for a single meal. Even those who took typhoon warnings seriously would not stock up on food for more than a week. Let alone tomorrow. It seemed likely that some residents would be going hungry even that very night. The neighborhood committee matron did not forget to call out Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, I know you live alone. The reason I brought you back into the group is to inform you that if anyone asks to stay with you, I hope you won't refuse. We are all neighbors in this community, and if you don't help now, don't expect anyone to assist you in the future. The last sentence carried a hint of personal warning and threat. Zhou Chen was not accustomed to her tone and retorted on the spot, instead of merely admonishing others, why don't you lead by example? Everyone knows your children work abroad, and it's just you and your spouse at home. Surely, you wouldn't refuse the pleas of your neighbors in the same building who have been affected by the disaster? The committee matron from Building 10 turned pale. Just moments ago, she had refused 2 families who had lost their homes, citing her husband's illness as an excuse. This little scoundrel was clearly trying to expose her hypocrisy. Do you really need me to remind you? If it weren't for my husband's severe cold being contagious, I would have already invited all the neighbors from the 1st to 3rd floors to stay with us. How convenient. Zhou Chen dismissed the hypocritical old woman, knowing she often took advantage of her position in the committee. He casually opened the group for Building 21 to see what the residents were discussing, only to come across Zhang Li's plea for help. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Li from Unit 101. Is there anyone who can offer a place to stay? Ideally, it should have some extra food, as we haven't eaten in a day. Sorry, I just promised Unit 102. I agreed to help someone from the 2nd floor. Zhang Li from 101? Wasn't he at your place that had a party last night, with so many people, who can accommodate you? Sorry, brothers, there are too many of you, and I don't have enough food to help. Zhang Li waited for a long time, but no one was willing to lend a hand. Everyone, I understand we are many, and I don't want you to help without compensation. How about 3,000 for one night? Meals will be an additional cost, and we'll leave as soon as the rescue team arrives tomorrow. Ridiculous, who among the residents would care about that 3,000? Still, no one was willing to help. Zhang Li had no choice but to increase the offer. 6,000. Please help us out, we can manage, but there are several ladies in our group. If necessary, just letting us sleep in the living room would suffice. 6,000, not with so many people, it would only create chaos in the house. Zhang Li said many flattering words but still received no response. At that moment, everyone was still squeezed in the hallway on the 4th floor, each of them watching him with growing dissatisfaction. He could sense that Chen Chang and others were already displeased with him. If he couldn't resolve such a minor issue, it would be a complete embarrassment for him as a boss. Zhang Li gritted his teeth and had to raise the price once more. 15,000, with meals charged per person, 500 each. Whatever you want to eat, a bowl of eggs each is fine. With such a substantial offer, someone was bound to be tempted. 15,000, just for one night? Yes, I can transfer the money to you right now. Accept it, and we'll come upstairs. Zhang Li sighed with relief, quickly replying while cursing the other silent residents as useless. Zhou Chen glanced at the speaker, a tenant from Unit 602. A single woman working in a foreign enterprise, she was quite attractive. He was not familiar with her. During his past life when he was forced out by his aunt's family and had to fend for himself, she was still alive. Surviving in extreme cold was no small feat. Zhang Li and his group were being deceived by her. With so many of them, they would inevitably become the largest gang in Building 21 when they sensed the impending disaster, capable of anything. Zhou Chen felt a sense of responsibility to caution her. Miss, their group has nearly 30 members, with a significant number of males. Are you not afraid of inviting wolves into your home? Who knows when the rescue team will arrive? Who knows when the flood will recede? Spending money to stay for one day is reasonable, but for 3, 4, or even 10 days, will they still be willing to pay? At that point, do you think you can simply force them out? Just as the two parties seemed on the verge of reaching an agreement, Zhang Li was furious, practically itching to dig up Zhou Chen's ancestral grave. Miss, don't listen to this nonsense. He has a personal grudge against me and is deliberately trying to sabotage me. With so many owners in the group, how could I, a factory owner, be untrustworthy? Besides, this is a lawful society. If I were to refuse payment, after the flood recedes, you could easily report me. Zhou Chen's words had some effect. The woman from 602 indicated that she needed to think it over. Just then, Zhang Li sent another message. Miss, I will pay the money. My girlfriend has a designer handbag worth several thousand, purchased only half a month ago, absolutely genuine. If you are willing to help, this bag is yours. The previously silent resident from 602 replied, can I inspect the goods first? Seeing this response, Zhou Chen felt no inclination to say another word. Just as he was about to toss his phone aside to sleep, a flurry of voice messages erupted in the group. Brothers from 101, it must be quite inconvenient for all of you to squeeze together. I can offer a bedroom and a living room for one night for 10,000. You can use hot water freely. I have eggs and noodles, we can charge 300 per person. How does that sound? 101, you can come up now. I'll go fry eggs and boil noodles for everyone. Zhou Chen couldn't help but smirk coldly. Another wolf was being invited in. This aunt of his was always motivated by money. As a habitual gambler, earning over 10,000 for a single night's stay was a golden opportunity for her. Moreover, the house was merely rented. However, the purpose of her family renting the place was to pressure him into giving money for his cousin's wedding house, which would surely lack winter clothing. Once the extreme cold set in, wouldn't they freeze like dogs? Having a bit of food might sustain them for a few more days, enough time to gather strength to venture out and secure some supplies. Now, they were selling food for a mere pittance. A group of beasts and a family of rogues. It seemed there would be quite a spectacle to witness, but there was an even greater possibility. They might conspire together against him. Chapter 12 of The City Beneath the Waves. Zhou Chen awakened at 5 in the morning, enveloped by the cacophony of torrential rain. Through the window, he observed that the water level in the community continued to rise. At this moment, the fourth-floor apartments were already submerged halfway. Many residents had spent the night awake, incessantly voicing their grievances in the group chat. Zhou Chen hastily consumed a simple breakfast, retrieved dog food and a bowl from his space, ensuring that De Huang had enough sustenance for the day, before swiftly changing his clothes and heading out. His sights were set on several fishing boats that had been swept in by the seawater yesterday, and he intended to venture out into the rain to investigate, hoping to procure one for himself. Ascending the stairs to the fourth floor, he retrieved an inflatable boat, inflating it to 80% before placing it in the water and paddling slowly. Onlookers from above mistook his actions for a rescue team's arrival and shouted down from their windows, their voices barely piercing through the din of the downpour. Despite their frantic calls, the occupants of the inflatable boat remained oblivious, too occupied with their own endeavors. The residents, hearing the commotion, pressed their faces against the windows, waving their arms in desperation. "Brother, are you going out to scavenge supplies? Take me with you, brother. Could you bring back some supplies? Fish and meat would be best. I'll pay you, brother. Could you inquire at the nearby police station if they can send supplies to the community today?" Zhou Chen deftly maneuvered his paddle to push aside floating debris like wooden branches, feigning ignorance to their pleas. With the water level reaching depths of over 10 meters, where could he possibly ask for help? As if there would be fish and meat available in a few days, he would be grateful just to have a bowl of gruel. Having not ventured far from home, Zhou Chen quickly found a secluded corner to switch to a speedboat. With its impressive speed of 50 kilometers per hour, he sped off towards the eastern bank of the river. Along the way, he encountered numerous residents stranded in their upper-floor apartments, each one eagerly waving their arms for assistance. He soon came across a team of rescuers, who were in the grim process of retrieving bodies. Their small inflatable boat was piled high with no fewer than 10 corpses, and the team members hesitated to continue their grim task, knowing that further efforts would leave them with no room to sit, as the water level remained perilously deep. The influx of seawater had transformed the once vibrant city into an aquatic realm, where historic buildings from the Republican era lay submerged. The once bustling roads had morphed into a labyrinth of waterways, littered not only with debris but also with the bodies of humans and animals alike. As Zhou Chen passed by, water rats circling the corpses scurried into the depths with frantic squeaks. Upon reaching the Jiangdong New District, he spotted a remaining segment of the Mingzhu Tower, where over 100 survivors clung desperately to hope. These individuals were visibly traumatized, crying out for their homes. Near the base of the tower, silhouettes of police officers and members of the Blue Sky Rescue Team could be seen. Zhou Chen surveyed the surroundings, his gaze drawn to a fishing boat wedged between two towering buildings, 2 kilometers away. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard someone calling to him from behind. "Brother, brother, don't leave just yet." A figure stood atop the remnants of a submerged structure, waving frantically. Clad in the Blue Sky Rescue Team uniform, the individual appeared to be in his 40s. From a distance of over 30 meters, Zhou Chen instantly recognized him. Chen Xinghua, the captain of the first team of the Blue Sky Rescue Team in Mo City. In his previous life, this man had saved him from starvation during the second year of the apocalypse while he was en route to Ha City. From the very first day of the disaster, Chen Xinghua had tirelessly dedicated himself to rescue efforts. Even as his family perished in the bitter cold after the earthquake had ravaged the city, he and his team had never wavered in their commitment to saving lives. Though one by one, his team members had met tragic fates, leaving him as the sole survivor. After fleeing to Ha City, Chen Xinghua had unhesitatingly joined the local rescue team, continually striving to save survivors. Whenever fatigue overwhelmed him, he would seek a quiet corner to rest briefly before plunging back into his work. Zhou Chen had once served alongside him as a rescuer. As fellow residents of Mo City, their shared memories of home fostered a bond between them, and Chen Xinghua had looked out for him. In those days, Chen Xinghua had been slender, his eyes reflecting both weariness and a bright spirit. Tragically, just 2 months after Zhou Chen joined the team, Chen Xinghua succumbed to illness. The team's doctor revealed that he had long known he was in the late stages of stomach cancer, and in the absence of medical care, he had refused to lie in bed awaiting death, opting instead to make the most of his remaining days. This was one of the rare instances of humanity's brilliance that Zhou Chen had witnessed in the 3 years since the apocalypse began. Zhou Chen slowly approached, halting 5 meters from the ruins. Chen Xinghua's grave expression barely managed to form a semblance of a smile. "Brother, these are extraordinary times, and the city's rescue resources are severely lacking. I temporarily represent the organization in seeking to requisition your speedboat. It is not compulsory. Please let me know if that is feasible." "Not feasible." Zhou Chen gestured vaguely behind him. "I believe I saw another speedboat over there. I'm not sure if it's still operable." "I'll go check for you." "Yes, there really is a speedboat over there. All of the city's watercraft are currently under the control of various rescue teams. Perhaps it was swept in by the tide." Chen Xinghua smiled appreciatively. "I'd be grateful if you could help me check. If it's still usable, I would appreciate your assistance in towing it back here. The flooding has left many supplies submerged. Every damaged rescue boat diminishes our capability." With a swift turn, Zhou Chen sent a splash of water flying. Once he reached a deserted corner, he retrieved a speedboat from his space, contemplating for a moment before filling the fuel tank with diesel, then setting off to return with the speedboat in tow. Caught up in a discussion about rescue strategies with his team members, Chen Xinghua was taken aback when the young man actually returned with a speedboat that appeared to be brand new. Zhou Chen tossed the rope into Chen Jinggui's hands, stating, I took a quick look. It seems to be brand new, though I'm uncertain if it has fuel. This one is for my own use. Chen Jinggui's spirits lifted considerably. Thank you so much. I apologize for my earlier abruptness. You have indeed provided a tremendous service. The waters are littered with sharp debris. Please take care of yourself. Observing the man's dark skin, calloused hands, and the lines etched upon his face, Zhou Chen felt compelled to speak. Captain Chen, I have a suggestion. What suggestion? Don't rush to rescue everyone. It's impossible to save them all. To truly assist more people, it would be wise to concentrate efforts on gathering supplies for the winter. Supplies for the winter? What purpose would there be in preparing winter supplies in the midst of summer? Zhou Chen had already walked away, leaving Chen Jinggui in a state of confusion. Wait a moment, how did he know my surname was Chen? As Zhou Chen approached the fishing boat, he noticed that it had snapped in half at its center. He was unsure if it could be repaired, and in any case, he lacked the skills to do so. After circling the area for the entire morning, he located 4 additional fishing boats, each damaged but not as severely as the first. He noted their positions, planning to return after dark to retrieve them. The river was awash with various supplies, drifting further with the current, likely originating from nearby shopping centers. Zhou Chen produced a hook tool from his space, pursuing these items and snagging them one by one. The first item he caught was an opulent mattress, reportedly worth 2 to 3 million, said to be a favored design of a certain celebrity. Chapter 13 The frigid invasion. Water freezes to ice for an entire week. Torrential rain deluged the city, causing water levels to rise an additional 3 meters. Throughout this week, Zhou Chen tirelessly scoured the outdoors for supplies. In the first 3 days, he toiled at the riverbank, laboring day and night to salvage materials. During daylight, he was cautious, meticulously selecting items, discreetly tossing them into his storage space whenever no one was around. However, as night fell, he became frenzied, hastily throwing everything he could find into the space, even collecting over 100 tons of logs floating in the floodwaters. Initially, he found great joy in his endeavors, as various rescue teams from the government, military, and civilian sectors passed by, turning a blind eye to his actions. After all, the organizations were overwhelmed and unable to manage everything. It was better for this young man to benefit from the supplies than for them to be swept away by the flood. With the entire city submerged, countless citizens were already facing hunger. Given the young man's determination, it was likely he would be able to support a whole building, or even an entire community. If Zhou Chen were aware of their thoughts, he would undoubtedly express his gratitude, saying, Thank you for your esteem, but you truly overestimate me. That was until the evening of the 3rd day, when a rubber boat approached, and a man claiming to be a district chief sought Zhou Chen out. He inquired about which community Zhou Chen belonged to and asked about the current supply situation in the area. Ultimately, he revealed his intention representing the organization. He wished to request that Zhou Chen distribute the salvaged materials to several communities in dire need of food. As a contributor to the nation, the organization would issue an honorary certificate and reward him with a banner. However, all of this could only be discussed after the flood receded. Beneath the rain, Zhou Chen sat in the unsteady assault boat, pulling the hood of his raincoat low to obscure most of his face. He remained silent, handing over several blankets, boxes of canned beef, and crates of liquor he had just salvaged. In the next moment, he revved the engine to full power and fled. The district chief, still lamenting the merciless flood, was drenched in splashing waves. Comrade, we do not intend to confiscate the supplies you have worked so hard to salvage. We simply wish to ask for your assistance. From that moment on, Zhou Chen no longer dared to linger by the riverbank. For the next 4 days, he roamed various districts, utilizing the diving equipment he had salvaged to plunge underwater and feverishly collect supplies. Whenever he grew weary, he would surface to find a secluded corner to rest, replenishing his energy with some food before submerging once again. In truth, this method of collecting materials was exponentially more efficient than his previous endeavors along the riverbank. He amassed hundreds of tons of metal components: gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin. The variety of screws was so overwhelming that he could hardly distinguish one from another. He collected over 1,000 machines, including ordinary, precision, and high-precision lathes, regardless of their usability. He simply took whatever he encountered: automotive parts from Bosch, Siemens, Denso, Continental, Visteon, Eisen, and more piled high, enough to fill a football field. Most of these metals had only been slightly wet, and the vast majority had been sealed, ensuring their quality remained largely unaffected by the flooding. As the extreme cold approached, the temperature plummeted for 3 months, with ice forming 10 meters deep and the ice layer becoming solid and unyielding. Retrieving or excavating anything would become exceedingly challenging. He collected numerous containers that had broken loose from the dock, regardless of their contents. He also salvaged an excavator used for demolishing illegal constructions from a rooftop. He meticulously ransacked dozens of pharmacies, prying open their doors one by one. In his previous life, after 3 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, he had truly known the pangs of hunger and the depths of suffering, leading him to covet supplies with an insatiable greed. Even though he now possessed enough resources to last lifetimes, he could not suppress the urge to hoard relentlessly. As long as he could gather, he would hoard to his heart's content. Zhou Chen was busily occupied, disregarding the incessant chatter in the group chats that bombarded him day and night. He did not need to think to know what they were arguing about. After the powerful typhoon, the downpour had persisted for a week. Water levels continued to rise rather than recede, and the number of disaster victims increased, yet only those whose homes had collapsed or were injured were taken to temporary relief points in batches. This was a global catastrophe of unprecedented scale, and the organization, despite its best efforts, was stretched thin. They lacked the ability to complete all rescue operations in a short period. television and online platforms featured the same host every hour, repeatedly reassuring affected citizens not to panic, urging everyone to support one another and unite to overcome the crisis. Numerous renowned experts also took the stage, eloquently analyzing, judging, and summarizing the situation pertaining to the devastating flood, ultimately soothing the nationwide victims with promises that the torrential rain would soon ease, hinting at a brighter tomorrow just around the corner. A week passed, and residents trapped in their homes were either completely out of supplies or enduring starvation. The experts' statements were met with derision from the public, yet hope lingered in their hearts. A couple of days prior, during a moment of respite, Zhou Chen had glanced at his phone. The community group chats and WeChat moments were filled with lamentations. A single pack of instant noodles had been listed for $100, yet no one was willing to sell. The neighborhood committee's elder ladies had naturally become the target of scorn from all homeowners. At this moment, someone recalled Zhou Chen's earlier warnings. Damn it, had I known we would go hungry, I would have rushed out to stockpile supplies that day. Brother Zhou, I misjudged you before. I apologize. Zhou Chen, I also owe you an apology. I shouldn't have scolded you that day. Do you still have any food at home? Please sell me some. Zhou Chen, don't you live alone? Your food supply shouldn't dwindle so quickly during times like these. Don't be stingy, help everyone out. Zhou Chen, of course, paid no heed. He even took a moment to check on Zhang Li and others, and unsurprisingly, they were faring quite poorly. This group of scoundrels had divided into two factions. Zhang Li led Chen Chang and a few close acquaintances to reside in apartment 602, while the lanky monkey and Luo Feng led their crew to apartment 1101. The female tenant in 602 and her aunt had not stocked up much food to begin with, and within 3 meals, it was all consumed by this group. It was easy to invite a spirit, but difficult to send it away. After a week, this group neither paid nor vacated. 4 days ago, his aunt had begun bombarding him with frantic calls for supplies. Even the scoundrels who were once classmates were forced to lower their pride and request to purchase provisions from him. Zhou Chen simply turned off his phone, thinking, who the hell has time to deal with you? As night fell and the extreme cold loomed, Zhou Chen hurried to salvage the last box of supplies, quickly setting his course for Sakura Community. Upon returning home, he found his once plump dog, De Huang, emaciated and curled up in a corner. Of the fruits, biscuits, and snacks on the table had been devoured clean by the creature. Seeing that De Huang had not made a mess, Zhou Chen sheathed his 39-meter knife and retrieved a large bone from his storage, tossing it over. De Huang's eyes sparkled as he pounced on it, eagerly gnawing away. Zhou Chen took a hot shower and spent an hour cleaning up. Before bed, he opened the window to enjoy the rain for a while. In a drowsy haze, he was jolted awake by the biting cold. Still half asleep, he heard De Huang's anxious barks. Sitting up in bed, he immediately felt the bone-chilling cold. De Huang was desperately scratching at the door. The cold wave had seeped through the building, invading the interior with ease. The air was as sharp as a knife. He donned his thermal clothing, then a pair of cotton pajamas, and finally wrapped himself in a thick robe before shuffling to the door in his slippers. The moment the door opened, a shivering De Huang clung to his leg, puffing out white clouds of breath as he barked. Zhou Chen hurriedly retrieved a pile of firewood from his storage, tossing it into the fireplaces of the bedroom and living room. With the aid of alcohol, the flames roared to life instantly. Survival is an animal's instinct. De Huang leaped onto the sofa, snatching a cushion before darting to the fireplace to warm himself. Zhou Chen dragged a single armchair in front of the fireplace, poured himself a glass of red wine, and sank into the chair while scrolling through his phone. Old Sun called, his teeth chattering from the cold. Xiao Zhou, wake up. Quick, put on your warm clothes. Don't fall asleep. This weather is too bizarre. It's minus 30 degrees outside. Old Sun hurried to rouse others, and after exchanging a few brief words, they ended the call. Zhou Chen felt hardened, yet he was still touched that Old Sun thought of him in such a moment. At minus 30 degrees, water froze to ice. The sudden temperature drop of over 50 degrees caught everyone off guard. Yet, the temperature continued to plummet every minute, and by dawn, it would reach a chilling minus 70 degrees. In this icy world, frost would fall in August. The extreme cold weather would lead to the death of billions globally. Chapter 14 Living worse than a dog. Suddenly, a heavy snowfall enveloped the entire city. At first, the snowflakes were small and dense, but within 10 minutes, they transformed into large, fluffy flakes. Half an hour later, a thick blanket of snow accumulated on the trees, rooftops, and balconies. Even through the tightly shut doors and windows, one could hear the howling wind like the cries of ghosts and wolves. The blizzard obscured visibility, creating a surreal atmosphere. Before long, the residents of the entire community were awakened by the cold or by being called upon. One by one, lights flickered to life as everyone frantically searched for winter clothing. Yet, this was the South, where even the coldest winters barely dipped below minus 10 degrees Celsius. Households were equipped only with thin-down jackets, utterly inadequate against the biting cold of minus 30 degrees. Everyone donned thermal wear, layered on several sweaters, added velvet coats, tied scarves around their necks, and slipped on multiple pairs of socks. Yet the cold persisted. The chill, it was a bone-chilling cold. Some fashion-forward individuals, possessing only cashmere coats and devoid of even a single thermal garment, found themselves huddled under piles of sweaters, too frightened to leave their beds. The situation was dire for Zhang Li and his companions, as well as for the family of Zhou Lili. Zhang Li was housing over a dozen people in apartment 602, where the meager women's clothing available was barely sufficient to cover 2 of them, leaving the rest to huddle together on their beds, shivering. The 10 slender individuals residing in 1101 rummaged through every cabinet, only to discover that this family had neither thermal tops nor thick blankets, leaving them shivering together in a tight cluster. Zhou Lili's family, who had previously welcomed these unwanted guests for a mere 2 days of lodging fees, now regretted their decision as the promised rescue team had yet to arrive, and they were unable to evict these unwelcome visitors. What food could have sustained a family of 4 for a week was consumed in just 2 days, leaving not a grain of rice behind. Among them was a pregnant woman who had gone several days without food, surviving solely on sips of water. Initially worried that they might starve to death, the sudden drop in temperature now left them fearful of losing their only 2 air conditioning blankets to these unwanted guests. They dragged their wardrobe to the door to barricade the room, disregarding any sense of discretion, layering the 2 thin air conditioning blankets together. 4 people huddled closely to stave off the cold. What on earth is this cursed weather? It's freezing to death. Dad, do you think those garbage people will come to steal our blankets? Honey, I'm really so hungry. Mom, what will we do if Xiaoyun is hungry? Zhou Lily, with her head buried in the blankets, gritted her teeth and reached out with a stiff hand, struggling several times before successfully retrieving her phone. We must have that little brat Zhou Chen bring down winter clothing and food. No, even if he is willing to bring those things down, can we keep them safe? What should we do then? Call him and tell him we're coming to stay at his place. Yes, he lives alone and has plenty of spare rooms, and he has been in that house for over a decade. Surely he has a lot of winter clothing. Desperate, she dialed the number, only to remember that their phones had all been blocked. As the wardrobe was pushed aside, the door slowly opened a crack. The shivering individuals huddled together on the living room sofa, nearly frozen to death, cast greedy glances at the blankets the family of 4 was wrapped in. Zhou Lily's heart raced, trembling from both the cold and fear. Don't do anything rash, we're going upstairs to get supplies. The 10 slender individuals had known from the moment they moved in that the female head of the household was Zhou Chen's own aunt. Having worked alongside Zhou Chen for several years, they were well aware of her gambling habits. One party had betrayed Zhou Chen for money, while the other had swindled him and sought to pressure him into buying a house. Their animosity had led to mutual disparagement of Zhou Chen, and they had formed a surprisingly amicable relationship. Had it not been for the issues of debts and hunger that arose on the 3rd day, they would not have clashed, and several times they had nearly come to blows. Now, in the freezing cold, the larger group sought to seize the blankets while the weaker party had no means to resist. The slender individuals were visibly excited. Did Zhou Chen agree to give you supplies? Zhou Lily shook her head. Our phones are blocked. We plan to go upstairs to find him. After all, I am his aunt, his deceased father's sister. Don't worry, once we get the supplies, we will definitely share half with you. This was the agreement among their family of 4. If they did not deceive these unwelcome guests with lies, they might never make it out the door, and even the only 2 air conditioning blankets they possessed would be snatched away. Their family, comprised of gamblers and scoundrels, naturally understood human nature better than the average person. As long as they could get out of there, as long as they could deceive Zhou Chen into opening his door, they would not return. Even if Zhou Chen's supplies were abundant, they would not be foolish enough to share with so many who knew when the rescue team would arrive. The priority was to fill their own stomachs. The slender individuals called upon Luo Feng and another man, the 3 of them tightly wrapped in a single blanket. We're going together. Zhou Lily's family naturally protested. You should stay, it's freezing outside. Just wait here, we will definitely return. Stop with the nonsense. No, what I mean is, if we go together with so many people, what if he refuses to give us supplies? Then either we all go together, or you leave 2 behind. A lousy gambler dares to play tricks on me. Thus, the 2 factions temporarily joined forces, tightly bundling themselves in small blankets like 2 plump, wriggling caterpillars, braving the biting cold wind as they ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, downstairs, Zhangli was shamelessly asking Zhou Chen for supplies. I'm not asking for free, I can pay, just name your price. You must have some winter clothing, and surely you have several thick blankets? And food, instant noodles, bread, noodles, steamed buns, anything will do. You can't possibly say your home doesn't even have instant noodles? In front of the fireplace, a roaring blaze contained a frying pan, a casserole pot, and a grill. The frying pan was sizzling with 2 steaks, the casserole pot simmered a whole black chicken, while the grill featured skewers of lamb, beef, fish, shrimp, meatballs, and a variety of vegetable skewers. Zhou Chen snapped a photo and sent it over. You mentioned instant noodles and such, but my house truly has none. Zhangli, shivering under the blankets, widened his eyes, unable to refrain from swallowing. Having only consumed water for 5 days, he felt dizzy from hunger, staring blankly at the delectable food in the photo, wishing he could dive into it and feast. To conserve warmth, they moved the living room sofa into the bedroom, pushing them together, as a dozen people huddled close. Upon seeing the photo Zhou Chen sent, they could not help but swallow their saliva. Shan, quickly tell him to send the food down. We can go up and get it too. Yes, going up is better. We can grab more food, as well as clothing and blankets. He has a fireplace, that's wonderful. We can stay at his house. Zhang, quickly tell him we're heading up now. Zhang Li's expression turned awkward. Do you think he will let us in? At that, everyone fell silent. Momentarily blinded by the allure of the food in the photo, they had forgotten what they had done to Zhou Chen. Only Yang Sidian from apartment 602 and the young delinquent looked bewildered. The young delinquent, looking anxious, asked, what exactly happened between you and Zhou Chen? No matter how great the conflict, he wouldn't just ignore your plight, would he? Everyone remained silent. Conflict, if only it were merely a conflict. Given Zhou Chen's character, he would likely forget any minor grievances in an instant. Zhangli did not wish outsiders to know of his disgraceful side. He continued to message Zhou Chen, the temptation of food making him increasingly desperate. Zhou Chen, I know you harbor resentment, but we are not deserving of death. We are truly on the brink of starving and freezing to death. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. The next moment, he received another photo. I in the image, a slender, fair hand was. Zhang Li's face turned green with rage. Damn it, feeding a high-end steak to a dog. Immediately after, he received a third photo. I in this one, the same large yellow dog was in front of a huge dog bowl filled with steaming food. Large chicken legs, perfectly grilled meat skewers, and various vegetable skewers. The group felt a mix of anger and urgency as they stared, their eyes glinting green as they incessantly swallowed. Meat, so much meat, why is it that we live worse than a dog? Zhou Chen sent a voice message. Alas, I don't have much food either, and I have to feed a dog. With so many mouths to feed, I'm truly at my wits' end. Chapter 15. A death should be found elsewhere at long last. They arrived at the 23rd floor. Zhou Lily and her family of 4, along with the 3 slender monkeys, were on the verge of tears. The ascent from the 11th to the 23rd floor, which should have taken merely a few minutes, had taken them an entire hour. Indeed, it was a full hour, each minute and second a torment. The biting cold wind infiltrated every crevice, lacerating their faces and feet like a knife slicing into flesh. Huddled together under their thin blankets, only their eyes were visible, rendering movement cumbersome. Each tentative step resulted in painful collisions with the walls, leaving them bruised. They had stumbled several times, their bodies making contact with the icy floor, and they cried out in despair. Countless times, they contemplated turning back, but that was not an option. Returning would mean freezing or starving to death. As they caught sight of Zhou Chen's front door, their eyes brimmed with excitement. They yearned to step inside immediately, don thick winter clothing, leap onto the bed, wrap themselves in warm blankets, and have Zhou Chen prepare a feast for them. Even a pot of instant noodles would suffice. Imagining the steaming noodles cradled in their hands brought warmth to their hearts, and they could almost taste the deliciousness. The pangs of hunger were unbearable. On the way, they had conspired that Zhou Lilia's family would be responsible for calling Zhou Chen to open the door, while the 3 slender monkeys would hide nearby. As soon as Zhou Chen dared to unlock the door, they would surge in, overwhelming him before he could react. How could one person manage to expel 7? If he had any sense, he would graciously provide them with winter clothing and food. If he were obstinate, they would ensure he regretted it once they had regained their strength. With hearts racing, Zhou Lilia's family shuffled stiffly to Zhou Chen's doorstep, followed closely by the slender monkeys, pressed against the wall, concealed in the shadows of the peephole. Clad in short sleeves and shorts, the thin blanket draped over them was insufficient. The moment they pressed against the wall, they nearly leaped from the cold. The slender monkey signaled for Zhou Lili to ring the doorbell. She nodded, her hand concealed beneath the blanket, gesturing frantically to her husband and son. The family, while attuned to each other's thoughts, understood her intent. The moment Zhou Chen opened the door, they would rush in, immediately shutting it behind them, leaving the 3 interlopers outside. Damn it, it had always been they who exploited the family for food and drink, neglecting to repay their debts. How could these scoundrels dare to impose upon them now? Dishonorable and shameful. Not only had they refused to pay their rent, but they had also consumed all the food in the house and now sought to share Zhou Chen's resources. What a ridiculous notion. All the food in Zhou Chen's home rightfully belonged to them. With the slender monkeys urging her on, Zhou Lili hesitantly extended a finger to press the doorbell. After half a minute, sounds emanated from within, footsteps approaching the door. The group instinctively held their breath, poised to rush in at a moment's notice, yet, contrary to their hopes, the door did not swing open. Who is it? Zhou Chen's voice came through the door. Though disappointment washed over them, the mere sound of Zhou Chen's voice ignited excitement within the group, especially Zhou Lilia's family. The 4 of them, being relatives of Zhou Chen, felt assured that despite previous unpleasant encounters, his kind-hearted nature would prevent him from allowing them to freeze or starve. Zhou, little Chen, it's me, your aunt. What do you want? Please, just open the door so we can talk. Not happening. If you have something to say, say it quickly. The cold rejection left not only the 3 slender monkeys, who had been hiding in the shadows, anxious, but also Zhou Lilia's family, whose hands clasped tightly beneath the blanket. If Zhou Chen refused to assist them, they would genuinely perish. No, before succumbing to starvation, they would freeze to death first. Zhou Lili implored, little Chen, please open the door, our family hasn't eaten anything for several days. We don't even have a warm piece of clothing in our rental apartment. Please, let us in. We just need some winter clothes and a bit of food. With the aid of 2 large fireplaces, much of the cold had been dispelled, and the indoor temperature hovered around 10 degrees. Clad in his thermal attire, Zhou Chen felt little discomfort from the chill. At that moment, he even removed his thick robe, unbuttoning his blue quilted pajamas. Leaning against the wall, with a steaming chicken leg in his left hand and his phone in his right, he snapped a close-up photo of the chicken leg to send to someone on WeChat before addressing those stranded outside. I need the winter clothing for myself. I don't have enough food for myself, and I cannot possibly share any resources with you. His words sent their hearts to their throats. In a fit of anger, Zhou Lili instinctively lashed out, you ungrateful little brat, I'm your aunt. What is wrong with asking you for a bit of help? You're just like your deadbeat parents. Asking for a little something is like cutting off a piece of flesh. Everyone was taken aback, their faces painted with anxiety and fury. Were they out of their minds? If they did not wish to expose their presence, the slender monkeys would have lunged at the old woman, wanting to slap her across the face. How could one insult their benefactor at a time like this and even denigrate his deceased parents? Were they trying to offend Zhou Chen and ensure the door remained shut? Sure enough, Zhou Chen's voice emerged from within, I see, and laced with menace. Did my parents not help you enough when they were alive? Didn't my parents give you money when you were broke? Wasn't it my parents who paid your son's tuition when you and your spouse were drowning in gambling debts and facing the threat of losing your hands? Was it not my father who went to the bank to withdraw money to bail you out? My parents helped you countless times when they were alive, and whether you acknowledge their kindness is irrelevant, but you have the audacity to speak ill of them. If you starve or freeze to death, it's entirely your own doing. Faced with the damning revelations from this young boy, Zhou Lili instinctively prepared to retaliate with curses, but her husband pushed her back, bringing her back to her senses. Zhou Lili's face darkened to an extreme, and considering her family's plight, she could only swallow her anger for the time being. This little brat has no respect, raised without proper guidance after losing his parents so early. Just wait until I charge into your house, claim the resources, and then see how I can berate you. Little Chen, I spoke out of turn just now and I've been in the wrong all along. I've always remembered the kindness of your parents. If it weren't for them, your uncle and I would have long since suffered at the hands of those high-interest loans, and your cousin wouldn't have the opportunity to study. I am aware of all that. I've kept it close to my heart, Little Chen. I understand we've had our differences over the years. You might think I, your aunt, have been fixated on your finances, but you've misunderstood. You truly have misunderstood me. I'm your aunt. How could I wish you harm? When I ask you for money, it's only because I want to help you save it. I worry that you're still young and might spend recklessly. If you squander everything, what will I say to your parents in the afterlife? Laughter echoed from within the room. So, I should thank you for that. Zhou Lili realized these words would not deceive Zhou Chen. She had no choice but to press on. Little Chen, I assure you, I'm not lying. It's good to clear the air today. I promise I won't ask you for a single cent again. Little Chen, please open the door. We are still family, even for your father's sake. You can't disregard our survival. Little Chen, I beg you, your cousin has always been in poor health, and your cousin's wife is pregnant. If this continues, something terrible will surely happen. Must I kneel before you to get you to open the door? It has always been my fault. Your father was my only elder brother. I've been heartbroken since his passing. If he were still alive, Zhou Chen, leaning against the wall, couldn't help but scoff. Could the words of a gambler be trusted? In his previous life, he had witnessed the true faces of this family, ruthless in their attempts to claim his home and resources as their own. His aunt had once stabbed him in the arm, his uncle struck him on the back with a stick, and his cousin had lunged at him with a knife. The pitiful pregnant woman had nearly struck him in the head with a cleaver. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have died right at his own doorstep. Zhou Chen spoke nonchalantly. I'll think about it. Zhou Lili's anger boiled. What was there to think about? Just open the door and let them in. Before she could voice her thoughts, Zhou Chen's voice rang out again. How about this? You all go back for now. In honor of my father, I'll give you a little something. Go back? What a joke. Zhou Lili was frantic. It's freezing out here. Just open the door so we can warm up. We'll put on winter clothes and take the supplies and leave. You have to trust us. Zhou Chen flatly refused. Either you go back now and wait for me to gather some supplies to bring down, or you can stand there and wait for nothing. With that, Zhou Chen returned to the living room, comfortably reclining on the sofa. Supplies, he wouldn't even part with a single pack of instant noodles. They should take their troubles elsewhere. If they froze to death at his doorstep, he would have to deal with the hassle. What a nuisance. Chapter 16. No solution. As Zhou Chen remained resolute in his refusal to open the door, Zhou Lili's family found themselves at an impasse. The decision to leave or stay was fraught with difficulty, particularly since the initiative lay firmly with Zhou Chen. Meanwhile, the trio of the skinny monkey could no longer contain their urgency, shuffling forward on their small feet to the door, pushing Zhou Lili's family behind them. Zhou Chen, cough. Brother Zhou, it's me, Monkey, along with Luo Feng and Xiao Shun. Is there something you need? Zhou Chen replied lazily from the couch, too disinterested to even move. The living room was somewhat distant from the door, but with careful listening, his words could still be discerned. Encouraged by his companions, Skinny Monkey took a deep breath, summoning his courage to speak. Brother Zhou, we implore you to open the door. We are on the verge of freezing to death. It has been 5 days since we last ate. Please, we beg you for something to eat. What, 5 days without food? Yes, the 10 of us didn't stay with Zhang Li and the others. We had to temporarily take refuge at your aunt's place, but her supplies were scant. After just 2 days of all of us staying there, we ran out of food. TSK, to be hungry for so long is truly pitiful. If you think we're pitiful, why the hell don't you just open the door already? Skinny Monkey steeled himself and said, Brother Zhou, I know you're still angry with us, but we had nothing to do with the factory incident. We only found out at the last moment that it was Zhang Li. Yes, it was Zhang Li and Su Ruoro who conspired with Chen Shang to harm you. Zhou Chen, well, I hadn't even begun to hint, and you blurted it out. The two companions accompanying Skinny Monkey were left dumbfounded. How could you say such a thing? Faced with their skepticism, Skinny Monkey could only frantically make gestures. Whatever it takes, we need to trick him into opening the... Are we truly going to freeze and starve to death out here? Do you think that by saying something pleasant, Zhou Chen will just open the door? Do you not understand what he truly desires? If necessary, what is the harm in betraying Zhang Li? In this matter against Zhou Chen, they would eat the meat while we merely sip the broth. Should they really risk their own lives for them? Absurd. Zhang Li is not our father. However, it was absolutely essential not to act recklessly, as accomplices would certainly be caught. Luo Feng, Xiao Shun, and Skinny Monkey shared a close bond, and he immediately understood the implication of Skinny Monkey's words, finding inner agreement with his approach. Footsteps were heard from within, eventually halting at the door. Although the door remained closed, at least it indicated that his words had made some impact. Skinny Monkey instantly regained confidence, and with a quick exchange of words, he let everything spill out. Brother Zhou, we are truly being coerced. By the time we learned of the factory's fate, it had already been sold. Chen Shang is merely Zhang Li's lapdog. He threatened us that if we did not collude with them, we would be kicked out. Brother, you know, we lack good qualifications, technical skills, or a stable family background. Without the factory, we would struggle to find decent work, but we genuinely despise people like Zhang Li. Had it not been for you, Brother Zhou, extending a helping hand, would Zhang Li have been able to buy a house in Mo City? Chen Shang's family is impoverished. Without your loan, could he have purchased a home in his hometown? And as for Li Sisi, you were the one who financed her further education. As for Su Ruoro, pretending to be something she is not, you already know what kind of person she truly is. Brother Zhou, we are willing to testify that Zhang Li and his associates fabricated evidence, colluding to embezzle your factory, and even teamed up with the opposing company to trap you in the contract, causing you to suffer substantial financial losses, nearly leading to your ruin. Zhou Lili's family, squeezed in the back, was utterly astonished. Such events had transpired, no wonder they were pursuing the boy for money to buy a house, completely disregarding him. It turned out their career had taken a hit, and money had been lost. It was this pack of rubbish that had prevented their family from acquiring the funds for a house. The more Skinny Monkey spoke, the more fervent he became, ultimately filled with righteous indignation, as if he were Zhou Chen's most loyal subordinate, denouncing Zhang Li and his ilk as inferior to refuse in a garbage dump. I understand your intentions. You may return for now, I will bring down some supplies shortly. The trio of Skinny Monkey was ecstatic. Zhou Chen truly possessed a soft heart. However, brother, we are both cold and hungry. We truly lack the strength to return downstairs. Why not open the door and let us in? Either return to wait or remain here to freeze to death, the choice is yours. Zhou Chen leisurely strolled back to the living room, smartphone in hand. On the video call, Zhang Li's expression was akin to someone who had just consumed a pile of dung. Zhou Chen had initiated contact, and he had thought it meant the other would be willing to part with some supplies. They indeed harbored animosity, but Zhou Chen was known for his soft heart, with so many lives at stake, and considering they were all old classmates, he would surely be reluctant to see them starve. He was prepared for a significant financial outlay, willing to spend a little more, while also bracing himself for a few verbal lashings from Zhou Chen. Let him scold away, it wouldn't cost him a thing. Filling their bellies was the priority. However, to his surprise, Zhou Chen merely allowed him to hear those words. Damn it, the three of them actually dared to betray him. Zhang Li abruptly severed the video call, observing Chen Chang and the others, who had gathered in the living room for warmth, lost in thought. It was evident that Chen Chang and his group had developed other intentions and likely harbored ulterior motives. Zhou Chen's words had already been quite clear. He was willing to help, but there were simply too many people. Even if he desired to assist, he was unable to do so. Whether this was the truth or merely a tactic employed by Zhou Chen, it had undeniably sown discord. Otherwise, Chen Chang and the others would not have suddenly claimed that the room was too cramped and needed to move to the living room. They huddled together, whispering, occasionally casting wary glances in his direction, fearful of being overheard for the sake of supplies. Skinny Monkey and the others had already betrayed him. He could not afford to offend Chen Chang's group further, as he still needed them to act as enforcers, ready to deal with the traitors upstairs. He intended to make it clear to everyone that those who dared to betray would meet a grim fate. As for Chen Chang and his group, they could not remain. Once the calamity passed and everything returned to normal, he would dismiss them one by one. Perhaps, this was the very scene Zhou Chen longed to witness, let them turn on each other like dogs. Yet, even with an understanding of Zhou Chen's intentions, he found himself powerless to intervene. In matters of sustenance, one must have the means. To hell with it. A pack of ungrateful wolves. Zhang Li temporarily suppressed his inner fury, forcing a smile upon his face, striving to appear as natural as possible. He clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Everyone, I have a way to procure supplies, which will not only warm you up but also provide hot meals. Is that true? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes gleamed with hope. Zhou Chen added a few logs to the fireplace, retrieving a toy ball to entertain the dog. As time passed, the outdoor temperature plummeted to -40 degrees. With the roaring fire blazing, the indoor temperature soared to a comfortable 20 degrees, creating a cozy atmosphere. He even shed his padded sleepwear, donning a lightweight spring and autumn outfit instead. The dog, under the eaves, had to bow its head as the yellow dog frolicked and leaped, energetically attempting to catch the flying ball. After multiple failed attempts, it was threatened with becoming a meal far more ruthless than its previous owner. It showed no compassion for the dog. While playing, Zhou sent a message from her spare phone. Zhou Chen, can we talk? Zhou Chen tossed the toy ball, urging the dog to chase after it. Had this pack of beasts already devised a plan to use women against him? Yet he wished to savor the spectacle of dogs tearing each other apart. After all, he had planted a toxic seed within this group of beasts, merely awaiting the harvest of its poisonous fruit. Even if they guessed at his intentions, so what? The seed is insoluble. He picked up his phone, a smirk playing on his lips. What, have you finally decided to crawl before me and grovel? Zhou quickly replied, her tone laced with irritation. Zhou Chen, must you speak in such a manner? Zhou Chen was no longer swayed by her tactics. If not, then what is there to discuss? Isn't the relationship between men and women merely a matter of such? Chapter 17. The performance of the community committee matron that night was fraught with panic and chaos, as the trapped populace sought every conceivable means to call for assistance. Though the torrential rain had ceased, the nation was met with a terrifying drop in temperature. Conditions in the north were somewhat bearable. Rural homes boasted heated Kong beds, while urban heating systems lay dormant, yet everyone possessed a few warm winter garments. However, the plight of the southerners was dire. Not only were they caught off guard by the premature arrival of winter, but even under normal circumstances, they lacked clothing capable of withstanding temperatures plummeting below -30 degrees. They donned every piece of clothing available and still found themselves shivering beneath their blankets. The television and internet had been commandeered by the authorities, all programming restricted, with major broadcast networks simultaneously airing a single channel. In the live studio of CCTV, the host and several experts from diverse fields were bundled up tightly, trembling uncontrollably, their breath forming visible clouds of mist as their teeth chattered from the cold. At -30 degrees, the heating function of air conditioners was utterly ineffective and now, with temperatures dropping to -40 degrees, the external units of air conditioners were encased in thick layers of ice, rendering them inoperable. Alarmingly, meteorological reports indicated that temperatures were continuing to decline. The super typhoon and torrential rains had already caused power outages and internet disruptions in some areas. The sudden onset of this extreme cold could potentially lead to widespread paralysis of the national power grid, compounding the calamity. Terrified netizens across the country found themselves unable to connect to rescue services, resorting to various chat groups to vent their panic and fear, hoping to discover viable solutions from one another. The chat group of Sakura community was abuzz with incessant messages. Is this truly the end of the world? I woke up to find it minus 30 degrees, snowfall in August is not to be feared. What terrifies me is the temperature dropping from 29 degrees to minus 40 in an instant. Who can withstand a 70-degree difference? Is the world going mad? If it is, please give me a heads up. After finally waiting for the rain to stop, we are plunged into winter, and not just any winter, but one far colder. I never imagined I would freeze to death before starving. Does anyone have a spare down jacket I could borrow? Could anyone lend me a couple of silk quilts? Even ordinary cotton blankets would suffice. I truly cannot endure this any longer. I implore you all, please sell me some food. My child at home is crying out in hunger. I am begging on my knees. Please, a little food would be a blessing. My father's health is poor, and if he doesn't eat soon, it will be my fault for being an unfilial son. Where is the community matron? Come out. If you stopped us from going out to scavenge for supplies, at least I would have enough to eat to last a few more days. Indeed, food replenishes energy. It is essential for enduring this cold. Wang matron, get out here. Didn't you say the rescue team would arrive tomorrow? Didn't you say the organization would deliver supplies tomorrow? How many tomorrows have passed? Where is the rescue team? Where are the supplies? Silence from you, old hag? 10th building residents, go fetch her. If she dares hide, let us give her a taste of our frustration. Beat her. It's this old woman who has brought us to ruin. I support the 10th building residents in giving her a good thrashing. Even if the police come after us later, count me in. Owners living on the same floor as the community matron wrapped themselves tightly in blankets and braved the minus 40-degree cold to march outside and kick down her door. Unable to withstand the pressure, Wang matron was compelled to speak in the group. Everyone, please remain calm. I fully understand your feelings at this moment. I have been in constant communication with the organization, which is working diligently to prepare food and winter clothing for all of you. However, the current frigid weather and high water levels are severely impeding rescue efforts. Please do not panic excessively. In times of grave circumstances, it is crucial to maintain composure and refrain from impulsive actions that could lead to irrevocable consequences. I have received confirmed information that the military has been deployed, and the organization is engaged in a race against time to combat this disaster. Please rest assured and await rescue. The anger of the residents began to dissipate upon hearing that the military had been mobilized. In their minds, the presence of the military would invariably lead to improvement in any calamity. Yet, these reassurances did little to quell the residents' ire. Can we trust anything that comes out of your mouth, old woman? You've been spouting sweet nothings for a week now. I warn you, if we do not receive any aid by tomorrow, I will personally come to your door and tear you apart. You claim the military has been deployed. What proof do you have? Yes, we cannot reach any rescue hotline. How did you manage to contact the organization? Are you just making this up? I was on the brink of starving to death. I won't easily believe your fabrications. Produce evidence for us to see. If you have no chat logs, surely you must have call records? Show us the evidence, bring it out. At that moment, the community matron was internally panicking. Like everyone else, she was unable to connect to rescue services. Where could she possibly procure evidence? At the onset of the disaster, she had taken pride in her management abilities, but the relentless inquiries from starving residents regarding aid and supplies had forced her to stick to her initial narrative. Now that the torrential rains had ceased, they were confronted with an even more fearsome cold wave. No matter how deep the floodwaters were, people could at least devise ways to swim out in search of food. But now, with the sudden onset of extreme cold, there were no boats. Entering the water meant freezing to death. She understood that the residents, grappling with the dual threats of hunger and cold, were on the verge of losing control, and the outcry in the chat group, alongside her neighbors kicking down doors, she felt a surge of fear that the residents might unite to physically assault her. Wrapping herself tighter in her blanket, she gazed out at the endless white expanse beyond the window. This weather was utterly bizarre, with a super-strong level 17 typhoon and floodwaters reaching depths of several meters. The situation had far exceeded the bounds of a normal natural disaster, compounded by the sudden onset of this cold wave. Everything defied logic. She firmly believed that in such times, the organization would undoubtedly deploy the military for large-scale national rescue efforts. Thus, she dared to fabricate the tale of military mobilization in the chat group to pacify the residents whose emotions were on the brink of eruption. The community matron steeled herself and continued her fabrication. I just received a call from the organization, confirming the good news about the military's deployment, instructing us to engage in calming efforts. Please be patient as we await rescue. The call was from the Emergency Management Office, using a secure line. It is a 4-digit virtual number that would not connect if I shared it with you. Trust me, military assistance will indeed arrive. Please hold on for another 2 to 7 days. Zhou Chen, munching on fresh grapes, observed the community matroness performance with great amusement. The mention of the military did offer a semblance of comfort. The secure line from the Emergency Management Office was credible enough. Had it not been for the encryption, it would likely have been bombarded by calls from those affected by the disaster. One had to admit, the matron possessed a certain skill. She adeptly grasped the psychological needs of the people, and with just a few words, she had alleviated their fervent outcry against her. However, upon hearing that they would have to wait another 2 to 7 days, the residents were once again incensed. What, 2 to 7 days? Just send someone to collect my corpse already. I can't wait even a single day. What is the difference between this and waiting to die? To hell with it. My family has been surviving on tap water until now, and if we don't see supplies by dawn, I swear I'll kill you. The community matron was taken aback, and an earlier thought resurfaced in her mind. Gazing at her emaciated, starving spouse and feeling her own hunger pangs, she seized the last piece of bread and stuffed it into her mouth, her eyes glinting with malice. Everyone, please let me finish speaking. In addition to the news about the military's deployment, the organization has issued a directive. In order to ensure that all residents can safely await rescue, the organization mandates that each household must produce their available supplies for a unified distribution. This order comes from the organization and will be executed by our community committee. Due to the floods, I will designate a resident from each building to collect supplies door to door and ensure fair distribution to everyone. Everything is for the sake of our collective safety. I hope everyone will cooperate willingly. Those who refuse to comply will certainly face criminal repercussions. The 10th building will be under my responsibility. I will now begin appointing building captains starting from Building 1. Chapter 18. I have opinions concentrating the supplies from each building and redistributing them evenly among the residents. Those who were starving and freezing erupted into applause, while one could seek refuge under blankets from the bitter cold. The imminent threat of starvation loomed ever larger. Even a meager allocation sufficient for just a day or two was desperately needed. As hunger gnawed at their very souls, the crowd was filled with cheers, fervently declaring the wisdom of the directive issued by the organization. However, for those with reserves at home, the news was far from favorable. A week passed, yet even the landlords had no surplus to offer. Moreover, some had previously sold or lent out portions of their food supplies. With barely enough to sustain their own families, how could they relinquish what little remained? They were but small-town citizens, and notions of selfless altruism seemed a distant dream. Yet, the starving residents within the community constituted a staggering 80%. Each one was vocally ecstatic in the group chat, and any dissenting voice would surely be drowned in a tide of vitriol. While verbal assaults were one thing, what if neighbors from the same building came knocking? A group of famished and frostbitten individuals, their tempers frayed, could easily resort to violence over a mere misstep. Who could withstand the onslaught of a multitude? Contemplating this predicament, these residents joined in the raucous cheer while furtively stashing away their food supplies. The list of building leaders, spearheaded by the community committee matron, was released, totaling 30 individuals, herself included. Upon glancing at this list, Zhou Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This roster bore an uncanny resemblance to the one from his previous life. Each individual was, without exception, related to the elderly woman, friends, family, and those whom she had courted favor with, including big bosses and second-generation wealthy heirs. In the past, this group had hoarded all the resources, failing to distribute them fairly among the residents while fattening themselves in the process. By the time the residents realized what had transpired, these individuals had already relocated to Building 10, banding together. As the starving and frostbitten residents, dizzy with hunger, sought retribution for their rightful share, they were met with overwhelming force from this boisterous lot, many collapsing without the strength to rise again. Subsequently, each day saw lives extinguished by starvation. Meanwhile, the cadre of miscreants led by the community committee matron emerged unscathed from 3 months of bitter cold. The matron was particularly zealous. The list has been drafted, everyone take a look. If there are no objections, the building leaders can commence their actions forthwith. Naturally, Zhou Chen would not acquiesce. I have objections. What is wrong with you, Zhou Chen? The matron seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration. Are you addicted to singing the opposite tune? This is not the time for delays. If someone starves to death in the next moment, can you bear the responsibility? The starving residents immediately turned their ire on him. Zhou Chen, do you have a problem? I'm on the brink of starvation. Keep your opinions to yourself. Whoever delays the distribution of supplies, beware, I will not hold back. Your objection is nothing more than a ploy to withhold supplies from the community, right? Building 21's leader and neighbors, beware, we will ensure that someone extracts all supplies. Zhou Chen reclined comfortably on the sofa, listening to the crackling of the firewood. He sent a voice message. Alas, I am merely considering the well-being of everyone. Please examine this list closely and reflect on the relationships between these individuals and the elderly woman. They are merely a collection of her relatives and sycophants. Are you not concerned that they might collude in private, stuffing their own pockets while disregarding your plight? The community matron was furious. Zhou Chen, you are not only wronging the good people but also sowing discord among us. Do you understand? The 29 designated building leaders quickly rose to criticize, condemn, and curse him. They had just created a new group and were eagerly discussing the benefits of resource collection, only to have their ulterior motives exposed so swiftly. Zhou Chen, you are judging us with a petty mind. Only a vile person would project their own sordidness onto others. You may hoard supplies and feel superior, but do not jeopardize the precious lives of others. We are all neighbors, all victims of this disaster. How could we commit such a disgraceful act of self-enrichment? Do not let him deceive you. After all, this stems from his selfishness that he must have supplies at home but refuses to share. Wishing to watch us all starve and freeze, he may appear respectable, but who knew he harbored such a heart? I heard his aunt and old classmates are on the brink of starvation, yet he won't even spare a morsel. He is nothing but a cold-blooded creature. Then a photograph appeared, instantly silencing the group. Of the background depicted a kitchen, with a 10-pound bag of flour, 2 packs of noodles, a bag of dumplings, 4 eggs, 5 pounds of potatoes, 5 pounds of sweet potatoes, and a slab of frozen pork. This sight rendered the residents, who had subsisted on tap water for days, utterly transfixed, especially that piece of pork, weighing merely a pound, yet marbled with fat. Gazing upon that streaky meat was akin to envisioning a plate of delectable, melt-in-your-mouth braised pork. In the biting wind, Zhou Lily and her companions, who were scouring for supplies, felt their hearts shattered. No, this was their share of provisions. Was Zhou Chen intending to distribute what he had promised them to others? The tension among their group immediately escalated. If Zhou Chen shared the supplies with others, what would they eat? Zhou Chen sent the photograph and followed it up with a voice message. Everyone, this is all that remains of my family's provisions. I will only keep a handful of noodles and one egg, the rest is to be shared with all. In the face of disaster, I can only contribute what little I can. At the allure of food, the group erupted into the most fervent cheers. Especially the residents of Building 21, their excitement palpable and lingering. Brother, I am deeply moved. Brother, I often travel abroad for work, if you ever need anything, just let me know. Brother, I can see this is your last bit of food. If you weren't living alone, you wouldn't be able to offer these. Brother, no need for words, if you encounter any trouble in society, you can find me, whoever bullies you will face my wrath. The other residents of the 29 buildings were envious, wishing they were part of Building 21. Zhou Chen was quite pleased with their reaction and continued his previous discourse. Everyone, I do not wish to impede the orders from the organization. Unity is essential to weather this storm, a truth we all understand. But can you truly trust the building leaders designated by the elderly woman? A team of leaders formed by friends and relatives, do you believe there is no ulterior motive at play? In the end, while they feast to their heart's content, you will be left to starve. When you finally realize you've been duped, do you think you can confront them? In a society of wise leaders, how could one person dictate everything? That is treasonous. Regarding the selection of building leaders, you are all welcome to vote. And do you not find it strange that the community committee has more members than just the elderly woman? With a team of 5 to 11, how is it that only she can liaise with the organization? Reflect on this, ponder deeply. The community matron and the 29 designated leaders were livid. Zhou Chen was deliberately thwarting their efforts. Blocking someone's financial gains is akin to murdering their kin. They vowed to remember this grievance. What was worse, they had yet to devise a counter-strategy when another photograph surfaced. It was the community security guard, Old Sun, showcasing 2 bags of instant noodles and 3 bags of sausage. The instant noodles were in bulk, with 5 small packets per bag, while the sausage came in bags of 10. Upon seeing this image, the residents' fervor reignited. These once disdained cheap snacks had transformed into their lifeline. Old Sun's voice message echoed. I believe Zhou Chen has a point. To be safe, the selection of building leaders should be conducted through a fair and public vote, ensuring everyone has confidence. The leader of Building 21 should come to 2302 to collect my supplies. Chapter 19. The essence of the matter. Where did the matryoshka come from? Zhou Chen's maneuver was both simple and effective. The residents of Building 21, particularly exuberant and vocal, triggered a veritable butterfly effect. Those who had previously harbored no objections to the designated building leader now voiced their dissent, regardless of whether the community committee's matron harbored ill intentions. The candidates listed as building leaders were either her relatives or affluent tycoons, which was an undeniable truth. In an instant, the group chat devolved into chaos, with residents expressing their opposition to a single voice dominating the conversation. They insisted that the building leader should be elected through their own votes. Soon, they dispersed into their smaller groups to commence voting. The residents of Building 21 were particularly forthright. In my opinion, our building leader should be Zhou Chen. Agreed, in these precarious times, who would harm us after voluntarily offering all their supplies? I concur. Zhou Chen, however, had no intention of assuming the role of building leader. He preferred to enjoy his life in comfort. His primary motive for providing these supplies was to support a group of people. As conditions grew increasingly dire, the scarcity of resources would inevitably give rise to malevolent individuals. If that time came, Zhang Li and his band of ruffians, with their superior numbers, could easily dominate the entire building with a show of force. He required another faction to counterbalance them without expending excessive effort. I shall not assume the role of building leader. I have recently faced setbacks in my career and am truly disinclined to engage in other matters. Given the gravity of the situation, I implore you to select another leader. Everyone, I believe Old Sun would be an excellent choice. Though he is not a property owner in our community, his work ethic over the years is evident to all, and he is a man of integrity. Any concerns can be addressed later. Our immediate priority is to secure some food. Naturally, the residents of Building 21 were reluctant to accept a security guard as their leader, yet with Zhou Chen endorsing Old Sun and the latter voluntarily offering supplies, his character was indeed commendable. Coupled with their incessantly rumbling stomachs, they could not afford to delay any longer. No one wished to continue subsisting on tap water. Zhou Chen was absolutely right. When faced with starvation, what was there to deliberate? The immediate concern was to consume food. Very well, let Old Sun be our leader. At that moment, Old Sun was utterly bewildered, staring at his phone in confusion, unable to comprehend the message Zhou Chen had sent him, yet he complied nonetheless. Having been called to duty in a time of crisis, I, Old Sun, shall not decline. The first 5 floors are already flooded. I will compromise on the floor level. The 2 homeowners on the 15th floor, who among you will take responsibility for boiling water? I will retrieve some instant noodles and ham to cook, so we can provide everyone with something warm to eat, and then we will gradually collect supplies from each household. The 2 homeowners on the 15th floor eagerly agreed, promptly stating they would boil water immediately. Starving residents were brought to tears at the thought of soon enjoying steaming hot noodles. Dressed in a military coat, Zhou Chen opened the door, only to find Old Sun, similarly attired, doing the same. Old Sun, shivering and clutching 3 large bags of instant noodles, rushed over, handing 1 bag to Zhou Chen. Xiao Zhou, you can't just keep a handful of noodles. With your stature, a handful won't last for more than a few meals. Take this bag of noodles, I have a little left for myself. Zhou Chen accepted without protest, puzzled. How is it that you live across from me? The property management had its own duty lounge at the community's front desk. However, since the security team leader was a resident of the 8th floor of Building 21, Old Sun had assumed he was staying with the team leader at that location after the front desk was flooded. Just as Old Sun was about to respond, a noise echoed from behind the door. Zhou Chen turned his head, eyes widening in astonishment. What did he see? A matryoshka doll. Old Sun hurried back, whispering to the doll before promptly shutting the door, locking it with his key. The next moment, he reopened the locked door, cradling the matryoshka in his arms and presenting it to Zhou Chen. Xiao Zhou, could you please take care of this? I still need to go door to door to collect supplies, and it's too cold inside. I can't leave the child alone at home. Zhou Chen was speechless. The matryoshka was utterly adorable, tightly swaddled, revealing only a pair of round, innocent eyes. This was quite the predicament. Zhou Chen hesitated to extend his hands, astonished. What is the situation here? Old Sun gazed at the matryoshka with a look of affection, akin to a grandfather admiring his grandchild. He chuckled. There is an elderly person in Building 1 who is unable to care for themselves. Their children are stranded elsewhere. Out of compassion, Ah Fong went to help that night during the typhoon, but she couldn't bring the child along. Since we are fellow villagers, she asked me to look after the child, and unexpectedly, it has turned into a week-long commitment. Speaking of the child, Old Sun expressed sympathy. It's pitiful for such a young child to be without their parents, and their older brother is unreachable. Zhou Chen couldn't help but scoff. What compassion was this? Wasn't it merely a case of taking on private work behind the employer's back? The Sakura community had a 2-unit per floor layout. The matryoshka's father was a police officer who worked long hours, while the mother owned a seafood restaurant and was known for her warmth, with an older brother serving in the military, reportedly as a reconnaissance soldier. It was once a happy family, now shattered by a tragic accident. On the evening of the 3rd of the month, while on duty checking for drunk drivers, the matryoshka's father was struck and killed by the assailant. Dragged the father for 2 kilometers before being forced to stop, but by then, it was too late. The matryoshka's mother, devastated by the loss, suffered a heart attack that could not be revived. The older brother hurried back to handle the funeral arrangements, hastily hiring a nanny before rushing back to the military to process his discharge paperwork, which would take just a day or two. Unfortunately, the matryoshka did not wait for their only remaining family member to return. In a previous life, Zhou Chen, along with several neighbors, had sought refuge outside the city and had intended to take the matryoshka with them. However, when they forcibly pried open the door, there was no sign of the child, nor could they hear any sounds. The nanny sat alone in the dining room, cradling a bowl of meat soup, while the pot contained the skeletal remains of a 5-year-old child. The flesh had been stripped clean, evidently boiled repeatedly. With Old Sun present this time, would the matryoshka's fate be altered? Zhou Chen sighed in exasperation. Had he known the situation would unfold this way, he would have refrained from recommending Old Sun as the building leader. Old Sunday. Does the leader need to help? Hearing a call from downstairs, Old Sun hastily thrust the child into Zhou Chen's arms. This child has become somewhat withdrawn since losing their parents. They neither cry nor fuss, just place them on the couch and allow them to play by themselves. Oh no, Zhou Chen wished to call Old Sun back, but the limping Old Sun dashed away swiftly, disappearing around the stairwell in the blink of an eye. Bewildered, he gazed at the matryoshka, who was entirely indifferent to him, her round, innocent eyes fixated on the character Fu on the door. Chilled by the gusts of wind, Zhou Chen finally came to his senses and, with a sense of resignation, turned back to the warm embrace of the indoors, cradling the matryoshka. Wolf Dawan, wearing a short down jacket, bounded over, wagging its tail. It regarded the new member with a hint of trepidation, nuzzling against Zhou Chen's pant leg, fearful of losing its place in his affections. The matryoshka remained withdrawn, paying no heed to the dog, perhaps instinctively fearful of the cold, her round eyes fixated on the flames in the fireplace. Zhou Chen settled the matryoshka on the armchair by the fireplace, scratching his head in distress. Damn it, he had been careless. Chapter 20. Even dogs wouldn't eat this rubbish. The presence of the nesting dolls left Zhou Chen feeling perturbed. The kindness and compassion he once possessed had been nearly extinguished by the trials of his previous life. Lacking any experience with children, he found himself in a world where children and small animals were the most vulnerable, innocent, and endearing, evoking an innate protective instinct in adults. In the process of nurturing, one could unwittingly become enthralled. By the time one realized it, they would have cradled the object of their affection in their hands, unable to let go. Zhou Chen cast a disapproving glare at the nesting doll. Just once, only this once, once Old Sun returned, he would return the doll. Even a moment's delay would be a disrespect to the apocalypse. He fought the impulse to hurl the doll out the door and instead rummaged through his space for some toys, leaving it to entertain itself. Only then did he find the time to check his phone messages. Brother Zhou, we've returned to the 11th floor. You haven't turned in all the supplies, have you? Xiao Chen, you promised to bring us supplies. If you give them all away, what will my cousin and I eat? The 7 individuals who had braved the cold to return to the 11th floor were visibly frostbitten, their faces pale, limbs stiff, and nearly devoid of sensation. Had it not been for the timely offering of a large cup of hot water from the residents, they might have succumbed to the cold by now. Once they regained a semblance of warmth, they immediately grabbed their phones to inquire about the supplies Zhou Chen had promised to deliver. Zhou Chen replied with a helpless emoticon. I did intend to share half of the supplies with you, but hasn't the organization issued a directive? Supplies must be turned in for centralized management and distribution. If I don't comply, I will be held accountable. Rest assured, the landlord is cooking instant noodles, it should be ready soon. However, with so many of you in your place, and since you are all outsiders, I can't guarantee you'll receive a portion. Skinny Monkey grew anxious, his voice laden with desperation. Brother Zhou, you can't do this. I know your family must have excess supplies. I'm begging you to help us just this once. I promise to testify against Zhongli when the time comes. Brother Zhou, isn't the landlord your friend? Could you say a few good words for us? Even if we each just got a bowl of porridge, we truly can't hold on any longer, brother. We can draft a testimony for you right now. Skinny Monkey rambled on, but received no response. He contemplated knocking again to plead his case, yet the memory of nearly freezing to death held him back from approaching the door. Anxious and frantic, he could only bombard Zhou Chen with messages. As the temperature continued to plummet, his messages grew increasingly humble. Back in the master bedroom, Zhou Lily's family was equally anxious. Zhou Chen, have you left yet? Zhou Chen, when are you bringing down the supplies? Zhou Chen, you can't go back on your word. We are family. Suddenly, Zhou Lily realized she might have been deceived. Zhou Chen had never intended to provide supplies, merely wishing to prevent anyone from dying at his doorstep. Were they truly destined to starve or freeze to death here? Overwhelmed by the terror of death, she lost control and slapped her future daughter-in-law across the face. It's all your fault, you shameless woman. Is being pregnant something so remarkable? Are you the only woman in the world who can bear children? Just because you have a big belly, you demand money, a house, and a car? If it weren't for you, our family would have enough to eat and drink in our own home. How could we be suffering like this? Don't think I don't know you were working in a foot massage parlor, probably seducing countless men. The heavily pregnant woman, already seething with anger, could no longer contain herself. Having been inexplicably slapped, her rage ignited, and she retaliated with 2 swift slaps. If it weren't for my condition, do you think I would even consider marrying your son? What good can come from 2 gambling addicts? Outside, the 10 individuals gathered in anxious discussion suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. Moments later, a woman, blood streaming from her lower half, stumbled out, her face a mask of terror as she pleaded for help. Help me, but the cold was too biting. After only a few steps, the woman collapsed to the ground. On the 15th floor, the instant noodles had finally been cooked, and the homeowners were filled with excitement upon receiving the news. Wonderful, at last, they would have something to eat. Each household sent forth a representative, braving the cold to retrieve the largest pot they could find. Upon reaching the 15th floor, they discovered that what awaited them was far from the delicious noodles they had envisioned. 6 large water barrels were lined up, each filled with a broth resembling swill, a layer of what appeared to be flour floating atop, eliciting nausea at first glance. What in the world is this? There's no instant noodles, just soup. How are we supposed to eat this? Do you even know how to cook? This rubbish wouldn't even be fit for a dog. Did you secretly eat the noodles and only leave us a barrel of soup? The 2 homeowners and their families erupted in anger. Are you blind? The noodles are in the broth. With 50 or 60 people in the building, rather than chopping the noodles into pieces to cook, how do you expect us to share this? I poured in the last half bowl of lard from my home to make this soup. What more do you want? What are you whining about at a time like this? Just let us starve. A group of famished residents, their stomachs growling, had no choice but to suppress their revulsion and queue up to ladle out a bowl of noodle soup to take home. Zhongli, residing in Unit 602, waited in vain for the announcement regarding the noodle distribution. Driven to desperation, he picked up his phone to inquire in the group chat. The response he received was disheartening. The noodle soup had already been fully distributed. Zhongli nearly leaped from his bed. Fully distributed? What do you mean? I'm just a temporary resident on the 6th floor S Unit 101. We never received your notice. A bearded man stepped forward, saying, I'm the deputy landlord. The landlord is collecting supplies, and I'm responsible for food distribution. Zhongli from Unit 101 in Yang City and from Unit 602, we've set aside portions for you too. Hurry up and come collect them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The task of retrieving the noodles naturally fell upon Yang Cidian and Su Ruanwan. Among the group, only they and the young girl had winter clothing, while Zhongli and the others were clad in thin summer attire, huddling under blankets, even delaying their trips to the restroom. When the 2 women arrived at the 15th floor with their large soup pots, they were greeted with disbelief. On the kitchen counter, there were only 2 bowls of soup, each the size of a fist. Shivering uncontrollably, Su Ruanwan could scarcely believe her eyes. Aren't we supposed to receive a portion per person? How is there only this much? There are still over a dozen of us in our unit. The bearded deputy landlord, savoring his own bowl of soup with great care, replied, it is indeed distributed per person. I allocated as many portions as were recorded on the property list. Su Ruanwan was taken aback and immediately stepped forward to argue, how can this be? Even if we aren't homeowners in the community, you can't simply disregard us. Are those not on the property list doomed to starve? The bearded man greedily eyed the 2 bowls of soup on the counter, unable to resist licking his lips. If you have any issues, take them up with the landlord. With limited food, of course, priority goes to those in the community. If you don't want it, then let me have it. I want it, I want it. Yang Cidian eagerly lunged forward, finishing her bowl in an instant. Su Ruanwan was struck by the scene. The aroma of the soup wafted enticingly into her nostrils. Hunger overwhelmed the remnants of her rationality, and she lunged forward like a starving dog. Chapter 21 of The White Lotus, let the performance begin. You 2 insane women. Zhongli could hardly contain his rage as he faced the 2 women returning home with empty bowls. Chen Chang and his companions wore grim expressions, their fists clenched beneath the covers, cracking ominously. Had it not been for the cold that rendered them immobile in their beds, they would have certainly lunged at them, pulling their hair and delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. After all, their very survival hinged upon those meager rations. These two deranged women were so selfish, utterly disregarding their plight. Spit out the food that rightfully belongs to us. You little harlots, you must be seeking death. Yang Sidian, still savoring the flavor of instant noodle broth, let out a cold laugh. You can't blame me. The allocation isn't divided by headcount. The property management has a list of residents, and I'm merely consuming my own share. With that, she cast a disdainful glance at the side of her companion, Su Wanwan. At that moment, the famished and frostbitten group turned their angry gazes toward Su Wanwan, their eyes sharp as daggers, wishing they could stab her to the ground. Su Wanwan felt no guilt. She began to tidy her hair in front of her phone-screened eye. In that instant, she seemed to regain her goddess-like demeanor. What's the rush? Don't forget our plan. What's a mere bowl of soup to fret over? Moving into a house with a fireplace and enjoying a bowl of egg noodles sounds delightful, doesn't it? Zhangli struggled to contain his fury. Are you suggesting, Su Wanwan, her confidence unwavering, replied, what's a bowl of egg noodles? Surely you don't believe Zhou Chen would hand over all his supplies? Zhangli asserted, of course not. In this situation, who would be foolish enough to surrender all their food? Chen Xiang warned through gritted teeth, you better ensure Zhou Chen opens the door willingly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. Yang Sidian, stamping her feet to keep warm, watched the group with a cold, mocking smile before turning back to her room and promptly locking the door. She pulled out her phone, locating Zhou Chen's WeChat in the group chat, and sent a friend request. Zhou Chen was at home preparing a fruit salad, fresh watermelon, mangoes, peaches, strawberries, kiwis, cantaloupes, cherry tomatoes, and dragon fruit, topped off with a glass of pure milk and a handful of nuts, an utterly appetizing sight. De Huang drooled, wagging his tail in a pleading manner. Zhou Chen gently kicked the dog away, sending it back to its bed to eat dog food. He enjoyed a large bowl of fruit salad himself, while a smaller bowl was thrust into the hands of the nesting doll. With a stern face, he threatened, if you need someone to feed you, I'll toss you out the door right now. The nesting doll, merely withdrawn rather than dim-witted, stared blankly at the bowl of fruit salad handed to her. She picked up a spoon, took a bite, and remained indifferent to her surroundings, naturally unfazed by Zhou Chen's threats. Zhou Chen reclined on another single chair, his long legs stretched out, basking in the warmth radiated by the fireplace. The fresh fruit tasted delightful, lifting his spirits, as he placed a frying pan over the flames. Inside lay a perfectly prepared king crab. Ding! His phone chimed again. Zhou Chen leisurely picked it up, noticing messages from Su Wanwan and another woman claiming to be Yang Sidian from 602 requesting to add him as a friend. He accepted the friend request before turning his attention to Su Wanwan's message. Was she attempting to trick him into opening the door? Ah Chen, can we talk? Rest assured, I'm alone in my room, not with them, it's too cold. Could we perhaps voice chat? Hearing Su Wanwan's trembling voice, he noted the shift in her address. He previously found this form of address rather repulsive. Zhou Chen replied succinctly, not convenient. Su Wanwan shot back immediately, not convenient? What are you doing right now? Zhou Chen snapped a photo of the fruit salad, capturing a glimpse of the crab legs in the frying pan as well. Not much, just trying out a bowl of fruit salad. It's mediocre, and I've lost my appetite. Curled up in bed, Su Wanwan shivered, her eyes nearly glued to the photo. Bastard, after starving for so many days and having just consumed a meager bowl of broth that resembled dishwater, he was sitting by the fireplace enjoying a fruit salad. The clarity of the photo allowed her to distinguish several types of fruit. Wait a moment, was there a crab leg in the frying pan? That large crab leg was undoubtedly from a king crab. Had Zhou Chen's supplies become so plentiful? Meanwhile, Zhangli and his companions, huddled together on the bed, felt their eyes turn crimson with jealousy upon hearing Zhou Chen mention his fruit salad. They were itching to storm the top floor, force the door open, and beat Zhou Chen senseless before coercing him into surrendering all his fruits. Not just the fruits, all the food and the warmth of the fireplace, all of it belonged to them. The fact that this guy had fruit to eat suggested that he must be hoarding a wealth of food he was reluctant to part with. Su Wanwan couldn't help but swallow hard as she contemplated the forthcoming plan. She had to muster the composure to present a more composed facade. How wonderful, I remember how we often went to that place on the Bund for fruit salad, their flavors are unmatched. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly. If you think it's delicious, then once we leave the community, we can go there often. Under the pressure from everyone, Su Wanwan's voice brimmed with guilt. Ah Chen, I know you must despise me right now, but the factory situation forced my hand. Zhangli pressured me, he hinted several times at you, but you never paid attention to what he was saying. Zhou Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Zhangli pressured you? Ah, the White Lotus, let the performance commence. Su Wanwan hurriedly replied, yes, Zhangli has fallen into gambling, accruing millions in debt. If he cannot repay them, they will take him to the mountains and bury him alive. He was terrified, and you were the only wealthy friend he had. He knew your greatest hatred was for gamblers, so he borrowed from you, knowing you would never lend him a dime. He threatened my life if I didn't comply. He said if I didn't go along with it, he would kill you. I feared for your safety, and you never heeded his insinuations. The factory matters were all orchestrated by him and Chen Xiang, the signatures were forged, and I truly did nothing. Chen, my compliance with Zhangli isn't betrayal. I was secretly gathering evidence for you. You have always treated me so well, and I like you so much. How could I ever assist someone in harming you? I've collected nearly all the evidence, and in the past few days, I've obtained much useful information. I assure you we will win this lawsuit, and the factory will certainly return to your hands. Ah Chen, this is a serious matter. Can we discuss it face to face? Let us arrange a time during the next food distribution. ILL come up under the pretense of collecting food. After sending that voice message, Su Wanwan felt her heart leap to her throat. Zhangli and the others felt the same. This was a factory, the very one left to Zhou Chen by his parents. If they had a chance to reclaim it, they were convinced Zhou Chen would not refuse, yet Zhou Chen did refuse. His voice message sent their spirits plummeting. Zhou Chen's tone carried a hint of mockery. I ask, can you conjure a better excuse? With the entire city nearly destroyed, where would a factory come from? Perhaps you should focus on how not to freeze or starve instead. Still, I reiterate, my home only accommodates women. What is your girlfriend's name? Chen Chang. She seems quite pleasant. The girlfriend named by Zhou Chen wore an expression of astonishment, her heart racing with joy. Zhou Chen, amidst so many women, had noticed her. She could hardly wait to rush to the 23rd floor and demand Zhou Chen open the door. She yearned to bask in the warmth of the fireplace, to savor flavorful food. As for the other party's intentions, she was no fool. Zhou Chen was 100 times more appealing than Chen Chang. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Some were furious, others envious, some anxious, and some terrified. Chapter 22. A world at -70 degrees. Dawn broke, unveiling a world blanketed in white. Skyscrapers, trees, and the ground were all ensconced in ice and snow. The temperature plummeted to a chilling -70 degrees, with icicles hanging from rooftops and tree branches, while a thick layer of ice formed over floodwaters that reached depths of several meters. People suddenly found themselves as if they had traversed through time to the Ice Age overnight. I and the Sakura Community Owner S Group, residents continuously shared images of icicles the size of a child's arm. Oh my, this is simply outrageous. What on earth is the meteorological station doing? I've been paying taxes every year, and what do I get in return? Please don't tell me this is truly the end of the world. Is it possible that we are all merely dreaming, envisioning a world plunged into an icy era, and that we are still trapped in this dream? I've put on every piece of clothing I own, yet I still feel increasingly cold. Am I destined to freeze to death? Who just shouted about needing a quick-acting heart remedy? I've found one. Which building are you in, and how can I deliver it to you? No thanks, my father has already passed. The once bustling chat group fell into an eerie silence. The residents stood in shock, unable to comprehend that someone had indeed perished in this natural disaster. Would there be more casualties? Where were the rescue efforts? As aid remained elusive, the thought nagged at them. Would they and their families become the next victims? In that moment, a profound fear gripped the hearts of all. They suddenly realized the grim possibility of their own demise, and that their loved ones could depart from them at any moment. Survival is an instinct. The more one fears death, the more profound the inner dread becomes. Zhou Chen sensed that those who had previously dismissed the flood and cold wave were now slowly awakening to the reality. They began to feel that perhaps this truly was the advent of the apocalypse. He stoked the fireplace, adding several logs to fuel the flames. Replacing his expensive mattress with a model favored by a certain celebrity, he spread a luxurious wool blanket over it, and retrieved 2 down comforters from storage, arranging the bed to be as cozy as possible. A knock echoed through the door. Zhou Chen presumed it was Old Sun and cautiously peered through the peephole for confirmation. Upon opening the door, a rush of frigid air assaulted him, and the exposed skin felt as though it had been sliced by a blade. Old Sun, who had previously managed to withstand the cold, was now shivering uncontrollably. Had he not been wearing a wool hat and scarf, his ears would likely have succumbed to frostbite. At his feet lay a cardboard box, containing a pitifully meager supply of goods. How did it go? Zhou Chen inquired. Old Sun shook his head in disappointment. Even if the organization indeed issued such an order, they can't possibly search every home. Moreover, the people of Magic City rarely stockpile supplies. The vast majority have long since exhausted their resources and are surviving solely on water to stave off hunger. Collecting this much has been quite the challenge. Certainly, some individuals must be hoarding supplies, such as Zhou Chen, and himself. If he could hide his own stockpile, why should he expect others to relinquish theirs, especially in this dire situation? Wasn't this essentially a death sentence? Old Sun stomped his feet, feeling his toes nearly losing sensation. Xiao, I can't shake the feeling that this weather is quite abnormal. Do you think it could be like those American disaster films, where humanity has sinned too gravely, and the earth can no longer bear the burden, ushering in the apocalypse? Zhou Chen refrained from elaborating. Anything is possible. We must be prepared for all eventualities. Old Sun, shivering, murmured, I'll first bring the supplies inside. You take the child out. Zhou Chen halted him. I wasn't aware you were helping with the child. My current recommendation is to either hand the child over to someone else or find someone to watch the supplies. Ultimately, you can only manage one or the other. Old Sun narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting we appoint someone else as the building manager? That makes sense. In this freezing weather and with food scares, managing a child alone is already quite the task. Zhou Chen shook his head. If you can't part with the child, then entrust the supplies to another for safekeeping. Otherwise, managing the supplies could easily become a burden, and in dire circumstances, those supplies could turn into your death knell. Old Sun, who had navigated the streets in his youth and spent nearly 20 years in security, was astute enough to grasp the implications. You're absolutely right. Then you shall be the building manager. Zhou Chen declined. I have no desire to deal with these trivial matters. Well, let us discuss this later. Old Sun lowered his voice. I observed that the owners in our building are unwilling to share food with the outsiders in Unit 1001. Zhou Chen found this response quite natural. Self-preservation is paramount. Food was already scarce. With over 80 residents in the building, Zhangli's group constituted a third of that number. Everyone was battling hunger and cold. Who would have the inclination to worry about the fate of others? He was merely puzzled as to why Old Sun explicitly mentioned Zhangli and his companions. Old Sun offered an explanation. Actually, news about your factory has already spread throughout the community. Although you haven't directly stated it, I suspect you intend to use this opportunity to deal with them. Damn those beasts. They have the audacity to commit such despicable acts. They deserve a thorough reckoning. If it were my younger days, I would have gone at them with a watermelon knife, hacking them until they cried for their mothers and regretted ever closing their eyes to sleep. Zhou Chen gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Old Sun scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. I'm getting old, one of my legs was hacked off, and at my age, I can only boast. I'll take the supplies down to find someone to watch over them and return shortly to fetch the child. Half an hour later, Old Sun knocked again and Zhou Chen, feeling like a harbinger of misfortune, handed over the bundled child to Old Sunday. The moment Old Sun cradled the child, he felt an enveloping warmth, akin to holding a portable heater. It then dawned on him that Zhou Chen had a fireplace, two of them, no less. He was freezing to the bone and could hardly deny the envy he felt gazing at the remarkably beautiful child in his arms. He glanced back at Zhou Chen, hesitating to speak. Bang! Zhou Chen promptly shut the door to prevent Old Sun from uttering anything further. He had no intention of inviting trouble upon himself. Stifling a yawn, he retired to his comfortable bed, sinking into the soft wool blanket and covering himself with a warm-down comforter, listening to the crackling of the firewood. He soon drifted into a blissful slumber. While Zhou Chen enjoyed a deep and restful sleep, the other residents faced a far harsher reality, particularly the outsiders led by Zhangli, who, lacking winter clothing and being numerous in number, found 2 small blankets woefully inadequate for their needs. Yang Xidian was yanked from her warm bed onto the frigid floor. What are you doing? Chen Chang and his group forcefully snatched her blanket, raising a fist in threat. If you keep babbling, I'll take the clothes off your back for my girlfriend. Outraged, Yang Xidian instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, scrambling to the wardrobe for warmth. This was outrageous. Beasts, cursed be their existence, forcing her to relinquish her blanket was already excessive. They even took the mattress cover. Were they intent on freezing her to death? Crouched in the empty wardrobe, she worried that the next moment someone would strip her of her winter clothing. Trembling, she took out her phone, tears streaming down her face as she sent Zhou Chen a message. She regretted her actions. For the sake of a bag, she had truly invited wolves into her home. Brother Zhou, these people are out to get you. When one plan fails, they're preparing for Chen Chang's girlfriend to trick you into opening the door. If you're willing to shelter me, I'm ready to help you resolve this trouble. I'm willing to be your blade. Chapter 23 Unfamiliar. Stay away. Zhou Chen slumbered until the afternoon, and upon waking, his first action was to stoke the fire in the hearth. The blazing flames maintained a temperature of around 30 degrees Celsius in the room, creating an exceedingly comfortable and pleasant atmosphere. Growing weary of steak, he decided to prepare hot pot instead. The space was abundant with hot pot base ingredients, and he retrieved exquisite cuts of beef and lamb, fish balls, shrimp balls, tripe, duck gizzards, duck blood, and a plethora of vegetables, culminating in a splendid hot pot feast. A couple of bottles of beer accompanied him as he savored the meat while admiring the snowflakes outside the window. His phone, resting on the dining table, had not ceased its clamoring. Numerous calls and messages flooded in, covering a wide array of topics, yet he chose to indulge in his meal, ignoring them entirely. His cousin's girlfriend had passed away. His gambling-addicted aunt, in her usual vexatious manner, had naturally placed the blame squarely on him, accusing him of failing to provide timely supplies, which allegedly led to the unfortunate demise. One corpse, 2 lives. If the police pursued the matter, he could very well find himself imprisoned. She even threatened Zhou Chen, insisting that only by allowing her family of 3 into his home for sustenance would they consider clarifying matters before the authorities. The memories of his past life were vividly etched in his mind, regardless of whether the blow aimed at his head by the heavily pregnant woman was meant to protect her unborn child or solely for her own survival. He felt no sympathy whatsoever regarding her demise. This time, Zhou Chen decisively blocked her from all communications, leaving her to fend for herself. However, the messages from Yang Xidian piqued his interest. Residing under the same roof, a woman of limited means would undoubtedly struggle. He was curious to know what method she intended to employ to assist him in resolving this predicament. If someone was willing to lend a hand without getting their hands dirty, why not embrace it? Halfway through his hot pot, a commotion erupted from downstairs. Zhou Chen recognized the voices of his aunt, the skinny monkey, and even heard Zhang Li's furious shouts. It seemed that a dispute over food distribution had ignited conflict. The clamor grew louder, accompanied by the sounds of chairs and tables being moved, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Damn it, we can barely feed ourselves in this entire building. Why should we share with you? You've ruined everyone as food. I'll make you pay for it. Try to take it by force, and you'll see the consequences. Before long, Lao Sun called. Zhou Chen answered on speakerphone, casually feeding a slice of wagyu beef to his mouth. Those who bear a grudge against you sent a few to demand food. They're raising a ruckus about fairness and even resorted to violence. They accidentally overturned a pot of dumpling soup, and a group of homeowners, infuriated, rushed to confront them. How injured are they? Not too badly, but those fools came wrapped in blankets instead of winter clothes. They couldn't dodge the punches they received. Be cautious, a cornered dog will leap over the wall. In less than half an hour, Zhangli frantically inundated Zhou Chen with calls. Zhou Chen answered languidly. Zhou Chen, I know you still have plenty of supplies at home. I'll pay for them, just name your price. Are you out of your mind? You want to use my money to buy my supplies? What of your money? It's currently in my pocket. If you have the guts, call the police to retrieve it. Before the police arrive, do you really think you, Zhangli, won't freeze to death first? Or perhaps starve? One of those fates is bound to suit you. At that moment, Zhangli, bruised and battered, curled up in a blanket, trembling from both cold and anger. He had brought along Chen Chang and several robust individuals, wrapped in blankets, braving the frigid air to ascend to the 15th floor, nearly succumbing to the cold. Yet, those neighbors refused to distribute food by headcount. As a community owner, he might receive a meager bowl, but if he couldn't secure food for everyone, would they still listen to him? That pot of dumpling soup had not been intentionally spilled. The severity of the situation was outrageous. A bunch of good-for-nothings. This matter was far from over. The factory had just secured several substantial orders. Once the calamity passed, he would make a fortune. Those who had laid hands on him would pay dearly. As for Zhou Chen, he should have found someone to eliminate him back then. He ought to be luxuriating in a 5-star hotel, indulging in gourmet cuisine, rather than starving and freezing here while being assaulted. Zhang Li wiped away a trickle of blood from his nose and threatened, Zhou Chen, if you refuse to sell me your supplies, I will leak the information about your stockpiles to the public, including your fireplace, you'll be in for a world of trouble. Zhou Chen lazily replied, do as you wish. You ought to worry about how to handle your own companions, considering they came here because of your pretentiousness. After the call ended, Zhang Li cursed in frustration. A group of cold and hungry individuals made it evident what had transpired. Chen Shang, equally bruised and battered, was too exasperated to feign politeness and directly issued a warning. Zhang Li, everyone came to this wretched place because of you, we've all been starving for days. If you don't find a way to procure food, don't blame us for being unkind. Zhang Li's face flushed with anger. He attempted to rage several times but ultimately chose to swallow his ire. What's the rush? You all know Zhou Chen well, he despises me, but he has a soft spot for others. He scanned the women present, his gaze landing on Su Ruren beside him. You go, don't use your phone. Just knock on his door directly. Face to face, he might take pity on you. Chen Shang's girlfriend expressed her doubts. Her again, if she could, we would have been gathered around the fireplace enjoying meat by now. Zhang Li was acutely aware of this woman's intentions. He found it utterly laughable. Zhou Chen had merely made a passing remark to provoke her, yet she genuinely believed she had caught his eye. Did she not look in the mirror? With her oversized headlights, did she think her allure was boundless? Looking at Su Ruren's appearance and figure, she should know how discerning Zhou Chen's tastes were. Chen Shang was conflicted. On one hand, he was dissatisfied with his girlfriend's eagerness, yet on the other, he wanted her to give it a try. After much contemplation, he still wished to avoid any unnecessary troubles. Su Ruren, too, felt torn, not solely because of the biting cold but also due to Zhou Chen's recent demeanor, which had left her lacking in confidence. However, women often harbor a competitive spirit. As a widely acknowledged beauty and the owner of a factory, she felt overshadowed by a brainless bimbo with ample assets. Moreover, she had her own ulterior motives. Before heading out, she aimed to apply a meticulous makeup look, trembling as she rummaged through her bag, only to discover that her moisturizing lotion and foundation had frozen solid like blocks of ice. Zhang Li cautioned from the side, we won't accompany you if you don't have winter clothes. Once you get inside, look for an opportunity to knock Zhou Chen out, then grab some clothes and come back to find us. Don't forget the key. Su Ruren carefully arranged her appearance, seemingly confident as she stepped out, yet she repeatedly encouraged herself. I in the living room, Yang Xidian, nestled in the embrace of a little delinquent, sent Zhou Chen a reminder message. Knock, knock. Zhou Chen lounged on the sofa, playing a game with a dog. Hearing the knock on the door, he approached and peered through the peephole. Who is it? It's me, Ruren. Zhou Chen was taken aback. The disheveled figure outside was Su Ruren. Her hair was a mess, her complexion sallow, dark circles under her eyes, bundled up like a 300-pound pig, adorned in garish attire. One would undoubtedly declare her a madwoman. Shivering uncontrollably, Su Ruren was oblivious to how dreadful her appearance was as she forced what she believed to be a charming smile. The smile made Zhou Chen's stomach churn. With a look of disdain, Zhou Chen turned away. I don't know you. Stay far away. Chapter 24. Another malicious individual seeks to harm me. Zhou Chen picked up his notebook and plugged in his headphones. He opened one of the year's most popular animations, donning the earphones to drown out the incessant knocking at the door, along with the plaintive pleas. This woman is toxic, weaving lies with abandon. Were it not for the memories of his past life, he would have undoubtedly softened and let her in by now. In his previous existence, Su Ruren deceived him into signing his name on a blank sheet of paper, subsequently colluding with Zhang Li to usurp his factory, and afterward showed not a shred of remorse. 3 years into the apocalypse, when they crossed paths again, Zhang Li and Chen Shang robbed him of his only piece of bread, beating him mercilessly while Su Ruren stood by, her indifferent gaze resembling that of a spectator watching a stray dog suffer. It was indeed his own fault. His values had been swayed by mere appearances. From the moment he first laid eyes on Su Ruren during their university days, he was captivated by her goddess-like beauty and figure. There are many beautiful women, and many with enviable physiques, but few possess the angelic visage and devilish form she embodied. His heart, too soft, rendered him exceedingly compliant during their romance. He was generous in life, frequently gifting her clothes, bags, and jewelry, whisking her away on trips both domestic and abroad, and bestowing over 100,000 in red envelopes to her family each year. Alas, her family's demands were exorbitant, requiring 2 properties valued at over 2 million each, one for her parents and another for her brother. As the saying goes in the capital, do not compare ranks. In the Magic City, do not compare wealth. Zhou Chen, possessing a fixed property and a modestly sized factory, hardly qualified as affluent in a city teeming with millionaires. While the annual income of his factory was indeed sufficient for a comfortable existence, it merely afforded him a life of ease, not one of immense wealth. After several years, subtracting the funds necessary for the factory's operations, his savings amounted to merely 10 million, a slight edge over the average person. Zhou Chen had contemplated proposing to Su Ruren, but each time he recalled her parasitic family, he promptly dismissed the thought of marriage. Especially when Su Ruren suggested selling the house his parents had left him to purchase a villa to accommodate her family, his mind began to entertain thoughts of parting ways. Perhaps sensing his inclination to end things, the fearful Su Ruren would resort to betrayal. As for such a venomous woman, no matter her beauty or ability to shape her image, Zhou Chen now found no interest in her whatsoever. The headphones resonated with the clamor of intense battles, the animation reaching a thrilling climax. Zhou Chen had long since cast aside thoughts of Su Ruren outside his door. This week, he had downloaded a plethora of the finest television shows, films, animations, novels, variety shows, and Spring Festival gala programs from both domestic and international sources. He alternated between saving them on new USB drives and glancing at the unfolding animation. In a harsh apocalyptic world, lacking some form of entertainment to pass the time could easily lead to mental distress. Time was of the essence, power and internet outages would soon ensue, and he needed to download more programs. Once the flood had completely frozen, he intended to visit the largest library and collect all the books within, as resources for warmth would become scarce during the extreme cold of 3 months, with books quickly turning into fuel for survival. 3 days passed, and despite the residents' fervent hopes, no sign of rescue personnel appeared. To make matters worse, the severe cold weather had wreaked havoc on the electrical and gas systems, causing widespread power outages and rendering the gas unusable. This terrified the residents. While frozen pipes made it possible to collect ice for boiling water and cooking, the loss of electricity and gas was akin to a death sentence. The homeowners group buzzed with anxious chatter as they expressed their fears. "Where's the community committee lady? Someone get her out here. What happened to the military rescue?" The community committee lady had not only initially prevented everyone from going out to hoard supplies but had also continued to obstruct them. Given the dire situation in Sakura community, she was undoubtedly the primary culprit. With their lives in jeopardy, the increasingly panicked residents felt compelled to arm themselves with kitchen knives and confront that detestable old woman. Yet, the dire living conditions had little impact on Zhou Chen. He had stockpiled generators and fuel in his space, ready for use at any moment. However, he believed the time was not yet ripe. In this brutal apocalypse, one must proceed with caution and not act recklessly. The chaos had yet to erupt. Once everyone knew he had a power source, he would surely become a target. In truth, Zhou Chen sensed danger approaching. The past 3 days had been unnervingly quiet. Zhang Li, Chen Shang, and their band of brutes had made no moves. Not even the thin monkey had returned to beg for supplies. It felt like the calm before a storm. Zhou Chen contemplated reaching out to Old Sun for updates on the recent happenings. Just as he picked up his phone, a resounding crash echoed through the front door. The force of the impact was so great that it reverberated throughout the building. Uninformed neighbors, in a state of panic, feared an earthquake had struck. Zhou Chen immediately took notice. The large dog, lying in a corner, sprang up, baring its teeth at the door. Animals possess an innate sensitivity to their environment, often more acute than that of humans. In this time, the dog had begun to sense the shifts in the world, instinctively understanding that its new master would not tolerate a pet that merely consumed without contributing. It needed to perform well now. Outside the door, a group led by Zhang Li wielded hammers, each one a fearsome sight as they pounded on the door. Yet, despite their relentless assaults, the door remained steadfast, only showing slight dents, refusing to budge. Confounded, they began to wonder if the door had been reinforced. Their initial plan to break in within 3 minutes and subdue Zhou Chen in 30 seconds, claiming the fireplace and all his supplies, had evaporated. "Zhou Chen, everyone knows you are hoarding a substantial amount of supplies now. If you willingly surrender everything, we will not trouble you further." Zhou Chen approached the door and peered through the peephole, noting that the gang of brutes had nearly assembled. They were all clad in winter clothing, with Zhang Li, Chen Shang, and the thin monkey adorned in military coats. If they were indeed attempting to forcibly seize supplies, it would undoubtedly create a considerable commotion. In temperatures plummeting to -70 degrees, it was impossible they had found supplies on their own. This could only mean someone from the building was aiding these brutes. Had Zhang Li swiftly found a collaborator, it was plausible. In recent days, several incidents of death had occurred within the community, and the pooled supplies, no matter how frugally managed, would scarcely suffice for a few meals. Facing the perils of ice and snow, no one dared venture out recklessly regardless of whether he truly possessed a wealth of supplies. Zhang Li could easily find accomplices. Yet again, a malicious individual seeks to harm me. Whoever it may be, opposing him meant certain death. Bark, bark. The raucous barking of the dog sent the threatening group outside into a frenzy, each one excitedly gesticulating and swallowing harder. Zhang Li wore a smug expression, declaring, "Did I not tell you? Zhou Chen is undoubtedly hoarding a substantial amount of supplies." Including Chen Shang and the thin monkey, everyone rejoiced in agreement. Of course, how else could he afford to keep a dog? Brother Zhang is brilliant. Whatever he says, we follow, and it never goes wrong. Listen, can a starving dog bark so loudly? Zhou Chen, you have 1 minute to open the door and surrender all your supplies. You must hand over the dog as well. When Zhou Chen initially reinforced the door, he had also modified the peephole, allowing him to remove it from inside without needing to twist from both sides. As the gang outside continued their threats, Zhou Chen retrieved a water gun from his storage, filling it to the brim. To hell with you, if you want to die, I'll gladly oblige. Zhou Chen inserted the barrel into the peephole and pulled the trigger. In the next moment, anguished screams erupted from outside. Chapter 25. A father. Those drenched by water instinctively sought refuge in every direction. Despite their arduous efforts to don winter garments, these beasts remained woefully unprotected against the biting cold, venturing out into the frigid air at a perilous 70 degrees below zero. Being drenched now was akin to adding insult to injury. After reconciling, Chen Shang and the thin monkey, eager to demonstrate their loyalty to Zhang Li, stood resolutely in the front row, enduring the brunt of the deluge. The moment the water made contact with their skin, it felt as if they were being flayed alive. The toy water gun in Zhou Chen's hand possessed formidable pressure, its reservoir capable of holding 1,000 milliliters. Under normal circumstances, such a volume would be negligible, but at this frigid temperature, even 100 milliliters could prove fatal upon contact with the skin. After an initial bout of panic, the beasts quickly retreated, yet they did not abandon their pursuit. The fire in the hearth blazed brightly, and Zhou Chen, clad in a thermal suit, felt no chill standing at the doorway, secured by 2 layers of protection. He even fetched a chair, sitting leisurely in the entrance to endure the wait. Whenever someone approached from outside, he would immediately fire the water gun after several rounds. Within a mere 10 minutes, the beasts could no longer withstand the torment, their bodies trembling as they shuffled away with stiffened limbs. Before departing, Zhang issued a fierce threat. Zhou Chen, I will undoubtedly break your limbs and cast you outside to freeze to death. Zhou Chen's gaze hardened, his tone dripping with disdain. Do your utmost. Let us see who perishes first. Upon returning to the living room, Zhou Chen began to ponder. These beasts were merely a rabble. Dismantling their resolve was as simple as tossing a morsel of meat to a dog. He was unwilling to squander even a grain of rice. Reflecting on the attire worn by Zhang Li and his cohorts, it was evident that a collective effort had provided winter clothing for over a dozen large men. This was no solitary endeavor. This indicated that Zhang Li was backed by a formidable force. Zhou Chen quickly devised a plan and dialed Old Sun's phone, only to discover that it was surprisingly switched off. Had Old Sun encountered trouble, or had he perhaps aligned himself with the enemy? Just then, a voice called from outside. Xiao Zhou, are you alright? Zhou Chen, unsure of Old Sun's true allegiance, refrained from opening the door. He approached the entrance and peered through the peephole, spotting only Old Sun. I'm fine. That's a relief, Old Sun replied, understanding Zhou Chen's reluctance to open the door. I sensed something amiss these past few days. I discovered that someone was clandestinely forming alliances, reaching out to various homeowners without knowing their true intentions. I intended to investigate further, but it seems your enemies have already come for you. Zhou Chen inquired, what happened to your phone? Old Sun lamented, it was damaged by the cold and 1T turn on. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Chen suggested, here's the plan. You return to your place, and I will leave a walkie-talkie at the door. Come back in a minute to retrieve it, and we will use it to communicate. Old Sun nodded, tucking his chin into his collar and rubbing his hands together as he departed. Zhou Chen confirmed that Old Sun had entered the neighboring house, pressed his ear against the door for an extended period to ensure there were no suspicious sounds outside, and retrieved a sharp machete from his space before cautiously lifting the 3 bolts and opening the door a crack. After placing the walkie-talkie outside, he swiftly closed the door and secured the bolts. Upon receiving the walkie-talkie, Old Sun immediately contacted Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen outlined his plan. You can refuse. Old Sun's expression turned grave as he sighed. Must we truly resort to this? He was not inquiring of Zhou Chen but merely expressing his own distress. Observing the child curled beneath a blanket, sniffling, his heart ached more profoundly. Old Sun continued, no problem, we will proceed as you say. However, I have one condition, the provisions will undoubtedly satisfy you. The quantity of provisions is negotiable. I merely wish to place the child in your care. Zhou Chen, holding a crushing carp over the fire, nearly toppled into the flames upon hearing this. Absolutely not. Old Sun pressed on, I still have a bit of food. You can use it to feed him. It's only temporary, and once your matters are resolved, he will return to me. Zhou Chen frowned. Old Sun, do you understand what you're proposing? In this environment, your own safety is uncertain. How long can you truly care for him? Old Sun managed a bitter smile. Xiao Zhou, you're young and cannot grasp my sentiments. Due to my disability, I have no wife to provide warmth, no children to experience fatherhood, and no opportunity to hold a grandchild. This child was once full of life. He would call me grandpa every time we met, and though I was merely touched then, having spent time together, I have come to regard this child as my own grandson. Zhou Chen understood. Old Sun had grown attached. Old Sun's voice came through again. Xiao Zhou, this child truly has no other family. On the night of the typhoon, his brother was on the high-speed train, and after a night as passing, he lost all contact. His fate is likely grim. Since he has called me grandpa, I cannot turn my back on him. I assure you, he will only stay temporarily, and I will devise another plan. Zhou Chen deliberated for a long while before conceding. In light of the fact that his father was a martyr, I will agree, for the time being. He reiterated, only temporarily. Expecting Old Sun to express joy, he was instead met with a knock at the door. Xiao Zhou. Zhou Chen thought, the speed of this development was astonishing. Cautiously, he surveyed the corridor, spotting only a pair of round eyes peeking out from a matryoshka doll and Old Sun, grinning like a fool. As the door swung open, Old Sun first thrust the child into Zhou Chen's arms, followed by an avalanche of bags and bundles. Wait, what is all this? Zhou Chen queried as Old Sun gestured toward several bags of varying sizes on the floor. These are the child's spare clothes. These are 2 thick blankets, and this small bag contains his food. Zhou Chen scrutinized the deflated little bag, realizing it likely contained Old Sun's last rations. Gazing at the heap of belongings, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Old Sun was entrusting him with a legacy. Old Sun was aware that Zhou Chen possessed ample supplies, food, medicine, and a fireplace, and had likely packed his belongings days prior, merely awaiting an opportunity. It was undoubtedly so. Zhou Chen felt a wave of frustration as he picked up the bag containing the clothes, stating, take these back. Before Old Sun could protest, he firmly closed the door. He returned the matryoshka doll to its original position, placed an apple alongside a box of milk, and began preparing some provisions of bread, eggs, noodles, dumplings, buns, corn, and potatoes. Considering the potential for water and power outages, he refrained from including rice. He stuffed a large bag to the brim and used the walkie-talkie to summon Old Sun to the door. Old Sun opened it, his eyes widening in astonishment at the bounty within. What is this? Zhou Chen replied, tangible goods are far more persuasive. Old Sun instinctively inquired, how much more of these supplies do you have? When he noticed Zhou Chen's disapproving glare, he quickly explained, don't misunderstand. We are truly running low. Several buildings have already descended into chaos, and I fear that a significant disturbance is imminent. Even a single item from this bag could sway hearts. There are a few reliable individuals in this building. Zhou Chen remained as steady as a rock. You need only seek them out. Any ulterior motives are irrelevant. Those with dishonest intentions, regardless of their strength, are not worth my time. I will not waste a single grain of rice on such scoundrels. Old Sun, no longer feigning delicacy, replied, "Very well. I shall make contact immediately." Zhou Chen had barely stood at the door for 2 minutes before the cold became unbearable. It was easy to imagine how intolerable the other residents' situations must be. He rubbed his hands together and approached the fireplace, tossing a few logs into the flames. Just as he extended his hands to warm them, a soft, childish voice called out, "Papa." Zhou Chen was left dumbstruck. I have not, do not call me that." Chapter 26. The 360-degree cold shower with no blind spots. How refreshing. Tawa clutched a half-eaten apple in his hand, his round, glistening eyes brimming with tears. Following his gaze, Zhou Chen realized that it was the figure of a traffic police officer appearing on the television screen. The striking uniform evoked memories of the child's father. At merely 5 years old, the child had tragically lost both parents overnight. In truth, children possess a sensitivity and intelligence that often surpasses adult understanding. Though Tawa may not grasp the concept of death, he instinctively senses the permanent absence of his mother and father, which likely explains his sudden descent into autism. His only remaining relative now lay shrouded in uncertainty. Observing the tearful Tawa, Zhou Chen was reminded that he too had lost his parents on that very same day. However, he had been an adult then, having wept countless times, gradually emerging from the depths of sorrow with the cherished memories left behind by his parents. "Daddy," Tawa called out once more. Zhou Chen turned off the television and switched to Peppa Pig. The moment the pink pig appeared, Tawa exhibited a moment of bewilderment. After a brief spell of confusion, his gaze became vacant, and he once again retreated into his own world. The flickering flames danced upon Tawa's face, and after observing him for a while, Zhou Chen noted that the child's complexion appeared abnormal. When Lao Sun had handed him over, the child had been bundled up so tightly that only his eyes were visible. Now, in his eagerness to eat the apple, he had shed his scarf, revealing a rosy visage marred by frostbite. Delicate cracks adorned his skin, and frostbite had taken its toll. A faint scent of baby lotion lingered in the air, indicating that the child had indeed been well cared for by Lao Sun, yet still succumbed to the harshness of the frigid temperatures. Zhou Chen reached out to touch the child's forehead. His temperature was normal. Nearby, De Huang, who lay sprawled on the ground, anxious to maintain his position, wagged his tail and approached. Zhou Chen gently nudged De Huang aside to inspect the child's belongings. Although there was an abundance of clothing, all of commendable quality, not a single piece was suitable for winter. Observing Tao's round, ball-like form, it was evident that he had been bundled in long-sleeved garments. There was plenty of supplies in the space, yet children's winter wear was conspicuously absent. Fortunately, the house's fireplace provided warmth. Filling a kettle with mineral water, Zhou Chen placed it over the fire to boil, then retrieved a child-sized bathing basin along with toiletries. As he rolled up his sleeves to undress the child, he marveled at the sheer number of garments, dozens of shirts and pants, along with countless pairs of socks, piled high into a small mountain in the living room. The bare-skinned child appeared somewhat thinner than expected, his skin pale and tender, marred by a few red welts of frostbite on his hands and feet. He gently lowered the child into the basin, starting with his hair. A notable trait of the withdrawn child was his quietude. He neither fussed nor protested, allowing Zhou Chen to wash him as he pleased. After the bath, the child settled onto the sofa, wrapped in a woolen blanket, his damp hair dried with care. Zhou Chen retrieved a child-specific moisturizer and frostbite ointment from the space, spending an additional 10 minutes tending to the child. In the pleasantly warm environment, the heavy burdens lifted, and the child, feeling light and relaxed, drifted into a deep slumber. Gazing at the mountain of dirty laundry, Zhou Chen felt an aversion to the prospect of washing it all and opted instead to find a bag to contain it. After a brief rest, he began preparing dinner. With a roaring fire, it was only fitting to make a beggar's chicken. The mud required for this dish was plentiful in the orchard of the space. Wrapping the marinated chicken in clean lotus leaves, he evenly coated it with a layer of mud and placed it atop the kindling in the fireplace. He prepared lamb shanks, scoring the flesh and skewering them on a grill, seasoning them for a gentle roast. Meanwhile, he set a treasure rice from the grain store to simmer in a clay pot. As Zhou Chen was picking vegetables, a loud banging echoed at the door. "Zhou Chen, you have 1 minute to open the door for me. We can already smell the meat. You've certainly been hiding something good, but if you don't want the entire building to turn against you, hand over your supplies willingly." Zhang Li led the charge, shouting as he pounded on the door. Zhou Chen, feeling anger surge within him, threw down the basket of vegetables. Seeking death, he retrieved a tank filled with mineral water from the space, along with a hose and a garden sprinkler. Inserting one end of the hose into the tank and connecting the other to the sprinkler, he approached the door and inserted the nozzle into the hole, twisting the pressure valve open. Spray! The boisterous crowd outside let out screams akin to that of slaughtered pigs. This time, they had deliberately avoided standing in front of the peephole, positioning themselves on either side. Little did they expect that Zhou Chen possessed a 360-degree sprinkler. The room temperature mineral water transformed into icy spray the moment it was released. Those who fled swiftly were doused with freezing water, while the slower ones were caught in a deluge of ice rain. In the frigid temperatures, each person was left shrieking in agony. The icy water quickly froze, clinging to their scalps, faces, necks, and hands, every inch of their skin feeling as though it were being sliced by knives. Zhou Chen's triumphant laughter echoed through the door, reaching every ear. "Enjoying your 360-degree cold shower, how refreshing, isn't it?" The pain was unbearable, and instinctively, everyone attempted to knock the ice off their bodies. Chen Chang bore the brunt of the assault, his entire face encased in ice, making it difficult for him to breathe. In a moment of panic, he inadvertently slapped his own ear. Ah, Chen Chang clutched his left ear, his emotions spiraling out of control. Zhongli shouted, "Shut up! What are you screaming about?" Chen Chang, hands outstretched and a look of terror in his eyes, pleaded with everyone, "My ear, my ear. Get me to the hospital." Upon seeing Chen Chang clutching his severed ear, everyone recoiled in horror, checking to ensure their own ears remained attached. In a desperate frenzy, Chen Chang grasped Zhongli by the collar. "Zhang, please, get me to the hospital." Zhongli forcefully pried Chen Chang's hands away, pushing him aside. Chen Chang then turned to others, "Xiao Chui, Xiao Shang, Thin Monkey, Xiao Xin, you all need to get me to the hospital. I need to have my ears stitched back on, those named and those not named alike," avoided Chen Chang. The hospital, submerged in a flood several meters deep, lay buried beneath layers of ice, its buildings and equipment rendered useless. Even if a high-rise operating room remained, and even if some doctors survived, would there be conditions suitable for surgery? Moreover, they were all trapped, in the biting cold of -70 degrees, their clothing proved insufficient for warmth, any outing exceeding 20 minutes left their extremities numb, and a delayed return indoors could result in freezing to death. Zhang Li gritted his teeth. "Let us retreat." Upon returning to the 8th floor, the empty living room was ablaze with a roaring fire, fueled by wooden furniture. A group of tall men lounged on the sofa, passing around a bottle of erguotu, drinking the strong liquor while exchanging lewd banter. The doors to the 2 bedrooms were tightly shut, muffled sounds of male laughter emanating from within. "Oh, you've only been gone a few minutes? What a waste. You're back like a dog so soon, huh? If he weren't a waste, would he have offered that woman to our captain? I've truly never seen someone voluntarily wear a green hat. Don't rush, let the captain play with her for a few more days. He'll surely let us have our turn." Zhang Li's face turned ashen, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. Internally, he simmered with rage, yet could only stand there in silence, devoid of the courage to confront them, let alone take action. Initially, when the conflict had arisen, both sides had exchanged blows, yet their group of over 10 had still failed to overpower a mere 5 or 6 opponents. These men were skilled fighters, quick and merciless, their weapons struck mercilessly at heads, resembling desperate criminals unafraid of causing fatalities. Cooperation was built on a foundation of equal strength, yet they had been at a disadvantage from the start. The main bedroom door swung open, revealing a brawny man with a scarred face, satisfaction evident in his demeanor as he exited, adjusting his trousers. Through the gap in the door, a sobbing woman could be seen lying on the bed. Smack, the scar-faced man shot a menacing glare at Zhongli, delivering a resounding slap to his face. "I didn't provide supplies for you to collaborate with a bunch of useless fools. If you can't even breach a single door with such numbers, what use are you?" Chapter 27. "Do not accept rubbish, Xiao Zhou. I have some news," came Lao Sun's voice over the walkie-talkie while Zhou Chen was dressing the little child. The child donned a pair of tiny trousers, a thermal shirt, and a set of woolen socks, all topped with Zhou Chen's sweater, which reached just enough to cover the tops of his feet. The sleeves were rolled up, allowing for complete freedom of movement. The dining table was laid out with fragrant beggar's chicken, golden, oil-drenched roasted leg of lamb, 2 plates of greens, a fruit salad, and a pot of treasure porridge. Zhou Chen placed the little one on a chair, scooped a small bowl of porridge to cool beside him, tore off a chicken leg, set down 2 pieces of lamb, and added a few greens onto the empty plate in front of him. The ever-hungry De Huang drooled nearby, wagging his tail in anticipation. Observing the child pick up chopsticks on his own, Zhou Chen then took up the walkie-talkie. "Who is that person?" Lao Sun replied almost instantly, his voice lowered. "He is our vice-captain, nicknamed Scar." Zhou Chen responded with silence. Lao Sun continued to explain, "He is well-connected, rumored to have served time in prison, and has a relative in a position of power who got him this job. His temperament is quite peculiar. He does not even regard our captain with respect. Do you recall the list of building leaders designated by the community committee? The choice for our building 21 is him." But Zhou Chen understood. Obstructing someone's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parents. This individual had taken a dislike to him. Someone had approached him with the intention of joining forces against Zhou Chen, and their interests aligned perfectly. Lao Sun went on, "On the night of the typhoon, Scar had gathered a few colleagues at the captain's home for a game of poker, and they have been staying there ever since. The owner across the street is out of town. They pried the door open and locked those women inside." Zhou Chen's heart began to piece together the answer. Women, the girlfriends of Zhang Li's gang of beasts? Lao Sun confirmed, "Indeed, and also the female tenant from 602. This is information I gathered using the supplies you provided. My captain strongly opposed Scar and his gang's actions, but he was beaten up and ended up locked up with those women." At this point, the usually righteous Lao Sun was filled with righteous indignation. "Damn it, this is utterly lawless, worse than beasts. Curse their ancestors for 18 generations. Xiao Zhou, when shall we strike? I, Lao Sun, will lead the charge and wipe out those scoundrels." Zhou Chen took a bite of lamb and inquired, "How goes the other matter you were handling?" Lao Sun replied, "It's in progress, but most people are reluctant to take action. They are kind-hearted and timid." Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle coldly, yet he understood, there is no need to force them. Those individuals are not good people. Sooner or later, they will come knocking at every door. When they find themselves with no means to survive, they will naturally seek you out. That very night, screams and cries echoed from downstairs. "What are you doing? Is there no law? Please, this is the last bit of food in my home, my child." It was not merely building 21. Similar violent home invasions occurred in the other 29 buildings as well. The victims were primarily young couples, elderly individuals, and solitary men and women. Through the windows, one could see a group of ruffians brandishing torches, ransacking from the 6th to the 10th floor. Amidst the chaos, one homeowner was pushed off a balcony. Bang! The sound of a body hitting the ground sent chills down the spines of those in the neighboring buildings. Following this, many victims who had attempted to resist, for the safety of themselves and their families, abandoned their defiance, helplessly watching as these thugs ransacked their homes, taking all their supplies, as well as valuables like gold, watches, and cigarettes. These beasts had blood on their hands, perhaps they felt fear or even regret at that moment, but as conditions worsened and they realized they would not face legal repercussions, they only became more brazen. One life taken is a burden, two lives taken are also a burden. When the pot is broken, it is cast aside. Society began to descend into chaos. This was merely the first night. Things would only grow more disorderly, with lives as inconsequential as grass. Zhou Chen drew the curtains and donned a robe before heading to the living room. He had placed a children's bed by the fireplace, layered with cotton padding and draped with a wool blanket, creating a soft and comfortable resting place. The little child, clad only in a thermal shirt, was tucked under two lightweight down comforters, sleeping soundly. The commotion outside failed to disturb his peaceful slumber. On the second night, the chaos in the neighborhood escalated further. These homeowners, already suffering from hunger and cold, had no strength to resist against a group of ferocious beasts. Some homeowners had their winter clothing ripped away, succumbing to the cold and freezing to death within mere minutes. The third night, the fourth night, civilization crumbled, morality decayed, and social order collapsed utterly. From the fifth day onward, these beasts began to exert their dominance in broad daylight, leaving the weak and timid residents in dire straits. Not only at Sakura community, but throughout the entire city, similar tragedies unfolded, with billowing smoke and countless casualties. Zhou Chen set a cup of hot milk before the child. "Call me daddy." He had learned from Lao Sun that the child's name was Chuzakai. These days, apart from dealing with the disturbances caused by Zhang Li and his gang, he had been attempting to coax the little one into calling him daddy. Unfortunately, the child was withdrawn, eating when fed, drinking when given water, and simply soiling himself without fussing, even when De Huang snatched away his toys. When he saw police officers on TV, he called them daddy, and when he saw soldiers, he referred to them as brother, but when he caught sight of an actress named Jiang Xin, he called her mama. Other than that, he remained ensconced in his own closed-off world. Zhou Chen found himself exasperated, yet he still had to meticulously care for his meals 3 times a day. Prolonged exposure to the heat of the fire could hasten the evaporation of moisture from the skin, leading to dryness. Once the little one finished his milk, he began applying lotion. Magic City is a bustling hub of commerce. Many supplies from the shops had been swept into the river when seawater inundated the city. Zhou Chen had spent 3 days scavenging by the riverbank, retrieving a considerable amount of luxurious men's skincare products and high-end cosmetics for women, as well as items for children. After residing with Zhou Chen for 10 days, the child's skin resembled that of a peel egg, smooth and fair. Achoo! It was so fragrant that the little one sneezed. Zhou Chen sliced a plate of fruit and set it in the middle of the sofa, applying a precious moisturizing mask to his face, stretching out his long legs, feeling utterly at ease. His phone rang. It was Su Wanwan, who had been absent for quite some time. Zhou Chen, munching on fruit, answered the call. No one spoke on the other end, only breaths were heard, accompanied by a stifled sob. At that moment, Su Wanwan's hair was disheveled, her figure gaunt and haggard, with palm prints on her face and bloodstains at the corner of her mouth, curled up naked under the blanket. Fearing Zhou Chen might hang up in impatience, she hastily composed herself, suppressing her sense of grievance, seizing what might be her only opportunity to plead for help while the beasts were absent. "Ah Chen, please save me." Lao Sun had been discreetly gathering intelligence using supplies, thus learning of the entire situation in the building, including the plight of women like Su Wanwan. Initially, Zhang Li sought cooperation from Scar, who, upon hearing that Zhou Chen had a substantial stockpile of supplies and possessing a few photos as evidence, readily agreed. However, Scar had long understood the specific circumstances of these individuals. The first step in their collaboration was for him to provide food and winter clothing, while Zhang Li would supply women for their amusement. The group of beasts on the brink of starvation and freezing naturally accepted this demand. Women were but clothing, how could they compare to the importance of one's own life? Su Wanwan pleaded tearfully. "Ah Chen, I beg you to consider our past and save me, I know you still have supplies. If you could just spare a little, they would surely agree to exchange." Zhou Chen asked, "Why should I save you?" Su Wanwan perked up, listening intently to the sounds from the living room, her body trembling in fear as she shrank into the corner upon hearing the sound of the door unlocking. Thinking of the treatment she had endured these days and how Scar no longer regarded her as human, she felt deep remorse for her previous choices. She understood that Zhou Chen would not easily forgive her, but she had to take a gamble. With everything on the line, Su Wanwan declared, "Zhou Chen, if you agree to save me, if you let me stay in your home, I am willing to be your maid." Zhou Chen curled his lips into a smirk and coldly replied, "I do not accept rubbish." Chapter 28, Esteemed Sir, please accept my knees. The frigid wind howled like a ferocious beast, encrusting the walls of the room with a layer of ice crystals. The temperature had plummeted further, and amidst a dire scarcity of supplies, death was an everyday occurrence. In room 802, a dozen disheveled women huddled together on a single bed, seeking warmth in their collective embrace. No one felt the discomfort of being crowded, they yearned to draw even closer. It was unbearably cold, it was agonizingly hungry, exhausted and famished, yet terrified to succumb to sleep. Each woman feared that if she fell asleep, she might never awaken again. Bang, the door was kicked open, and the lethal cold wind rushed in like a predator. Startled by the sudden chill, the women let out cries of alarm. A group of men, clad in cotton jackets and hats, filed in, disregarding their protests as they forcibly dragged each woman from the bed into the living room, where they were finally offered a piece of winter clothing for warmth. Only 2 women remained in the far corner, momentarily untouched. The last man to enter, a scar-faced figure, cast a greedy gaze over the faces and bosoms of the 2 women. The petite girl, tightly embracing Yang Sidian, glared warily, her body trembling as she warned, "Stay away, if you dare to touch us, my uncle will kill you." The scar-faced man licked his lips, suppressing his impulses, and leered, "Little one, I'll wait 3 days. If your uncle doesn't show up by then, you two will obediently submit to me, otherwise, I'll drag you out to be sold. The door was locked again, and the two women, having narrowly escaped another ordeal, clutched their heads and wept silently, stifling their sobs with their hands. These men were beasts, filth, worse than pigs. Although they had not yet acted upon them, they would sometimes lash out at them for no reason with belts. In such extreme cold, even a single whip would cause unbearable pain. After their tears subsided, the two turned to wipe the fog from the glass window with their blankets, desperately peering down below. A group of figures emerged in their sight, several men escorting a throng of women across the solidified ice. Leading the pack were Zhang Li and Chen Shang, followed by 3 other men, all concealing weapons in their arms, herding the women in the middle to prevent any chance of escape. In the biting cold of -70 degrees, they shivered uncontrollably, their movements sluggish. This group, with limbs stiffened to the point that taking a step was a struggle, pressed on with all their might. The world had gone mad. Remaining outdoors for even a minute could turn one into an ice-cold corpse. Young Sidian strained to discern the direction of the group. They are heading towards buildings 9, 10, and 11. The petite girl gritted her teeth and climbed out of bed, braving the lethal chill as she stealthily approached the door. Cautiously eavesdropping on the commotion outside, she returned to the bed, her face etched with despair. It's no use, there are always guards outside. We can't escape. Yang Sidian regained her composure, offering comfort. Don't rush. Even if we could run, where would we go? Many floors are under control of these men. No one would dare shelter us. If we are to escape, we must prepare thoroughly, otherwise, even if we evade capture, we could freeze to death out there. The petite girl, anxious, replied, but that beast only gives us 3 days. Who can we rely on in 3 days? I'd rather jump to my death than end up like them. Young Sidian embraced the petite girl, her expression steadfast. You saved my life and have always protected me. Rest assured, I will find a way to get you out. If I can't, I'll jump with you. The petite girl, touched, replied, Sidian, I'm so grateful to have you by my side. I truly regret not listening to my uncle. He always taught me that girls should be obedient and sensible, to avoid wandering outside, warning that it's chaotic out there, and that one day even he wouldn't be able to protect me. I never imagined Yang Sidian couldn't help but mock herself. Haven't I also jeopardized myself for a mere bag? You paid the price for your recklessness, just as I must pay for my vanity. At this moment, she recalled Zhou Chen's earlier warning. Inviting a wolf into one's home, a truth that resonated deeply. Thinking of Zhou Chen invigorated Young Sidian. I believe there is only one person who can save us now. Fearing the guards outside might overhear them, the two crawled beneath the blankets and deliberated for a long time. On the top floor, Zhou Chen, armed with binoculars, clearly observed Zhang Li and his entourage escorting a group of women into building 10. Through the stairwell windows, he saw them ascend to the 9th floor. The door opened to reveal Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee. They exchanged a few words at the entrance, leaving 2 women behind while leading the others to different floors above. Through one resident's floor-to-ceiling window, he spotted a portly man handing over a pack of instant noodles, selecting one woman from the group to take into his room. Su Wanwan and Li Sisi were among these women, once the school's belle in class flower, now appearing disheveled and haggard, with visible scars on their faces. Zhou Chen barely recognized them. Every cause has its consequence. Now treated like mere commodities to barter for supplies, they deserved their fate. Zhou Chen felt a profound stillness within himself, devoid of any sympathy for their plight. However, Aunt Wang was quite intriguing. With the power cut, mobile phones had become useless, and the once bustling residence group chat had devolved into silence. He had initially assumed that Aunt Wang, at her advanced age, would have perished from the cold or starvation. Yet, to his surprise, she not only survived but appeared quite plump, now even acting as a madam. Impressive, indeed. One can become invincible with a lack of shame, but how could building 10 possibly have so many resources? Resources abundant enough to be traded like currency. An unsettling feeling nodded Zhou Chen, as if a greater conspiracy was brewing. A crackle of static came through the intercom. Old Sun was calling for him. It seemed that after several days, Old Sun had finally made some progress. As Zhou Chen picked up the intercom speak. Old Sun's voice was labored, the cold having taken its toll. It worked. Initially, these people were either reluctant to part with their homes or burdened by various concerns, and now, however, having realized their and their family's dire circumstances, they all agree to follow your lead. They do have one condition, though. They hope you can provide supplies. Zhou Chen smirked coldly. Of course, but only if they obey. He had endured enough of these beasts' harassment. The longer this dragged on, the more advantageous it would become for them as they amassed greater resources. He needed to cultivate his own force to counteract them. He would provide supplies, and these pawns would lend their strength. In a world governed by survival of the fittest, it was either kill or be killed. One could either become cannon fodder or rely on their own abilities to survive. The supplies in his space were more than sufficient for a lifetime, yet he could not distribute them to sustain a pack of useless individuals. Furthermore, how could he sustain them? The principle of a grain of kindness begets a grain of resentment was well understood by all today. If you generously offered supplies, tomorrow, should you fail to provide, you would be condemned. If there were those desperately striving to survive, they must earn their keep. After half an hour of discussion, they ultimately decided to act that night. As Zhou Chen prepared to draw the curtains, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a woman on the opposite 14th floor, fervently waving at him. She wore a thick winter coat, a pair of binoculars hanging around her neck, and while waving, she pointed at a notepad in her hand. Zhou Chen brought the binoculars to his eyes, magnifying the view several times. A young girl, her hair tousled but not entirely unkempt, a member of the privileged class in terms of resources. However, after a month, even the wealthiest would likely be depleted. Zhou Chen glanced at the notepad, where 7 large characters read, Zhou Chen, esteemed sir, look here. Zhou Chen, upon realizing he was looking at her, the girl erupted with excitement, flailing her arms, quickly erasing the message and hastily writing down an 11-digit number, gesturing as if to make a phone call. Who was this woman? Zhou Chen had an excellent memory. He only needed a glance to memorize the phone number. The call rang once before it was picked up almost immediately. The voice on the other end trembled violently, whether from the cold or sheer excitement, or perhaps a combination of both. Esteemed sir, please accept my niece. Chapter 29. The whimsical girl with a hands-free phone placed on the coffee table in front of the fireplace, a tall and a small figure sat on either side of the single sofas, accompanied by a large yellow dog lounging nearby. Both individuals held cups of fruit mix, and even the dog was enjoying an apple's life was undeniably bountiful. Amidst the incessant chatter from the other person, Zhou Chen discerned their identity and the reason for their visit. Zhou, a 20-year-old heiress and a first-year student at a normal university, was unlike any other wealthy offspring. She had no interest in nightlife, parties, shopping, traveling, racing, or studying abroad. Her sole passion lay in staying at home and devouring novels. Her mother had passed away early, and her father remarried, producing a younger brother. With a stepmother came a stepfather, who, apart from providing her with an allowance, hardly concerned himself with her. Consequently, Zhou immersed herself in solitude, becoming increasingly reclusive. As soon as summer break commenced, she spent 20,000 yuan stocking up on supplies at the supermarket, remaining indoors day after day. To indulge her reading habit, she possessed 5 mobile phones and 10 power banks. Considering her solitary lifestyle, her grandmother had, 2 years prior, reinforced the family home's doors and windows for safety. Apart from the outermost security door, there was an iron gate and another door inside, with security screens installed on the windows. When disaster struck, she had ample food and drink at home, and aside from the chill, her life was largely unaffected. Recently, however, violent incidents had escalated in her neighborhood, with a gang attempting to break into her building, Block 19, on 3 occasions. Each time, after prying open the security door, they encountered 2 more barriers. Due to the extreme cold, they could not linger outdoors, and after 3 failed attempts, they temporarily abandoned their plans to target her. Indeed, Zhou had spent 20,000 yuan hoarding supplies, but she had shopped at an imported goods market, purchasing primarily imported food. Though it seemed she had spent a fortune, her stock was actually quite limited. Dry provisions were scarce, while snacks like drinks, chips, and nuts comprised half of her inventory. These supplies were nearly exhausted by the time the typhoon hit, leaving her with just enough to scrape by until now. As disorder in the neighborhood intensified and she narrowly escaped harm 3 times, anxiety began to creep in, particularly as her resources dwindled. A few days prior, she had noticed Zhou Chen's home on the top floor across from hers. In the biting cold of -70 degrees, while other residents burned their furniture for warmth, reducing their homes to mere beds for survival, the household across from her was ablaze with light day and night. Peering through the curtains with binoculars, she was astonished to discover not only a child but also a dog within that abode. While children were not unusual in such conditions, a dog was a rarity. To her knowledge, nearly all pets in the community had perished. During the floods, some residents had resorted to killing dogs for meat, and the anguished cries of dogs echoed day and night. In this extreme cold, dogs either starved, froze, were consumed by their owners, or stolen by neighbors. In short, she had not heard a dog bark in half a month. The occupants of the top floor not only refrained from slaughtering their dog but seemed to have nourished it to a healthy, shiny state, indicating an abundance of resources at their disposal. After observing for days, she stumbled upon another astonishing revelation. While other residents appeared gaunt and disheveled, the individuals on the opposite top floor indulged in daily facial masks, donned luxurious robes, and carried themselves with an air of elegance handsome beyond measure. Oh my goodness, with her decade-long experience as a voracious reader, she was certain she was not mistaken. Such a person in a post-apocalyptic novel would undoubtedly be the quintessential male protagonist. Yes, she had set her sights on this golden opportunity. Gathering her courage, she readied a kitchen knife and pepper spray, intending to pay a visit today, hoping to trade her scant supplies for a spot on their couch. After all, the male protagonist was clearly affluent, maintaining warmth around the clock, yet, she was no fool. She would not venture out lightly. Sitting on her bed, she strained to listen to the sounds throughout the building, using her binoculars to survey the neighboring residences, biding her time until the local ruffians left before taking action. Thus, she noticed 2 women on the 8th floor across from her. In such bitter cold, the 2 dared to open a window, repeatedly waving at her. Having learned lip reading as a child, she quickly grasped they were signaling for help. As a young woman herself, even younger than the 2, she surmised they were not seeking her assistance but rather hoping she could connect them with the esteemed figure on the top floor. How fortuitous. Who? Zhou felt her throat nearly burning with urgency. Esteemed one, do you understand what I am saying? Those 2 young ladies claim that if you are willing to part with just a bit of your resources to redeem them, they are prepared to serve you faithfully. The one named Yang Sidian has vowed that if given a chance to recover, she would be the first to help you eliminate your enemies. Zhou Chen set down his half-eaten fruit mix and rubbed his temples. Then why doesn't she do it now? Were young girls today so eloquent? After half an hour of her chattering, he had finally found an opportunity to speak. His head throbbed. Zhou scratched her head. It seems they have had their winter coats stripped from them, and there are guards outside. Zhou Chen chuckled mockingly. Are you playing the role of a good Samaritan? Of course not, it's merely incidental. The voice of the girl on the phone was deliberately ingratiating. Esteemed one, I still have a little bit of resources left. I humbly request a couch from your living room. My home has no firewood left for warmth. Even if I am not frozen to death, I cannot cook. The buns are harder than stones, and my teeth are cracking. Moreover, those ruffians will surely not spare my family. Zhou Chen was speechless. No. If it weren't for old son's assistance, he would never have temporarily taken in a child, let alone an outsider. Women were untrustworthy. In this day and age, young girls could easily be acting. Perhaps it was merely a trap. No, esteemed one, a wretched wail escaped her lips. Esteemed one, I can take care of children, and I can look after dogs. If you could kindly assist me with a couch, I would be the most loyal and diligent nanny in the galaxy, wailing, take care of children, that could prove useful. Zhou Chen chuckled at the girl's comical side. Are you willing to part with your house? Chi-Ro was resolute. Money is but a transient possession. When one closes their eyes, a small box is the ultimate resting place for a person. What use is a house when life itself is lost? Hearing this, Zhou Chen found himself somewhat admiring her nonchalance. If the resident's old son had secretly contacted were as carefree, matters would have been resolved long ago. After a moment's thought, Zhou Chen replied, it is impossible for you to enter my home, but I can arrange alternative accommodations for you, provided you are obedient and take good care of the child. Your resources will not be lacking. Chi-Ro exclaimed with excitement over the phone, esteemed one, I promise to speak less and work diligently, causing no trouble. Zhou Chen, after her initial excitement, Chi-Ro did not forget the dire situation of the two young ladies on the 8th floor. Esteemed one, what about those two young ladies? Zhou Chen unconsciously tapped his fingers on the table, tell them I will not use resources to redeem them. The chance to survive must be earned through their own efforts. He did not know who the woman accompanying Yang Sidian was, but perhaps Yang Sidian was someone worth nurturing. The ability to think of a way to seek help in dire straits was, in itself, a testament to resilience. But what did that have to do with him? At 2 in the morning, when most people are in the deepest slumber, a portion of the survivors from Building 21, instead of resting, quietly packed their belongings and slipped out of their homes, exchanging no words, treading softly as they ascended the stairs. Zhou Chen shed his usual laziness, donning a winter coat, thermal boots, and a helmet, exuding an air of authority. To be on the safe side, he had tucked steel plates into both his front and back. Armed with a mountain knife in his left hand and an electric baton in his right, with an axe hanging from his belt, he strode out of the door, fully equipped. Chapter 30 of the cannon fodder. Neighbors in the biting cold, the residents who stealthily moved gathered on the 15th floor. Women covered their children's mouths, huddling tightly against their husbands, with each person visibly tense, anxiously awaiting. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint sliver of moonlight illuminating the corner window. Soft footsteps echoed from above, and a tall figure emerged into the moonlight. Old Sun stepped out from the crowd, lowering his voice, Xiao Zhou? Zhou Chen took out a flashlight and surveyed the area, counting approximately 25 individuals. The men and women appeared gaunt and pallid, with no elderly figures in sight. The few children present were all over 10 years old. It seemed that the elderly and infants within the building had not survived. A mere month had passed since the calamity struck, and half the residents of this building had perished. How many had died in the entire city, and how many across the nation? But this was merely the beginning. With the onset of various disasters, the living conditions continued to deteriorate, resources grew increasingly scarce, and the number of survivors would inevitably dwindle. He tossed out a bag. Go to 1502, everyone should eat something first. Eyes fixated on the bag, knowing it contained supplies, the crowd was filled with the sounds of swallowed saliva. A father with 2 small children patted his wife's hand in a gesture of comfort, trembling as he stepped forward to retrieve the bag, turning back to lead his wife and children into the room. Lured by the prospect of food, the others followed suit. The bag was not large, and the supplies were meager, barely sufficient for tonight's meal, yet for those who had gone days without food, it was a source of great happiness. With food came motivation. Several women settled their children, braving the extreme cold to open the window and melt ice for boiling water. They fried a bundle of eggs and tossed several handfuls of noodles into the boiling water, then waited. Steam rose from the pot, wafting the aroma of egg soup, making the stomachs of both adults and children rumble with hunger. Meanwhile, the men congregated in the master bedroom to discuss the next steps. A candle flickered on the table. Old Sun huddled with others in the corner, while Zhou Chen stood alone at the door, weapon in hand. With civilization crumbled, human hearts turned treacherous. He dared not turn his back to others. As for the group outside, with children present, the threat seemed minimal. The desperate men, initially taken aback by Zhou Chen's fully armed appearance, were soon captivated by his winter attire. They were all bundled up, shivering from the cold, while Zhou Chen appeared to wear little clothing yet seemed unfazed by the chill. Zhou Chen asked Old Sun, is everyone here? Old Sun had already counted and replied, not yet, 2 households are still missing. One is clinging to the bodies of their parents, refusing to leave, while the other may be afraid of retaliation from the scar-faced gang. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively, it matters not. Those with such little courage can accomplish nothing, their arrival would only waste food. He scanned the crowd, familiar faces of neighbors he had known for over a decade. Zhou Chen got straight to the point, I shall not waste words. You all know the current situation well. If you are willing to cooperate, resources will be ample. From among the group, someone raised their hand. Zhou Chen, can the supplies you hold truly sustain so many of us? They were unable to even procure a single packet of instant noodles. Could Zhou Chen genuinely provide for over 20 people? As this thought crossed someone's mind, greed began to stir in the darkness of Zhou Chen, tapping his machete against his clothing, posed a question. I can venture out to find supplies. Can you endure outside for 20 minutes? It dawned on them. The individual immediately fell silent. The covetous hearts in the shadows also momentarily retracted their sinister thoughts. Zhou Chen continued, this collaboration is born from a shared enemy. We are all striving to survive. You lend your strength, I provide the resources. It's entirely fair. If you merely wish to bide your time, I regret to inform you that there is no place for you here. Soon, I will require you to take action. Even if you secure this meal, it will not ensure the next. As for whether you choose to lock yourselves away at home to await death or seek refuge with the enemy, I shall not hinder you. However, should you ally with the enemy, I will show no mercy. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. It was evident that they could easily become cannon fodder, losing their own lives without any guarantee for their wives and children, yet, to disagree meant questioning how many more nights they could endure. In truth, they had nowhere else to turn. The scar-faced gang could still barter women for supplies, but once the resources within the community were depleted, they would likely resort to cannibalism. Even if they did not starve, they would become mere sheep to be slaughtered. Aside from collaborating with Zhou Chen, it appeared they had no alternative. Furthermore, Old Sun had recently provided them with small rations daily, a half bag of dumplings, 2 or 3 steamed buns, a packet of instant noodles. Though meager, these were indeed life-sustaining treasures. According to Old Sun, these were all procured by Zhou Chen during his nightly excursions, braving the cold to seek out supplies. Could he truly venture out for supplies in such frigid weather? Without Zhou Chen's assistance over the past 10 days, they would have long succumbed to starvation. Old Sun, understanding that Zhou Chen was not one for sentimental speeches, stepped forward to voice his thoughts. Everyone, what is there to hesitate about? If not for yourselves, can you not think of your wives and children? How many of your elderly fathers and mothers have starved themselves to save food for you? To ensure you have winter clothing, your parents have locked themselves away, freezing to death. These elders have done all this for you, preserving the hope of life. You must strive to survive, even through fire and water. Otherwise, how can you face your parents? Old Sun struck a chord with the hearts of those present, and soon the room was filled with muffled sobs. One man choked out, "The scar-faced gang killed my mother and wife. If not for my son, who was only 11 this year, I would have sought vengeance long ago." Zhou Chen replied, "In a clash, there are no guarantees of survival, but if you strike harder than your enemy, then it is they who will perish. But the scar-faced gang is not lacking in resources. They will eventually dominate the entire building, and when that time comes, you will be cannon fodder. If you do not serve them, can your wives and children live? These scoundrels will never spare food for children. Consider the fate of the women they have in their clutches." In truth, the scar-faced gang on the 8th floor had already begun to eye their wives, having attempted to force their way in several times. Zhou Chen, unwilling to waste any more time, reiterated, "As I said before, those unwilling to cooperate may eat this meal and leave. However, if you choose to collaborate, you must follow my directives. What is there to fear? We are all human. In battle, injuries are inevitable. I can venture out to seek medicine, can they?" A man with a buzz cut stepped forward and stated, "Zhou Chen, your demand for our obedience is merely a ruse to use us as cannon fodder, isn't it?" Zhou Chen regarded him with a mocking smile. "What else should it be? I am not your parents, providing you with resources for free." At this, the men collectively inhaled sharply. Winter clothing in the south is typically lightweight, inherently less capable of withstanding the cold than that of the north. At -70 degrees, no matter how many garments these brutes collected, they would not survive outside for 20 minutes. Zhou Chen, clad in thermal clothing and layered with sweaters and thermal pants, still felt a chill even while standing in the corridor. Old Sun quickly chimed in, "With resources so scarce, is it realistic to expect Xiao Zhou to risk his life to find supplies for everyone? Would you be willing to do the same? If necessary, I will charge in first, and you can follow behind me. It is only natural to feel fear during the first battle. After a few encounters, you will grow bolder. Do not forget that the scar-faced gang has been forging ties with the scum from other buildings. It won't be long before they attempt to control the entire community. Consider how many who defied them were pushed off the building. Since we are all destined to die, why not fight back?" The desire to survive flickered in their hearts. It was only natural to harbor doubts, yet after hearing Zhou Chen and Old Sun's words and catching a whiff of the enticing aroma of the egg noodles, their concerns faded away. Not acting would mean death. Taking a chance might offer a glimmer of hope for survival. "Let us fight." Zhou Chen opened the door. "You all fill your bellies first, Old Sun and I will step out for a moment." The women and children waited eagerly, glancing at the large bowls of egg noodles on the table. A line of men streamed out, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the heaping noodles. These were indeed egg noodles, rich with both eggs and noodles, unlike the watery broth with a few strands of noodles they had previously endured. After days of hunger, they finally had the chance to feast. As the first mouthful of egg-flecked noodles entered their mouths, tears welled in their eyes. What once seemed ordinary now became the most luxurious of meals. The women present understood all too well what was to come. While swallowing saliva, they discreetly transferred noodles from their bowls to those of their husbands. They were already quite hungry, yet they restrained themselves, ensuring that not a single noodle remained in their bowls. The more they ate, the less they would fear the cold. A full stomach would grant them strength. With strength, they could avoid injury. They sipped the noodle broth slowly, savoring the delightful flavor of the egg soup rendered from the lard, each sip evoking deep nostalgia. If only every meal could allow them to eat their fill. Chapter 31. A resounding victory. Zhou Chen summoned Lao Sun to the stairwell on the 16th floor, where under the cover of darkness, he produced a box meal. Inside the container were rice, pork chops, eggs, and vegetables. "Hurry and eat," he urged. Uncertain of what Zhou Chen had handed him, Lao Sun accepted it, and without a second thought, began to shove the food into his mouth. Upon biting into a piece of meat, he exclaimed, "What the hell, how do you have meat? You didn't slaughter your dog, did you?" Zhou Chen nearly burst into laughter. "The little pup is quite clever and increasingly obedient. I could never bear to part with him. Just don't be foolish and charge to the front. Stay back and supervise instead. Make a note of those who put in the most effort. Those who contribute deserve to be rewarded." Lao Sun devoured the food voraciously, relishing the long-awaited taste of meat. "Let me take the lead. I'm well acquainted with these homeowners. They read generally quite amicable, and without someone to take charge, they won't be fierce. Besides, they are the ones I brought in." Zhou Chen understood Lao Sun's intention. The man was inherently just, unwilling to hide behind while others braved the danger. Yet, Lao Sun, have you ever contemplated the true cause of death for those neighbors' parents? Surely, there are elderly individuals who have starved themselves for the sake of their descendants, but perhaps more have perished at the hands of their own kin. However, Lao Sun is steadfast. Even if spoken to, he would not believe it. 10 minutes later, Lao Sun retrieved a 1-meter-long pointed steel rod from his coat, a weapon far more menacing than a kitchen knife. He stealthily led the group downwards. Zhou Chen brought up the rear, eager to gauge the resolve of these individuals. As long as they displayed enough tenacity, he was willing to provide them with favorable supplies in due course. Hope breeds determination, and with hope, they would fight harder, thus serving him well as cannon fodder. On the deserted 8th floor, under Lao Sun's command, everyone split into 2 groups, positioning themselves at the 2 main entrances. Lao Sun had already discerned the situation of Scarface and his crew. He knocked on the door of room 801 and called out in a strained voice, "Captain, open the door." A voice from within inquired, "Who is it?" Lao Sun maintained his ruse, "I spotted someone sneaking out." It is likely that scoundrel Zhou Chen could only remain silent. On this frigid night, with temperatures plunging to -70 degrees, those inside were reluctant to leave their beds. "You must be seeing things. Even if he did sneak out, he defreeze to death out there. Let us discuss it tomorrow." Lao Sun's voice was laced with concern. "I saw him carrying a large bag. Could it be that he knows we're onto him and has fled?" At the mention of Zhou Chen potentially escaping, a flurry of rustling sounds erupted from within, as footsteps hurriedly approached the door. The residents outside, armed with kitchen knives, were so tense that their palms were slick with sweat. As the door creaked open, Lao Sun swiftly forced it wider, thrusting his steel rod inside, and charged forward, shouting, "Li Seer, you bastard! Where is the captain? Where is he now?" The interior soon illuminated with flashlight beams, but Lao Sun acted first, piercing an opponent's shoulder with his rod, sending him sprawling with a kick, before swiftly turning to attack the others in the living room. The group of residents, previously paralyzed by fear, found their courage upon witnessing Lao Sun's ferocity, and they raised their knives, joining the fray. The sudden onslaught left Scarface's followers howling in pain. "Damn it! I want to see who the hell has the audacity to come here seeking death." Scarface emerged from the master bedroom wielding a hammer. One moment, he was menacing, the next, he was taken aback. Where had all these people come from? A steel rod lunged toward him, unyielding in its approach. "You bastard Scarface, where's the captain? Hand him over." Scarface momentarily froze, then quickly ducked, swinging his hammer to engage Lao Sunday. Meanwhile, several more individuals burst from the adjacent bedroom, causing the residents who had just gained their footing to retreat in panic. A cacophony of shouts, screams from men, and shrieks from women filled the air, echoing throughout the 10 buildings. Nearby residents, alarmed by the chaos, peered out their windows to investigate. In the midst of overwhelming odds, memories of the abuses inflicted upon them by the security gang ignited their fury, obliterating any remnants of reason as they charged forward, wild with rage. A horde of disheveled beasts, some without proper attire, faltered under the relentless assault, ultimately retreating into the bedroom, desperately barricading the door. Scarface, robust and younger than Lao Sun, held no regard for the latter's injury. Yet, driven by a frenzy, the residents struck the door with relentless blows. Witnessing the cowardice of their oppressors, they turned their fury upon Scarface. A knife grazed his back, the thick fabric of his clothing absorbing the blow, but the sheer intensity of the situation rattled him, causing him to retreat, striking 2 individuals with his hammer before hastily returning to his room. Zhang Li and his compatriots, residing in the adjacent 802, quickly armed themselves and rushed to assist. However, upon opening the door, they were met with a face full of pepper spray. As they cried out in agony and covered their eyes, the residents outside surged forward, delivering a few strikes before fleeing. At the rear, Zhang Li escaped the spray and, upon reaching the doorway, found Lao Sun and his group charging in, and a fierce melee ensued. Within that room, 2 security guards remained, primarily to monitor Zhang Li and the women. These men, having taken advantage of their position, were caught off guard while rising from their slumber among the women, and before they could grasp their knives, they were struck down with brutal efficiency. Yang Sidian, stealthily wielding 2 kitchen knives, was a whirlwind of fury, shouting as she slashed at her foes. A group of terrified women cowered in the corners, shrieking and shielding their heads. Transforming into a fearsome avenger, Yang Sidian felled one of the attackers and led the young girl toward the exit. Amid the chaos, she seized Chen Chang, delivering a swift cut that severed his remaining ear. "Bastard! Stealing my food and winter clothing, may you perish!" As Yang Sidian emerged, her attire and skin marred with blood, Zhou Chen was taken aback by the audacity of these 2 women, who had carved their own path through the carnage. Observing the 2 women on the brink of freezing without winter clothing, he instructed, "Head to the 15th floor, wait for Lao Sun's orders." "No need, I told you I'm going to take down your enemies." Yang Sidian urged the young girl to ascend the stairs, raising her knife once more to rejoin the fray. Zhou Chen couldn't help but admire her tenacity. This woman was ferocious beyond measure. According to the original plan, the ambush was to last 3 minutes, with no thoughts of retreat regardless of the outcome. Zhou Chen checked his watch, and as the time elapsed, he shouted for a withdrawal. Lao Sun led the retreat, limping yet carrying an injured comrade. Zhang Li, having suffered greatly, stormed out upon hearing Zhou Chen's voice, seething with rage. "Zhou Chen, I'll kill you." With his hands tucked into his pockets, Zhou Chen stood confidently on the steps. "What is this? You still wish to fight?" Lao Sun and the others halted in their tracks, gripping their knives tightly, their expressions fierce as they fixed their gazes on Zhang Li. The moment Zhang Li beheld them, fear gripped him, causing his legs to tremble as he hastily retreated indoors, slamming the door shut, unable to utter a single threat. The beasts on the 8th floor had sustained considerable injuries and remained engulfed in a state of terror. At that moment, Zhou Chen's voice resonated through the corridor, reaching each of their ears. "Get out of this building. If you dare remain after dawn, I will kill you." The victorious residents were electrified with exhilaration, responding in unison, "Kill, kill." Annihilate this pack of beasts, scum, animals, may you all meet a wretched end, get the hell out, or we will slaughter you. Chapter 32. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Zhou Chen returned home, greeted by the loyal yellow dog at the door, its tail wagging incessantly. In the living room, a small child, awakened by the sounds of shouting and chaos, sat quietly on the bed, his clear eyes fixed on the entrance. Zhou Chen set down his weapon and playfully pinched the child's fair cheek, saying, "Time for bed." Half an hour later, there was a knock at the door. Peering through the peephole, Zhou Chen saw Lao Sun standing alone, prompting him to open the door. Lao Sun's eyes were red-rimmed. In this confrontation, two were injured, nothing serious, but given this weather, if they aren't treated as Zhou Chen had been supervising the battle, and whether out of a desire for vengeance or mere bravado, the two injured had indeed fought fiercely. It was their first taste of blood, they should at least be given some medicine. With supplies at hand, the expendables would charge even more fiercely next time. Wait here. Zhou Chen closed the door, feigning a search for something in the living room, then opened it again to hand Lao Sun a first aid kit. I'll venture out again tomorrow. Lao Sun understood his intent. Even if the people downstairs were ostensibly allies, they could not expose Zhou Chen's secret stockpile of medical supplies. Noticing Lao Sun's grim demeanor, Zhou Chen ventured to ask, "How is that person faring?" Lao Sun shook his head. "They just left. The individual has a daughter married elsewhere. Even if they are still alive, we may never be able to contact them, and if we do, I wouldn't know how to explain." The old captain was a good man. Had it not been for him, how could a disabled individual like Lao Sun have worked as a security guard in such an upscale neighborhood for over a decade? Yet, it was the old captain's kindness that had led to this unfortunate end. Remembering the captain's untimely demise filled him with bitterness, and he clenched his teeth in anger. "Those scoundrels with the scars, I will personally carve them up and feed them to the dogs." Zhou Chen cautioned, "Do not act impulsively. Our victory today was due to striking when they were unprepared. If those beasts had been ready, only they would have suffered severe losses. However, the enemy would undoubtedly be on high alert henceforth. If Lao Sun acted rashly and sought revenge, he might endanger his own life. Last night's lopsided battle had left the enemy almost entirely wounded, with several in serious condition. Without medical care, they would not survive the night. Moreover, if you were to perish, what would become of that little child? You ought to cherish your life." Lao Sun subconsciously clutched the first aid kit and nodded. "I understand. One day, I will make those monstrous fiends pay." Zhou Chen instructed, "First, take the medicine downstairs, then gather everyone. I have plans to discuss." After Lao Sun departed, Zhou Chen retrieved several iron plates, a generator, diesel, parts, and welding tools from his storage. As disorderly footsteps echoed from downstairs, he pretended to return from the rooftop. Everyone was astonished to see the tools lying on the ground. As Zhou Chen explained, "I had intended to renovate the rooftop garden, but had not begun work until now, and these items will serve perfectly." Under his direction, they worked through the night to install an iron door in the stairwell of the 9th floor. Once daylight broke and the group of beasts had retreated, they would seal off the ground floor windows. 2 iron doors would take shifts, ensuring the entire building was under their control. The 15th floor was transformed into a makeshift cafeteria, where the generator was left for cooking and lighting. A power line was extended to the 9th floor iron door, ensuring that should strong enemies breach the ground floor, they would either be electrocuted or incapacitated. At dawn, under Lao Sun's fierce threats, the scarred gang was driven from the building like a pack of frightened animals. Having suffered heavy losses the night before, in the bitter cold, even non-fatal wounds had left several unable to endure, their bodies remaining on the 8th floor. Scarface, standing in the snow, did not forget to issue his threats. "I, Scarface, will remember this debt. Every last one of you will pay with your lives." Lao Sun, brandishing a steel rod, was about to charge forward. "Stop talking, let's settle this right now." On the top floor, Zhou Chen stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with a cup of hot milk, witnessing the sight of these defeated dogs dragging a group of women towards the 10th building. Their numbers had clearly dwindled, yet Zhang Li and Chen Chang were still alive. Truly, they were like cockroaches that could not be exterminated. After finishing the hot milk, he donned his winter gear, anticipating a long day ahead, and layered several sweaters and thermal pants beneath it. He pulled the ear flaps of his hat down to his chin, wrapping his face entirely except for his eyes. The small child on the cot slept soundly for reasons unknown. The silly girl from the opposite building had not made her timely appearance. The ground floor was now what had once been the 5th floor, where Lao Sun was busy sealing the windows, adding another layer of security for peace of mind. Fully armed, Zhou Chen descended the stairs, and the busy group knew he was venturing out to procure supplies, their hearts racing with excitement. Lao Sun rubbed his hands together, shivering as he asked, "Xiao Zhou, it's far colder outside than in here, can you withstand it for long?" Others shared the same concern. At -70 degrees, being outdoors for 20 minutes without shelter would leave one frozen solid. "Xiao Zhou, don't stray too far. No one can withstand this dreadful weather." "Yes, there are a few small supermarkets nearby, just search around there." Zhou Chen stepped out of the window, his foot landing firmly on the solid ice. "I know what I'm doing. Once you finish securing the iron door, head back to rest. No one will dare interfere with us for at least 3 days." Lao Sun raised the walkie-talkie in his hand, saying, "Remember to contact me on your return. If anything happens, I'll gather people to meet you at the community gate. This distance is manageable for us." Zhou Chen signaled an okay with his hand, and under everyone's watchful gaze, he retrieved a pair of ice skates from his backpack. All were left dumbfounded. He even had this Zhou Chen switched into the skates and tested them momentarily, swiftly rediscovering the grace of the ice prince from his childhood at the cultural palace. "I'm off." He waved goodbye and, with a whoosh, glided away. The commotion from the 10th building last night had drawn attention, and even now, people were observing from the shadows, witnessing Zhou Chen's departure. Both ordinary residents and violent gangs were left stunned. Zhou Chen skated effortlessly across the ice, skillfully avoiding frozen corpses and debris, his movements fluid and captivating. As he glided the few hundred meters towards the gate, more residents caught sight of this spectacle, and as his figure vanished through the entrance, they remained in a daze, grappling with shock, envy, jealousy, and greed. Some wished to cling to his coattails, while others harbored malicious intent. Zhou Chen paid no mind to their thoughts. The moment he burst through the gate, an overwhelming sensation of exhilaration washed over him, akin to a caged bird finally escaping its prison. After being trapped in the community for an entire month, he was now free. It felt as though even the air was infused with the scent of liberation. The city beneath the snow and ice was eerily silent. The streets and alleys had vanished, leaving no traces of familiarity. The entire outdoors was desolate, devoid of human presence or living creature, as if he were the sole survivor in a world gone cold. In truth, many had managed to endure, but as Zhou Chen sprinted forward, he sensed countless eyes peering from the towering buildings around him. This unnerving sensation was akin to needles pricking his back. Fortunately, these onlookers could not emerge, and even if they could, they would not catch up to him. Zhou Chen ran freely for several kilometers and unexpectedly encountered a group hauling supplies back, their clothing stained with fresh blood. Upon spotting Zhou Chen, they were stunned for 3 seconds before dropping their cargo, brandishing weapons to block his path and rob him. Take off those skates. Such quick reflexes indicated they were seasoned criminals. Zhou Chen remained unfazed, maintaining his speed as he drew a hammer from his belt. There was no need for unnecessary confrontation, yet they insisted on provoking trouble. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. With memories of his past life vividly etched in his mind, he would not show leniency, nor would he entertain any feelings of guilt. Regardless of who they were, he would eliminate them without hesitation. As the two parties closed in, Zhou Chen utilized his speed advantage, landing a resounding blow to the head of the closest assailant. The fastest of the gang crumpled to the ground, blood gushing forth and quickly congealing into a pool of crimson, his eyes wide open in death. The remaining criminals, unable to touch even the hem of Zhou Chen's garment, could only curse at his departing figure. Without looking back, Zhou Chen raised a middle finger in their direction. Chapter 33 Authentic Zombie Meat. The true purpose of Zhou Chen's outing today was, in fact, to relish the fresh air. To put it plainly, he simply yearned for a taste of freedom. After savoring the exhilarating sensation of liberation, he sought refuge in a sheltered spot to replenish his energy. Resources were indeed imperative. There was still one building in the community waiting eagerly to be scavenged. The supplies within his space were plentiful, sufficient to sustain not only the 20-odd people in the building but even a military force for a couple of years without issue. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that his space possessed a preservation function, rendering it inconvenient to extract many of the supplies. The entire city had been encased in ice for over 20 days, making it impossible for any food to remain intact. Thus, the quality of the resources he could retrieve would likely be subpar. Human nature can be treacherous, and one must remain vigilant. He certainly did not wish to be reduced to mere refuse for some experimental endeavor. After indulging in a piece of chocolate and sipping on a can of Red Bull, Zhou Chen meticulously scrutinized the external appearance of the surrounding buildings, determining his precise direction before setting off toward Wanda Plaza, located 5 kilometers away. This area was a commercial hub, with the nearest residential building situated 3 kilometers away. In this dreadful weather, the likelihood of it being ransacked was considerably low. Zhou Chen dashed against the wind, swiftly arriving at Wanda Plaza. The low-rise shops lay buried beneath a thick layer of ice, leaving only a few department stores standing resolutely amidst the snow and wind. One such department store, a haven for dining and entertainment, boasted a substantial quantity of food within. Upon locating this establishment, Zhou Chen employed a hammer to break through the ice and shatter the glass. The instant the glass shattered, light poured into the interior. The ground was 3 meters above the platform, prompting him to retrieve a ladder from his space and climb up. Once inside the window, he prudently stowed the ladder away to prevent it from being taken or, worse yet, used against him. Upon successfully entering the building, Zhou Chen was taken aback by the interior's arrangement. It was a 24-hour Haidilao hot pot restaurant. What a fortuitous find! Given Haidilao's astonishing daily foot traffic, it was certain that food would be plentiful. Although vegetables could not withstand preservation, meat products were resilient against freezing. In these trying times, unscrupulous merchants thrived, and the common populace consumed their fair share of zombie meat each year. Reflecting on this, one could only marvel at the ironclad stomachs of the people in Huaxia. As he ventured further, the illumination was scant, and darkness enveloped him within a few steps. Zhou Chen retrieved a flashlight and spent 10 minutes locating the kitchen, only to be confronted by a dozen frozen corpses. Upon opening the door, judging by their attire, there were managers, chefs, cleaners, and, predominantly, waitstaff among them. These individuals had been trapped inside during a typhoon and ultimately succumbed to the chilling embrace of death. Alas, the plight of the working class. As Zhou Chen inspected the kitchen, he discovered an abundance of ingredients, albeit encased in a thick layer of ice. The vegetables had severely dehydrated, crumbling at the slightest touch of the meat. However, remained unaffected by the freezing conditions, though the extreme cold of -70 degrees had transformed them into authentic zombie meat. Even so, a mere platter of zombie meat would be a coveted treasure, sought after by countless individuals. Zhou Chen set to work gathering supplies, ingredients, beverages, hot pot bases, seasonings, dishes, and even tables and chairs. He certainly had no intention of consuming this food. Why would he, when he could feast on gourmet delights instead of zombie meat? That would be akin to self-inflicted torment. As he exited Haidilao, the establishment had been thoroughly stripped bare by him. This floor was a culinary paradise, and after a comprehensive sweep, he had amassed several tons of chicken, duck, fish, meat, frogs, shrimp, crab, and beef and lamb offal. Zhou Chen continued his scavenging, not only taking food but also gathering tables, chairs, kitchen utensils, and even decorations and napkins into his space. Ascending to the next floor, he found a cinema. The supplies here were scarce, the drinks had frozen into blocks of ice, the snack packages had expanded, and the popcorn had decayed into a foul-smelling mush. He took the beverages and snacks, ensuring to collect the 10 massage chairs from the lounge area. The movie screen and high-quality speakers were also salvaged, along with the audience seating. In the future, he envisioned creating a home theater to pass the time. On the upper floor, a gym awaited, furnished with various professional fitness equipment. After thoroughly clearing this level, he decided it was time to relocate. He planned to visit the nearby indulge to search for winter clothing for children. The solitary autistic child at home was in dire need of clean winter attire. Upon entering the indulge department store through a broken window, darkness enveloped him once more. Under the beam of his flashlight, the circular layout of the mall revealed an array of exquisite merchandise displayed in each store. Luxurious clothing, shoes, hats, and bags lay untouched in this desolate atmosphere. This level was stocked with summer and autumn apparel. Gazing upon the splendid, pristine fabrics, Zhou Chen was unwittingly transported back to his previous life. The apocalypse had only lasted 3 years, yet everyone he encountered, including himself, appeared ragged and impoverished. The relentless natural disasters had left survivors exhausted from fleeing, their belongings discarded in the struggle for resources and self-preservation, often clashing with others in the process. Even the finest garments had been reduced to tatters. When he succumbed to his injuries and perished in the streets, he was left clad in nothing but a tattered t-shirt and a pair of threadbare jeans, lacking even a single shoe. Contemplating these memories sent a shiver down his spine. Regardless of whether the clothing was for men, women, or children, he collected it all. It mattered not if he had no immediate use for it. In the future, it could serve as a valuable trading commodity or a means to win hearts. Setting aside the external world for a moment, even within the Sakura community, violent gangs were bound to be numerous. With supplies in hand, there would always be those willing to serve him. Zhou Chen scoured every floor, amassing a considerable collection of bedding and reaching the top level, where he finally discovered 2 brand stores for children's autumn and winter clothing. The quality of the garments and shoes was commendable and sufficiently warm that he was akin to a cataclysmic whirlwind, leaving no trace in his wake. As the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, he realized he had been out for 8 hours, unbeknownst to him. His absence would surely have left the others anxiously awaiting his return. Without further delay, Zhou Chen donned his ice skates and sped homeward. Upon nearing Sakura community, just a kilometer away, he found a secluded corner to stop. Extracting wooden boards and ropes from his space, he fashioned a rudimentary shelf to pack some supplies before dragging them across the street. At Building 10, an increasing number of anxious individuals had congregated on the ground floor, each one burning with impatience. The predatory gang had been driven away, and with the installation of 2 iron gates, the building's security was temporarily assured. However, without supplies, starvation loomed. Why hasn't he returned yet? Wasn't he supposed to be searching for resources nearby? Where could he have gone? Could something have happened? Old Sun huffed and stamped his feet, worry gnawing at him, yet he felt compelled to soothe the other's anxieties. Rest assured, he has returned unscathed on previous outings. Perhaps he found an abundance of supplies and is just taking his time to return. A woman, wielding 2 watermelon knives, scoffed, "What's the rush, in this frigid weather? Even if Brother Zhou has skates, carrying supplies is no small feat." As darkness enveloped the world, the absence of power rendered everything pitch black. A glance around revealed only a few residential buildings flickering with scattered lights. Old Sun retrieved a steel rod. "I'll go check at the entrance." At that moment, the radio in his pocket crackled to life, followed by Zhou Chen's voice. "Old Sun, open the door and call everyone down to help move the supplies." The surge of excitement coursed through everyone. This was the moment they had longed for. Brother Zhou had returned, and he had successfully brought back supplies. As the heavy iron gates swung open, a beam of light appeared in their line of sight, swaying erratically as it drew closer. Bang! Zhou Chen made a sharp turn, the makeshift shelf he dragged skidding across the ground and colliding with the wall, spilling a multitude of packages onto the floor. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Good heavens, so many supplies? In the next instant, tears streamed down their faces, their hearts brimming with gratitude for Zhou Chen. Initially, they had feared that their alliance was merely transactional, that Zhou Chen viewed them as expendable. They had assumed he was only going through the motions of searching for supplies. To their astonishment, it was incredible. They would not starve, their wives and children would not go hungry. As long as they persevered, hope remained. Chapter 34. 3 women. With a resounding creak, the heavy iron gate closed and locked. Under the beam of the flashlight, Zhou Chen beheld a fierce woman. Yang Xidian, having retrieved her winter coat, approached with 2 watermelon knives in hand, saying, "Brother Zhou." Zhou Chen inquired, "What brings you here?" Yang Xidian's gaze was resolute. "I cannot live off charity. I am more than capable of taking on guard duty." Zhou Chen nodded in acknowledgement. He appreciated a woman who understood the value of self-reliance. A woman willing to wield a knife and act as cannon fodder was someone he could never refuse. Nearby, the starving and shivering neighbors eagerly began to unpack several bags. Upon glimpsing the abundant supplies within, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "My goodness, these provisions are incredibly plentiful. Is this meat? I was merely hoping for something to eat, never imagined I'd find meat. There are even clothes for children and frostbite ointment. My son's frostbite has become infected, now I needn't worry any longer." A little Zhou, "I cannot thank you enough. Brother Zhou, you've worked hard." Everyone was adept at playing their roles. Zhou Chen raised his hand. Everyone has been hungry for a day, let us hurry and prepare the supplies for cooking. My suggestion is that, given the current conditions, we should all share from a communal pot. Once the situation improves, we can discuss alternatives. Despite the neighbors' outward expressions of gratitude, their appreciation was entirely contingent on the supplies. Had he not returned with provisions today, their expressions would have been markedly different, perhaps even harboring thoughts of violence against him. A group of grateful neighbors cheerfully carried the supplies upstairs. Brother Zhou, we'll follow your lead. Brother Zhou, you've toiled outside all day, hurry home to rest. Once the meal is ready, we will bring it to you. Zhou Chen had no intention of consuming the tainted meat. No need. I had a few pieces of bread while I was out. I simply wish to get some good rest now. The neighbors were beside themselves with excitement. In this frigid weather, Zhou Chen truly had brought them supplies. It seemed that collaborating with him was not such a bad prospect after all. Noticing that young Sidian remained still, he remarked, this time, I brought back a considerable amount of women's clothing. You should take a share as well. Since you have decided to participate in the defense, you cannot afford to dress too lightly. Although she had managed to reclaim her winter coat, the layers beneath were insufficient, leaving her shivering and her complexion pallid. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Having finally escaped the clutches of despair, Yang Sidian was obedient to Zhou Chen's directives. She understood that in this entire building, Zhou Chen's word was law, and as long as she complied, sustenance would not be lacking. Yet, she also recognized the acute scarcity of resources. No one wished to support a burden, as Zhou Chen was certainly not the type to tolerate those who sought to live off the generosity of others. This was precisely why she had taken the initiative to grab a knife and descend. Upon returning to the top floor, the door next door swung open, and a red figure dashed out. Enemies. Zhou Chen's senses heightened, and he instinctively raised his machete. The red figure performed a sliding kneel, accurately embracing Zhou Chen's thigh. Boss, please accept my submission. Zhou Chen, he did not lower the machete but instead looked down at the woman clinging to his leg. Dressed in a vibrant red down jacket, beneath a fluffy hood was a youthful face brimming with vitality. Chi-Ro? Boss, it's me. The freezing ground proved too much for Chi-Ro, and she quickly stood up, her expression eager to please. Zhou Chen frowned, keep your distance. Chi-Ro promptly retreated 3 steps, her legs trembling from the cold, her smile oozing flattery. Boss, I've been waiting for you all day. Zhou Chen glanced at the unfamiliar woman standing at the door. Is she your friend? Chi-Ro, sensing his displeasure, immediately began to explain. No, I'm too reclusive to have many friends. Even if I did, I wouldn't dare bring anyone without your permission. The woman at the door hesitated for a moment before stepping out into the biting wind. Brother Zhou, my name is Long Xiaoyun. Zhou Chen found her somewhat familiar. It was the nose-ring girl Zhang Li had brought along. During a confrontation in the corridor, she had stood out with her smoky eye makeup and explosive hairstyle. Were it not for the nose ring, her now clean face and tied-back ponytail bore little resemblance to the girl she once was. The young woman nodded, eager to clarify. Brother Zhou, please don't misunderstand. I had no idea that those scoundrels had harmed you in the past. My uncle is in charge of the public fire service, and Su Ruoruan was deliberately trying to win my favor. I've only known them for less than a month. Just then, Yang Sidian rushed up, clutching 2 pieces of clothing, her expression anxious as she sought to defend her friend. Brother Zhou, Xiaoyun is not in cahoots with Zhang Li and his gang. They have plotted against you multiple times, attempting to trick you into opening the door and invade your home, but Xiaoyun had no part in those schemes. When I was on the verge of freezing to death, it was she who defied everyone's opposition to save me. Brother Zhou, I assure you Xiaoyun is a good girl. She will not be a burden to anyone. While she may not fight, she certainly will not live off others. I heard from Uncle Sun that good behavior will be rewarded. Brother Zhou, I will do my utmost to prove myself. No matter who seeks to harm you, I will be the first to confront them. If necessary, I will give her half of my provisions. Please, do not send her away. The more Yang Sidian spoke, the more agitated she became, and the young woman felt deeply moved, the 2 friends embracing each other in tears. Zhou Chen found women's tears particularly irritating and frowned, saying, enough, you're giving me a headache. The 2 women hurriedly wiped their tears dry, casting anxious glances at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen regarded the young woman sternly. You understand the current situation. If you are not inclined towards violence, then follow Uncle Sun's guidance and undertake tasks within your capabilities. There is no room for a freeloader here. The young woman breathed a sigh of relief, eagerly nodding. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Zhou Chen waved his hand. All right, hurry back inside. In that moment, he suddenly recalled a pressing question. How are you living here? Yang Sidian replied, we were originally staying on the 15th floor with those older sisters, but this afternoon, Uncle Sun asked us to move up here. Old Sun? Bringing 3 young, beautiful girls to stay at his place, under different circumstances, Zhou Chen would have suspected ulterior motives, but Old Sun was a different kind of man. Chi-Ro stamped her feet, her nose turning red from the cold, and voluntarily explained why she resided across from him. Last night, I heard commotion and was preparing to come over, but those scoundrels on the 19th floor attempted to break in, which frightened me into staying put. This morning, I quietly moved over. Initially, they wouldn't let me in, but after I shared some supplies and learned that you had agreed to my stay, they finally allowed me entry. Uncle Sun found out that I'm a normal university major and arranged for me to stay at his home to help with the children. Given the scarcity of firewood, it seemed wasteful for one person to keep warm, so he invited the 2 of them to stay as well for mutual support. Zhou Chen nodded. Quite right, a girl caring for children would undoubtedly be more attentive than a big man like him. After sending the 3 women off, Zhou Chen entered the house. Having been away all day, the temperature inside was not as warm as usual. The big yellow dog was gnawing on a piece of wood, trying to shove it into the fireplace. Upon seeing its master return, it immediately wagged its tail in anticipation of praise. Zhou Chen set down his backpack and tossed a bone. The big yellow dog eagerly pounced on it to chew. Though he had trained the dog to add wood to the fire, the animal's intelligence was akin to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child, making the task of maintaining the fire a considerable challenge. He reached out to touch the little one's forehead and limbs. They were slightly cold but not frostbitten. After adding sufficient wood to the fireplace and clearing the ashes, he lifted the little one from the bed to tend to their needs and then warmed a large cup of milk before attending to his own affairs. He drew all the curtains in the house, pulled out another household generator, and connected the water pipe to enjoy hot water. Given that the entire building was relatively secure, there was no need for secrecy. One should enjoy what one could die in the face of extreme cold. So many people struggle to even have a sip of hot water, let alone the luxury of a hot bath. Zhou Chen lay back in a full tub of hot water, luxuriating in the soothing warmth. Chapter 35 Utterly absurd. Everyone in Building 21 indulged in a sumptuous meal after an hour of comfortable soaking, which proved remarkably effective in alleviating their fatigue. Zhou Chen felt invigorated after a long day of toil. It was time to reward his stomach with the convenience of electricity at home. He busied himself for an hour and a half, and soon the table was laden with delectable dishes. Braised pork, assorted braised fish, spicy shrimp, steamed hairy crabs, taro milk steamed ribs, a medley of vegetables, fish head tofu soup, and a fresh fruit salad, accompanied by a glass of fine red wine. A large dog, gnawing on a bone, trotted over, wagging its tail excitedly around its master. Zhou Chen savored his meal with great satisfaction, while the neighbors below also relished their feast. Having endured a day of hunger at home, they had anticipated nothing more than instant noodles, bread, or steamed buns, yet Zhou Chen had astonishingly brought back meat. Lamb rolls, fatty beef rolls, beef balls, duck blood, and sweet potato noodles simmered together in the pot, filling the air with an enticing aroma of meat. This thrilled them, who had long been deprived of such flavors. The bounty was considerable, enough to last the group a full day. Sated, content, this was the finest meal they had enjoyed since the calamity struck. The men were elated, no longer burdened with worries about their wives and children going hungry. The women too felt joy, knowing that they could forego a little food, but their children must not suffer. The men, as the family pillars, could afford no such deprivation. Several children donned winter clothing and new shoes, albeit ill-fitting, yet warmly enough to venture out of their blankets without trepidation. The little ones dashed about with their toys, quickly forming a lively group. Hearing their laughter and seeing their bright smiles brought immense comfort to the parents. Old Son scooped a bowl of meat soup from the pot, which contained several slices of lamb and beef rolls, a piece of duck blood, and 2 beef balls. After a moment's thought, he used the spoon to fish out another meatball and tossed it back into the pot. A neighbor of similar age observed this and quickly remarked, "Old Son, why are you being so polite?" "We owe our gratitude to Zhou Chen, but we also thank you. Had you not found us, we might have starved by now. You should eat a little more." Saying this, he set down his bowl and made to help Old Son serve himself more meat. Old Son waved his hand. "No, I am already full. I was thinking about that young man on the 6th floor." Everyone understood immediately. Old Son was soft-hearted, concerned for the young man who was reluctant to abandon his parents' remains. Realizing that the provisions brought back by Zhou Chen belonged to everyone, he felt it inappropriate to take too much for himself. The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. It was simply impossible not to have opinions on the matter. After all, if they could barely fill their own bellies, who would care for another's plight? After some contemplation, Old Son proposed, "How about this? I will take a bowl down to him and encourage him to join us. The more hands, the more strength we have. If he still refuses, then we shall have to leave it be." With the snow and ice sealing us in, it is no small feat for Zhou Chen to bring back these supplies. Upon hearing this, given Old Son's status, the others nodded in agreement. After Old Son departed, they resumed their meal, stuffing their mouths with meat rolls, leaving greasy trails on their faces. Meanwhile, in Building 19, a group of violent thugs congregated on the 16th floor, peering out of the windows with greedy eyes, salivating. "Damn it, the people in Building 21 are actually eating meat. Not only do they have meat, but they each have 2 large bowls. This is outrageous. I can't even get a taste of the soup." Didn't Scarface say he had cleared out all the food? Scarface, who usually boasts, was turned into a dog last night. Now he is like a stray, begging for refuge at Building 10. What a waste of space. "Boss, they have meat over there. It must be Zhou Chen who brought it back today." "Of course it's him. Everyone saw him this morning. He was darting around on his roller skates on a sofa by the fire." A middle-aged man adorned with a gemstone ring pressed down firmly on a woman's head with his left hand, grunting as he pushed her away. The woman's face was obscured by her hair, making it difficult to discern her features. She stood up and spat into a trash can, wiping her mouth with her sleeve. The middle-aged man zipped up his pants, took a swig of hot liquor, his small eyes glimmering with cunning. "Does anyone here know Zhou Chen?" A dozen younger men shook their heads. One with green hair stepped forward. "I don't know Zhou Chen, but everyone knows Old Son." "How about this?" The middle-aged man straightened his posture and said, "Tomorrow morning, you go find Old Son and have him relay to Zhou Chen that the Sakura gang is planning to deal with him. As long as he supplies us with meat, we in Building 19 will stay out of it. Otherwise," the green-haired man accepted the task. "So how much should we ask him to supply us with daily?" The middle-aged man sneered, "The more, the better. At least 10 pounds of meat." A young thug voiced his concern. "What if he refuses?" Before the middle-aged man could respond, the others erupted in anger. "Damn, who does he think he is to refuse? If he doesn't agree, we'll just go over there with knives." "Exactly. Does he think a solid iron door can stop us? Why don't we just act now? Even if we can't get meat, we can at least get a pot of meat soup." "That's a good idea. I'm starving." The group of thugs grew increasingly agitated, their cravings for meat driving them wild. What a bunch of ingrates. The middle-aged man slammed the table. What's the matter? Do you think following me means you'll be short on food and drink? Instantly, the thugs fell silent, scrambling to appease him. Look at you all, such cowards. It makes me furious. After scolding them for a while, he finally calmed down. Just then, he noticed a woman still standing nearby. Why haven't you left? Suddenly inspired, he snatched a package of instant noodles from the table and tossed it at her as if dismissing a dog. The woman remained silent, hurriedly picking up the noodles from the ground before swiftly departing. As she stepped out the front door, she was met with the biting cold, shivering as she wrapped her clothes tighter around herself, descending the stairs in the dark. Upon exiting the building, she instinctively looked up, her heart heavy as she gazed at the top floor across the way. Surely, Zhou Chen's fireplace was blazing brightly. Even with the curtains drawn, a glimmer of light must still seep through. Could his neighbors be enjoying meat as well? A beam of light suddenly illuminated her face, and Su Wanwan instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Zhang Li approached, accompanied by a woman from the adjacent building. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Did you get the supplies? Here. Su Wanwan angrily hurled the instant noodles at him, turning on her heel to leave. Zhang Li bent down to retrieve the noodles from the icy ground, hastily chasing after her. What the hell is wrong with you? Did a guest bully you? Didn't I tell you to be more docile? Just endure a little and it'll pass. Endure your mother. Su Wanwan, unable to suppress her hatred, suddenly turned and slapped Zhang Li. He had already been irritable, and could not tolerate being struck by a woman. He retaliated with 2 swift slaps, kicking her to the ground. He yanked at Su Wanwan's hair, scolding, "You're just a filthy woman. Do you think you're some goddess pursued by men? Were you staring at Zhou Chen's place, hoping to go back to him? Dream on, you're nothing but a worn-out shoe. Spread your legs and earn some supplies for me." Chapter 36, The Sakura Gang. What a day. Chiro, in a state of half-sleep, mistook the sound of knocking for a dream. She was somewhat unfamiliar with the bed and had grown accustomed to sleeping alone. After moving here yesterday, she shared a bed with 2 other women to avoid freezing to death in her sleep, finally drifting off around 3 or 4 in the morning. Is someone knocking at the door? It seems so. I'll go check. Yang Sidian, thinking something might be amiss, hastily dressed and grabbed 2 watermelon knives before heading to the door. Upon opening it, she found Zhou Chen, fully armed, cradling a bundled child in his arms. At his feet lay 2 bags, one large and one small, with a children's bed and a pile of firewood behind him. Brother Zhou. Where's Chiro? I'll go call her. 5 minutes later, Chiro, disheveled and half asleep, stumbled out. Having suddenly emerged from her cocoon of blankets, she shivered from the cold. Wow, what an adorable little one. Chiro's eyes lit up at the sight of the small child with his fair, cherubic face and round, sparkling eyes. The fluffy hat only enhanced his cuteness. Is he truly the grandson of Uncle Sun? Zhou Chen handed the child over. His name is Chu Sakai. He has autism, but if you take good care of him, I'll reward you handsomely. The child, placed in the arms of a stranger, showed no reaction whatsoever as Zhou Chen tossed the 2 bags inside. These contain his clothes and food. Make sure he doesn't get cold. After having cared for him for some time, Zhou Chen felt a flicker of attachment. However, in these apocalyptic times, such sentiments were a burden best severed early. When the time came to leave the city, he had no intention of taking anyone with him. Chiro quickly assured him, "Don't worry, I promise to take good care of the little darling." On the 15th floor, 2 sentry neighbors, shivering and yawning, instantly donned smiles upon seeing Zhou Chen. "Brother Zhou, are you heading out so early?" They quickly turned off the power and pushed open the heavy iron door. "Be safe out there, Brother Zhou." On the 8th floor, Old Sun was leading a few neighbors in transporting the corpses down the stairs. The bodies, already heavy, felt even more burdensome in their frozen state. Zhou Chen remarked, "Why bother with all this, just throw them out the window." Upon hearing this, the neighbors nodded in agreement. Although the deceased deserved respect, these particular individuals were nothing but beasts. What was there to honor? Following Zhou Chen's suggestion, they retreated to their homes, opening windows to discard the bodies. In the quiet neighborhood, the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed. The frozen corpses shattered upon impact. Just as Zhou Chen finished lacing up his ice skates, Old Sun chased after him. "Little Zhou, after discussing it last night, we realized that with so many people in the building, you shouldn't be the only one venturing out for supplies. What if you encounter danger without any backup? The consensus is that today, you should focus on finding warm clothing rather than food. Tomorrow, we can send a few people with you. Strength in numbers can help lighten your load." Zhou Chen stowed away his cold-resistant boots in his backpack, adjusting his wool hat. The natural disaster struck in August, and the stores are filled with summer clothes. Autumn wear hasn't even arrived, let alone winter garments. What a joke! With the grey lives they led, would these neighbors be obedient enough to remain as mere cannon fodder? Even if he found something, they wouldn't share. Old Sun sighed, "Indeed, this damned natural disaster has wreaked havoc." Zhou Chen replied, "Today, I'm primarily searching for firewood. The furniture in the building is nearly burnt out, isn't it?" The warmer it got indoors, the less inclined the neighbors were to endure the cold. As the urge to venture out dwindled day by day, they would inevitably come to rely on him. Old Sun nodded. "Yes, most of what can burn has been used up." Zhou Chen waved his hand and propelled himself into the air. In a matter of meters toward the community gate, he glided like he was skating on fire, his figure a blur. This spectacle stirred jealousy among those observing from the shadows. "Zhou Chen is out again. We must find a way to get those skates." And his clothing, without his warm gear, he wouldn't dare linger outside with those skates. Indeed, he ventured out at this time yesterday, returning late without freezing to death and bringing back several large bags of supplies. Feigu said to observe for 2 more days, and then we'll set up an ambush at the gate. In the Sakura community, countless individuals waited anxiously, finally spotting Zhou Chen's return just before dusk. Initially, they saw no one, but then heard a rumbling sound in the distance, akin to a heavy truck slowly rolling over the pavement. The rumbling grew louder and closer, shaking the very ground beneath them. Despite knowing they couldn't see, many leaned eagerly out their windows. What is that noise? Could it be rescue arriving? At 70 degrees below zero, can a vehicle even operate? Of course, a vehicle could not operate. Zhou Chen had spent his time out exploring, ultimately finding 5 scales, secured in a row with ropes from his space. He retrieved over 20 logs, binding them tightly and tossing them atop the scales. Having spent 3 days along the river, he had salvaged many logs drifting downstream. The scales, equipped with 4 iron wheels, could be smoothly dragged even when laden with heavy objects. Thus, the residents witnessed Zhou Chen returning, dragging the logs behind him, inciting wild jealousy among all. After over 20 days of extreme cold, with every possible piece of clothing worn and no heating materials left, countless residents had perished in their dreams. Ordinary inhabitants had burned through nearly all their furniture. Violent gangs, robbing homes, found their plunder would hardly lasted a few days. They forced a group of residents to venture out in search of firewood, only to have them freeze to death outside. In such bitter cold, if no solutions were found for firewood, everyone would eventually perish. Now, seeing Zhou Chen return with such a bounty of logs for the 21st building, envy overtook them, their eyes shining like those of rabid rabbits. Once the intercom buzzed, Old Sun immediately gathered 10 men to meet Zhou Chen at the gate. In the dimly lit community, tension simmered. Fearing an ambush, the 11 men, including Old Sun, rushed to the rear to push with all their might. With the aid of the scale's iron wheels, they quickly returned to the 21st building. Without wasting time, they swiftly cut the ropes, eager to carry each log inside, ensuring none of the scales were left behind. As the heavy iron door shut, a sense of relief washed over them, yet excitement pulsed through the air. Old Sun, flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "Little Zhou, where on earth did you drag these logs from?" Zhou Chen, sitting on a stool and changing his shoes, was flushed and sweating from exertion. Although he had only dragged them 1 kilometer, it had been quite the effort, but to impress upon his neighbors the difficulties he faced, he decided to exaggerate the distance. I remembered a small private furniture factory in the suburbs and thought I might see if there was any firewood left. Most of it had been washed away by floods, but some remained wedged in the buildings. This stuff has buoyancy, so it wasn't frozen beneath the ice, but moving it was quite the hassle. Upon hearing that he had retrieved it from the suburbs, the neighbors' emotions became quite complex. The journey was long, through a frozen landscape. Zhou Chen had undertaken this alone, but if they had been in his shoes, they certainly wouldn't have managed it. Some of the neighbors began to feel a genuine sense of gratitude. As for the others, their conflicting thoughts remained unexpressed. In the entire building, only Zhou Chen could endure the outdoors for extended periods. He possessed both the capability to seek resources and the fortitude to endure hardship. In the current situation, they truly could not do without him. Those rascals on the 19th floor dared to plot against Zhou Chen. 1 would be met with a blade, 2 would face a double strike. Zhou Chen was quite pleased with the neighbors' reactions. Whether their sentiments were genuine or feigned, it mattered little as long as they recognized his significance. Without him, they could all expect to starve or freeze. Zhou Chen pulled out 2 bags of flour from his backpack. Dragging these logs was exhausting, and I didn't bring back much food today. Let us take this up for everyone to enjoy a hearty meal. Expressions of profound gratitude flooded the faces of all. Little Zhou, I'm at a loss for words. Brother Zhou, you are my savior. Little Zhou, I, Old Hu, declare here today that if anyone dares to harm you, I'll deal with them without hesitation. Hearing such ambiguous declarations, Zhou Chen naturally offered a few perfunctory remarks. Some might have been genuinely grateful, but he felt no guilt. His supplies were plentiful, enough to circle the globe thrice. What he shared was not the finest, yet humanity is the most avaricious of creatures. Being overly generous from the start only leads others to take it for granted. Over time, the insatiable appetite grows, and soon they yearn to drain every last drop of blood from you. What had begun as a mere partnership, if his supplies could also assist those neighbors willing to uphold their principles, this arrangement would benefit both parties. Old Sun quickly took charge. Old Hu, take the flour upstairs. Xiao Huang, go find a saw upstairs. Zhang and Chen, you two fetch the axes from the fire safety boxes above the 15th floor. We need to chop these logs into firewood tonight. Having organized everything, Old Sun approached Zhou Chen, a troubled expression on his face. Little Zhou, after you left today, the landlord of building 19 sent a green-haired man over. They claim the Sakura gang is preparing to deal with us. Zhou Chen paused, puzzled. What gang? Old Sun reiterated, the Sakura gang. Every building in the other 29 has a landlord, and they formed a gang called the Sakura gang. Zhou Chen smirked, a cold smile creeping across his face. This was quite normal. In the apocalypse, the law of the jungle prevailed. Small fish preyed on shrimp, and large fish consumed the small. Unlike Old Sun's concerns, Zhou Chen scoffed. What a bunch of rascals. Their very name reeks of trouble. Chapter 37 of the Cherry Blossom Gang's Restless Night. The incessant sound of chop 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 from the lumber being sawed at Building 21 echoed throughout the night. This night, the members of the Cherry Blossom Gang found themselves unable to slumber, not due to the noise, but rather from envy. It was not merely the sound of the saw that disturbed them. The residents of buildings 18, 19, and 20 across the way, every survivor among them, could smell the tantalizing aroma of noodle soup wafting through the air. It was intoxicating, so incredibly fragrant. This was not the scent of instant noodles, mixed grains, or the like. It was the distinctive fragrance of authentic handmade noodles. The handmade noodles, boiling in bubbling water, filled the air with the rich scent of wheat. The violent gang members from those 3 buildings were irresistibly drawn in by the aroma of barley, each one leaning out of their windows, inhaling deeply the enticing scent of grain. They strained their eyes to gaze at the group on the 15th floor opposite them, each person gorging themselves on noodles. They witnessed bowls of noodles being devoured, followed by steaming bowls of soup, the taste of happiness overwhelming them. Despite the considerable distance between the buildings, they could clearly see the noodles on the chopsticks, wide, long, and white, reminiscent of a belt. Those bastards, they're actually eating the belt noodles from my hometown, damn it. They've had one bowl and are going back for seconds. Is this some kind of joke? Even the women and children are managing to eat 2 bowls. What a waste of resources, such extravagance. Don't they fear going hungry tomorrow? How much food did Zhou Chen bring back, anyway? A middle-aged man, adorned with a jeweled ring, sat alone on the sofa, having lost count of how many times he had swallowed his own saliva. Get back here and sit down, all of you. The group of younger men who had been leaning out the window reluctantly gathered around the fire. The middle-aged man turned to the green-haired one. Did you convey my message to Old Son clearly today? The green-haired man chuckled. Don't worry, boss, I made it abundantly clear. Old Son was so frightened he nearly lost his legs. Ha ha. The middle-aged man snorted, habitually running his hand through his hair, which now came away greasy rather than styled with gel. Yet this did not diminish his air of superiority. My patience is limited. Wang Gachui, I'll give them 2 days. If I don't see any meat by the 3rd day, they'll regret crossing me. The younger men immediately showered him with praise. Boss is awesome. Our boss is the best. There are 3 young women across the way, one more beautiful than the last. Perhaps we can have some fun with them later, one bald man interjected. Boss, didn't Tife say that our Cherry Blossom gang should stand united against outsiders? Won't this anger him? Wang Dachui spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground, dismissively retorting, what the hell is this Cherry Blossom gang to us? Those leaders were merely the original residents. I, Wang Dachui, am not one of them. If the Cherry Blossom gang could supply us with 10 pounds of meat daily, then we might consider unity, but they provide nothing and merely prattle on. As long as our brothers have meat to eat and liquor to drink, who cares how the dogs fight among themselves? I, Wang Dachui, will never be cannon fodder. The younger men all raised their thumbs in agreement. Boss is magnificent. Boss is wise. A gleam of ambition sparkled in Wang Dachui's eyes. However, that group across the way has served as a warning. Starting tomorrow, dismantle a few gates and set up a barricade on the ground floor. We can't have anyone getting jealous of the meat that Zhou Chen brings us and sneaking in at night. The thought of meat sent the younger men into a frenzy of excitement. Only the bald man sitting at the edge harbored a look of disdain, silently calculating his next move. From that night onward, the sound of sawing would fill the Cherry Blossom community for the next 2 nights. Chop chop chop. In the pitch-black night, the flickering flames from Building 21 indicated just how much firewood Zhou Chen had brought back. The aroma of food was nearly unbearable. The strong winds scattered the scent throughout the entire community. Life was far too indulgent for those in Building 21. This could not be tolerated. The neighbors, oppressed by the violent gang, had already suffered losses to starvation and the cold. The gang, now desperate as their supplies dwindled, convened today at Aunt Wang's house in Building 10 to discuss strategies. Wang Dachui from Building 19 attended as well, but he simultaneously dispatched 4 men, led by the green-haired one, to inquire about the situation at Building 21. The 4 men swaggered confidently to the iron gate of Building 21, banging on it with a kitchen knife. A small opening in the gate revealed a pair of eyes. Bring Zhou Chen down to talk, the green-haired man boasted. Suddenly, the large iron gate swung open, and Old Son, accompanied by a group, charged out. Their movements were swift, and within seconds, they rushed back inside after a flurry of chaotic strikes. Bang, the iron gate slammed shut, leaving behind 4 bodies lying in a pool of blood. The green-haired quartet was not immediately killed but struggled to rise and flee. Just as they reached the bottom of Building 19, they collapsed onto the icy ground, their eyes wide open, refusing to close. Inside the iron gate, the roaring flames elevated the temperature of the entire room. Only warmth remained. The neighbors, having just finished their brutal act, gathered around the fire to roast potatoes and sweet potatoes, their sense of happiness soaring. Zhou Gu was right, those people are no good. If they want our resources, they should come crawling like dogs, begging for scraps. How dare they boss us around, acting all high and mighty, thinking there's something special. Given that we have this door, we need not fear such rabble. Even if they breach it, we can retreat to the 15th floor and show them something even fiercer. Flip the switch, and zap, let them suffer. Though only a few days have passed, our lives are improving, all thanks to Zhou Gu. Old Son, I heard Zhou Gu found a batch of mushroom spores. Will we soon have fresh mushrooms to eat? This was undeniably exhilarating news for everyone. All eyes turned expectantly toward Old Son. Old Son felt the weight of pressure. Little Zhou did mention it yesterday, but what? Is it difficult to retrieve? Perhaps we should send 2 people out tomorrow to assist Zhou Gu. At worst, we could each contribute an article of clothing for them, with firewood to keep warm indoors. 1 less piece of clothing won't matter. Indeed, those are spores. Once planted, we'll have fresh mushrooms to eat and delicious mushroom soup to savor. Stop talking about it. You're remaking me crave it. Old Son's heart raced. Just days ago, these people were merely hoping for a single meal. Yesterday, Zhou Chen had casually mentioned the spores, and now it had spread like wildfire. They were all fixated on it.as for the winter clothing. They had long discussed how hard it was to find due to the season, yet here they were again. Little Joe was right. One must not overfeed a dog. Old Sun adopted a serious demeanor. Everyone, stop dreaming. Even if we manage to get the spores back, they must maintain a certain temperature for 24 hours to grow. It is not something that can be done in a day. Zhou Chen has already put in tremendous effort just to bring back these logs. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, they possessed a fair amount of firewood now, but using it for cooking and warmth was a significant drain. One couldn't help but lament. Who would have thought that one day even a single piece of firewood would be so precious? They were well aware that Zhou Chen had 2 fireplaces at home, continuously burning around the clock. Waste was inevitable. However, the firewood was originally purchased by Zhou Chen, and the very firewood they were now enjoying was also painstakingly brought back by him. Who among them had the audacity to ask Zhou Chen to spare some firewood for mushroom cultivation? What if they offended him and he refused to cooperate? What would they eat then? Chapter 38. A group of pitiful creatures awaiting death. What right do they have to speak of cooperation? Beneath Building 10, a throng of over 100 lackeys stood, each man seemingly an island unto himself, gripping weapons tightly, maintaining a wary distance from one another. The sound of footsteps echoed from within the building, and Wang Dazhua emerged first. The bald leader promptly approached him, inquiring, "Boss, how did the negotiations go?" "Bah!" Wang Dazhua spat a glob of yellow phlegm onto the ground, his face a mask of frustration. "What negotiations? A bunch of spineless wretches want us to serve as cannon fodder." "What? How can this be? They expect us to do their dirty work for them?" Wang Dazhua let out a cold laugh. "Let us discuss this later." As he approached Building 19, he finally asked, "What about green hair? How did they respond? When will they start supplying us with resources?" At his words, the faces of the bald leader and his companions darkened. Green Hair and his crew. Wang Dazhua glanced at the 4 corpses on the ground, initially shocked, then filled with uncontrollable rage. "Damn, they dare to kill my men. They are courting death." The sight of the 4 bodies left the lackeys trembling with fear. The people from Building 21 were not to be trifled with. It would have sufficed to refuse cooperation, yet they resorted to outright murder? They had hacked away indiscriminately, and with the heavy iron gate closed, it was as if nothing had transpired. Just when everyone anticipated the boss would issue a command to retaliate, Wang Dazhua ascended the stairs in silence. The lackeys were left bewildered, hastily following his lead. One of the lackeys quietly tugged at the bald leader's sleeve, asking, "Brother Bald, are we just going to leave Green Hair and his crew like that?" The bald leader shot him a cold glance. "You want to handle it? Then go ahead and bury them yourself." The lackey promptly fell silent. How could one dig graves in this biting cold? Before the pit was even finished, he would likely freeze to death. Upon returning indoors, Wang Dazhua kicked over a table in frustration. "Damn it, not a single person respects me. My men are slain without hesitation, and they wish to use me as cannon fodder, as if I am nothing." The lackeys dared not speak a word. With only a few pieces of firewood remaining, and with the boss not suggesting lighting a fire, they could only huddle together, shivering in the chill. The bald leader remarked, "Boss, we are outsiders. The Sakura gang surely wants to use us as fodder, but perhaps there is still room for cooperation with Building 21. Wang Dazhua shot him a fierce glare. "What do you mean?" The bald leader explained, "You know Green Hair's temperament. He is always boasting, thinking he is the biggest shot around. Who knows what insulting remarks he made in front of them that pushed them to the brink." Wang Dazhua scoffed, "So what? A bunch of weaklings targeted by the Sakura gang. I would be willing to overlook this for the sake of resources. Having one less enemy should bring them joy. They should just endure whatever words I throw at them." The bald leader fell silent, pondering whether following such an arrogant fool was a wise choice. Wang Dazhua's gaze hardened. "Baldy, you take the lead this time. Demand they hand over 1,000 gene of firewood and 10 gene of meat. If there is no meat, then 30 gene of grain as a substitute. Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands for my survival." The bald leader descended with 2 others. To avoid meeting the same fate as Green Hair, they deliberately halted 10 meters from the iron gate, adopting a polite demeanor. "Old Sun, our boss wishes to discuss matters with your leader." The iron gate opened slightly, revealing Old Sun at the entrance, with a roaring flame behind him. The 3 of them gazed at the fire, their eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. Damn, it was infuriating how some people had it better than others. The residents of Building 21 could keep a fire burning around the clock with their rotating guards. In the entirety of the Sakura community, they were indeed a unique case. Just as the bald leader was about to speak, Old Sun interrupted. "I am the leader of this building." "You are the leader? Are your ears deaf? Then you have the final say here?" "I do not." The bald leader was left speechless. "Aren't you the leader? If you don't have the final say, then who does?" Old Sun stood firm as a rock. "Naturally, the final say in Building 21 belongs to Zhou Chen." The bald leader realized that Old Sun was merely a puppet. "Very well, then please summon Zhou Chen." "Our boss has something to..." Old Sun glared fiercely. "Bah, what are you? What is your boss? A Zhou Chen is not someone your rabble can simply summon." The bald leader's expression darkened, and the 2 lackeys behind him became incensed. "Son, are you courting death? Do you believe I want to kill you right now?" At that moment, several figures materialized behind Old Sunday. Armed with kitchen knives and axes, they appeared ready to spring into action at any moment. Recalling the fate of Green Hair and his crew, the 2 lackeys immediately fell silent, retreating a couple of steps in fear. The bald leader felt a surge of anxiety, forcing a smile onto his face. Old son, there rests no need to be so agitated. We aren't here to cause trouble, we merely wish to discuss cooperation as instructed by our boss. Cooperation? Old son scoffed as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. What right do you have to speak of cooperation? You on the brink of freezing and starving to death, yet you still wish to act tough. You are nothing but a pitiful group awaiting demise. His words struck a painful chord, leaving the bald leader's face ashen. He turned to glance at his two companions, then up to a window of Building 19, and finally at the surrounding structures. Compared to the people of Building 21, were they not indeed a mere collection of pitiful souls awaiting their end? Old son chuckled coldly. Zhou Chen has already made it clear, if you want to act tough, do it elsewhere. If you are not satisfied, then let us settle this with a fight. The fate of Green Hair and his crew awaits you. The faces of the three lackeys paled. Was there truly no room for negotiation? The bald leader hastily interjected, Old son, you may not be aware, but the Sakura gang was numerous and powerful. Should a conflict arise, they would leave no trace of these men. He could not believe Zhou Chen and his crew would not be terrified. Old son cut him off, his expression dripping with disdain. What is the Sakura gang? They are merely another group of pitiful souls awaiting death. With a wave of his hand, Old son dismissed them as if they were nothing more than bothersome flies. Do not threaten us with that trash from the Sakura gang. If you have the guts, let us engage in a real fight. Whoever dies considers themselves unfortunate. What does it matter if you have numbers? We can simply shut ourselves in and wait until you all perish one by one. The bald leader was left speechless. How could this be? They could afford to wait, but they could not. The resources in Building 19 could barely last a day. Tomorrow they would be starving. The scum from the Sakura gang would certainly not provide any food to force them into becoming cannon fodder. If a fight broke out, they would either be slain by the people of Building 21 or picked off by the opportunistic Sakura gang. Whoever took action would be a fool. As the bald leader broke out in a cold sweat, Old son chuckled once more. Zhou Chen has stated that the resources he can procure are plentiful, not even scraps will be thrown your way. However, there is still an opportunity for you. If you desire resources, you must present a letter of allegiance. Chapter 39. A song cool dedicated to you. As the bald man entered, he immediately received a resounding slap. Wang Dachui, furious, barked, Are you out of your mind? You cower before a cripple, yet dare to insult us as if we were mere dogs. Why don't you muster the courage to stab him with a knife? You boast about your green-haired prowess, but I see you as nothing more than a coward. The bald man plunged a knife into his opponent's abdomen, twisting the handle forcefully. Boss, remember, one should strike the body, not the face. Be more careful in your next life. Wang Dachui collapsed to the ground, leaving the onlookers paralyzed with fear. The two lackeys trailing behind the bald man, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, quickly distanced themselves. You killed the boss. The bald man crouched down, wiped the blood from the blade on the lifeless body, and fiercely retorted, Shouldn't he have died? How much supplies did we gather initially? Be frugal. Will it suffice to sustain us brothers for 2 months? Wang Dachui squandered a third of our resources on his escapades with women. Did he ever consider our survival? Daring to slap my face. My mother has never done that. Zhou Chen, oblivious to these events, was at home relishing a feast. The space was filled with an abundance of semi-finished fresh food, allowing him to indulge based on his whims. Today, he prepared squirrel fish, shrimp, Sioux-style eel, braised ribbon fish, blanched flower snails, white-cut chicken, oil-braised bamboo shoots, corn and rib soup, along with 2 plates of vegetables. He opened a bottle of Maotai. Its smooth, crisp, and refreshing taste, with a rich body and lingering aftertaste, was indeed well deserved of its reputation as a national treasure. The aroma of the liquor was pronounced, leaving a lasting fragrance in the empty cup. This particular spirit was often bought by those who never drank, while those who drank seldom purchased it. Zhou Chen had earlier gifted several boxes, and now he hoarded tens of thousands of boxes in his space, enough to make any connoisseur envious. Just as he poured his second glass, a cacophony erupted outside. The noise was piercing, causing one's nerves to fray. This was soon followed by the sound of static electricity, and someone was testing a microphone. The loudspeaker's volume was such that the entire community could hear it clearly. Hello, good afternoon, neighbors. I am Wan Baojia, the head of Building 10. We are currently facing difficult times. As neighbors, we must unite to overcome these challenges. In order to better protect everyone's interests, the Sakura gang has officially been established. I, Wan, have been entrusted with the role of leader. I assure you all that I will strive to procure more resources for the surviving neighbors. Those who act selfishly and disregard the lives of others are enemies of the people. Zhou Chen from Building 21, pay attention. According to reliable information, not only does your home have a fireplace for warmth, but you also possess ample supplies. You must not be so selfish. You should share all your resources with everyone. As we all know, you are the only one in the entire community capable of venturing out to gather supplies, hence you have an obligation to ensure the livelihood of the others. Of course, we in the Sakura gang are democratic. If you find this overwhelming, we understand. In addition to your household supplies, please surrender your outdoor gear for fair distribution by the gang. Now, we will send a team to collect the supplies. Please prepare them promptly. Next, we invite 2 neighbor representatives to speak. The gangsters gathered at Building 10 wore grins that stretched from ear to ear. This strategy was brilliant. Surely, the survivors from neighboring communities had heard? Without needing to step outside, they could roast Zhou Chen over an open flame from this day forth. Should Zhou Chen dare to venture out, he would undoubtedly find himself ambushed. The faces of the expendable neighbors in Building 21 turned pale. Old Sun and others gripped their weapons tightly, bracing themselves behind the iron gate. Those on standby rushed downstairs, trembling with fear. The Sakura gang's forces were surely numerous. What if they could not withstand the onslaught? Would retreating to the 15th floor guarantee safety? Suddenly, a rustling noise emanated from the loudspeaker, followed by the voice of an elderly woman. Zhou Chen, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. The citizens of the entire city are suffering immensely. As a citizen, you must fulfill your duties. Helping neighbors is contributing to the nation. Refusing to contribute to the nation makes you a sinner. Those who are enemies of the nation will undoubtedly face the reckoning, not only imprisoned but also dragging down their descendants for 3 generations. For more severe offenses, execution is a certainty. Consider your actions wisely. Zhou Chen tossed a chicken leg to the dog. The voice of Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee was all too familiar. Is that old hag still alive? Her tone was filled with impotent rage, clearly starved to the bone. How could a band of beasts capable of murder and robbery afford to squander precious resources on an old woman? After a few seconds, a man's voice crackled through the loudspeaker. Zhou Chen recognized it. It was his good brother Zhangli. Zhou Chen, we were once classmates. Your selfishness disregards our shared history. Yet if you refuse to help us, can you bear to watch so many neighbors starve? Zhou Chen, while you may not care for old friendships, we, your former classmates, cannot ignore your plight. Are you willing to send yourself to prison for a few morsels of food? Can your conscience bear the thought of so many perishing from your selfishness? When midnight strikes, do you not fear the vengeful spirits of the dead haunting you? Zhou Chen, listen to me. Voluntarily surrender your supplies. In times of hardship, we share both burdens and fortunes. At least you can sleep soundly at night. The microphone returned to the hands of the Sakura gang leader. Zhou Chen, our people are on their way to your building. If we do not see the supplies within 10 minutes, do not blame us for being heartless. We in the Sakura gang act in the interest of all surviving neighbors. The intercom on the table crackled with Old Sun's anxious voice. Little Joe, what do we do now? They're sending a large group. I estimate at least 40 or 50 people. The ground floor will surely fall. Zhou Chen wiped his mouth with a tissue, his expression calm as he replied, you all just hold your positions behind the door. If anyone attempts to turn traitor and let them in, cut them down. Zhou Chen drew back the curtain and opened a small window. Below, a horde of beggars brandished weapons, their arrogance palpable. Open the door. Surrender your supplies. Down with the capitalists. So Zhou Chen retrieved a spray alcohol machine and a large plastic water reservoir from his space. 5 tons of mineral water would fetch a fortune during a heat wave, a true boon for this rabble. He extended the telescopic nozzle through the small window and aimed it at the throng below, pressing the button without hesitation. A torrential downpour sprayed outwards, drenching the crowd from above. The icy rain struck their heads, faces, and bodies, causing about 40 to 50 thugs to freeze in shock. After just 3 seconds of bewilderment, they began to scream and flee in terror. Soaked from head to toe in the frigid water, they faced a torturous ordeal in the below-freezing temperatures. The rainwater quickly turned to ice upon contact, and several individuals perished on the spot. Ah, help me, save me! The screams echoed incessantly. Those who could not escape were left to freeze to death. The swiftest among them, some froze on their escape routes, while others dashed into nearby buildings, only to succumb in the hallways. Fewer than 1 in 10 managed to escape with their lives. Zhou Chen stowed his tools and sprang into action. If they thought shouting over a loudspeaker would intimidate him, they were mistaken. Could a cheap loudspeaker worth a few bucks compare to the professional sound systems in theaters? Soon, survivors within a 2-kilometer radius of Sakura community heard Zhou Chen's clear voice resounding in their ears. Listen up, you scum of the Sakura gang. Put away your hypocritical facades. If you wish to survive, you better behave like obedient dogs. Unable to rob without suffering casualties, are you all trembling in fear? I dedicate a song cool to you. Chapter 40. A warning to the monkeys. Madman, Zhou Chen is undoubtedly a lunatic. Room 1101 of Building 10. The 29 leaders of the Cherry Blossom gang were assembled here. The pallor on their faces belied the profound fear that lay beneath their shocked expressions. Who among them had not stained their hands with blood? Yet, compared to the deranged Zhou Chen, they felt like mere children in a vast mansion. Silence, when broken, resonates with astonishing clarity. Truly, a dog that bites does not bark. Over 30 lives extinguished with a mere flick of his wrist, without so much as a blink. The fortunate few who survived bore varying degrees of frostbite. Some had lost ears, others fingers, and still others, toes. The Cherry Blossom gang, aside from their leaders, had nearly 100 underlings. In just 5 minutes, Zhou Chen had decimated half of their fighting strength. Shock, anger, anxiety, fear, trepidation, regret. The newly appointed bald leader, replacing Wang Duzue, wore a vacant expression. He had not intended to become cannon fodder for the Cherry Blossom gang, but circumstances dictated otherwise. Witnessing the gang mobilize with deadly seriousness, he feared that if he did not participate, this unruly horde would seize their supplies and turn their wrath upon the 19th floor. Fortunately, the 2 underlings he dispatched remained unscathed at the back, untouched by the icy deluge. Previously, he had believed the Cherry Blossom gang could crush Zhou Chen like an ant underfoot. Now he realized Zhou Chen possessed a terrifying audacity. Reflecting on Old Sun's words, he began to contemplate whose life might serve as a token of loyalty. Stealing furtive glances at the leaders before him, his gaze flitted between the gang leader Wan Baojie and the scarred man. At that moment, the scarred man wore a grave countenance, though inwardly he felt elated. A group of self-righteous fools had laughed at him, branding him a stray dog, and now, were they not being thoroughly dealt with by Zhou Chen? Yet, he had not anticipated the ruthlessness of Zhou Chen's actions that fateful night. Survival had been purely due to Zhou Chen's reluctance to eradicate them entirely. One cautious leader ventured. What do we do now? Shouldn't we retaliate? Wan Baojia slammed his fist on the table, declaring in fury, retaliation is certain, but not at this moment. We underestimated Zhou Chen. Before we act, we must devise a foolproof strategy. The cherry blossom community reverberated with the haunting melody of Liang Liang. The city had languished in silence for far too long, and now, suddenly, music filled the air, causing many survivors to perk up and listen. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though they had returned to a bygone era of peace. Survivors from nearby communities, having gleaned news of the recent fatalities within the Cherry Blossom Enclave, observed from a distance as a throng of armed ruffians charged towards a building, believing that Zhou Chen, named over the loudspeaker, was surely doomed. Yet, the reversal came with astonishing swiftness. With a single hand, he had claimed over 30 lives, his decisiveness in battle unparalleled. The news spread rapidly, from 10 to 100, until it reached even the more distant survivors' ears. Haha, delightful. I was truly terrified just now, but what's there to fear? What good is sheer numbers if they can be vanquished so easily? The neighbors from Building 21, who had been quaking in terror just 10 minutes ago, contemplating surrender, now sat upright, emboldened by their survival. Two others were practically dancing with excitement, entirely consumed by exhilaration. Old Sun cast a discreet glance at the pair. Don't rush back upstairs just yet, remain here I'll find Zhou Chen and see what his plans entail. Upon encountering Zhou Chen, Old Sun raised his thumb in salute. Impressive, he genuinely admired him, saying, I thought we'd have to retreat to the 15th floor today, but you've truly found a way. Zhou Chen glanced at the tightly shut door next door and whispered, what about our neighbors? Old Sun's expression darkened. As of now, I can confirm 2 individuals. I had my suspicions about them, considering they came here for supplies. It's only natural to be wary, but today if you hadn't incapacitated that throng of ruffians, those 2 would have undoubtedly knifed us in the back to open the door. Fresh from slaughtering over 30, Zhou Chen's aura remained ominous. They cannot be allowed to live. With that, Zhou Chen and Old Sun descended the stairs. Old Sun, astonished, exclaimed, so soon? Why not have them charge in the front line next time, or pretend to assign them tasks, and we can eliminate them outside the community? What if this incited panic among the others? Zhou Chen, hands in his pockets, replied, there is no need for such complications. In the building's ground-level emergency exit, flames erupted sporadically, sending sparks into the air. The neighbors, huddled in a circle, warmed themselves while conversing. Zhou Chen exchanged a glance with Old Sun, who promptly stepped around the corner. Xiao Huan, Xiao Shen, come here for a moment. Xiao Zhou has a task for you. The 2 felt no suspicion and, amidst envious gazes, happily departed their posts. Zhou Chen had previously mentioned that beyond safeguarding the building, there would be other tasks. Accepting individual assignments could yield a bounty of supplies. Brother Zhou, the thought of plentiful rewards brightened their faces. However, as they approached, Zhou Chen and Old Sun revealed their deadly intent, one receiving a throat cut from a broadsword, the other pierced through the abdomen by a sharp steel rod. The neighbors by the fire were left in shock. In an instant, they scattered like startled birds, nervously eyeing Zhou Chen and Old Sunday. What had transpired? Why had they suddenly turned on their own? Old Hu took a moment to regain his voice, stammering, Old Sun. This Old Sun wiped the blood from the steel rod with a piece of fabric, stating, let us not overthink it. They deserved their fate, while their loyalty was questionable, and they lived off the community. They had just harbored malicious thoughts, intending to betray us and open the door for that mob. If it weren't for Xiao Zhou's decisive action, would we have been able to retreat upstairs with our lives intact? At these words, the neighbors shivered. In truth, when faced with the violent threat of the mob, each had contemplated surrendering. No one wished for death. In the grip of overwhelming fear, irrational actions were not surprising. However, with wives and children to consider, the thought of their loved ones falling into the hands of the Cherry Blossom gang quelled their impulses. Yet, had Zhou Chen not intervened, if that mob had breached their defenses, in the face of life and death, they would have surely laid down their weapons. Enduring suffering was one thing. Facing death was another. The 2 neighbors, now lifeless on the ground, had foolishly lived only for themselves, failing to conceal their true intentions. Old Hu swallowed hard, stammering, but there was no need to kill them. We could have simply driven them out to fend for themselves. Zhou Chen's icy gaze met his. Drive them out? Where would they go? To survive, they would meticulously divulge everything about our situation to the Cherry Blossom gang. If they learn of the electrified door, will they fall for it again next time? Only the dead can keep secrets. Upon hearing this, the neighbors fell silent, acutely aware of the shared secret among them. 2 living souls, extinguished at a moment's notice. Behind Zhou Chen's mercilessness lay a clear message, a warning to all, betray him, and you shall meet a similar fate. Zhou Chen surveyed the crowd, issuing a stern warning. I hope everyone remembers this. I, Zhou Chen, despise those who stab from the shadows. Anyone who dares to betray me, regardless of who they may be, shall meet their demise. Chapter 41. A severed head and 10 packs of instant noodles. As the night passed, the notorious reputation of Zhou Chen spread like wildfire. Survivors within a 10-mile radius became acutely aware of the madman named Zhou Chen residing in Sakura community. Just how mad is Zhou Chen? While others boast of their prowess after eliminating a few individuals in their relentless quest for status and resources, Zhou Chen remains unflinching in the face of 50 marauders threatening his life. With a single strike, he dispatched dozens, embodying the very essence of ruthlessness. Secret discussions among the various gangs commenced, each vying to recruit Zhou Chen into their ranks. The prospect of aligning with such a formidable figure was enticing. His mere presence could instill fear and command respect. The Sakura gang, having sustained significant losses, found themselves retreating for the time being, unable to devise a lethal strategy. The once restless neighbors, after some persuasion, began to coalesce around a shared interest. Survival. Who could guarantee their existence? A Zhou Chen. With him at the helm, the entire building stood as a veritable fortress. While the Sakura gang hesitated to provoke Zhou Chen, it was Zhou Chen who could not tolerate the existence of the Sakura gang. After all, his nature was one of meticulous accounting and vengeance. Were it not for the citywide blackout that rendered stealth impossible, he would have pursued his vendetta without delay. As dawn broke, the first thing Zhou Chen did upon awakening was to turn on his speakers to unleash his retaliatory strike. His clear, resonant voice echoed across a 2-kilometer radius. Hello, hello, hello. Attention, everyone, the Sakura gang of Sakura community engages in murder, looting, and the most heinous acts imaginable. They are truly worse than animals. They deserve to be eliminated. I, Zhou Chen, hereby offer a generous bounty regardless of whether you are a resident of this community or a brave soul from other factions. If you kill one of the 29 leaders of the Sakura gang, you can exchange their head for 10 packs of instant noodles. Whether as individuals or teams, the bounty increases cumulatively. Kill 1 and receive 10 packs, kill 2 for 25, kill 3 for 40. If anyone or any team accumulates 10 heads, in addition to the corresponding noodles, I will reward you with an extra 10 kilograms of flour and 10 kilograms of frozen meat. I welcome all to participate enthusiastically. I, Zhou Chen, assure you that resources will be dispensed immediately, with no breach of promise. Bang, the 29 leaders of the Sakura gang were instantly paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The faint-hearted collapsed, a pool of liquid forming beneath them, while the most cowardly lost control altogether. This madman, Zhou Chen, how dare he issue a bounty on their lives? In the face of calamity, to think one could barter for their heads with mere instant noodles was laughable. Yet, amidst a world where survivors turned against each other for a mere scrap of bread, the desperation was palpable. Among these survivors were those guilty of unspeakable acts, cannibalism, fratricide, and even patricide. With no resources, starvation was inevitable. In such dire circumstances, 10 packs of noodles represented a fortune, drawing countless survivors like moths to a flame. The 29 leaders of the Sakura gang felt an unprecedented terror seep into their souls. Even after Zhou Chen had dispatched over 30 of their own the previous day, the dread they now experienced was unparalleled. For not only did the marauders outside covet their lives, but even their own subordinates were now tempted by the bounty. Each one felt the chilling call of death. Stop, help you bastards, how dare you betray me, but what are you doing? No, don't kill me. Within just 3 minutes of the bounty being announced, the cries of anguish akin to slaughtered pigs reverberated through several buildings in Sakura community. Upon hearing the screams, hesitant survivors from nearby communities could no longer remain idle. They hastily armed themselves and rushed toward Sakura community. Those further away feared missing out on the spoils and employed every means to hasten their arrival. Some rode bicycles, others skated, while one individual even used a mastiff as a sled, and a zookeeper galloped on a gaunt Siberian tiger through the icy landscape. From a distance, many were astonished at the speed of their fellow survivors. They had only just been contemplating gathering winter clothing to distribute among their strongest members in hopes of securing 10 heads. Now, they were left to lament their missed opportunity. Kill, the heads of the Sakura gang are mine. Wang Baojia, leader of the Sakura gang, come forth to meet your demise. 10 packs of noodles, mine, all mine. I want meat. Kill. Hundreds of armed survivors surged toward Sakura community like ravenous wolves, converging from all directions. As more and more survivors arrived, their disheveled, beggar-like appearances only intensified the scene, which could easily be mistaken for a horde of zombies besieging the stronghold. Each survivor, more ruthless than the last, brandished their weapons and howled with fervor upon entering the community. They charged into any building that caught their eye, kicking down doors and attacking anyone in sight. If they failed to locate the leader in one building, they swiftly turned to the next. If a leader had been slain by their own subordinates, they would mercilessly slay those subordinates and drag the corpses to claim their reward. In that moment, chaos erupted throughout Sakura community. Blood-soaked assailants fled toward building 21, one clutching a severed head while pressing down on his wounded abdomen. Old son, open the door. Old son, I've killed the leader of building 20, I'm here to claim my bounty. Old Sunday. Brother son, I'm one of you. Please, open the door. Shink, a knife pierced his back from behind. Shink, the assailant's bloodied belly spilled out intestines as he stabbed repeatedly until both he and the victim collapsed in a pool of blood. Boss, I avenged you. The arriving accomplice cursed him as a fool, severing the head from the victim's body and swiftly collecting another to step toward the iron gate with a buoyant stride, as if heading toward paradise. Yet, as he took a single step, he was engulfed by a throng of marauders. Once the group had finished their grisly work, 2 heads vanished, leaving only a dismembered corpse behind. Another group of marauders turned, and upon seeing the heads, charged toward their fellow attackers. In the end, the once distinct identities of the assailants blurred amidst the frenzy. They struck at anyone in sight, mindlessly swinging their weapons. Their bloodlust consumed them as they sought to claim a head to exchange for 10 packs of noodles. Whether it belonged to one of the 29 leaders of the Sakura gang mattered not. One by one, they fell on the icy ground of Sakura community. A macabre garden of blood bloomed. Zhou Chen stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his left hand in his pocket and his right hand cradling a red cup. 99. 103. 121. 125. Damn, I've lost count. My eyes are blurring. Madame Wang, hiding beneath a pile of corpses, waited for the marauders to pass before daring to escape. To her shock, as she turned her head, she came face to face with a drooling Siberian tiger. Roar, the tiger, thrilled, lunged at her. Chapter 42. I am the Laog. Lao Sun stood in the corridor, counting the heads outside through the small window of the iron gate. With every count, he couldn't help but turn away and retch. These were bloodied, severed heads. The violence and bloodshed were overwhelming. In times of peace, a common person would scarcely encounter a single head, yet here lay before him 70 or 80. This band of marauders had gone utterly mad. Initially, they sought out the building owner to kill, but soon they swung their weapons at anyone they encountered. Some of the heads did not even belong to the residents of Sakura community, yet they dared to display them before him. Each time he confirmed a head belonged to the Sakura gang, Lao Sun would toss a packet of instant noodles out through the small window. The marauders receiving the bounty were, of course, ecstatic, but a deadly peril swiftly followed. With a pack of hungry wolves surrounding him, whether he could return with the supplies depended solely on his own abilities, yet this was no easy feat. Some, who received the noodles, made a break for it, only to be hunted down and slaughtered by the marauders before they could even escape the community gates. Others, who attempted to take refuge in nearby buildings after claiming their noodles, found themselves pursued inside, screams echoing shortly thereafter die in an instant. A new wave of chaos erupted, but none of this concerned Zhou Chen. To him, the marauders outside were merely enemies. The more that perished, the better. Once Lao Sun distributed the last packet of noodles, he promptly shut the small window, severing the connection to the gruesome sights and sounds outside. Lao Hu and the other neighbors, who were merely cannon fodder, were so tense they were drenched in cold sweat. Each one gripped their weapons tightly against the iron door, fearful that marauders might set their sights on them. Lao Sun, do you think these marauders will leave? If they didn't depart, wouldn't that be inviting disaster? The number of marauders greatly exceeded that of the Sakura gang. Lao Sun was even more anxious than they were. After all, he was the one distributing the bounty supplies alone outside. At that moment, his legs felt weak, and he sought a spot to sit down and wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Stay calm, the supplies of the beleaguered Sakura gang have already been completely plundered by the marauders. Their presence here is merely a waiting game for death. Xiao Zhou is on the top floor with a water gun. If these marauders dare to set their sights on us, they'll meet the same fate as the 30 or so who froze to death yesterday. They're not foolish. After a brief respite, they will naturally disperse. Lao Sun's words rang true. Following the new wave of chaos, numerous corpses littered the ground, along with scattered remnants of instant noodles. Those marauders who had not profited sought warmth by burning furniture in the corridor, and within a few hours, they gradually vacated the premises. Zhou Chen, fully armed, descended the stairs. At this moment, the gazes of the cannon fodder neighbors had completely transformed. Eliminating the Sakura gang equated to neutralizing the greatest threat in the community. Now, in Sakura community, Zhou Chen's word was law. Are there still 2 households left in this building? Zhou Chen inquired. There were originally 3 households, but the young man on the 6th floor left 2 days ago. He could not be persuaded to stay on. Now only 2 households remain. One is a couple on the 7th floor, and the other is your uncle on the 11th floor. Zhou Chen was taken aback. My uncle, how had this family, devoid of supplies, managed to survive until now? Lao Sun's expression turned peculiar. Shall I take you to see? Upon reaching the 11th floor, the door to 1101 was locked from the outside. Lao Sun unlocked it and produced a key to open the door. Before pushing it open, he felt compelled to caution. Xiao Zhou, you should prepare yourself mentally. Zhou Chen nodded, an inkling of the situation forming in his mind. Upon entering the disheveled living room, he found not a single piece of intact furniture. The floor was covered with the residue of a fire. Nearby was a cold pot containing bones that bore no resemblance to any animal. Lao Sun, gripping a pointed steel rod, inspected the surroundings before forcefully kicking open the door to the master bedroom, revealing 2 men huddled on a foul-smelling bed. Only 2 men remained. There was no sign of Zhou Lily. Zhou Chen then comprehended why Lao Sun had referred to the man as your uncle rather than your aunt. Upon seeing visitors, the famished father and son's eyes glinted with desperation. In their extreme hunger, they attempted to rise and commit murder to satiate their hunger, but they were simply too starved to muster the strength to get off the bed. Lao Sun shook his head in lament. They first consumed the deceased pregnant woman and her fetus, then killed your aunt. Zhou Chen remained emotionally unperturbed. The bond he once shared with his aunt had long been eroded. Feeling sadness was out of the question. A gambling addict who had swindled his parents' inheritance, defrauded his siblings, and coerced his nephew into purchasing a home deserved this fate. He could only wonder what kind of despair his aunt felt when she witnessed her husband and son brandishing knives against her. Zhou Chen could not be bothered to spare the pair another glance. Throw them out. With his command, the accompanying cannon fodder neighbors complied without hesitation. The emaciated father and son were forcibly dragged from the bed. No, you can't do this, Zhou Chen. We are cousins. The father and son struggled weakly, being dragged out of the house like 2 dogs, landing in the snow outside. After crawling on the ground for 2 minutes, they became 2 lifeless, cold corpses. At that moment, the residents of the 6th floor were summoned down. The disheveled couple, upon seeing Zhou Chen, immediately adopted a fawning expression. Given the recent commotion, they had realized whom they should align with. Moving forward, Zhou Chen's face remained impassive. You have 10 minutes to gather your belongings and vacate this building. The couple appeared shocked. Why do? Zhou Chen sneered. Why? You wish to reap the rewards of others' labor without contributing? The man responded. No, we were merely afraid of retaliation from the scarred one. While we did not contribute, we did not take your supplies either. Besides, this is our home. On what grounds do you expel us? Zhou Chen's gaze turned icy. There are plenty of vacant apartments in the community. Will you leave on your own, or shall we assist you in your departure? No sooner had he spoken than Lao Sun and a dozen others surrounded them. Each bore a fierce countenance, wielding sharp weapons. Oh my! The woman, sensing the dire situation, collapsed to the ground and began to wail. Heaven above, is there no law? Zhou Chen found women's tantrums most irksome. The moment he witnessed such behavior, memories flooded back of his aunt, who, upon finding him in the factory, had sat on the ground, pounding her thighs while cursing him for his lack of compassion. That image made him feel nauseated. How foolish, even in the apocalypse, she resorted to such antics. Zhou Chen kicked her onto the ground. In this community, I am the law. With a mere glance from Lao Sun, the cannon fodder neighbors surged forward, seizing the couple by their collars and tossing them out the door, soon following with a pile of their belongings. In the bitter cold, with corpses strewn about, the couple scrambled to retrieve their scattered belongings, rushing to the door and incessantly knocking and pleading. Within the blazing corridor, Zhou Chen sat upon a stool, extending his hands toward the fire for warmth. Not a single one of the cannon fodder neighbors dared to sit. They all stood obediently across from him, ready to follow orders. Zhou Chen elegantly rubbed his slender fingers together and commanded. Summon all survivors to remove the bodies, those who disobey will be expelled to fend for themselves. Chapter 43 The Price of Greed. Come out, assemble downstairs. The two brash neighbors, acting as cannon fodder, bellowed as they called out from building to building, their voices booming and fierce. After a few days of improved rations, they had put on some weight, their bodies now brimming with energy. Confronted with the emaciated survivors, they felt emboldened, their arrogance palpable. In half an hour, 45 survivors were divided into two groups, shivering in the snow. One group comprised ordinary residents oppressed by the Sakura gang, while the other consisted of lowly minions of the gang. Zhou Chen, clad in a pristine winter coat, strode in with an air of authority. The moment he appeared, a woman from the survivor group lunged toward him. Ah Chen, save me! Young Sidian, quick to react, seized the woman by the hair and kicked her back into the group. The kick carried a hint of personal vendetta. The woman, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to rise just as she attempted to approach Zhou Chen again. A cold watermelon knife was pressed against her throat. Yang Sidian issued a warning, try moving again, and see what happens. Su Ruoren, kneeling on the ground, stretched out her hands desperately, her face a mask of pleading as she gazed at the striking man. At that moment, she was in a state far worse than before. Her hair was a tangled mess, her clothes stained, her face was gaunt, covered by a thin layer of yellowish skin, with sunken eyes and high cheekbones, resembling a beggar on the street. Ah Chen, it's me, Ruoren. Don T, you recognize me. Zhangli and a few others were also in the crowd, too terrified to raise their heads. Zhou Chen didn't spare them a glance, directly assigning a task to Yang Sidian, pick them out and throw them all out of the community. Yang Sidian, harboring a grudge, immediately set to work, dragging them out one by one. These people had nearly brought about her demise, she would remember them even in ashes. Zhangli, the skinny monkey, Li Sisi, and several other women fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou, I was wrong, please spare my life. Brother Zhou, please don't kick me out, I don't want to die. Ah Chen, I beg you, don't be so heartless. I can wash your clothes and cook for you, if you wish, I can bury your children, as many as you desire. Zhangli crawled toward Zhou Chen, weeping profusely. Zhou Chen, no. Brother Zhou, I was wrong, it's all my fault. I beg you for another chance, I am willing to be your dog, woof, woof. The skinny monkey and others followed suit, crawling toward Zhou Chen, eager to lick his shoes. Brother Zhou, please forgive me just this once. Treat me as a dog or a cat, I truly don't want to die. Brother Zhou, I was blinded by greed. Su Ruoren, that wretched woman, gave me 200,000, which I haven't spent a penny of. I'll transfer the money to you now, please don't expel me. Brother Zhou, it was Zhangli who instigated us to betray you, I realize my mistakes, just say the word, and I'll kill him for you. Brother Zhou, the one who harmed you was Chen Shang. I've already broken up with him, he is dead now, and all this has nothing to do with me. Zhou Chen looked at them with disdain, kicking away the filthy hands reaching out to him. Witnessing these beasts groveling on the ground made him feel utterly nauseated. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently from the beginning. The cannon fodder neighbors raised their clubs and knife handles, striking these people, causing the other survivors to tremble in fear. After subduing them, they dragged one by one, as if hauling livestock, toward the community gate. Terrified of being thrown out to freeze to death, a few desperately clawed at the snow, their fingernails tearing, leaving long trails of blood in the snow. They were dragged out of the community, taken behind a wall, and then surrounded. Gazing at the faces filled with hatred, they suddenly realized there were far worse fates awaiting them. What do you want? Zhou Chen only said to expel us from the community. He never mentioned killing us. Yang Sidian raised the watermelon knife, and the surrounding cannon fodder neighbors brandished their kitchen knives and clubs. Under the sunlight, the cold glint flashed, and blood splattered. Wiping the blood from her face, Yang Sidian sneered, who said we would kill you, just wait to die slowly. They turned to leave, leaving behind a horrific scene. The snow was stained red, and dismembered limbs lay scattered. Those whose limbs had been severed howled in terror and agony. Su Ruoren struggled desperately, yearning to rise and return to Zhou Chen's side, yet, bereft of arms and legs, she resembled a limbless maggot, writhing with all her might. Until she expended her last ounce of strength, staring vacantly at the sky. In her final moments, memories flooded back. Zhou Chen had treated her exceptionally well, almost to the point of indulgence. Had she not been so ungrateful, how could Zhangli have treated her like a mere commodity to barter for those paltry resources? Zhou Chen treasured her, never once laying a hand on her. But with Zhangli, she was worth only a pack of instant noodles. She, Zhangli, and Li Sisi were all alike now. Reduced to a state of dismemberment, they faced the dire consequences of their greed. Zhou Chen, upon glimpsing the fresh blood on Yang Sidian and the others, could surmise the fate that awaited Zhangli and Su Ruoren. To expel them was to sever their path to survival. As for how they would meet their end, he didn't care. The enmity with these beasts from his past faded in that moment, returning to dust. The survivors, trembling in the biting cold, especially the members of the Sakura gang, were gripped with terror at the thought of being sent back to freeze to death. Zhou Chen's piercing gaze swept over them, his voice leaving no room for dissent. From today onward, the Sakura community is under my command. If you wish to survive, you must obey. You will do as I say. The 30-plus survivors dared not breathe a word as Zhou Chen pointed at the corpses on the ground, stating, everyone must work, clear all the bodies from the community and dismantle the security. Zhou Chen gestured for her to speak. What do you have to say? The woman emerged from the throng, hastily brushing aside her greasy bangs, casting a flirtatious glance. Do we women need to carry the bodies as well? That is all physical labor. I can help by mopping floors, washing clothes, and cooking. Everyone in the line looked upon her with disdain. After their scorn, envy began to brew within them. A beautiful woman had her advantages, perhaps she would indeed get her wishes fulfilled. In the ragtag group of beggars, this woman was undoubtedly the cleanest. She had a bit of flesh on her face, her overall appearance was the best. Yet in Zhou Chen's eyes, she was no different from a crazed woman on the street. Zhou Chen commanded Old Sun directly, "This woman's clothes are too clean, and she has flesh on her face, indicating she has been living more comfortably than the rest. Assign her the dirtiest tasks. If she fails, she won't eat." The woman, who had hoped to leverage her beauty for a better life, immediately turned pale. "No, I'm willing to carry the bodies. I'll do it. Zhou Chen's expression hardened. "Since you're so keen to take charge, you can do as you please once you leave the community." As soon as the words left his lips, Old Sun grabbed her, with two cannon fodder neighbors stepping forward to take her away. Amid her desperate pleas, all the survivors trembled in fear, silently chanting to themselves, "Do not question, never rebut, keep your opinions to yourself." In any case, whatever Zhou Chen says goes. Chapter 44 of the attitude of the cannon fodder neighbors. Under the watchful eyes of the cannon fodder neighbors, the survivors of the community toiled relentlessly throughout the afternoon. The task of transporting corpses was an outdoor endeavor that felt like a waking nightmare to them, with temperatures plunging to -70 degrees and insufficient winter clothing to keep them warm. Even taking a few steps was a Herculean effort. The bodies, already heavy, felt even more burdensome in their frozen state. It took 3 or 4 individuals to lift a single frozen corpse. After every few steps, they had to pause to catch their breath, timing their brief rests to 10 minutes, before hastily retreating into the building to escape the biting cold. Otherwise, they risked becoming the next cadavers to be transported. Working under such extreme low temperatures, compounded by hunger and the inability to replenish their energy, the gradual depletion of their last reserves of strength only hastened their demise. Many had already collapsed onto the ground, their vacant gazes fixed on the falling snowflakes, as if experiencing a serene acceptance of their impending fate. Gurgle to gurgle, the sounds of hunger echoed around them, a stark reminder of their ongoing struggle for survival. As they caressed their emaciated bellies, a flicker of the will to live reignited within them. They exchanged glances, each detecting the other's yearning for sustenance. Some individuals wore a particularly unsettling expression, their eyes glinting with a predatory hunger, as they stared hungrily, seemingly on the brink of lunging forward to gnaw on a piece of flesh. Could they truly be contemplating cannibalism? The mere thought sent shivers down the spines of many, prompting them to scramble to their feet and distance themselves as far as possible amongst those near madness from starvation. A desire began to brew. After all, weren't humans merely a source of sustenance? Stripping away their clothing and roasting it over a fire would be akin to preparing a succulent piglet, the pale meat gradually turning golden, sizzling and oozing fat. As the individuals carrying the corpses passed by, a chill swept down their spines. "Time to eat," a voice cut through the air, interrupting the macabre thoughts of some. "There's food? Are we being fed?" I can scarcely believe it. All the survivors found it hard to fathom. Surely, they would not be treated like livestock, receiving nothing more than a bucket of slop each day as the Sakura gang did. Elder Sun led the way, flanked by 4 women who bore 2 large buckets of food, with 2 additional individuals wielding sticks to maintain order. "Time to eat, everyone, gather in the hallway of Building 1. The frenzied survivors, reluctant to leave, followed Elder Sun's procession step by step. Instinctively, they craned their necks to glimpse the contents of the buckets. The broth appeared clear and clean, nothing like the slop they had grown accustomed to. A fragrant aroma of wheat wafted through the air. It was noodles. They could not help but inhale deeply, savoring every whiff of the enticing scent. Delicious, absolutely delectable. In the hallway of Building 1, over 30 survivors clutched filthy bowls, their eyes glued to the 2 cauldrons over the fire, swallowing hard in anticipation. Although it was only a few hundred meters away, the broth had already frozen into ice during its journey. Now, it required reheating before it could be consumed. "Brother Sun, how much longer? Brother Sun, it must be thawed by now. Can we eat?" Despite knowing that steaming noodles would be far more satisfying and warming, they simply could not wait any longer. There was no need for Elder Sun to speak, others naturally reprimanded them. "What are you all in such a rush for? Are you starving to death? Just wait a few minutes. You won't perish, will you? Anyone who keeps whining will find their portion given to someone else." At this, no one dared to utter another word. Beneath the roaring fire, steam rose from the cauldrons, and soon the long-awaited sound of boiling water filled the air. To hell with any symphony, this was the most melodious music in the world. In an instant, they could no longer contain themselves, surging forward in a frenzy. "What are you doing? If you knock over the pot, can you afford to pay for it? Do you not wish to live? Do you want to starve? Form a line, everyone, form a line." The 2 cannon fodder neighbors were in a foul mood. While scolding, they swung their sticks at the throng. The fastest among the survivors received several blows. Yet, even when struck, their bodies did not retreat. Instead, they instinctively pressed forward, their eyes fixated on the food in the pot. Seeing this, the 2 cannon fodder neighbors resorted to harsher measures, their blows increasingly severe until they finally managed to push back the eager few. The milky broth was not particularly thick, and the noodles within were scant. Yet for these survivors, it was the finest meal they had had in over a month. Each person received a full bowl, the aroma intoxicating. Before receiving their food, they would have devoured both the broth and the bowl in a single gulp if they could, but after receiving their rations, they suddenly became exceedingly appreciative. They would first inhale the scent, take a tentative sip, and close their eyes in bliss. With each mouthful, they savored the taste, relishing it for several moments before tears began to flow. It was merely a bowl of the simplest vegetarian noodle soup, something they would have previously disregarded, yet now, it had transformed into their most prized sustenance. They sipped it slowly, greedily extending their tongues to lick the bowl clean. Everyone yearned for a second helping, but the 2 pots were already empty. Elder Sun, observing the scene, felt a pang of sympathy. "You've been hungry for far too long, consuming too much at once. Isn't wise. As long as you behave and cause no trouble, there will be plenty of supplies for you going forward. On their way back, the two cannon fodder neighbors wore expressions of discontent. Elder son, just boil a few packages of instant noodles to appease them. Why waste such precious flour? Indeed, giving flour to these people is sheer extravagance. The four women harbored similar sentiments. Our resources are already scant, let them starve instead. That entire bag of flour pains my heart. Exactly, these individuals aren't even our neighbors. In my view, elder son, you are simply too soft-hearted. Elder son's expression shifted slightly, swallowing back the words he had prepared to say. The voices of these six likely echoed the sentiments of the entire building had they quickly forgotten the tragic plight they endured under Scar's oppression, merely a few days after experiencing better days? Did the dragon slayer ultimately become the dragon? Contemplating the wrath of the killing god, Zhou Chen, elder son intended to offer a timely warning. Just as he opened his mouth, a commotion reached his ears. The survivors had been centrally relocated to Building 1, and the only place within the community where discord arose was there. By the time elder son reached the top floor, Long Xiaoyun, who resided in his home, was curled up on the floor, her hair disheveled, her face scratched and bruised. The three women were not enough. Now, one by one, they stood with their hands on their hips, pointing accusatory fingers at her. Young Situ, agitated, exchanged heated words, her fists clenched tightly, as if on the verge of drawing a blade. Elder son inquired, "What is going on?" One of the women immediately began to rant, "Elder son, we have endured her for far too long. She does nothing but consume our resources. We've decided to throw her out to lift corpses. If she refuses, let her die outside. It's better than her wasting everyone's supplies in the building." A leisurely footstep echoed as a tall figure descended from the rooftop. Zhou Chen, hands in pockets, sneered, "Since when did it become your place to make decisions here?" Chapter 45. There is no reasoning behind 1,000 days of thievery, nor 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's voice, the three women who had taken action trembled in fear. The neighbors who had come up with old son, initially viewing the situation as mere entertainment, now wore solemn expressions, each standing upright and composed. Zhou Chen had always treated them well, providing supplies and never oppressing anyone. However, the thought of him having taken the lives of over 30 individuals on his first venture, personally slitting throats on the second, and orchestrating the demise of the Sakura gang and numerous external thugs through bounties on the third, weighed heavily on their minds. 3 strikes had claimed over 200 lives, and even the beasts of the Sakura gang had not been so audacious or ruthless. They had assumed that Zhou Chen would be plagued by sleepless nights in the following days. To their astonishment, he appeared unperturbed, seemingly unaffected, even in a better mood, as if he had merely slaughtered a couple of hundred chickens. The mere contemplation of these events instilled a profound fear within them. One of the women shivered uncontrollably, unable to meet Zhou Chen's gaze. Stammering, she attempted to explain, "Brother Zhou, that was not our intention. This entire community is, of course, under your command." Another woman, who was more articulate, trembled as she stepped forward. "Brother Zhou, we absolutely did not mean to overstep. The situation is such that this Long Xiaoyun does nothing but eat and drink for free every day, and she even flirts with our men." Zhou Chen coldly interrupted, "So you chose to come here and stir trouble?" This was, after all, right at his doorstep. The three women immediately recoiled. The articulate woman hastily shut her mouth. Zhou Chen's piercing gaze swept over them, landing on Yang Xitian. "You speak." Yang Xitian's cheek bore a scratch, and though she felt indignation, she restrained herself. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her emotions and recounted the events with clarity. Long Xiaoyun has never worked a day in her life and is utterly clueless about household chores, but she certainly does not laze about. While she may not know how to cook, she single-handedly handles tasks such as chopping wood, lighting fires, boiling water, and washing dishes. Previously, when they washed dishes, they used hot water, but now that it is Long Xiaoyun's turn, they claim that boiling water wastes firewood and insist she use cold water, causing her hands to freeze, yet they remain dissatisfied and constantly nitpick. They gossip behind our backs, claiming that I and Long Xiaoyun were involved with those beasts with scars, that we are shameless and that I am a seductress, unable to find fault with me. They solely desire to drive Long Xiaoyun away. Upon hearing these words, the three women glared at Yang Xitian, attempting to retort multiple times, only to be cowed into silence by Zhou Chen's sharp gaze. The two bystanders behind Old Sun exchanged glances, their expressions growing peculiar. As Yang Xitian spoke, they observed the expressions of the women. Zhou Chen began to grasp the reason behind it. When one's belly is full, desires awaken. The men in the building, upon encountering two young and beautiful girls, inevitably entertained certain thoughts. Considering that these women had been under the control of the scarred beasts for some time, they believed their chastity was compromised, leading them to feel overconfident that they might take advantage of the situation. Can a man's foul nature truly be hidden from married women, who could tolerate such underhanded dealings right beneath their noses? In times of peace, they would have long since returned to their families, demanding divorce at the slightest provocation. Yet now, in the apocalypse, men had become their sole reliance. Zhou Chen's gaze turned to Old Sun, who appeared utterly bewildered. Clearly, Old Sun had never bothered with women's affairs. Zhou Chen was even less inclined to concern himself with such trifles. In this world of despair, could the squabbles among women possibly outweigh the significance of a single packet of instant noodles? However, daring to cause trouble at his doorstep could not be dismissed as trivial. This was a direct affront to him. Zhou Chen's expression darkened. "I have shown you too much leniency, allowing you to believe you could disregard my authority." The three women felt a chill run down their spines. Zhou Chen addressed Old Sun, "Old Sunday." Old Sun replied, "Let them skip a meal, no, 2 meals, how does that sound?" Yang Xitian's demeanor turned grave. "There is another matter. When Uncle Sun was covertly gathering everyone, the scarred beasts caught wind of it. Long Xiaoyun and I once overheard them discussing that those on the 13th and 14th floors were willing to act as their informants, but since the scarred beasts have been wiped out, we have been unable to find evidence to bring it up. Those three happen to reside on those 2 floors. Old Sun's heart raced. Is that true? Yang Xidian raised her hand in oath. If I speak a single falsehood, may I meet a terrible fate. They are eager to drive us out. Could it not be that they fear we know something, harboring guilt in their hearts? The 3 women hastily denied the accusations, but their evasive glances betrayed their guilt. Zhou Chen turned to Old Sun. You are the building's leader. How do you propose we handle this? Old Sun appeared troubled. This was no minor issue. Had they not engaged in an ambush that night, who knew what dreadful events might have unfolded afterward? Yet, precisely because they had struck unexpectedly, the scarred beasts had been caught off guard, leading to their complete expulsion. The informants had become mere pawns. Zhou Chen looked back to Yang Xidian. If you were in charge, what would you do? Yang Xidian's demeanor shifted, her presence exuding cold intensity, akin to a cold-blooded creature. She gestured to her throat, mimicking a throat-slitting motion. Stirring up trouble is minor, but potential threats must be eradicated. Zhou Chen inquired. What are you waiting for? The dual blades flashed forth, and a spray of blood splattered against the wall. One woman had her trachea severed, blood gushing forth like a broken faucet. The other 2 women were paralyzed with terror, collapsing to the ground, unable to utter a single plea for mercy. Old Sun and the 6 others behind him were equally taken aback. This bloody scene unfolded far too suddenly. Yang Xidian, like a loyal hound, wielded her dual knives, dispatching one after another. In less than a minute, 3 lifeless bodies lay cold upon the ground. At that moment, Zhou Chen asked, what comes next? Covered in blood, Yang Xidian, sharp-witted, replied with fierce resolve, eradicate the roots, sever future troubles. With that, she gripped her knives and charged downstairs. Not only did she rush forward, but she also called to the 2 men beside Old Sun, you 2, follow me. Old Sun gazed at the corpses on the ground, at the departing trio, and at the living who were now trembling with fear. At this moment, he began to question his life. Old Sun, his expression numb, looked at Zhou Chen. Xiao Zhou, must it be this way? Even if they had been willing to act as informants for the scarred beasts, it was merely a means of survival. Such a crime did not warrant death. Zhou Chen asked. Have you considered what might have happened had the bounties not been issued, and the scarred beasts secretly contacted them, requesting them to discreetly open 2 large doors one fateful night? Old Sun's heart raced with dread. Zhou Chen's reasoning was straightforward. Whether it was a quarrel among women or some personal vendetta, their internal disputes held no bearing on him. Yet today, as informants for the scarred beasts, they could easily become informants for another faction tomorrow. The city was not limited to just the Sakura community. One cannot engage in thievery for 1,000 days without facing the consequences of being guarded against for 1,000 days. Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened. Old Sun, I am merely striking first. Chapter 46. Appointing a deputy leader. In the corridor lay the gruesome corpses of 3 couples, except for Qi Ro, who was accompanied by her child. All the expendable neighbors had been summoned to witness the scene. In the biting cold, confronted with the horrific sight of the deceased, each person trembled more violently than the last, with some women unable to suppress their nausea and retching. Zhou Chen sat in a chair, one leg crossed over the other, and remarked, you all understand the causes of death for these 6 individuals, do you not? The expendable neighbors remained silent, too intimidated to speak. Zhou Chen's expression was icy. I offer you a chance. If anyone among you has ever agreed to act as a spy for Scarface, now is the time to step forward, and I shall hold no grudges. If it is revealed one day, I need not elaborate on the consequences. I, Zhou Chen, will never permit myself to risk my life in procuring supplies from the outside world only to be betrayed in the end. At his words, all the expendable neighbors hastened to declare their innocence, passionately denouncing the deceased as treacherous villains. Were it not for Zhou Chen's bounty that eliminated the Sakura gang, they feared that these individuals would have conspired to open the Iron Gate in the dead of night, leading to their untimely demise by a flurry of blades while they slept. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines, leaving them haunted by dread. Zhou Chen surveyed the group, scrutinizing the subtle expressions of the expendables, and they indeed appeared to be untroubled. After such an incident, who among them would dare to collude with the outside world? At that moment, Old Sun had recovered sufficiently to produce a small notebook. Xiao Zhou, I can assure you that the remaining individuals are trustworthy. These 9 have been the most fervent in their loyalty behind me. Zhou Chen glanced at the names in the notebook, though he was unfamiliar with most of them. Excellent. Zhou Chen rose to his feet, declaring, those who perform well shall be rewarded. Old Sun will treat everyone to a feast tonight. A feast, the mere mention of the word sent waves of excitement through the crowd. Supplies were scarce, and for long-term planning, they had been rationing their food. Otherwise, they would not have felt such anguish over today's bag of flour, wishing instead for the survival of those fortunate enough to remain. Aside from the meager meat soup from that night, they had not tasted flesh for several days. The prospect of a feast tonight undoubtedly promised meat. The thought of indulging in long-forgotten savory dishes made them salivate. Zhou Chen continued, there are 3 matters to address. First, the individuals in Building 1 will be entrusted to your management. You must accomplish the tasks I assign within a month. Second, I am appointing a deputy leader, effective immediately. Yang Xidian will serve as the deputy leader, assisting Old Sun in managing relevant affairs. The expendable neighbors exchanged glances, a mix of envy and jealousy evident in their eyes. Yang Xidian was fierce in combat, wielding her weapon with the precision of a cold-blooded killer devoid of emotion. Yet, they were not without merit themselves, they simply lacked her unwavering obedience, resembling loyal hounds. Perhaps this was the true reason Zhou Chen had elevated her position compared to a pack of thugs. Zhou Chen needed a fiercely loyal attack dog. Old Sun appeared somewhat surprised, but he harbored no ill feelings. He understood his own tendency towards compassion. A person with a strong offensive nature was indeed necessary to keep these neighbors in check. Third, I will be venturing outdoors for a few days. As more survivors gain the ability to roam outside for extended periods, I must seize the opportunity to gather supplies. Lagging behind could mean losing everything. Upon hearing this, the expendable neighbors grew anxious. Brother Zhou, there is no need for you to be away for several days. Outdoor activities are inherently perilous, and should you tire or feel unwell, you would have no one to keep watch. Perhaps Old Sun could know, Old Sun's mobility is limited. It would be better to select someone to accompany you. Such remarks were futile. Aside from Zhou Chen, anyone outdoors for more than 30 minutes would likely meet their demise. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need, I have my skates. Even if you could accompany me, you would only hinder my speed. All you need to do is secure the community. In the event of an external invasion, simply retreat to the 15th floor. After giving these instructions, he suddenly recalled something. Zhou Chen turned his gaze towards the group of women. Is there anyone among you who can sew? So, the group of women exchanged puzzled looks. Do you require sewing? Being homemakers, they all possessed basic sewing skills. Zhou Chen shook his head. Not just any sewing, specifically, making autumn clothing and socks. The temperature-regulating fabric lay dormant in his space, and his current garments had long needed replacement. If no one here possessed that skill, he would have to inquire with the survivors from building one. To everyone's surprise, the hapless Long Xiaoyun slowly raised her hand. I can do it. I studied fashion design, so making clothes is no problem. However, I lack a sewing machine, so hand sewing would be somewhat slow. Moreover, her hands had already suffered frostbite in this frigid weather. Yet, she dared not voice this concern, fearing Zhou Chen might deem her useless and expel her. Zhou Chen's eyes brightened as he snapped his fingers. You return to your room. I will bring the materials shortly. He then pointed to the corpses on the ground. Old Sun, please take care of this, as well as the bloodstains at my door. Old Sun promptly organized the men to move the bodies while the women fetched mops and brushes. Zhou Chen quickly handed the tools, fabric, and needles to the young woman. She was taken aback, expecting to perform hand stitching, but was pleasantly surprised by the availability of such comprehensive tools. The pieces of fabric, while seemingly uniform in color and texture, revealed subtle differences upon closer inspection. Finally, the moment for her to showcase her skills had arrived. The young woman, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, Brother Zhou, making autumn clothing and socks is incredibly simple. With a sewing machine, it becomes even easier. I can just run an electric wire down. No, I will go downstairs to do it. Zhou Chen firmly disagreed. There are still electric wires downstairs. I will have Old Sun bring one up shortly. With so many people downstairs, the risk of someone discovering the secret of the fabric was too great. Even those without malicious intent could develop ill thoughts. Having finally subdued this unruly group of expendable neighbors, it was best to maintain a low profile. He pointed at the fabric and carefully cautioned, remember, do not mix them up, and ensure no one downstairs sees them. The young woman quickly tidied the table, laying a clean sheet over it. She arranged all the tools according to her usual preferences, and then, warming her frostbitten hands with her breath, excitedly said, Brother Zhou, since you'll be away for a few days, I have an address for you to check out. It's rumored that a substantial stash of furs was previously stored there, and nothing offers warmth quite like furs. Her words struck a chord with Zhou Chen. Natural disasters were relentless. In his previous life, he had only survived the apocalypse for 3 years. Who could predict what calamities awaited him 3 years hence? What if, one day, tectonic shifts pushed the entire Arctic inland, or if the interior sank, leaving survivors to seek refuge upon icy plateaus? The future held uncertainty, and it was prudent to amass as many resources as possible. Chi-Ro stood nearby, cradling her small child, eager to join the conversation. Although there was a fire pit in the room, it could not compare to the warmth of a fireplace. To prevent frostbite, the child was bundled tightly in layers, resembling a Russian nesting doll, with tiny hands tucked into thick sleeves, their cheeks flushed with cold. Chi-Ro looked on with longing. Big shot, if you manage to bring back those furs, could you reward me with a fur coat? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Give me a reason. Upon realizing there was an opportunity, Chi-Ro immediately perked up. I am youthful and invincible, as beautiful as a flower, obedient, and my work is exemplary. Chapter 47. Traps, not a single survivor left. Clap, clap, clap. Zhou Chen applauded, rendered speechless by the foolish girl. If you dare speak so recklessly again, I shall punish you by sending you downstairs to chop firewood. Please, no, big boss, I was wrong. Chi-Ro immediately wilted, obediently cradling the child and retreating to the warmth of the fire. The power lines had yet to be installed, and the little delinquent extended her frostbitten hands, attempting to thread a needle. However, the bitter cold rendered her trembling fingers incapable of finding the eye of the needle. Zhou Chen feigned searching his pockets, retrieving a box of frostbite ointment and placing a pair of cotton gloves on the table. The little delinquent was taken aback. With a stoic expression, Zhou Chen remarked, completing additional tasks comes with rewards. I would rather not have your hands covered in blood, staining the fabric. That would be quite repulsive. Despite his words, the sight of those two items brought tears of gratitude to the little delinquent's eyes. After all, she was a young girl, and who wouldn't desire a pair of beautiful hands? As soon as Zhou Chen departed, Chi-Ro hurriedly approached with the nesting doll in hand. With a bright smile, she sincerely reassured, now you feel more at ease, right? Once the boss brings back more fabric, there will be plenty for you to busy yourself with, and the rewards will surely be abundant. Let us not forget those who share in wealth. The following morning, Zhou Chen set out fully armed. He could not remain in hiding indefinitely, otherwise, he would struggle to explain the source of his supplies, inevitably inviting suspicion. His ice skates glided swiftly, and within mere seconds, he burst through the community's gates. Several binoculars from various directions locked onto him. According to his route, gangs from neighboring communities began to stir. Zhou Chen sped across the ice, relishing the sensation of freedom and inhaling the crisp air ahead. Someone emerged, raising a white flag from a distance. Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened as he retrieved the iron hammer secured to his belt. "Brother Zhou, please don't be alarmed. I am unarmed," the person called out, believing that such words would compel Zhou Chen to halt. However, in the blink of an eye, Zhou Chen zipped past, a gust of wind trailing in his wake. In the span of 2 kilometers, Zhou Chen encountered a dozen survivors who emerged waving small white flags, each seeking his attention. He was well aware of their intentions. Some sought collaboration, others wished to attach themselves to him, while a few harbored malicious thoughts of seizing his equipment. The previous day's bounty had drawn a crowd of survivors, but these individuals hailed from nearby communities, all more than 1,000 meters away. They lacked the courage to venture outside, fearing they might freeze to death along the way. Zhou Chen had no desire for anyone to cling to him. The group of expendables in the building was already troublesome enough, nor did he wish to collaborate with anyone unless they possessed unique resources worth trading. As for those who wished him harm, he had seen enough to know that he wouldn't hesitate to send them for a refreshing cold bath. Following the little delinquent's directions, Zhou Chen spent over an hour reaching his destination. This area was a clothing wholesale market, sprawling in size with considerable height. At that moment, buildings below 5 stories had been submerged beneath the ice, leaving only the second-floor roofs standing against the wind and snow. The roofs, blanketed in ice and snow, revealed only a few glass windows, making it impossible to discern the names of the establishments, let alone locate the fur area. But was this a problem? Certainly not. Having come this far, he might as well clean out each building. After all, his storage space had ample capacity. Zhou Chen seized the iron hammer and began to smash. After each strike, he would dash away. Crash! Tempered glass shattered, scattering across the floor, accompanied by a cascade of ice and snow. Once he confirmed it was safe, Zhou Chen changed out of his skates and approached the window to survey below. The interior was engulfed in darkness, with only a few faint beams of light visible. Zhou Chen retrieved a flashlight from his storage space, illuminating the scene below, where the doors, windows, and corridors remained intact, untouched by other survivors: Dama, Zhuboping, Liani, Lufu, Kaiyuan Shengshi, Isani. The names of the various shops flashed before him, diverse and eclectic. The influx of cold air caused frost to form on the walls flanking the corridor. The flashlight featured a clip design, allowing it to be attached to a hard hat. Zhou Chen freed his hands, quickly pulling out climbing ropes, securing one end to the iron frame of the window before threading the other around himself and climbing inside. Each floor of the wholesale market was spacious, with numerous corridors, each lined with clothing stores. The quality of the garments here was not as upscale as those in department stores, but fortunately, all were autumn styles, with plenty of winter wear available. In terms of current needs, they far surpassed the short-sleeved shirts found in department stores. The clothing industry boasted foresight. They guided consumer spending year-round, always seizing the initiative. As spring approached, summer collections emerged. Halfway through summer, autumn lines were introduced, and before winter even arrived, down jackets were already on the market. With the absence of legal constraints, Zhou Chen swung the hammer with abandon. Initially, he maintained some patience, thoroughly clearing each store. However, as time passed, his patience waned, and he began to pick and choose. His method of gathering supplies required hands as intermediaries, and incessantly rummaging through items grew tiresome. The market was vast, filled to the brim with resources. How long would it take him to sift through it all? Bang! A sudden loud noise captured Zhou Chen's attention. The sound emanated from the darkness ahead. If there were no gaps allowing the cold wind to enter, it indicated human involvement. Bang, 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 the sounds continued, deliberate strikes against the ground. Was it a plea for help or a trap? Zhou Chen promptly switched off his flashlight and retreated into one of the shops, hiding temporarily beneath the counter. With his right hand gripping the hammer and his left drawing the machete from his belt, he refused to take any risks without clarity on the situation. The knocking persisted, now imbued with a sense of urgency. It was likely that the sudden silence from his end had raised concerns that he might leave. "Is anyone there?" Zhou Chen inquired, swiftly changing his position and stealthily moving into another shop. Bang, 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 help. I've been trapped here in the wholesale market for ages. Is there any food? I have money, I can pay you. This time, the knocking grew increasingly frantic, accompanied by a faint cry for help. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment before responding loudly, "I hear you, don't worry, I will be there shortly." Upon uttering those words, he switched on the flashlight and sprinted back. What a nuisance! A month had passed since the disaster struck, and they were still able to knock with sticks and speak. If they could cling to life, that was already remarkable. The quiet corridor echoed with the sound of his retreating footsteps, growing fainter and fainter. Damn, that person is fleeing. Chase him. A beam of light flickered to life, shadows concealed in the darkness swiftly pursued Zhou Chen. He carried the heavy sound of his footsteps upstairs, then stealthily returned to a corner on the lower floor. He raised his weapon, calmly awaiting the appearance of his adversaries. Listening closely to the chaotic footsteps, he estimated there were 4 or 5 individuals. A gang or a team capable of sending multiple members out at once possessed considerable strength. In other words, they were all tough characters. I hear he went upstairs, quickly pursue. Zhou Chen held his breath, raising the iron hammer high. The moment the first person peeked around the corner, he swung down with a resounding thud, striking the individual on the head. That blow was undoubtedly lethal. The person stiffened and collapsed to the ground the next second. The cotton hat flew off, revealing a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. Zhou Chen quickly swung his blade, taking down one person before swinging his hammer toward the third, kicking the fourth to the ground. With the hammer in his right hand and the knife in his left, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, showcasing his lethal intent with precision and speed. In a mere 5 seconds, 3 corpses lay sprawled on the ground. The last individual, having been kicked down, stared in shock at the lifeless bodies of his companions, only to despairingly realize that the killer was advancing towards him. No. Please don't kill me. Terror was etched across his face as he dropped his weapon, scrambling to escape. Yet, just as he stood up, an iron hammer struck the back of his head amidst the beams of flashlight. Zhou Chen left not a single survivor. He stepped over one bloodied corpse. Chapter 48. You can be saved, but what reward can you offer? Help! A woman's desperate cry echoed through the pitch-black corridor. Zhou Chen, who was rummaging through the bodies, was suddenly alarmed. Were there more traps? Is anyone there? Please, help me untie these ropes. Woo, I don't want to die here. The woman's sobs trembled, gradually escalating into a heart-wrenching wail that sounded all too genuine. If this were merely an act, it would only serve to highlight her remarkable talent. Zhou Chen gripped his weapon tightly, making his way toward the sound of her cries. His intention was not to rescue, but to kill. Being deceived by a woman was a folly he would not repeat. Only by eliminating her could he gather his supplies with peace of mind. However, to his surprise, the person before him truly was a woman in dire need of rescue. Under the beam of his flashlight, he could see her limbs bound, her winter coat torn open, and her pants pulled down to her knees, shivering and struggling in despair. The woman was disheveled, but upon closer inspection, she appeared to be in her mid-20s, a striking beauty with exquisite features. The light from the flashlight was too bright for her to bear, and while she had once clung to the hope of salvation, now only terror remained etched on her face. Was she merely escaping from one den of wolves only to fall into another's jaws? With tears streaming down her face and her body trembling uncontrollably, she stammered, "If you wish to have your way, just do it, but please, I beg you, do not kill me." Zhou Chen, what the hell? Setting aside whether he was a beast, it had been a month since the calamity struck. He had gone without food or a bath, and even the most refined beauty would appear disheveled in such conditions. To him, the women regarded as beauties by others were no different from mad women on the street. Zhou Chen approached and crouched down, and the woman instinctively shrank back, especially upon seeing the bloodied hammer in his hand, causing her to lose her composure entirely. Zhou Chen made no move to untie her ropes. "Is it just you left here?" The woman trembled even more violently, nodding obediently as Zhou Chen inquired, "I can save you, but I will not do so for free. What supplies can you offer as payment?" The woman looked around at the clothing scattered about. "Isn't there enough supply here?" Zhou Chen's tone turned icy. "This supply was originally mine." The woman, how domineering. One must bow their head when under another's roof. Shivering, she pointed with her chin to a nearby backpack. I have a piece of genuine animal skin in my bag." As she spoke, she hastily added, "Please do not misunderstand. This is a family heirloom, passed down for 5 generations. It is certainly not ill-gotten gains. The stakes were high. The law in our country is comprehensive. Even in the midst of societal chaos, her subconscious still feared the law." Zhou Chen opened the backpack and indeed found a genuine piece of animal skin. No wonder she was so anxious. This was a tiger skin, from a nationally protected endangered species. He unfurled it, revealing a complete tiger pelt. The fur was glossy, with a honey-yellow base adorned with deep brown stripes, thick, soft, and smooth to the touch. Upon closer inspection, this tiger skin did seem to possess a certain antiquity, lending credence to her claim of it being an heirloom. However, whether it indeed belonged to her family was another matter entirely. This was a prized possession that money could not easily buy. He tossed the tiger skin onto the sofa and sat down himself, instantly elevating his stature. Zhou Chen was exceedingly pleased with this reward. As he stuffed the tiger skin into his own backpack, the woman, bound and helpless, felt a pang of regret. Once he had received his payment, Zhou Chen finally used a knife to cut away her ropes. The woman, now free, urgently pulled up her pants and turned to fasten her clothing, and Zhou Chen began to survey the shop's contents. The floor was littered with over 20 plastic bags, and aside from a few cigarette butts, there were remnants of instant noodles and biscuit wrappers. The large black bags were quite spacious, a common trend in the clothing industry. Each bag was stuffed to the brim. Casually opening one revealed several fur coats. Opening a few more bags, he found them all filled with fur. Although these coats were made from synthetic fur, they still offered considerable warmth. After a rough estimate, there were approximately 200 pieces. Zhou Chen couldn't help but exclaim his expertise. Those 4 thugs had entered the building before him. Their intentions were clear, collecting furs and pelts. It was unclear how this woman had ended up in their clutches, but it was evident that they had aimed to do something unspeakable to her. At that moment, Zhou Chen's arrival disrupted their nefarious plans. In a market so vast, it was curious that they all chose to converge in the same building. Perhaps it was fate. With an outsider intruding, the thugs had no choice but to bind the woman and lurk in the shadows for an opportune moment. When they realized he was alone, they had intended to strike, only to be caught off guard by his counterattack. What a bunch of fools! Zhou Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. Surviving in sub-zero temperatures of -70 degrees was a stroke of luck. How could they not cherish their own lives? Having secured the best resources in this building, they should have either retreated swiftly or avoided confrontation. Had it not been for the thugs' ill intentions, Zhou Chen might have chosen to exit the building for his own safety. Well, it turned out these resources were ultimately his gain. Zhou Chen hurriedly stowed the pelts into his space. "Why aren't you leaving?" The woman, still standing in place, slowly picked up her empty bag. Then, hesitantly, she looked at Zhou Chen. "Big brother, is there any chance I can redeem my ancestral animal skin?" Zhou Chen, with an imposing presence, replied, "If you covet my belongings, do you wish for death?" The woman immediately stepped back, disheartened. "My father was right. My family truly fell due to my actions. Zhou Chen, unwilling to witness her tears, warned, I will count to 3. If you do not leave by then, I won't hesitate to take another life. The woman shivered at his words, and with great trepidation, she circled around Zhou Chen, making her exit, and then bolted away in a panic. During her frantic escape, she even knocked over a garbage bin in the corridor. The building fell silent as Zhou Chen collected the fur bags from the floor and proceeded to gather all the items in the shop. With no legal constraints to hold him back, he swung his hammer with abandon, working with great fervor. By the time he finished collecting everything on that floor, it was already 1 p.m. Zhou Chen sat down to replenish his energy. Having been given a second chance at life, his motto was to ensure he never suffered a loss. He built a fire, hung a pot, and boiled a steaming tofu and fish head soup, while also grilling himself a steak. After taking a well-deserved break, he headed to the next floor. Upon arriving upstairs, he casually swept his flashlight across the area. The items illuminated by the beam made even a grown man blush and his heart race. As he scanned again, he was met with a dazzling array of Victoria's Secret merchandise. The sight was overwhelming, with various styles that tantalized the senses. Zhou Chen instinctively wanted to leave. It was a bit embarrassing. Moreover, these goods held no value for him. Did they truly hold no value? Are you certain? Just take a look at the black stockings worn by the models. His legs seemed to develop a will of their own, rooted to the spot deep within. A voice questioned him, mocked him, and tempted him. Zhou Chen scoffed. Ha, women, I have no interest. As the sun set, Zhou Chen climbed out of the window, his expression somewhat awkward. Behind him lay a building that had been completely stripped bare. Chapter 49. What is hell? I am hell. The frigid wind carried a light dusting of snow. A woman tugged at the scarf around her neck, cautiously peering from behind the ruins in the icy wasteland. She watched in disbelief as Zhou Chen approached another building, resolutely smashing a window with a hammer to gain entry. The sky was darkening. Was he not returning home? How could he know where he lived? How could she reclaim the beast skin that was a treasured heirloom passed down through her family? In the dead of night, Zhou Chen, nestled in his makeshift tent, caught a faint whiff of acrid smoke. His tent, hastily constructed, afforded him a view of the building's windows. Through the glass, he could clearly see flames erupting outside. Amidst the thick smoke, figures emerged, covering their mouths and noses as they fled. Zhou Chen quickly donned his coat and approached the window with caution. Cough, cough, a survivor, their face smeared with soot, knelt on the icy ground, tears streaming from their eyes as they gasped for breath. Glancing back, they saw the inferno had devoured the entire building. How perilous! Oh no, he must have been exposed. The woman, panicking, turned to gaze at the opposite building illuminated by the raging flames. A towering figure emerged. Zhou Chen stepped through the window, wielding a hammer still stained with dark red splotches of blood. The woman scrambled to her feet and fled, her voice trembling as she stammered, I wasn't following you. I was just gathering supplies. In mere moments, Zhou Chen's long strides closed the distance between them. Realizing escape was futile, the woman crouched down, cradling her head, pleading, please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Zhou Chen halted before her, his sharp gaze radiating menace. This is of your own making. Feeling the weight of impending doom, the woman fell to her knees. I beg you, I never intended to harm you. That beast skin is a family heirloom. I was merely reluctant to part with it. I just wanted to know where you lived, hoping to find other supplies to trade for it. My family is gone. I only wish to retain a memory. Please, don't kill me, sobbed as the woman wept and prostrated herself in desperation. A group of ragged survivors swaggered into view. There were 6 of them, each armed with a weapon. Their clothing was insufficient against the cold, and upon their arrival, they gravitated toward the burning building. The heat of the flames invigorated them. Eyes glinting with greed, one short figure eagerly swallowed hard. Brother, see, I told you there was a woman here. The tallest among them laughed heartily. What a stunning beauty. They had not eaten in days, initially intending to toy with the woman before ultimately devouring her. However, with the presence of a man, their plan shifted. They could simply kill the man for meat and keep the woman for their amusement. The leader of the thugs brandished his weapon menacingly, a lewd grin plastered on his face. Fear not, beauty. Let Big Brother protect you. The others followed suit, brandishing their weapons with brazen arrogance. Brother, leave this pair of lambs to us. The woman was taken aback. Lambs? Did these brutes truly see people as mere livestock? Did they possess no humanity? Faced with these 6 demons, she felt it would be preferable to be struck down by the man before her. Zhou Chen's expression darkened ominously. Consider yourself fortunate, worse scum has just arrived. After uttering this to the woman, Zhou Chen turned, flexing his wrists and cracking his neck. The 6 thugs paused for a moment, then erupted into laughter. Brother, this lamb isn't even afraid of us. Just wait. When we chop off his hands and feet, he'll be quaking in fear. I have an idea. He should kneel and call us father, or we won't grant him a swift death. Good idea. Let us start by making one of us urinate on him. I say we gouge out his eyes, slice his kidneys, and hang him by his breath while we stir-fry his kidneys before his very eyes, letting him die in terror. Let him experience what hell truly is. Zhou Chen did not look back, warning the woman, are you not leaving? Do you want me to give you a taste of my hammer first? The woman finally snapped back to reality, her limbs stiff as she struggled several times to rise from the ground. She then fled without a backward glance. Seeing the woman escape, the thugs immediately split up to pursue her. Zhou Chen stepped forward. Little pests, did I grant you permission to leave? The lead thug scoffed, hurry up and kill the woman. We can't let our beautiful lady escape. Over the past few days, they had not seen fewer than 8 or 10 people perish at their hands. No matter how formidable one might be, they could not withstand the onslaught of all 6. In such dire circumstances, even a single blow from one of them would spell certain death. Kill him. In the light of the flames, the 6 thugs, looking like fiends, charged forward, wielding their knives and iron rods. Zhou Chen, unperturbed, tucked his hammer into his belt and produced a high-pressure water gun from his space. The fleeing thugs instinctively slammed to a halt. Upon realizing it was merely a water gun, they suddenly threw back their heads in laughter. "Oh my goodness, you nearly scared me to death. I thought he might pull out a real gun. Who knew it was just a water gun? Haha, is he out of his mind, thinking he can take us on with a water gun? Wait a moment, a water gun? A high-pressure water gun, in this frigid temperature of -70 degrees, being hit by that could very well cost them their lives." The thugs finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They attempted to flee, but Zhou Chen twisted the nozzle, unleashing a powerful jet of water the size of a child's arm. One by one, the thugs were struck in the face by the icy torrent, quickly drenched from head to toe, resembling drowned rats. No, the icy water froze upon contact, the wet, cold fabric clinging to their skin, instantly invoking a sensation akin to being flayed alive. Their movements slowed, and one by one, the thugs collapsed, writhing in agony and howling in despair. The short thug, in a desperate struggle, recalled the fire behind him. Yearning for warmth, he crawled toward the flames. In an instant, he became a human torch, emitting a far more anguished wail. The other thugs, equally desperate for warmth, looked on in terror. The sound of steady footsteps approached from behind. They turned in fear, witnessing the towering figure, hammer in hand, advancing toward them, stained with blood. "No. Please don't kill me, Asparus." Their limbs, paralyzed with fear, refused to move, leaving them to plead for their wretched lives. Zhou Chen drew near, raising his hammer. Bang! The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly, sending chills down the spines of all who heard. "Lambs? Call me father? Gouge out eyes? Slice kidneys? And stir-fry kidneys? What is hell? I am hell." Zhou Chen's visage was terrifyingly dark, resembling a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. He raised his hammer, delivering a blow with each question. With every strike, he held nothing back. Bang bang bang, the bones in the hands and legs of the 5 thugs were shattered. But it was not over as Zhou Chen dragged the 5 thugs, much like one would a dead dog, to the front of the burning building. The searing heat of the flames quickly dispelled the chill from their frozen bodies, restoring their senses slowly, but true suffering was only beginning. The fire was hot, the ground icy, the agony from their ruined limbs was excruciating, a torment surpassing death itself. Their cries for mercy were met with silence, as the night echoed with their unending wails of anguish. We, the hanging bomb gang, will not let you go. Nearby, survivors hoping to take advantage of the chaos were frightened off before they could approach, fleeing in terror from the horrific cries. Chapter 50. It is time to showcase true skills. A night had passed. The harrowing cries from the wholesale market echoed like wings, reaching the ears of countless survivors. In no time, the nearby survivor circles were abuzz with chatter. "Have you heard? The wholesale market is haunted. Did you hear? Someone is masquerading as a ghost to frighten people. Did you hear? A ghastly pervert is killing in the market. I heard too. A pervert is going around killing people. No way. A little pickled vegetable is impersonating a perverted book and chasing after the Diaozhe gang. What? The little pickled vegetable disguised as a perverted book encountered a few little asans, screamed all night. How twisted!" The survivor circles around the market were in an uproar. The pickled vegetable circle, overwhelmed by their inability to respond, banged their heads against the wall, exclaiming, "Shiba, Shiba, Axiba." The book circle, filled with rage, unsheathed their knives, declaring, "Baka, this is a disgrace, I shall commit seppuku." The Asen circle, deeply affected, clasped their hands in prayer. "Great Lord Shiva, I curse the slanderer. May he be blessed with a daughter." The leader of the Diaozhe gang slammed the table in fury, shouting, "Bastard! Spread the word, whoever captures the murderer, my gang will reward them handsomely. 2 packs of instant noodles." The minions eagerly relayed the message, their eyes gleaming with excitement. None of this concerned Zhou Chen. He had been busy scavenging supplies from building to building. By evening, he found a fur shop owned by a certain bear merchant true to the fighting spirit of his people. The walls were adorned with various lifelike animal decorations, with a roaring black bear standing proudly in the center, and wind chimes crafted from liquor bottles hanging at the entrance. Zhou Chen burst through the door, causing the liquor bottles to clink noisily. The shelves were stacked with an array of furs: mink, violet marten, arctic fox, silver fox, wolf, opossum, and both black and brown bear pelts among others. Each fur was genuine, glistening and soft, exuding a subtle, almost imperceptible scent of leather. Not only were there raw furs, but also finished products like capes, hats, gloves, coats, trousers, and boots, each boasting remarkable thermal properties. In the shop, there was a prized possession, a grand cloak made from black bear fur, reaching down to the calves, with a patch of gray wolf fur meticulously sewn into the shoulders. Zhou Chen decided to try it on. It felt slightly heavy in his hands, and the moment he draped it over himself, it bore down a bit. However, as he gradually adjusted to its weight, he quickly recognized its merits. The plush wolf fur combined with the thick bear hide provided exceptional wind resistance and warmth, exuding an aura of authority. It bore a striking resemblance to a cloak worn by a character named Jon Snow from a globally popular television series some years ago. Zhou Chen wore it for a while, feeling so warm that he was reluctant to take it off. Yet, as imposing as it appeared, it was less practical than his own cold-resistant attire. In this treacherous post-apocalyptic world, the coat would only serve to attract envy and jealousy, constantly inviting peril upon him, but it would be best to treat it as a collectible for the time being. Once he secured a stable place to settle and established comprehensive safety measures, he could flaunt it as he pleased in his own territory, draping it over his shoulders while relaxing in comfort. With the furs acquired, he proceeded to empty the building of all supplies. Zhou Chen donned his ice skates and swiftly made his way to his next destination, the armed police battalion. Compared to the troops encamped in rural areas, the battalion in the city center was undoubtedly the preferred choice. Asa combat unit, the armory housed an astounding quantity of firearms and ammunition. All fear stems from a lack of firepower, thus, he sought to procure as many weapons as possible. The structures of the combat unit were not tall, typically 2 to 3 stories, designed for rapid assembly in emergencies. The only issue was that the buildings were buried beneath layers of ice, making it difficult to locate the armory. However, he could utilize the excavator he had previously scavenged to dig slowly. It was merely a matter of time and effort. The city lay eerily silent, the only sounds were the wind and the crisp noise of his skates gliding over the ice. Before him stretched a vast expanse of white, with little visibility beyond a few towering edifices. Zhou Chen swung his arms, maintaining a swift pace, skillfully maneuvering around obstacles on the ice, resembling an eagle soaring freely. As he sped along, shadows flitted behind the glass of several high-rise buildings. Some noticed him, leaning in surprise against the windows, excitedly waving at him. Humanity possesses an indomitable spirit, akin to the grass by the roadside. Even when bent by storms, it soon regains its vitality. After a month of extreme cold in this apocalyptic world, those survivors who remained had adapted to the frigid temperatures, unlike at the beginning when they found it unbearable and perpetually painful. Yet, the absence of outdoor warming gear remained a significant issue. Surviving in -70°C was not something that could be conquered solely by willpower. In the shadows of the buildings, occasional onlookers emerged. Those who survived might have taken different paths, but none had it easy. Each could potentially be a hidden adversary. In this world of despair, one must never trust in humanity. After an hour, Zhou Chen arrived at the armed police battalion. The terrain was flat, and had he not traversed this area daily in the past, even with a map, he might have struggled to pinpoint the location. He changed into warm boots and sought a sheltered spot to rest. As night fell, he retrieved the excavator from his storage space. After 10 minutes of practice, he had grasped some basic operations of the machine. It was time to display true skills. With this expertise, even a blue sky vocational teacher would be left speechless. Clang, 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 the ground began to tremble as the excavator emitted a piercing mechanical sound. Zhou Chen's excavation efforts were both frantic and somewhat aimless. The ice layer was remarkably compacted, causing the digging process to be exceedingly slow. Each time he breached a building's foundation, he would jump down to investigate whether it contained the armory. He dug through several structures, leaping down multiple times, from the cafeteria to the office building, and then to the dormitories. Surprisingly, he encountered not a single corpse. The floodwaters had risen a meter. Soldiers could not simply relocate. Yet later, as seawater suddenly inundated the city, it swiftly submerged buildings below the 5th floor, leading to the demise of more than half the city's residents. With no land vehicles available and a lack of large boats or submarines, there should have been many bodies left behind. Yet, there were none to be found, only various fish carcasses, including a shark. With around 300 personnel in the armed police battalion, or had all the soldiers gone? Zhou Chen pondered this, concluding that during the citywide flooding, they had likely engaged in outdoor rescue efforts. The seawater's intrusion had submerged their battalion, necessitating their relocation. In truth, this could be seen as a fortuitous turn of events. Every soldier possessed robust physiques, organization, discipline, camaraderie, and a sense of national pride. There was no suspicion, no scheming, no violence. Their chances of survival were 1,000-fold greater than those of ordinary civilians. Chapter 51 A Man's Paradise. Clang, clang, clang. Soldiers participating in disaster relief do not carry firearms. The mere thought of the armory brimming with lethal weapons sent a surge of excitement through Zhou Chen, fueling his determination. With a ferocious vigor, he operated the excavator with such intensity that it began to smoke. Before dawn broke, he had finally unearthed the armory. Zhou Chen couldn't help but marvel at the presence of the armed police brigade. Had he foolishly approached a massive troop of thousands, given the extensive area of the compound, he might have been digging for a year without success. Silently, he commended his own clever decision. Under normal circumstances, accessing the armory requires navigating multiple procedures, the main door secured by an infrared remote key, a safe housing the external door key, as well as a combination of fingerprint and key unlocking. The entire process is both meticulous and stringent. Zhou Chen could hardly hope to find even a single key. He could only rummage through his supplies for breaching tools. Donning a protective mask, he wielded a metal cutting machine, engaging in a brutal demolition. The piercing mechanical sounds, coupled with the incessant sparks and his relentless efforts, culminated in success. After 2 hours of labor. As he penetrated the steel door, the sight within was enough to ignite the fervor of any man. Welcome to the paradise of armaments. As an ordinary citizen, this was Zhou Chen's first genuine encounter with an arsenal. Unlike the cinematic portrayals, there were no towering stacks of ammunition crates. Instead, the specially designed racks showcased sleek, glistening firearms of varied models. The Type 95 assault rifle and the CSLS-7 submachine gun were prominently displayed. Zhou Chen casually picked one up, turned, and assumed an aiming posture. With a fully loaded assault rifle and ample spare magazines at hand, who would dare to provoke him? Just give him a few minutes, and he would return the world to a state devoid of fear. At a lower tier, he discovered black metal boxes, rectangular in shape. Upon opening one, he found a sniper rifle. Drawing a deep breath, he restrained the impulse to immediately touch and test it. Beside it lay 2 hefty black metal cases, which appeared remarkably weighty. As he opened one, he gasped in astonishment. It was a Type 04 grenade launcher, capable of single soldier or squad operations, with a terrifying firing rate of 400 rounds per minute and exceptional accuracy. Its long range, immense power, and devastating lethality earned it the moniker of cannon among infantry. Zhou Chen felt as though he were dreaming and quickly stashed all these weapons into his storage. Next, he sought various ammunition and accessories, including helmets, camouflage uniforms, bulletproof vests, and a complete set of explosive-resistant gear. Nothing was to be left behind. With this cache of lethal weaponry, the future seemed promising. Zhou Chen soared with joy, elated to collect each piece of weaponry into his storage, yet he was not oblivious to the age-old adage, excessive joy begets sorrow. Before climbing out onto the roof, he retrieved a mirror to survey his surroundings. The night of excavation had undoubtedly attracted the attention of some nearby survivors. However, under the cover of darkness, they were too fearful to approach and investigate. With dawn breaking, the bitter cold now posed the greatest threat to the survivors. Those unable to draw near huddled within the buildings, observing cautiously, while several, clad in thick winter attire and armed, inched closer. The excavator has been roaring all night. Why is it silent now? Perhaps someone has driven it away. Or maybe it has fallen into an ice pit? If it has, then we can haul it up and it will be ours. After that, the nearby supermarket is ours for the taking. When that time comes, I want to sleep with 10 influencers. Ha. The survivors, brimming with excitement, rubbed their hands together eagerly when suddenly, a lithe figure sprang forth from the ground. Upon spotting the figure clad in cold weather gear, their expressions turned to greed. Quick, don't let him escape, take off your jacket and shoes, we won't kill you. In temperatures plunging to -70 degrees, would a person survive after shedding their outerwear? Even if they spared him from death, would he not succumb to the bitter cold? Such hypocrisy in their robbery. Zhou Chen propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, launching himself not towards the uninhabited direction but rather towards the group of survivors. Drawing a hammer from his belt, he swung down with lethal force. Bang! The first survivor toppled, spinning thrice before collapsing in a bloody heap. Of those hiding within the building bore witness to this gruesome spectacle, and they instinctively concluded that this individual would flee at the earliest opportunity. Who could anticipate that he would charge headfirst into confrontation? Each strike was merciless, the sound of hammer meeting skull echoed from afar, sending shivers down their spines. Bang, bang, bang! Zhou Chen utilized the speed and agility of his ice skates, striking anyone in his path. With a grand flourish, he departed, leaving behind a trail of lifeless bodies. A dozen survivors who had just emerged from the building were immediately cowed, but soon they returned, scrambling over the corpses, only to scatter in disarray. The fallen bodies were left clad in nothing but their undergarments. The morning's frigid wind howled mercilessly. Zhou Chen's gaze sparkled with a different kind of brilliance. This outing had proven immensely rewarding. Not only had he amassed a trove of furs, but he had also successfully secured a cache of lethal weaponry. What a thrilling sensation! Zhou Chen could not help but let out a series of triumphant howls. On the street, a survivor cautiously rummaging through a garbage bin was startled by the sudden outburst. Raising her head, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure dashing past. Recognizing the familiar attire, her expression shifted to one of shock. She dashed out, desperately pursuing the figure, crying out, "My beast skin, the ancestral beast skin of my family!" Her frozen feet, battered by the speed of her skates, struggled in vain. After chasing for merely a few meters, she watched helplessly as the figure vanished completely. On the stark white street, only the swirling plastic debris remained, carried by the cold wind. In a state of immense satisfaction, Zhou Chen, on his way home, seized the opportunity to raid 2 small supermarkets, collecting over 1,000 pounds of zombie meat and a heap of spoiled cabbage. He attempted to break apart a decaying cabbage. After peeling away layer upon layer of rotten leaves, he found a core the size of 2 fingers that was still edible. In the past, even pigs would refuse to consume such cabbage. Yet, for the present-day survivors, starved for resources and lacking in vitamins, it had become a rare delicacy. It was now 5 in the afternoon and Zhou Chen was merely a kilometer from home, eager for a relaxing soak in a hot bath. However, at that moment, the Sakura community was engulfed in thick smoke. Zhou Chen spotted it and immediately halted in his tracks. He pulled out his binoculars, his expression darkening with each passing moment. The fire raged within his own residential building. Thick smoke billowed from the 15th floor, melting the surrounding ice and snow, causing chunks to plummet downward. The glass of his apartment's floor-to-ceiling window was blackened with soot. Something had gone awry. Crackle! A crackling sound emanated from the walkie-talkie in his backpack. "Xiao Zhou, can you hear me? Do you see the smoke? I set that fire. It's dangerous. You must not return. Do not return. Run!" Lao Sun's voice was nearly frantic, amid the cacophony of women and children's cries. The tumultuous environment was punctuated by repeated, forceful banging on the door. "Open the door, or we will kill you. Weren't you quite arrogant yesterday, electrocuting so many of us? Why is there no power now? Damn it, once I get in, I'll turn each of you into ground meat." Desperately bracing against the iron door, Lao Sun wiped the blood streaming into his eyes. In the entire building, apart from the withdrawn children, even the preteens were united in their efforts to hold the heavy door shut. With each violent impact from the mob, they endured the force anew. It had been a day and a night too exhausting. They were merely clinging to life. Each individual's spirit had begun to wane in despair. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie, which had fallen silent for days, emitted a sound. The voice was clear, its tone as frigid as a winter's chill. "Tell that rabble to wash their dogs' necks. Anyone who dares to provoke Zhou Chen must die." Chapter 52 Murder and Incineration. It's Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou has returned to rescue us. Everyone, hold the line. Zhou Chen's voice undoubtedly instilled a flicker of hope in the hearts of the beleaguered individuals. Their previous despair and desolation dissipated, replaced by a surge of renewed vigor. Exhaustion that had once consumed them seemed to vanish in an instant, as they summoned every ounce of strength to brace against the door. Outside, a throng of assailants found themselves momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Just as they were on the brink of breaching the iron gate, the occupants inside suddenly found the strength to resist anew. "Keep ramming. They can't hold out much longer. Once we break through, all the supplies and women will be ours." The staircase was too narrow, forcing the 20-odd thugs to split into 3 groups to take turns assaulting the door. To stave off the cold, they had even brought up firewood from the ground floor. After a full day and night of relentless battering, they had not succeeded, not due to their lack of effort, but rather their debilitating hunger. The fact that these residents had withstood their onslaught for 24 hours indicated that they were not accustomed to hunger. After such prolonged exertion, the residents were utterly fatigued. The thought of the abundant supplies waiting just beyond the door invigorated the assailants further as they swung their makeshift weapons with renewed fervor. At this moment, Zhou Chen had swiftly arrived at the entrance of the community. The four thugs on lookout, upon spotting an intruder, immediately brandished their knives and clubs to confront him. With a sweep of his assault rifle, Zhou Chen cut through the throng of corpses like a gust of wind. The sound of gunfire stunned the nearby survivors who had been merely spectators. Was that gunfire? Am I hearing things? As darkness enveloped the sky, none could discern the events unfolding at the entrance of Sakura community. Survivors equipped with binoculars had been observing the assailants' attempts to break down the door. Zhou Chen descended to the ground floor. The iron door stood wide open, revealing a scene of utter chaos within. After donning his thermal boots, he navigated the corridor. Zhou Chen's expression was grim as he sprinted upstairs. This was his territory, his home. It represented the unfulfilled legacy left by his parents. Those wretched beings dared to encroach upon what his parents had bequeathed to him. They all deserved to die. Above him, the cacophony of the door being battered was interspersed with the raucous cheers of the assailants. Quickly, they can't hold on much longer. This door is about to give way. Brothers, put in more effort. The victory was tantalizingly close. Supplies and women were within reach. Even those who had just finished their shifts could not remain still, rushing forward to join the fray with fervent shouts. In a moment of carelessness, one thug stumbled and fell. As he attempted to rise, a dark muzzle pressed against his forehead. The thug had yet to comprehend the situation when he looked up to see a gun aimed directly at him. The person wielding the weapon bore a countenance that was chillingly dark. Bang! The harsh crack of the gunshot echoed, splattering brain matter against the wall. The sudden eruption of gunfire sent shockwaves through both sides of the iron door. The relentless pounding ceased, and the adrenaline-fueled thugs instinctively turned to gaze at Zhou Chen, their faces etched with disbelief. As they beheld Zhou Chen grasping a rifle, their expressions of shock were swiftly replaced by sheer terror. In their panic, they retreated desperately, fearing for their lives, unwilling to stand at the forefront. Each thug sought refuge behind the crowd, only to be shoved forward by their comrades, those thrust into the line of fire instantly soiling themselves in fear. One thug, eyes wide with terror, pleaded, "Don't kill me." Zhou Chen raised the gun barrel without a hint of hesitation and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat, the gunfire erupted, bullets flying from the muzzle as if they were free. Shell casings cascaded to the ground at Zhou Chen's feet. The cries of the wounded thugs echoed, each one collapsing and tumbling down the stairs. Zhou Chen's initial gunfire lacked rhythm or precision. He unleashed a barrage upon the assailants in a frenzy. 30 rounds later, he swiftly replaced the magazine and resumed his relentless assault. The continuous gunfire resonated for a mile around. Every survivor within earshot could hear it clearly. Those with binoculars witnessed the brutal execution of the thugs, each lifeless body riddled with multiple bullet holes. Some were reduced to pulp, others had their intestines spilled across the floor, while others still had half their skulls blown apart. Shock, terror, a gruesome massacre unfolded before their eyes. Indeed, this was a merciless slaughter. The sheer dominance of firepower rendered the assailants powerless as they fell like insects beneath a boot. Nearby survivor factions ceased to be astonished by Zhou Chen's possession of a firearm. Instead, they began to fear his ruthless disposition. 20 lives snuffed out, Zhou Chen offered no mercy, not even the chance to plead for their lives. In that moment, countless survivors sprang into action, not out of greed for weapons or ammunition to confront Zhou Chen, but out of fear for their own lives. Members from various factions huddled together, intent on devising strategies to curry favor with Zhou Chen. Meanwhile, the Ironhead gang, positioned directly opposite Sakura community, felt a palpable dread. The thugs who had just met their demise at the hands of Zhou Chen were indeed members of their gang. With Zhou Chen wielding a gun, what could they use to resist? The mere thought of potential retribution from Zhou Chen sent shivers down the spines of every member, from the leader to the lowest ranks. When the gunfire finally ceased, those behind the iron door, including Old Sun, remained in a state of bewilderment. Gunfire, where did it come from? It was no wonder they were confused. As ordinary civilians, hearing such a barrage up close would leave anyone questioning their own reality. Little Zhou? Old Sun trembled, gripping the now quiet iron door. It's me. Zhou Chen replied, crouched on the ground, rifling through the pockets of the deceased. He discovered the answers he sought among several identification cards, all bearing the same community address. Without hesitation, he turned and descended the stairs armed with his rifle. He strode confidently out of the community, crossing the street with an air of authority. Upon arriving at the adjacent Jinyuan community, he immediately opened fire, taking down 2 sentinels. Upon hearing the gunfire at the entrance, the Ironhead gang quaked in fear. He's coming, it's Zhou Chen. He has come to exact vengeance upon us. The gang leader trembled uncontrollably, utterly at a loss. The 2 vice leaders exchanged glances, silently reaching a consensus. One seized the gang leader from behind, while the other raised a knife, frantically hacking away. All members were horrified, scrambling to hide in the corners, their ears filled with the gang leader's blood-curdling screams. The gang leader's bloodied head was held aloft. Those thugs have nothing to do with us. It was all under the gang leader's orders. The terrified members slowly grasped the implication of the 2 vice leaders' actions, and hope for survival flickered to life. Yes, it was all the gang leader's command. We opposed it, exactly. The gang leader acted alone. We had no part in it, however. Would Zhou Chen be persuaded by their explanations? The resounding thuds against the security? They had no chance to deceive him. The security door was soon breached by a cutting machine, and within moments, thick smoke began to seep into the Ironhead gang, holed up inside, covered their noses and mouths while desperately attempting to explain themselves to the outside world. Yet, their pleas went unanswered as the smoke thickened, leaving them nowhere to hide, unable to jump from the building. Opening the door offered their only slim chance of survival. As the door swung open, ignoring the pile of burning coals on the floor, a mass of individuals surged forth, only to be met by the dark muzzles of guns. Rat-a-tat-tat, in the dimly lit corridor, the flash of gunfire accompanied the shots, claiming the lives of countless thugs. Bodies piled up at the narrow doorway, forcing the frightened thugs to recoil and plead for mercy. Zhou Chen had no intention of sorting through the corpses, nor would he spare any remaining thugs inside. He retrieved a canister of gasoline and drenched the pile of bodies. The remaining embers ignited into towering flames. Those thugs who had yet to succumb to death were engulfed in the inferno, their screams echoing as they struggled against the weight of the corpses pinning them down, ultimately succumbing to the flames. Inside, several thugs, terrified of being shot, could no longer withstand the encroaching smoke and, driven to desperation, resorted to leaping from the windows. From such heights, a fall would mean certain death. Zhou Chen, rifle in hand, remained expressionless. He entered with an air of confidence and departed with the same, leaving no survivors in the wake of his murderous rampage. Chapter 53. The moniker of Madman Zhou fostered goodwill. We must establish a rapport with Zhou Chen. Within half an hour, having witnessed Zhou Chen's formidable demeanor and ruthless methods twice, all the nearby gangs shared a singular thought. They must connect with Zhou Chen, they must forge an alliance with him. Those factions that previously contemplated undermining the Sakura community were now drenched in cold sweat, grateful they had refrained from taking action. Having learned from the cautionary tale of the Ironhead gang, the surrounding gangs, nay, all surviving factions in the city wondered who could afford to provoke Zhou Chen, a man who kills without a flicker of an eye, who finishes off his victims and incinerates their remains. Zhou Chen was a true demon, an unhinged madman. Moreover, he was an unassailable lunatic armed with firearms and ammunition, who would dare to provoke him. From that moment forth, the outside survivors bestowed upon Zhou Chen the epithet Madman Zhou. Upon returning to the community, Zhou Chen found a group of survivors trembling in fear, with timid women and children crying in disarray. It was utterly terrifying. They had come perilously close to losing their lives at the hands of a band of thugs. Once again, Zhou Chen had saved them. He placed his rifle on the table, kicked a chair towards him, and sat down. Reflecting on how Old Sun had managed to alert him to danger through arson in a moment of crisis, pleading with him over the intercom not to return, Zhou Chen felt a flicker of gratitude in his heart. He retrieved a first aid kit he had prepared in advance and instructed them to tend to one another's wounds. Each person bore injuries, mostly abrasions or minor cuts, nothing too severe. Old Sun had sustained a knife wound to his back, but fortunately, his clothing was thick enough to prevent serious consequences. Under such circumstances, he had persevered for a day and a night. The bonfire blazed brightly, quickly dispelling a portion of the chill. Under the warmth of the flames, the neighbors, having bandaged their wounds, gradually regained their composure. Zhou Chen inquired, "What transpired?" Old Sun was crouched nearby stitching his wound, enduring the pain without anesthesia, unable to provide an explanation. The shaken neighbors trembled at the thought of the harrowing experiences of the past 2 days, struggling to articulate their thoughts. A young man with bleached hair stepped forward. "Let me speak." Zhou Chen had already noted the presence of a stranger in the building. "Who are you?" The young man flicked his yellow hair and answered nonchalantly, "I'm from the explosive gang of the Hongyun community." Upon mentioning his gang, he quickly clarified, "It's the explosive gang, not the neighboring district's explosive gang. Our boss has a vendetta against their leader." Zhou Chen reached for his firearm. "Get to the point." The young man's heart raced, and he immediately straightened his posture, addressing Zhou Chen with respect. "Brother Zhou, here's the situation. The Ironhead gang approached us explosive gang 2 days ago, claiming that your Sakura gang, as Yang City poured alcohol onto a wound, she exploded in anger." "What Sakura gang? Who is the Sakura gang? That bunch of beasts has already been dispatched by Brother Zhou." Oh, yes, it was a slip of the tongue." The young man hastily apologized, feeling intimidated by her ferocity. "The Ironhead gang said that your Sakura community possesses a substantial amount of supplies, and that they can smell the aroma of your food, meat even drifting over from several hundred meters away. The Ironhead gang intended to seize your supplies and split them, but our boss dismissed them. Our boss stated that supplies should be obtained through one's own efforts. Killing and looting is not a true skill, it's the behavior of trash, and those who engage in it are trash as well. We, the explosive gang, categorically refused to partake. In truth, they hadn't been dismissed, but at this juncture, it was essential to present it as such, while also blowing a little smoke for their boss. Yesterday, the boss dispatched me to find the building owner, hoping to establish a trade, mutual exchange of supplies to foster a long-term, friendly cooperative relationship. I never anticipated that as soon as I located owner's son, those scoundrels from the Ironhead gang would come crashing in. Fortunately, Brother Zhou returned just in time. Otherwise, my life would have been forfeited. Brother Zhou, you are like my reborn parents." Zhou Chen glanced at Old Sun, who nodded in affirmation of the young man's words. Furthermore, the young man regarded the group of survivors, giving a thumbs up. "The residents of Sakura community are tenacious, resilient, and united. Brother Zhou truly leads with wisdom. Flattery can penetrate countless layers, but not the discerning-eyed." Zhou Chen scrutinized the young man with sharp intensity. He was indeed nonchalant, his tongue remarkably slick, with eyes that sparkled with cunning, indicative of a shrewd merchant. Zhou Chen remarked, "Your gang engages in reselling, doesn't it?" The young man raised his thumb once more. Brother Zhou, you truly have an eye for detail. Resellers are those who trade various goods for profit, a profession often looked down upon. Yet, when the young man acknowledged himself as a reseller, his eyes gleamed as if he were engaged in a highly esteemed vocation. He rubbed his hands together, exuding sycophancy. Brother Zhou, my boss has been in this business for many years, accumulating a reputation that is unrivaled in the industry. Absolutely fair pricing, no deception. Might I inquire if you have any supplies you require? Zhou Chen intertwined his fingers and placed his hands on his lap. Is there anything you cannot procure? The young man's spirits lifted, and he immediately perked up. Rest assured, Brother Zhou, customers are akin to deities. Whatever the deity desires, we, the explosive gang, will go to great lengths to procure it. Zhou Chen stated plainly, a helicopter, can you obtain one? The young man's eyes widened in disbelief, clutching his chest tightly, taking a moment to regain his composure. No wonder you are Brother Zhou. You aim high right from the start, rest assured, we will certainly find a way to procure it. Zhou Chen was direct. What do you hope to gain from me? The young man swallowed hard. Brother Zhou, to be candid, food is currently the most valuable commodity, though other supplies are also available for trade. He cast a furtive glance at the rifle on the table, daring not to linger too long for fear of drawing Zhou Chen's ire. Zhou Chen couldn't help but display a smirk of amusement at food. He had an abundance in his space, enough to last 10 lifetimes. If this explosive gang could indeed procure a helicopter, he wouldn't mind parting with a batch of zombie meat. The young man left in high spirits, believing he was on the brink of a significant windfall. Gurgle. As soon as the young man departed, everyone's stomachs audibly protested. The thought of the fire having consumed all their supplies filled them with sorrow. Even if Brother Zhou had managed to find provisions earlier, they had likely been abandoned along the way, now presumably scavenged by other survivors. Exhausted, weary, and famished, they felt utterly despondent. Zhou Chen took his firearm and ventured outside, instructing Yang Cidian to ensure the safety of everyone. After a brief exploration, he returned with a bag in hand. Besides zombie meat and spoiled cabbage, he had also procured some biscuits and instant noodles. The neighbors, fearing they would go hungry, were overjoyed. Soon, a pot of steaming cabbage and pork stew was ready. Old Sun remained slumped in a chair, donning the bloodied military coat once more. Upon being offered food by a young girl, he shook his head to indicate he wasn't hungry at the moment. A typically unresponsive autistic child suddenly began to kick his legs in Chiro's embrace. What's the matter? Chiro assumed he needed to use the restroom and set him down. The bundled-up child wobbled towards Old Sun, his round eyes wide open. In a tender voice, he called out, Grandpa. Old Sun was taken aback. Everyone froze in astonishment. In that moment, all eyes turned towards the pair of grandfather and grandson, including Zhou Chen, who was preparing to retreat to his room for rest. Old Sun remained stunned for what felt like an eternity. By the time he regained his senses, his eyes were misty, his voice choked with emotion. Ah, my dear grandson. In that instant, he felt that everything was worth it. He was indeed a grandfather. Chapter 54. Shedding burdens. The hot water had been drawn to perfection. Zhou Chen, having freshly shaven, reclined into the soothing embrace of the bath. The temperature was just right. In the midst of the frigid winter, indulging in a hot soak was nothing short of blissful. As he savored the comforting warmth, he began to methodically organize the supplies around him. Gazing at the heaps of clothing and shoes, he fell into a deep reverie. A night devoid of dreams passed. The first thing Zhou Chen did upon waking was summon Old Sun to the rooftop. Unlike Zhou Chen, Old Sun was not as resilient against the cold, clutching his military coat tightly as he leaned against the wall, not daring to step further out. Zhou Chen offered him a cigarette. Old Sun was momentarily taken aback but accepted it with delight. The two men shared a moment of smoke, exhaling clouds together. Old Sun, a seasoned smoker, took a couple of hearty puffs and remarked with a look of bliss, this is hard to come by these days, isn't it? Zhou Chen handed him the remaining half-pack, stating, indeed, it's scarce. I retrieved it from the bodies of the marauders. Old Sun, without a hint of pretension, joyfully tucked it into his pocket. Xiao Zhou, you called me here for something important, didn't you? Zhou Chen nodded and inquired, are you truly committed to taking care of that child? Old Sun's face was resolute, of course. He calls me Grandpa, I cannot abandon him, no matter how difficult it gets. At this juncture, he expressed his earnest request, Xiao Zhou, could you take me with you on your next outing? I couldn't sleep a wink last night, and since that child referred to me as Grandpa, I must shoulder the responsibility of providing for him. Relying solely on you is not sustainable. Zhou Chen responded, I pondered a lot last night as well. My plan is to provide you with a batch of supplies, and you can move out. Old Sun was taken aback. Move out? Where to? We nearly perished at the hands of a mob last night. Not just him, but all the neighbors in the building were acutely aware that the world had become more perilous than they had ever imagined. They were few in number, burdened with families. Even if they were given ample supplies, they lacked the ability to defend themselves. It was likely they would meet an untimely end within 3 days. Zhou Chen exhaled a plume of smoke and clarified, no, the Sakura community is vast. What I mean is for you to find a cleaner building, somewhere spacious and comfortable to reside. The survivors on the first floor will still be under your management. Whether to enslave or recruit them is entirely up to you. The world has changed, and everyone must intimately experience the crisis of survival to better protect themselves and their families in the future. After a long moment of contemplation, Old Sun asked, Xiao Zhou, how much longer do you think this extreme cold disaster will last? Zhou Chen chuckled, perhaps after this extreme cold, new calamities will emerge. Old Sun's eyes widened in shock. Though he found it hard to believe, he was nonetheless frightened. Must we really move out? Deep down, he was reluctant, as he sensed that the neighbors shared his sentiments. On one hand, they were overly reliant on Zhou Chen for supplies. On the other, living alongside someone armed like him offered a sense of safety, yet, Zhou Chen was right, their dependence on him would gradually erode their own survival instincts. In a world governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest, such dependency was certainly not advantageous. Zhou Chen smiled, albeit coldly. Old son, let me be frank, everyone will eventually need to part ways. You have no familial ties to me, to put it bluntly, you are merely a burden. I plan to leave here, but I do not wish to embark on my journey with a group of burdensome individuals. Old son's face flushed with shame, realizing, indeed, you have already aided everyone immensely, yet we lack the means to repay you. Zhou Chen shook his head. Old son, I am not you. You wish for everyone to thrive, but they can only have a future by following you. He patted old son on the shoulder. On my next outing, I have hidden a considerable amount of supplies. Tonight, I will retrieve them, enough to sustain you for a month if used sparingly. After that, he would wash his hands of the matter. Old son initially wanted to decline, but considering that the supplies in the building had been nearly exhausted, with only a few blankets remaining, it was evident that they desperately needed a new batch of provisions. Xiao Zhou, thank you. I understand your intentions. Moving forward, I will attempt to lead everyone in seeking supplies and adapt swiftly to the harsh realities outside. Should you require anything, feel free to let me know. Zhou Chen nodded. Of course, if there is something you genuinely need my assistance with, I will exchange supplies for your help. Old son contemplated urging Zhou Chen to reconsider, but given the gravity of the situation, he hesitated to voice his thoughts. They were not related, and Zhou Chen had already done enough for them. One must forge their own strength. It would be best to wait until everyone had fortified themselves before proceeding further. Old son acted swiftly, gathering everyone that very day for a discussion. Upon hearing the proposal, none of the neighbors were inclined to move out. Old son expended great effort to persuade them. Why all this pessimism? It's merely a matter of relocating from this building. We are not leaving the entire community. As long as we remain in the same neighborhood, with Xiao Zhou around, who would dare to trouble us? However, we must adapt to the current rules of survival. People must eventually separate. If this disaster passes, that would be wonderful, but what if another calamity follows? What if the disasters never cease? Is it realistic to expect Xiao Zhou to support us indefinitely? That very evening, Zhou Chen ingeniously fashioned a sled from a skateboard, trailing behind him supplies that stretched several meters. Each person received 2 blankets, a full winter outfit, and a pair of cotton shoes. He distributed zombie meat, instant noodles, biscuits, flour, and corn in generous quantities, with hundreds of pounds of rotten cabbage. This bounty would drive external survivors to madness, compelling them to strive for it. When the neighbors witnessed the supplies, they were utterly astonished. Just moments ago, they had been filled with trepidation, fearing that without Zhou Chen, they would face starvation or freezing to death. Now, they felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. Once again, their gratitude for Zhou Chen was genuine and heartfelt. However, Zhou Chen did not seek their thanks, he was simply eliminating burdens. To facilitate the management of the first-floor survivors while not straying too far from Zhou Chen, the neighbors opted for a building situated in the middle of the community. With an abundance of supplies and the fear of marauders lurking outside, they decided to move under cover of night. The group quickly mobilized, the atmosphere charged with activity as they prepared to relocate Yang City, and directly asked Zhou Chen, "Brother Zhou, do I also need to move?" Zhou Chen responded without emotion, "You are the deputy building manager. If you do not move, who will assist old son in managing the entire community?" He pointed to the young girl. "You stay behind and make clothes." The young girl eagerly nodded and pulled her best friend aside. "Sidian, you move first. Once I finish the clothes that Brother Zhou needs, I will come find you after receiving my reward." Chiro, clutching a nesting doll, approached Zhou Chen. "Boss, I can't bear to leave you." Zhou Chen nearly kicked her out of the building. "Old son is righteous. Your best chance lies with him." Chiro nodded in agreement. After being under Zhou Chen's wing for so long, she believed he was exemplary in every regard, though he seemed somewhat cold, as if he wished to avoid forming deep emotional connections with anyone. Understandably so, who wouldn't grow cold after being betrayed by loved ones, friends, and partners? Old son, carrying his bag, declared, "I have nearly packed everything." Zhou Chen said, "Make sure to take that generator with you." He had given them so much already. As for the diesel needed for the generator, they would have to procure that themselves. Old son felt profoundly moved. Such an item was invaluable. With the entire city in darkness and various nefarious figures prowling at night, having a generator would ensure the stairwell's entrance remained lit, providing greater safety for everyone. Once old son and the others departed, the entire building fell silent. Zhou Chen immediately placed a pile of fur in front of the young girl. "This is your task. If you complete it well, I will reward you with a generous supply. However, if you let this information slip, even to a single soul, both of you will meet your demise." Chapter 55. News of the helicopter time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed. The frigid temperatures claimed more lives. The makeshift walls of the community were erected, yet among the 30 or so survivors of Building 1, only about a dozen remained. Corpses were discarded outside the community, vanishing that very night. Across the city, hordes of ghoulish scavengers emerged, starved survivors, driven to madness, fixated on every community. Whenever a corpse was transported out, they would act. Initially, they would stealthily steal bodies under the cover of darkness, but soon they brazenly seized corpses even in broad daylight. A shivering individual with yellow hair approached Sakura community, first seeking out Old Sunday. With Old Sun's consent, he was allowed to enter and make his way to Building 21. Zhou Chen had already received word through the intercom, the yellow-haired man, that petty traitor. After a month of silence, Zhou Chen had assumed he was long dead. He did not permit him to ascend the stairs, allowing him only to remain on the ground floor to evade attention. With a face full of excitement, the yellow-haired man exclaimed, "Brother Zhou, I have news about the items you requested." Zhou Chen replied, "Do elaborate." The yellow-haired man immediately animatedly recounted, "Finding a helicopter is no easy feat. Our gang has been inquiring for quite some time and finally learned that a wealthy businessman is interested in selling one. Our leader took us to check it out. The helicopter is indeed a fine piece, but the businessman has a large family and is asking a steep price." Zhou Chen inquired, "What does he want in return?" The yellow-haired man trembled as he produced a piece of paper filled with a list of supplies: 10,000 pounds of Wuchang rice, 10,000 pounds of premium flour, 10,000 pounds of pork, 20,000 pounds of vegetables, luxury brand down jackets. Zhou Chen interrupted, "Enough. Let that businessman and his family starve." What was this nonsense about Wuchang rice and premium flour? Had he lost his mind after living in luxury for so long? The yellow-haired man crumpled the paper in agreement, his expression one of grave indignation. "It's utterly outrageous. Countless people perish from hunger daily. These wealthy merchants hoarded supplies, sheltered in their remote villas away from marauders, completely oblivious to the suffering of the world. Our leader suggests we let him stew for a while. As soon as his family is on the brink of starvation, he won't dare to be so demanding." At this point, the yellow-haired man rubbed his hands together in glee. "Brother Zhou, I had no news regarding the helicopter and felt too ashamed to disturb you. Now that we have a lead, we will keep a close watch on this matter. By the way, do you require any other supplies?" Zhou Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "Books, do you have any?" The yellow-haired man was taken aback. "Of books?" He looked at Zhou Chen, who seemed quite astute, and wondered why he would desire such items. Was he planning to tear them up for warmth? That would be less efficient than burning wood. Zhou Chen pointed in a direction. "There is the largest library in the city over there. The top floor should be untouched by flooding. Bring me as many books as you can, and I'll take them by weight." How does 30 pounds of instant noodles per package sound? In times of peace, a single book typically cost dozens of yuan. Some books could even fetch hundreds or thousands. In this era of scarcity, books could only be valued as scrap. 30 pounds of instant noodles. What was there to hesitate about? The yellow-haired man eagerly agreed, showering Zhou Chen with compliments before hastily departing. Finding books was far easier than locating a helicopter. The following day, the yellow-haired man returned with a large group. Including him, there were over 10 ragged survivors, each pulling a cart into Sakura community. Old Sun and the others rushed out to gawk. The yellow-haired man produced a notebook. "Brother Zhou, the total weight of the books is 415 pounds. Let us round it down to 400 pounds. You can take 80 packages of instant noodles. Do you have a scale here? We can weigh it in your presence. It won't take long with so many of us." Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively, and no need to weigh them. "Just place the books in the stairwell." Then, feigning a troubled expression, he added, "I don't have 80 packages of instant noodles on hand. Can we settle the difference with other supplies?" The yellow-haired man nodded vigorously. "Of course, all supplies have their value. Food is just the most valuable." Zhou Chen suggested, "How about steamed buns and noodles? That should be acceptable." The yellow-haired man was elated. "That is absolutely fine." Books, which were nothing more than fodder for the fire, could be exchanged for the most precious of food. He was making a killing. The members of the gang who accompanied the yellow-haired man were equally delighted, gazing at Zhou Chen as if he were a plump sheep. While the others busied themselves moving the books from the carts into the hallway, Zhou Chen pretended to go upstairs to gather supplies. Half an hour later, he returned with a black plastic bag. Inside were 20 packages of instant noodles, 10 bundles of noodles, 15 heads of wilted cabbage, and a few dozen hard, moldy steamed buns. The buns were dark and covered in mold, as hard as stones by the roadside, yet they remained a precious commodity desperately sought after by countless survivors. What good were winter clothes? What good was knowing where to find food? The icy depths were several meters thick. Could one simply dig with their hands? Zhou Chen feigned deep sorrow. "If it weren't for my love of reading, I truly wouldn't be able to part with such precious supplies." The yellow-haired man sincerely empathized. How precious was food? A single moldy bun could incite a bloodbath. He clutched the bag of food tightly to his chest, his face flushed with excitement. "Brother Zhou, do you still want more books?" We haven't finished clearing out the library. In truth, this visit was merely a test to see if they could indeed exchange books for food. Now that they had succeeded, they were eager to continue. He feared that Zhou Chen might decline. These books could easily sustain him for years. The mere thought of such a possibility sent a wave of anxiety through him. Zhou Chen, well aware of the yellow-haired man's thoughts, replied, "Yes, but my food supplies are also limited. How about this? You come every 2 days with a load, and I'll need time to seek out more supplies." The yellow-haired man nearly leaped to embrace Zhou Chen's legs. "No problem. Brother Zhou, you are my benefactor." When the gang arrived, they had been filled with trepidation, but now they left elated, laden with supplies. Once they departed, Old Sun approached Zhou Chen. He had endured much hardship during this time, evident by the 2 scars on his face. Old Sun simply could not fathom. "Xiao Zhou, what do you need these books for?" Exchanging a sack of food for useless books left him feeling a pang of regret. Zhou Chen chuckled softly. "I'm bored. It's a way to pass the time." Initially, he had planned to visit the library himself, but now that he had someone to run errands for him, he felt quite content. This transaction quickly spread to various gangs, leaving everyone astounded. The notorious Zhou madman actually enjoyed reading. Those gangs that had long sought to befriend Zhou Chen, yet had never succeeded, began to contemplate whether to indulge his tastes by offering him some books. From that day forth, the yellow-haired man arrived every 2 days with his gang members, hauling carts filled with books, and the quantity only increased with each visit. Zhou Chen would venture out daily, pretending to search for supplies. Over the course of half a month, he amassed tens of thousands of books, encompassing both domestic and foreign literature, covering a myriad of subjects. He stored them all in his space, casually picking one to read whenever he felt bored, enriching his spiritual world and enhancing his mental entertainment. Recently, the yellow-haired man had been bringing back more and more, his complexion noticeably improved, and he had even put on a bit of weight. Brother Zhou, that wealthy businessman, has been left in the lurch for half a month. He finally relented these past few days. Our leader asked me when it would be convenient for you to conduct the transaction. Zhou Chen replied, the sooner, the better. With the extreme cold nearing its end, the sweltering heat, plagues, and earthquakes were on the horizon. The city would be a hotspot for disease. He planned to leave before the heat subsided and the plague erupted. In the wilderness, survival was precarious, and when a great earthquake struck, the ground would hardly be safer than the skies. Escape tools like helicopters should be procured without delay. Chapter 56 Those who stand in my way shall perish. On the following morning, Zhou Chen set out fully armed. The journey to the luxurious villa district inhabited by the wealthy merchants on the outskirts of the city was long. Considering his safety, his gear today was markedly different from that of previous outings of this time. He donned a complete set of riot gear procured by the armed police brigade, with a riot helmet, protective suit, leg guards, a baton, and dispersal equipment. He presented an imposing figure. Armed to the teeth from head to toe, the only thing missing was a riot shield. Zhou Chen could not carry the cumbersome shield on his journey, so he opted instead for a firearm. The Type 95 assault rifle, slung over his shoulder, was easily accessible for rapid deployment in case of danger. Additionally, he carried a large backpack, a staple for survivors on their excursions. Some survivors even packed multiple bags of varying sizes. Each time they ventured out in search of supplies, they wished to fill every bag to capacity. Yet, while aspirations were lofty, reality was stark. Just managing to fill a single bag halfway was already a cause for envy. As Zhou Chen laced up his skates, he swiftly glided to the entrance of the community. Huang Mao and his leader had been waiting at the gate. During this time, Huang Mao had grown familiar with Lao Sun and the others, and they were currently engaged in casual banter. In this wretched weather, everyone was bundled up tightly, with only their eyes visible, rendering their features unrecognizable. Upon Zhou Chen's grand entrance, astonishment washed over the crowd, each gaze fixed intently upon him, filled with shock, admiration, and envy. Goodness, his entire outfit was nothing short of spectacular. Huang Mao could not help but swallow hard, exclaiming, Brother Zhou, you look absolutely stunning. Lao Sun, equally incredulous, remarked, Little Zhou, where on earth did you acquire this riot gear? A middle-aged man, adorned with 2 machetes at his waist, looked on with palpable envy. Brother Zhou, do you have any more of that gear? Zhou Chen replied, No more, I was merely fortunate enough to acquire this set. The middle-aged man sighed, These items are indeed hard to come by. I wanted to visit the police station to obtain a set, but the ice is thick and hard, it's impractical to dig through it by hand. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Mao introduced the two. Brother Zhou, this is my leader, Yang Ziming, the head of the explosive gang, and this gentleman is our esteemed client, Brother Zhou. Zhou Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Ziming, understanding the decorum, nodded a greeting from a distance of 3 meters. Lao Sun, sensing their business was urgent, discreetly withdrew. Zhou Chen scrutinized Yang Ziming and Huang Mao's attire. They were well equipped for winter, armed at their waists, but it was their footwear that caught his eye. Yang Ziming was eager to finalize this transaction. It was a substantial order, promising him remarkable benefits. The villa district of the wealthy merchants lies 2 hours' drive from the city center before the disaster. Given the current extreme cold, vehicles 1T start. If we set off now, we should arrive by 4 p.m. Not only was walking a challenge, but the frigid temperatures made it difficult for individuals to endure the cold. The thicker the clothing, the more it hindered movement. Zhou Chen skated in place, unwilling to waste an entire day trudging alongside these two. Pretending to rummage through his bag, he produced 2 pairs of ice skates, inquiring, Can you skate? Their eyes lit up with excitement. Huang Mao nodded vigorously, Of course, both the boss and I are from Harbin. I forget to eat before I forget how to skate. Zhou Chen placed the skates on the ground, stepping back 3 meters to maintain a safe distance. You can borrow these, but they must be returned. Yang Ziming nodded with delight. Having skates would simplify their journey considerably. Of course, Brother Zhou, you can rest assured anyone who has done business with me, Yang Ziming, has yet to claim I lack integrity. In a world turned upside down, human intentions were often inscrutable. Zhou Chen would not allow himself to be swayed by a few flattering words. Keeping his guard intact, the two donned the skates and glided around, immediately feeling the urge to procure several pairs. Brother Zhou, let us set off. With these, we'll reach our destination in half a day. Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. You two will lead the way. Yang Ziming, finding this unremarkable, chuckled and surged ahead. Huang Mao, brimming with excitement, shouted, Boss, let me take the lead. You can follow in the middle. Under normal circumstances, Yang Ziming would not have objected, but now, reveling in the exhilarating freedom, retorted, Get lost, when I was out here hustling, you were still in diapers. Do I need you to protect me? The two soon found themselves in a playful dispute, each vying to be at the forefront, savoring the moment of liberation. Yang Ziming occasionally glanced back at Zhou Chen. Both he and Huang Mao were from Harbin and had been immersed in their local culture, learning to skate at the tender age of 2. Their skills were undoubtedly impressive. To his surprise, Zhou Chen matched their ability, keeping pace regardless of their speed, maintaining a safe distance of approximately 3 meters. Each time he looked back, his gaze involuntarily lingered on Zhou Chen's striking riot gear and his rifle. Envy, pure envy. He wondered if Zhou Chen possessed any additional firearms. If he could secure one, he could easily monopolize the trading market in the entire city. Zhou Chen noticed Yang Ziming stealing glances at him but felt no malice emanating from him, yet, should any ill intent arise, he would not hesitate to aim his rifle and unleash a volley of fire. Whoosh, 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 the trio sped past on the street. Survivors hiding within buildings watched with a mix of admiration and envy. Those who braved the dangers to seek supplies were consumed by jealousy, their eyes burning with resentment. Some survivors had long lost their reason. Upon seeing the trio zoom by, they were tempted to rush out and rob them, yet, the speed of the three was so astonishing that they grasped nothing but the fleeting air. Upon exiting the urban area, the towering ice layers, nearly 10 meters high, obscured all buildings below. A blanket of white rendered navigation impossible. Along the way, they encountered groups of survivors, resembling beggars, laboriously hauling a cart piled high with damp wood. Wet wood was difficult to ignite and produced copious smoke, yet it was preferable to freezing to death without fuel. Humanity is a remarkable species. Even in the face of calamity, some would rise to confront the challenges head-on. With the furniture in their homes reduced to ashes, they sought resources outside. If the wood outside had been depleted, they ventured beyond the city to harvest timber. As long as there was a will to survive, solutions would always outnumber the obstacles. Every step they took was fraught with difficulty. As the skating trio passed them, the survivors were left in a state of awe, tinged with envy and even jealousy. Where there were resilient survivors, there were also marauding thugs. These ruffians sat around a fire, their eyes cast menacingly upon the group of survivors. A family of 3 lagging behind the survivor group caught the attention of the thugs. They charged forward, brandishing weapons, seizing the cart and stripping the deceased of their winter garments, lying in wait for the next vulnerable family or group. The appearance of the skating trio sent every thug's blood boiling. Upon catching sight of Zhou Chen's striking riot gear, their minds raced with reckless thoughts. They howled as they charged forward, hoping to use their numbers to block their targets. Just as Yang Ziming and Huang Mao drew their machetes, a bullet whizzed through the air, striking the leading thug. The sudden gunfire left the gang momentarily stunned. Zhou Chen raised his dark firearm, eyes unblinking, unleashing a barrage of shots that felled the thugs, turning them into lifeless, cold corpses. Those who stand in my way shall perish. More thugs, rushing from all directions, foolishly attempted to join the fray, but were soon reduced to terrified, scrambling figures, fleeing for their lives, wishing they could sprout wings and soar away. Guns. This man has a gun. Are you out of your mind? How could anyone possess a firearm? Chapter 57 of the majestic villa district. As Yang Ziming gazed upon the field strewn with corpses, a cold sweat broke out across his brow. He turned to Zhou Chen and gave a thumbs up, simultaneously admiring his prowess while feeling a deep-seated fear of his ruthless nature. Truly, he was the notorious Zhou, infamous for his penchant for murder and corpse incineration. These thugs had once been vibrant lives, and yet Zhou had executed them without a moment's hesitation. Having spent considerable time navigating the treacherous waters of the underworld, he had merely intended to incapacitate a couple before fleeing. Little did he anticipate that Zhou would eliminate them all with such efficiency. In the face of calamity, it was indeed a case of survival of the fittest. It was evident that those who were ruthless would endure the longest. Alas, it seemed his perspective was still too limited. Yang Ziming pointed towards the southeast, stating, "The hill over there marks the entrance to the majestic villa district, and the affluent businessman resides in the central segment of that area." Fresh from claiming a dozen lives, Zhou Chen bore no psychological burden. He lifted his gaze, seeing only a distant bald mountain peak. The actual size of the hill was surely more substantial than it appeared from this distance. After more than an hour, the trio finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. The once verdant landscape was now entirely blanketed in ice and snow. The trees along the mountain path bent under the weight of the thick frost. Shadows flitted through the forest, accompanied by the sound of axes chopping wood. From this point onward, the path inclined sharply, rendering their ice skates ineffective. They were left with no choice but to trek on foot. Yang Ziming adhered to the rules, promptly changing into his cotton shoes and returning the 2 pairs of skates to Zhou Chen, not wishing to give the impression that he intended to keep them for himself. After sprinting for several hours, the trio felt warm, but after 10 minutes of traversing the mountain path, Yang Ziming and Huang Mao began to shiver from the cold. "Brother Zhou, aren't you cold?" "Not at all," Zhou Chen replied, keeping his rifle at the ready as he walked at the rear. He needed to monitor their every movement while remaining vigilant for any thugs that might emerge from the surrounding woods. One must not underestimate the survivors engaged in logging. In the blink of an eye, they could transform from diligent workers to ruthless marauders, all in the name of survival. Right and wrong ceased to hold meaning. The majestic villa district was truly a splendid place. Nestled among mountains and forests, it was impervious to typhoons, floods, and even the harshest of winters could be endured with local resources. How unlike the city survivors, who risked life and limb, trudging for 12 hours just to procure a few damp logs. After an hour of walking along the road, they finally reached the entrance to the villa complex. While chaos reigned throughout the city, here, guards still patrolled. As the number of survivors venturing to the area for logging increased, so too did the presence of greedy thugs among them. The affluent, accustomed to a life of luxury, had gradually recognized the looming threat and had agreed to contribute 1 bodyguard per household to replace the security personnel who had succumbed to starvation or frostbite, ensuring round-the-clock vigilance. As the 3 approached, the guards stationed at the gate immediately went on high alert, particularly upon noticing an individual clad in riot gear, armed with a firearm. They were seized by fear, their legs trembling. While they were indeed professional bodyguards, no amount of skill could match the efficacy of a gun. Moreover, the wealthy were themselves deprived of sustenance, with the meager rations they could muster barely sustaining them at a third of their daily needs. In summary, despite their numbers, they were gaunt and weary, struggling to walk even a few steps. If these three wished to raid the villa complex, a single firearm would suffice. Panting heavily, Yang Ziming waved his hand and jogged a few steps forward to negotiate. As the gate swung open, all the guards' attention was drawn to Zhou Chen. His formidable attire was nothing short of intimidating. If I possessed such gear, the entire villa district would be at my feet. The guards who had just entertained such thoughts suddenly felt a chill run down their spines as a dark barrel of a gun was leveled at them. Zhou Chen coldly intoned, "If you continue to gaze greedily at me, I shan't hesitate to add more lives to my tally." The guards immediately raised their hands and began to retreat cautiously, signaling their intent to comply. The villa district boasted over 100 houses, yet most were devoid of life, with only a few windows revealing fleeting shadows. Upon seeing Zhou Chen's riot gear, the survivors mistakenly believed that rescue had arrived and excitedly pounded on the glass. A figure leaned out of a second-floor window, shouting desperately, "Hey, are you here to save us? This is wonderful. Do you have food? Don't leave us, damn it. Do you have any idea how much tax I pay each year? Without taxpayers like me, what will you people eat or drink? Get back here." Huang Mao picked up a stone and hurled it. "You fool, which of your eyes saw us as a rescue team? Keep talking, and I'll come in there and give you a taste of my blade." The previously arrogant wealthy individual was not frightened by the stone but by Huang Mao's words. Has the world truly changed? Is it really in chaos outside? Are there truly heartless thugs everywhere? When will rescue finally arrive? Damn it, I am a significant taxpayer. How can no one come to aid me after 3 months of entrapment? Immigration. Once rescue arrives, I shall emigrate. The sudden appearance of the three men ignited a spark of excitement among the wealthy residents. Zhou Chen's gear led them to believe that they were from an organized group, and they began to flail about in joy. Yang Ziming remarked, "It seems the rich have stored an abundance of supplies. After nearly 3 months, they may be thinner, but their spirits remain high, unlike us, who look like beggars." Huang Mao licked his lips and exclaimed, "Boss, these wealthy families must have enough bird's nests to last several months. Unlike us, who only have a few packs of instant noodles at home." Yang Ziming, ever the opportunist, replied, "I've been saying for a while now that bird's nest alone won't suffice as sustenance. Let these wealthy merchants go hungry for a spell, and we can trade them a pile of rotten cabbage in exchange for some of that delicacy. We deserve to know what it feels like to dine on bird's nest daily." Huang Mao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "As expected of the boss. Being with you is a blessing. Come back. Damn it, are your ears deaf? Come back now. Do you not hear me calling you? Do you know who I am? Are you here for rescue? Do you have a vehicle? If not, I need someone to carry me." A man rushed out, breathless and flustered. Zhou Chen frowned. In this apocalypse, how could one still speak so crudely? With a swift turn, he aimed his weapon at the man. "You have mobility issues, and I have a short temper. What do you propose we do about that?" The man, terrified, found himself sitting on the ground. What do you intend to do?" "Help, the police are killing people," Huang Mao interjected. "Brother Zhou, don't waste a bullet on this fool. Watch me." He brandished a sharp machete and strode towards the man, swinging it down. As he struck, he cursed, "You think you're a beloved tycoon? I could cleave you into 8 pieces, and no one would bat an eyelid." Zhou Chen observed that Huang Mao had not exerted full force. He merely tore the man's clothing, intending to frighten him. The man, indeed, was petrified, rolling on the ground with his head cradled in his arms, pleading for mercy. A woman rushed out in a panic. "What do you want from us? Is there no law anymore? Do you know who my husband is? Wise up and kneel, bow 10 times, or we'll find 100 ways to end you." Huang Mao was about to unleash another tirade when Yang Ziming intervened. "Let us not escalate. This place has already been targeted by several groups of thugs. No need to squabble with the dead." The man, curled up on the ground, found himself gripped by even greater terror. "Wait, what do you mean by that? Thugs? Ha, you must be joking. And even if there are thugs, so what? This is the most luxurious villa district in the city. Those of us residing here are either wealthy or noble. We are not the likes of you commoners. Where are the police? I demand police protection immediately." Chapter 58, Sending you on your way. "This is the place," Yang Ziming remarked with a smile, gesturing towards an imposing villa. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his expression darkened. "Damn it, how did that bastard Su Laosan end up here?" Zhou Chen gazed at the grand villa, and through the glass window of the living room, he could see an elderly man engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man. A few bodyguards flanked the elder, while several menacing thugs loomed behind the middle-aged man. Instinctively, Yang Ziming recoiled. However, the thought of Zhou Chen's formidable equipment rekindled his courage. At that moment, Huang Mao whispered an explanation. "Brother Zhou, that is Su Laosan, the notorious leader of the explosive gang. He has ruined many lives through his usury and gambling operations. Our boss's younger brother fell victim to his traps and was driven to jump off a building. After the disaster struck, his gambling operations went awry, and this scoundrel has been competing with us for business." Yang Ziming said to Zhou Chen, "Brother Zhou, it's likely that this rascal is also after the helicopter. With so many of them, negotiations might not go smoothly." Zhou Chen caressed his firearm. "Not smooth, you say? Are you certain?" He understood Yang Ziming's implication, which was merely a hope that he would take charge of the situation. It mattered not, he was resolute in acquiring that helicopter. Having arrived at this juncture, he would boldly walk in alone if necessary. Yang Ziming seemed to have gained newfound confidence, swaggering forward to ring the doorbell. The occupants inside had already noticed someone at the door, though a few snow-covered trees obscured their view upon the door opening. Young Zimming strode in with feigned bravado, the fireplace blazed fiercely within, sending waves of warmth toward him. The members of the explosive gang, upon spotting him and Huang Mao, immediately assumed a threatening stance. Su Laosan, with a cigar gifted by a wealthy merchant dangling from his lips, sneered insidiously, "Young Zimming, I've heard you're facilitating helicopter purchases for others. Too bad Boss Lu is already committed to a deal with me." The well-dressed merchant wore a strained smile, clearly coerced. Young Zimming, unperturbed, spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the floor. "Pa. I am well aware of your unscrupulous nature, Su Laosan. Are you attempting to intimidate me with your usual tricks?" Su Laosan chuckled menacingly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth that hadn't seen a toothbrush in months. "So what if I am? Even Boss Lu has no objections. Who are you to speak? Knowing I'm here, you still dare to enter. Today, I'll make sure to deal with you." Upon hearing this, Boss Lu instinctively recoiled. Yang Zimming nonchalantly dug at his ear, dismissing Su Laosan entirely. He turned to Boss Lu. "Name your price. My buyer insists on that helicopter." Boss Lu was drenched in cold sweat. While the other wealthy individuals in the villa complex might still be oblivious, the seasoned Boss Lu had grasped the chain reaction brought on by the calamity. With civilization crumbling and morality decaying, violence and bloodshed were rampant. He was merely a businessman, having dabbled in unsavory dealings and even bloodshed, yet compared to these thugs, he was nothing. He couldn't afford to offend anyone, especially not Su Laosan, who was evidently more vile. Better to provoke a gentleman than a scoundrel. "Ha!" Su Laosan laughed boisterously. "See, even Boss Lu can't be bothered with you. What was that you said? Your buyer has committed to the helicopter? Ha! Who the hell is he? Tell him to show himself. If he dares interfere with my affairs, I'll turn him into a two-legged sheep right now." The mention of two-legged sheep sent shivers down Boss Lu's spine. This scoundrel had just threatened him in precisely that manner. Young Zimming looked on with disdain, casually flicking the earwax from his fingernail. He then stepped aside, gesturing to someone behind him. "Brother Zhou, please." A malevolent glare from Su Laosan prompted his henchmen to draw knives from their belts. Blocking half of the entrance was a cluster of greenery, from which emerged a dark, menacing firearm, followed by a man armed to the teeth. The sight of the weapon elevated the tension in the room. The previously arrogant gang members recoiled in fear. Zhou Chen aimed his gun at Su Laosan. "I just heard you say you were going to turn me into a two-legged sheep?" The ferocity on Su Laosan's face vanished, replaced by sheer terror. This was a gun, after all. He shot a venomous glare at Young Zimming before quickly donning a sycophantic smile. "Brother, it's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." Zhou Chen fired a shot into the floor, sending Su Laosan cowering and clutching his head. "Get lost." Su Laosan trembled in fear, unable to utter a single harsh word in the face of overwhelming power. He stealthily circled around Zhou Chen, terrified of being shot, and bolted for the door as soon as it opened. His henchmen scrambled after him in a panic. Boss Lu. Boss Lu, the older Boss Lu, temporarily deafened by the gunfire, finally regained his composure, only to find his spirits plummeting. After one villain departed, another ruthless figure had arrived, and he found himself caught in the crossfire. Zhou Chen, exuding an aura of authority, settled onto the sofa, the gun still firmly in hand. "Boss Lu, let us discuss the supplies you wish to exchange." Boss Lu wore a bitter smile. "I hardly dare to propose any materials, just let Boss Zhou decide." Zhou Chen. Yang Zimming, visibly displeased, interjected, "Boss Lu, our Boss Zhou is a young man of great promise, a person of integrity, unlike that scoundrel Su Laosan. I may not be as renowned as your affluent elites, but I am not without my own reputation in the Pudong district. Now, with thugs lurking everywhere, if I truly wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have to keep coming here." Boss Lu, recognizing the truth in this, cast a wary glance at Zhou Chen before hesitantly producing a list. Huang Mao, quick-witted, immediately snatched it and presented it to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen glanced at it, a cold smile forming. "Boss Lu, I assume you haven't ventured outside since the calamity? I suggest you take a stroll, not too far, just to the foot of the mountain. Bring your bodyguards along. If you wish to return alive, I'll pay you tenfold for what's on this list." Boss Lu's face froze. Ultimately, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After some back and forth, they finalized the supplies and the transaction timeline. Zhou Chen managed to procure a helicopter at a bargain price, leaving him in high spirits. The three men strode confidently out of the wealthy Lu's residence. Eye in the distance, someone lurking in the snowy forest cast a furtive glance before swiftly retreating. "Boss, they're coming out." Su Laosan, hidden in the thicket, felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. "Everyone, stay sharp. The moment I give the signal, rush out and kill them. Anyone who dares hesitate will face my wrath. I want that equipment dead, especially that gun." Half an hour later, the group, nearly frozen, awaited the arrival of their target in vain. What is going on? They should have reached here in 10 minutes. Could they have entered another villa? There are several starlets residing there. Perhaps. Su Laosan barked. "Shut up. Once we acquire the equipment, I'll lead you all inside. Whether they're starlets or heiresses, they'll be at our mercy." Just as his henchmen began to feel excitement, mocking laughter echoed from behind them. Instinctively, they turned to see a figure standing 20 meters high, clad in black riot gear, starkly visible against the snowy backdrop. They had been fixated on the road, completely unaware that their adversary had circled behind them. Zhou Chen discarded his cigarette. "A pack of cowardly rats, waiting for me, are you? I'll send you on your way now." The gunfire erupted. The air was filled with blood-curdling screams, and blood sprayed onto the snow, quickly crystallizing into ice. Chapter 59. The helicopter in hand in the snowy expanse, the thugs clutched their wounded legs, wailing incessantly. Zhou Chen, who had shielded himself from the bullets, was so terrified that he wet his pants, convinced that death was imminent. To his surprise, the assailants ceased fire after only a few shots. Huang Mao shared the same concern. Brother Zhou, why have they stopped? Zhou Chen grimaced at the thought of wasted ammunition, to save bullets. Despite possessing thousands of rounds, each shot fired meant one less in his arsenal. Wouldn't he feel the sting? Had he not noticed Zhou Laosan's intentions to seize his equipment, he would have refrained from intervening. The conflicts of others were of no concern to him. At that moment, Yang Ziming unsheathed his dual blades, declaring, "Indeed, if bullets can be saved, then it is my turn to act." Witnessing his leader leap into action, Huang Mao hastily followed suit. Zhou Chen aimed at the legs, but due to his lack of expertise, several bullets struck the thugs in their backs and abdomens, leaving them sprawled on the ground, lamenting their fate. "Zhou Laosan, your grandfather Yang is coming for your life." Zhou Laosan, having soiled himself, pushed past his lackeys and fled, rolling and scrambling to escape. However, his frozen trousers caused excruciating discomfort, akin to a tearing pain as Zhou Chen stood aloof, surveying the scene from above. Yang Ziming and Huang Mao descended the slope, their focus unwavering as they pursued Zhou Laosan, ignoring the injured thugs. Huang Mao, youthful and swift, pounced on Zhou Laosan, and a scuffle ensued. Yang Ziming arrived just in time to kick Zhou Laosan, raising his machete threateningly. Zhou Laosan, panic-stricken, struggled to rise but repeatedly failed. "Yang Ziming, do you dare to kill me? Do you even know who stands behind me?" Yang Ziming struck Zhou Laosan's calf with his blade, blood splattering onto the snow. "Kill you? A scoundrel like you is hardly worth a life." With that, he slashed at Zhou Laosan's other leg. "Oh, you have someone backing you? Who is it? Quickly, call them to save you." "Zhou Laosan, I shan't kill you. Instead, just wait here to die slowly a spit." The trio retraced their steps along the mountain road. Just as they changed their shoes, they heard blood-curdling screams from the snowy woods. Zhou Chen frowned involuntarily. The Diaza gang had sustained injuries. In such frigid conditions, they couldn't survive for more than 10 minutes. If their only aim was the supplies on the thugs' bodies, they could have waited for them to perish before acting. Yet, the cries indicated a clear indication of murder. It was likely that another group of thugs lurked in the mountains, with their sights set on the affluent villa district. Upon returning to the community, the three were drenched in sweat. Yang Ziming returned his ice skates, exclaiming, "These are splendid, otherwise, we wouldn't be back until tomorrow evening." After a moment's thought, he added, "Brother Zhou, I have an unreasonable request. Once you finalize your deal with Boss Liu, could I possibly receive a pair of those skates as my reward?" Zhou Chen stowed the skates in his bag, agreed. The bitter cold would soon dissipate, and opportunities to utilize them would be scarce. Why not seize the moment to sell them at a good price? Yang Ziming beamed with delight but still inquired, "Are you truly certain you don't need our gang to assist in transporting your supplies?" Zhou Chen shook his head, "No need. I have a stockpile of goods not far from Maohua Villa." Yang Ziming gave a thumbs up, affirming his belief in Zhou Chen's capabilities. At that moment, Yang Sidian approached from a distance. "Brother Zhou, after you left this morning, those individuals returned, expressing a desire to befriend you." "I have no need for friends." Zhou Chen was well aware of the parties. She referred to gangs from nearby communities who had been attempting to ingratiate themselves, only to be rebuffed by the cannon fodder neighbors. The cannon fodder neighbors, too, had their own interests at heart. Those gangs were numerous and far more powerful. What if Zhou Chen were to be flattered and subsequently abandoned? They, being weak, would become easy targets in the future. This was not a time of peace. Oppression was no simple matter. It could cost lives. At that moment, Old Sun returned with several neighbors. They bore minor injuries and appeared quite dejected. "Little Zhou, it's fortuitous you're here. We managed to acquire a batch of seeds. Take a few bags to plant by the fireplace, and perhaps we can grow some vegetables." Zhou Chen was about to depart when he turned to inquire, "Seeds?" Old Sun nodded, his expression grim. "Today we ventured out for supplies and stumbled upon a seed store. Initially, there were a few bags of corn seeds, enough for several meals, but we encountered a group of survivors on the brink of starvation. Survivors nearing starvation lacked rationality. Once provoked, they were no different from thugs. To preserve their lives, they scattered the corn seeds everywhere, seizing the opportunity while the survivors collected the seeds. They managed to escape unharmed. The world had indeed changed. During this period, he had accompanied the neighbors on supply runs, repeatedly realizing just how chaotic it was outside. A handful of corn could incite a bloodbath. The very next moment, the thugs who killed for supplies could themselves fall victim to other thugs. Just moments ago, they might have been comrades, yet in the blink of an eye, they could turn traitorous, vying for resources. Zhou Chen felt exhilarated. "How many seeds did you manage to acquire?" Seeds were indeed the true treasures. Who knew how long the natural disasters would persist? In the previous apocalypse, it lasted nearly 3 years, and as resources dwindled, many seeds were consumed by survivors. Without the means to produce, those still possessing humanity resorted to gnawing on tree bark and foraging for wild vegetables, while the inhumane thugs exploited survivors as livestock. Old Sun rummaged through his bag and counted. Not much, dozens of vegetable seed packets and several bags of grains. "You can keep all the vegetable seeds. We lack firewood and conditions to grow vegetables." Zhou Chen suggested, "Since you cannot cultivate, why not trade them all with me?" Upon hearing this, Old Sun and the other neighbors' eyes brightened. Without the means to plant vegetables, the grain seeds would hardly suffice for meals. If they could trade directly, it would be ideal if fewer than 100 seed packets exchanged for 5 pounds of zombie meat, 10 packs of instant noodles, and 10 black buns brought immense joy to Old Sun and the others. A night without dreams passed as Zhou Chen relished a delightful lunch before donning a complete set of riot gear and stepping out once more. He returned to the Maohua Villa district for the second time. Boss Lu's men awaited him at the community entrance. Under the setting sun, the imposing figure from yesterday appeared, dragging a cart, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Everyone understood this was a farcical transaction, yet they had no choice. Boss Lu's family was out of food. No one wished to starve to death, but venturing out for supplies was fraught with danger. The cart brimmed with provisions, hundreds of pounds of zombie meat, rotting cabbage, moldy buns, countless packs of instant noodles, and some waterlogged flour and stale rice. As Boss Lu observed his bodyguards unloading the supplies, he trembled as he produced a key to unlock the underground warehouse. The transaction of a helicopter for such refuse was utterly disheartening. "Dad!" A young man stormed out in a fit of rage. "Dad, have you lost your mind? A helicopter for a pile of garbage," the aging Boss Lu, weary and drained, retorted. "Return to your room." Such youthful naivety, lacking understanding of his father's painstaking efforts, the young man was forcibly escorted back inside by bodyguards, still protesting. As the underground warehouse door swung open, a pristine helicopter was unveiled before Zhou Chen's eyes, igniting a glimmer of hope within him. Boss Lu, though reluctant, was compelled to part with it for the sake of his family's survival. According to the terms discussed yesterday, he summoned a blonde foreigner who spent an hour imparting to Zhou Chen the most fundamental theoretical knowledge and operational guidelines. Zhou Chen listened intently. Had the fuel tank not been frozen, he would have eagerly taken to the skies for an immediate test flight. With the assistance of the bodyguards, the helicopter was transported to the mountain road outside the community. Darkness had fallen, and the bodyguards, fearful of thugs, hurriedly wielded their flashlights. Zhou Chen tucked the helicopter into his space, feeling a profound sense of contentment. Just as he prepared to depart, a woman's voice called from behind, "Wait a moment." Chapter 60. The journey home is too idle, all the way to smash. Two women, bundled up like balls, clutched flashlights, shivering and stamping their feet. "It's too cold, the outdoors is unbearably frigid." The shorter one shouted towards a beam of light descending the hillside, uncertain if the other party could hear. They were too frightened to step outside their door, having heard tales of marauders lurking nearby. "Handsome, you haven't left yet, could you come back for a moment? We need supplies and wish to trade with you." The beam of light wavered slightly, and soon the figure holding it began to approach. The two women were overwhelmed with joy. 3 minutes later, Zhou Chen halted 5 meters from the entrance. A flick of the flashlight revealed one of the women to be a renowned celebrity. This area was a haven for the affluent, and it was not uncommon for several big stars to reside here. At the height of her fame, she had graced the Cannes red carpet multiple times, adored by countless fans as a goddess. Following a scandal in the entertainment industry last year, she had publicly claimed to suffer from depression and had been recuperating ever since. Compared to the disheveled survivors outside, this star appeared merely a bit gaunt, her face unmarred by any blemish. Zhou Chen had never been one to idolize celebrities, yet he was aware of the most popular figures in the country. Zhang Chuchu stamped her feet, instinctively directing her flashlight towards him, revealing only a tall silhouette in the faint glow. She urged her assistant to hasten the conversation. The assistant trembled. "We need a batch of supplies, can you procure them?" Zhou Chen pondered for a moment. "That depends on what you have to offer in exchange." The assistant, nearly frozen, received a nod from the celebrity and hurriedly added, "Could we go to our home to discuss? It's freezing out here." Zhou Chen replied, "No, we shall speak right here." The assistant Zhang Chuchu was incensed. After all, she was a first-tier celebrity in the country, a goddess in the hearts of millions. She deliberately pulled down her scarf to reveal her face, refusing to believe he wouldn't recognize her. How could a man, who had countless admirers, deny her invitation to his home? The assistant glanced at the celebrity and suggested, "If you provide us with some food, our sister Chuchu can give you an autographed photo." Zhou Chen turned on his heel and walked away. How infuriating, he had hoped to acquire some useful supplies, yet it had turned out to be a complete waste of time. Zhang Chuchu, who had remained silent, widened her eyes in disbelief. What did he mean? Was he a fool? Her signed photographs were always in high demand. Often, she found it tedious and had her assistant sign for her, with eager fans clamoring for them. In a moment of desperation, thinking of her empty refrigerator, she finally spoke up. "Wait, I am Zhang Chuchu, the leading celebrity. A signed photo of mine can fetch tens of thousands outside, and fans would fight over it, in the dark woods." A lewd chuckle echoed. "Oh, big star, let's make a deal. I'll trade you a pack of instant noodles for a signed photo." He Zhang Chuchu gasped, clutching her assistant tightly. The bodyguard stationed at the gate felt a chill run down his spine. Unlike the ignorant wealthy residing in their villas, they were more acutely aware of the changes occurring outside. Previously, marauders had been observed lurking around the villa area, but they typically left after a cursory glance, retreating to a cave somewhere in the mountains. To their shock, they now found themselves outside the community, and the laughter indicated there were many of them. Rumors had circulated of marauders treating people like livestock, and the consequences of an assault on the villa area were unimaginable. Bang! Zhou Chen fired a shot into the sky, its sound echoing both up and down the mountain. "No matter who you are, if you interfere with my descent, my gun does not discriminate." In the face of absolute power, all manner of miscreants fell silent. The surroundings plunged into an eerie stillness. This prompted Zhang Chuchu to consider another possibility. She chased after him for 2 paces, halting at the iron fence to shout, "Handsome, I have jewelry, I will trade you jewels for your food." As a hugely popular first-tier celebrity, she possessed an abundance of jewelry. Trading a few relatively inexpensive pieces for a batch of food was no great loss. Most importantly, this man had a gun and could protect her. He might not be interested in the entertainment industry. Otherwise, how could he refuse to assist her? First, she would bring him home to talk, shed this unattractive, bulky winter clothing, and showcase her stunning features and alluring figure. Surely no man could remain indifferent to her charms. Once she captivated him, she would secure both safety and supplies. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, she possessed an adeptness in dealing with men. However, Zhou Chen did not even glance back. Jewelry, perhaps it still held some value now, but in a year or so, a piece worth millions would be less valuable than a simple pack of instant noodles. As Zhou Chen reached the base of the mountain, he noticed large flames erupting from the mountaintop. The villa area was ablaze. Such a significant fire could only indicate that a house was on fire. If it were merely an accident due to heating, the flames would not form a dragon of fire. The marauders, who had been lurking for some time, had finally made their move. Crack, crack, crack. Taking advantage of the marauders who had ascended the mountain to loot, the survivors who had ventured out to gather firewood hastily dragged their lumber towards the city. Those with carts found it relatively easier, while those without had to fashion sleds from wood loading heavy, wet timber onto them. They tied ropes and hoisted them on their shoulders, trudging forward step by arduous step. These survivors may have emerged just yesterday or could have been out for several days. Even if they managed to gather wet timber, they dared not return alone. They would only set out in groups of dozens or even hundreds. Even if they safely reached home, it would not be until the following afternoon. They had witnessed the darker sides of human nature long before the wealthy on the mountain had, and had no time to ponder the fate that awaited those affluent individuals should they fall victim to the marauders. All they knew was that tonight, the journey home felt safer than ever before. There remained a few scattered marauders, who had kindled fires along the road to rob travelers. All were swiftly dealt with by Zhou Chen, who smashed them down one by one. Zhou Chen had acquired a helicopter, and his spirits soared. On the journey home, feeling utterly bored, he decided to take out his frustrations on the marauders. He smashed the heads of those rushing towards him, and similarly dispatched those resting by the fire. Some women who had been forcibly detained by marauders seized the opportunity to flee towards the city. Beast, let me go. One woman was pinned to the ground by two marauders, while her companions were being beaten by a group of assailants. Just as the marauders were about to rip her clothes off, a shadow appeared. Bang, bang. Two marauders collapsed, their heads smashed, and the woman froze, just rising to her feet when the shadow disappeared in the distance. The marauders, who had been attacking her companions, began to wail, some dying on the spot, others clutching their heads in a frantic bid for escape. The shadow pursued them, smashing down the fleeing marauders. By the light of the campfire, the figure glided effortlessly on skates, moving with an elegant grace and striking fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the person vanished into the darkness. The woman suddenly came to her senses. It was him, it must be him. She desperately chased after the direction in which the shadow had disappeared. My fur, the ancestral fur of my family. Chapter 61. The thawing of ice and snow, is the natural disaster coming to an end? Zhou Chen indulged in a leisurely slumber. In a state of drowsiness, he was roused by a chorus of jubilant cheers from outside. With a bemused expression, he opened his eyes and, after a brief moment of contemplation, rose from his bed to draw back the curtains. Being on the 23rd floor, the view was splendid. He observed that in every nearby community, people were celebrating. On the white, snow-covered streets, ghouls had abandoned the corpses they were handling, clutching handfuls of snow, alternating between laughter and tears in a manic display. A young girl approached and knocked on his door. Under normal circumstances, she would never have dared to do so. However, her excitement was overwhelming, compelling her to dance about in eagerness to share the good news with Zhou. Zhou Chen approached the door and inquired through the barrier, "Is there something you need?" The girl, tears of joy streaming down her face, exclaimed, "Zhou, the snow has melted, the disaster is about to pass. You must come out and see." Rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, Zhou Chen replied with mild irritation, "Have you finished the clothes? Do you want me to withhold your payment?" The girl froze momentarily, but her exuberance could not be dampened by his reprimand. "Everything is ready, Zhou. When will you come to inspect it?" Still feeling the residual annoyance of having been awakened, Zhou Chen curtly replied, "Just wait." Wait meant he would take another 2 hours to sleep, wash his face, brush his teeth, shave, and then indulge in a sumptuous meal. At 2 p.m., the girl gleefully presented the completed fur coats, arrayed before Zhou Chen. "Zhou, these are all the finished products, tailored to your size. I assure you, each piece fits perfectly. Would you like to try them on?" Zhou Chen casually flipped through the garments, noting the commendable craftsmanship. Each piece was neatly finished, with no unsightly seams visible. The girl gestured towards a pile of leftover scraps, saying, "These are the remnants. If you have anything in mind, I can whip it up quickly. I plan to return home once the weather warms up, and my uncle must be waiting for me." Zhou Chen glanced back at the girl, his expression complex, tinged with a hint of pity. Yet, he chose not to voice it, tossing a few short fur coats in her direction. His previous warning to keep it secret stemmed from a desire to avoid attracting unwanted attention, but now that the harsh winter was nearing its end, there was no longer a need for secrecy. "This is your payment. You can handle the scraps as you see fit. I'll also give you a sewing machine." The girl instinctively caught the coats, her face a portrait of astonishment. The prospect of receiving several fur garments was beyond her wildest dreams. The addition of scraps and a sewing machine was utterly unexpected. She could fashion socks and gloves from the larger remnants, and with her skilled hands, she could easily stitch together a few more garments from the smaller pieces. The thick layer of ice would not vanish overnight. It might take a month, perhaps 2 or 3, but the best insulated fur coats remained among the most valuable resources for now. Yet, what she truly desired were food and firewood. During this time, she occasionally ventured to chat with Yang City and when Zhou was away, becoming well acquainted with the conditions there. Everyone had grown gaunt from hunger, many bore injuries, and some could not endure the harsh existence, choosing to end their lives. Besides young Sidian, she was also grateful for Uncle Sun's care. "Zhou Gu, may I?" Zhou Chen, still clutching a pile of finished products, replied in a plain tone, "This is an extra reward for you. Remember to come to the door later to collect your payment." The girl, still anxious, was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. Young Sidian and Shiro cheerfully arrived to assist the girl in moving. Upon seeing the supplies Zhou Chen had provided, they were left astonished. Meat, rice, potatoes, flour, eggs, cabbage, and 2 boxes of yogurt frozen solid. Several plastic bags were overflowing. Shiro was moved to tears, exclaiming, "Zhou Gu is so generous. Xiao Yun, you are truly remarkable. I envy you." Long Xiao Yun, cradling a compact sewing machine, smiled, "There is no need to envy. What is mine is yours. We shall share everything." Yang Sidian chimed in happily, "Xiao Rou is right. Xiao Yun, you are amazing." Long Xiaoyan shook her head, "Life is so difficult. As long as we can survive together, we are family. Let us first find Uncle Sun and see if he can trade some food for firewood." Having food without firewood to cook it was impractical. It was far too perilous to venture outside the city to gather timber. As they descended the stairs, the three of them could not help but gaze up at the sky. The snow was quietly melting. Their days of hardship were finally coming to a close. Perhaps it was the sight of a brighter tomorrow that made them feel more at ease with the snow than they had before. In the evening, Huang Mao arrived. Spotting Zhou Chen, he called out cheerfully from a distance, "Zhou Gu, the snow has melted. The disaster has finally come to an end." Zhou Chen handed him a bag of rewards, asking, "Do you still want the ice skates?" Huang Mao nodded vigorously, "Yes, yes. The snow and tea completely melt in just a day or two. With these skates, our gang can still make a few more trades." He then wore a troubled expression. "But there's a bit of a dilemma. The end of the disaster means many of our supplies will become burdensome. The boss has been feeling down, otherwise, he would have come himself today. With the disaster over, it was time to rebuild. With the incredible labor force of the nation, it would take less than half a year to return to normalcy. By then, fresh chicken, duck, fish, and meat would be abundant. Who would still want to eat the moldy buns? As temperatures rose, within a week, the temperature climbed from -70 degrees to 0. Throughout the city, wherever survivors gathered, there were cheers of joy. The wretched cold was finally retreating. Zhou Chen's life continued on as usual, with little change. He awoke each day at his leisure and prepared lavish meals. His trade with the gang remained uninterrupted. He provided Huang Mao with a list, and for each item or several items found, they would deliver the goods. However, the gang's demands had shifted. Previously, they would accept spoiled cabbage, but now they only wanted money, jewelry, watches, and fine spirits. Zhou Chen had run out of money, but while scavenging for supplies earlier, he had come across a box of figurines. In peacetime, figurines could fetch the price of a house. Now they were just what he needed. Old Sun brought him 2 handfuls of greens. They hardly qualified as vegetables, being just thin, spindly sprouts, yet, for survivors who had gone 3 months without fresh produce, they could hardly wait for them to grow. Upon seeing the 5-inch tall green shoots in the pot, they eagerly plucked them for a taste. Old Sun, beaming with vitality, remarked, "Xiao Zhou, we've all made it through." Zhou Chen graciously accepted the meager greens, offering a can of milk powder and a pack of cigarettes in return. Old Sun Han Ti expected a gift, feeling it was too formal, but upon seeing it was children's milk powder, he accepted it without hesitation. The greens were grown collectively, and the cigarettes would be shared among the neighbors in the building. A week later, several military trucks arrived like divine reinforcements. The first few trucks were filled with soldiers, while the latter 10 were loaded with food. The survivors wept tears of joy, chasing after the trucks. The entire city was under military control. The organization had not only begun repairing the power supply but was also distributing food to the survivors. The first batch of supplies had been delivered to the city. Due to the extreme cold, the food available was limited to rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and salt. Each survivor was entitled to half a pound of rice, 1 potato or 1 sweet potato, and 5 grams of salt per day. This caused considerable discontent among many survivors. They had been yearning for good meals, but what were these paltry offerings? The rice was moldy, and the frozen potatoes and sweet potatoes had an unbearable texture. They longed for rice, fresh meat, fresh vegetables, and fresh fruits. Chapter 62 Refugees entering the city. 0 degrees. The survivors no longer had to endure the terrifying, frigid temperatures. Those who had been confined indoors emerged from their homes, laughing, dancing, and cheering. Occasionally, ice and snow would tumble from the heights of buildings, tragically claiming the lives of several exuberant survivors. The organization managed to restore a portion of the electricity, providing the entire city with power for 1 hour each day. However, conditions both inside and outside the city remained dire. Consequently, the refugees outside began hastily packing their belongings to relocate into the city. The moment power was restored, the long silent broadcasts resumed, with the host passionately recounting the myriad hardships this natural disaster had inflicted upon the nation and its people. With a choked voice, he expressed profound condolences for the deceased while earnestly encouraging everyone to unite and rebuild a better home. Old Sun brought 2 scrawny vegetable seedlings, thinner than bean sprouts. Zhou Chen reciprocated with a genuine bunch of greens. Upon seeing the vibrant vegetables, Old Sun's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Xiao Zhou, where did you acquire this green vegetable?" Zhou Chen, improvising, replied, "I have plenty of firewood and use dog feces as fertilizer. They grow better than those from your area." Unable to restrain himself, Old Sun disregarded the mention of dog feces, plucking a plump leaf to chew. "Damn it, this is real greens. I wonder if there's any dog feces left. I could take some home to plant." Zhou Chen laughed, almost in tears, as he genuinely produced a bag of dog feces from his house. Old Sun treated it like a treasure, exclaiming, "Xiao Zhou, don't you think our brains are truly flawed? After all that we excreted, how did we not think to use it for planting vegetables?" Zhou Chen raised a hand to halt him, fearing he might retch. Old Sun scratched his head and said, "By the way, the organization is recruiting, they have no restrictions on technical personnel, but they are only hiring 1,000 ordinary workers for now." "You interested?" Zhou Chen shook his head and not going. Working was not an option for him, it was simply out of the question for this lifetime. Old Sun expressed envy, "You're skilled and don't need the rations, but I would love to go. However, the moment they see my leg, they shake their heads." Zhou Chen stuffed his hands into his pockets, then continued searching for supplies, keep what is useful and trade what is not. Old Sun sighed, "That's all we can do." As temperatures soared to 0 degrees, it felt as if a pause button had been pressed. Someone produced a thermometer, and after several days of testing, it was discovered that the outdoor temperature consistently hovered between 0 and 1 degree. No one found this concerning, instead, they deemed it the most normal weather. Within a matter of days, a massive influx of refugees flooded into the city. This unprecedented natural disaster had starkly highlighted the advantages and disadvantages of urban and rural life. In times of peace, medical care, education, and all that is good were concentrated in the cities, prompting the populace to desperately seek roots there. After 3 months of extreme cold, the urban population was nearly decimated, while rural residents exhibited a significantly higher survival rate. While food was conveniently accessible in the cities, households had no habit of stockpiling provisions. Conversely, rural homes were well equipped, with chickens, ducks, rice, and vegetables readily available. Any household could easily sustain itself for a month or two. When floods struck, they would flee to the mountains with their supplies. If their houses were submerged, they would take refuge in caves, and when the bitter cold hit, stepping out from the caves meant encountering vast forests. In contrast, the city was largely deserted, with abandoned homes scattered everywhere. A throng of refugees rushed into the neighborhoods, swiftly claiming vacant houses as their own, much to the chagrin of the original residents. Having all endured the disaster, they were seething with anger, seeking an outlet for their frustrations, and were ready to resist. Conflicts erupted, resulting in casualties. With manpower in short supply, the organization struggled to maintain order, opting instead to broadcast messages urging original residents to accept newcomers while simultaneously warning refugees against causing trouble. In Sakura community, another wave of refugees surged in. Old Sun, unable to stem the tide, locked the ground floor doors, refusing to share a building with outsiders. Some refugees attempted to move into Zhou Chen's solitary residence in Building 21, only to be thwarted by the imposing iron gates. They banged and shouted, ultimately cursing as they departed for other quarters. As the population swelled, so did the issues. The dismantled security doors were hastily reassembled to form walls. The survivors who had taken over were brimming with excitement. A single apartment in the Magic City was unattainable for the average citizen even after generations of hard work, and now, they had fortuitously acquired a property worth millions, energizing them to make noise and engage in renovations daily. Zhou Chen fell asleep amidst the clamor each night, only to awaken to the same cacophony. Frustrated, he decided to set up a speaker connected to his laptop. As long as it wasn't broadcast time, he would play music at maximum volume, filling the surrounding kilometer with sound. Zhou Chen had initially expected significant complaints from the survivors, but to his surprise, the opposite occurred. Listening to music allowed them to express their emotions and alleviate anxiety, leading to a noticeable decrease in conflicts within a kilometer radius, gradually fostering a sense of harmony. However, this semblance of peace was merely superficial. Among the refugees who infiltrated the city, more than half were former thugs. During their misdeeds, they concealed their identities beneath layers of fabric, leaving only their eyes visible. Without accomplices, no one could recognize them, and now, with their faces exposed, they blended in amongst the refugees as ordinary survivors. Yet, the seeds of evil had already been sown, and fearing exposure of their crimes, they resolved to continue their nefarious ways. Once a person embarks on a path of wrongdoing, particularly when it comes to committing murder, turning back becomes a bitter joke. These thugs would pry open doors at night, snatch supplies, and flee. Upon spotting a beautiful woman, they would kill her male companion and, after satiating their primal desires, leave no witnesses. They would then carry their stolen goods back to the streets, returning hours later as if they were upstanding ordinary refugees. Such heinous acts left genuine ordinary refugees in a state of anxiety, unable to sleep through the night. Having barely survived the calamity, they now faced the terrifying prospect of perishing beneath the darkness of crime. Old Sun, along with neighbors, resumed old trades and formed a community self-defense team, going door to door to inquire and register. Upon discovering any irregularities, they would issue direct warnings. A band of habitual criminals dared not confront them openly, instead covertly inciting other refugees to stir trouble. "We outsiders have rights too. Why should we heed the original residents? Who do you think you are, dictating that we cannot step outside after 10 p.m? What a load of nonsense about a community self-defense team. You're clearly just being exclusionary. The Qing dynasty has long fallen. Do you still consider yourself superior?" Zhou Chen took Big Yellow for a walk downstairs. He was not dressed in ostentatious riot gear but rather in his usual cold weather attire, with a mountain-cutting knife and hammer strapped to his belt. The hammer, having claimed many lives, bore a thick patina of dark red blood. Having been cooped up at home for over 3 months, Big Yellow, upon regaining freedom, dashed around excitedly. A group of emaciated survivors gazed hungrily at the shiny, plump dog, their eyes gleaming with desire. "A dog! Let us corner it, everyone gets a share of dog meat." Big Yellow was no fool. Upon sensing the encirclement, he quickly returned to his owner for protection. The swarm of refugees converged upon Zhou Chen, greedily fixating on big yellow point. One thug, licking his lips with a smile yet possessing a ferocious gaze, asked, "Brother, is this your dog?" Zhou Chen, hands in pockets, replied, "Are you blind? If it's not my dog, is it yours?" Chapter 63, Whose dog is it? From downstairs, a cacophony of voices echoed, clamoring for dog meat. The refugees, barely able to fill their stomachs, salivated at the thought of dog meat, rushing out of their homes in a frenzy, eager to partake in the feast. As the crowd swelled, they encircled Zhou Chen, and the large yellow dog Old Sun, accompanied by the self-defense squad, arrived and attempted to mediate, but conflict erupted almost immediately. At that moment, whether they were thugs or refugees, all that occupied their minds was the thought of dog meat. It was dog meat, and fresh at that point. One of the thugs, wiping saliva from his mouth, his gaze shifting from fierce to sinister, sneered, "Haha, you're right, that is my dog. It went missing these past few days, and it turns out you've stolen it." Zhou Chen chuckled coldly. "Do I appear to be someone easily provoked?" In the next instant, he brandished a hammer and charged forward. The thug had yet to react when a sudden jolt coursed through his head, and he felt something warm splatter across his face. The surrounding crowd recoiled in fear. Murder! Murder! The refugees were terrified, and even the thugs hidden among them were taken aback. This individual was utterly audacious, daring to commit murder in broad daylight. Zhou Chen stepped on the corpse, his right hand gripping the hammer, rhythmically tapping it against his left palm, his piercing gaze sweeping across the onlookers. "Who else wishes to feast on my dog?" At that moment, everyone finally noticed the thick patina of blood on the hammer. Good heavens, how many lives had been taken for such a layer to accumulate? To claim he was a butcher would be an understatement. The ordinary refugees hesitated, but the thugs remained undeterred. Hadn't they taken lives before? Besides murder, their list of misdeeds was extensive. Another thug stepped forward. "I can testify, that dog belongs to him. That you've stolen his dog and killed our brother." A swift blow landed on his jaw, sending teeth and blood flying. Zhou Chen, young and vigorous, well-fed and nourished, outperformed the thug by leaps and bounds in terms of physical prowess. The thug crumpled to the ground, clutching his shattered jaw, fainting from the pain. Zhou Chen kicked him twice, akin to dispatching a dog. "If you can't speak human language, then refrain from speaking at all." This provoked immense anger among the gathered thugs. They had long been covertly coordinating to exert control over the entire refugee community, including the original residents, through intimidation and bribery, ensuring that these individuals would hand over a portion of their daily rations. Little did they know, before they could enact their plans, a formidable adversary had emerged over a mere dog. The refugees, having formed a preconceived notion, would undoubtedly regard this man as the most formidable figure in the entire community. Something had to be done. They needed to make all the refugees recognize that they were the true forces to be reckoned with. Bang, bang, bang. The thugs, in unison, drew knives and clubs from beneath their clothing. The majority of the refugees, struck with fear, turned to flee but were reluctant to miss the spectacle, seeking a place to hide while observing. The thug leader stepped forward, adopting a righteous demeanor, proclaiming, "Brothers, this man has stolen our brother's dog and killed him. We must seek justice for them. Seek justice. The dog thief is shameless. Kill the dog thief, avenge our brother." Over 20 thugs echoed loudly, their eyes hungrily fixed on the plump dog. Zhou Chen sheathed the hammer at his waist and reached beneath his clothing to retrieve a submachine gun, the sound of the safety clicking echoing ominously as he aimed the dark muzzle at the thug leader and fired. The leader froze, incredulously feeling the wound on his chest. He fell straight to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Zhou Chen raised the gun, his entire being radiating murderous intent. "Whose dog is it?" The thugs, regaining their wits, trembled in terror, their legs quaking as urine trickled down their pants. "A gun, this man possessed a gun." Zhou Chen pulled the trigger again, randomly shooting another thug. "Whose dog is it?" A wave of panic washed over the group of thugs, their faces filled with horror. "Yours, a brother, please don't shoot, the dog is yours, a brother, we were wrong, we won dare again." Zhou Chen, incensed, retorted, "A few nights ago, several households of refugees were robbed in the dead of night. It was you beasts who did it, wasn't he it?" Under the gun's threat, the thugs desperately denied, "No. It wasn't us." Zhou Chen barked, "Old Sun, bind them all up and interrogate them one by one. Anyone daring to commit evil in Sakura community shall face no mercy." Old Sun and the others, already familiar with Zhou Chen's methods, quickly found ropes to bind all the thugs. The spectators, hiding nearby, were still in disbelief that this man had a gun. He had committed murder. His heart was truly ruthless. Zhou Chen fired a shot into the sky, causing all the refugees to tremble uncontrollably. He warned loudly, "Upon entering Sakura community, one must abide by its rules. Either live your life honestly or get out. Anyone daring to commit misdeeds at night will be met with a brutal beating. And let me be clear, should anyone dare to lay a hand on my dog, they will experience the taste of bullets." With heads exploding and bodies dropping, the ordinary refugees all bowed their heads, avoiding even a glance at the large yellow dog. The dog, asserting its dominance, growled and barked a woof woof woof. Zhou Chen continued his stroll with the dog. Seizing the moment, Old Sun began his persuasive speech. "My fellow compatriots, lend me your ears." Old Sun eloquently recounted Zhou Chen's heroic deeds, embellishing the tale, portraying him as a savior. In short, if it weren't for Xiao Zhou repeatedly driving away the thugs, none of us in the community would have survived. Today, Xiao Zhou once again took action against a band of thugs for our safety. With more people comes the potential for conflict, but as long as we refrain from chaos and wrongdoing, we are all on the same side. We've endured floods and frigid cold. Who doesn't yearn for a peaceful life? I advise those harboring ill intentions that once caught, our community as self-defense squad will deal with you severely. Being expelled from the community is a light punishment. In severe cases, it will be a beating to death. To rally the community as spirit, Old Sun publicly interrogated the bound thugs. Initially, the thugs vehemently denied all accusations. However, after enduring a brutal beating, they finally confessed to 5 incidents of burglary that had occurred in the community just the night before. Desperate to avoid a brutal death, the thugs began to betray one another, revealing a multitude of heinous crimes. We hid in the ruins, robbing anyone we encountered, killing the men, sparing the women and children. Some of the children we sold off, while those we couldn't sell, we discarded to freeze to death upon entering the city. To leave no evidence, we killed all the women, wiped them all out. The onlooking refugees listened in horror. The mere thought of sharing a community with such thugs sent chills down their spines. A wave of outrage erupted against these criminals. Beasts. Worse than animals. Devoid of conscience. We are all human. How could you bring yourselves to act this way? You deserve to die. Kill these beasts. Chapter 64. Good advice fails to reach the damned ghosts. The scarcity of food is palpable. The relief rations distributed by the organization are finite. The survivors, after a period of futile protests, gradually resigned themselves to their fate. They began to cultivate their own crops each day. They hesitated to consume the potatoes and sweet potatoes they retrieved, seeking ways to plant them in flower pots, eagerly awaiting the emergence of sprouts and blooms. Yet, these tubers had long been damaged by frost, rendering them incapable of germination or flowering. In their quest to stave off hunger, the survivors devised means of self-rescue. Some banded together, scouring for supplies. The current weather was no longer the lethal freeze it once was, making both foraging and venturing out considerably easier. The city was now occupied by military forces, and the marauders hidden among the refugees dared not engage in overt robbery or violence, instead lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. As long as they remained within the city, the survivors faced little mortal danger. However, this precarious existence did not endure for long. On Christmas night, the temperature, which had stagnated between 0 and 1 degree Celsius, suddenly soared to 30 degrees. Many were awakened from their slumber by the sweltering heat. Initially disoriented, it took several minutes for them to comprehend the drastic change in temperature. Those residing on the ground floor noticed something amiss with the ice layer. What had been a solid sheet of ice by dusk was now visibly melting away. Leaning out the window, they could feel a refreshing breeze rising, reminiscent of summer air conditioning. An emergency broadcast blared, with the host repeatedly cautioning survivors against venturing outside recklessly, warning of the dangers posed by the melting ice. Yet, many refugees disregarded the warnings, rushing downstairs to frolic and create a ruckus at the break of dawn. Zhou Chen, too, was roused by the heat. He turned on the kitchen faucet, only to be greeted by a sputtering sound followed by the release of murky water. The large dog, panting heavily, anxiously fixated on the fireplace. Zhou Chen extinguished both fires and made his way to the rooftop. From his storage, he retrieved a dozen plastic water containers, filling the entire rooftop area. He then connected 3 hoses to the faucets in the kitchen, bathroom, and master bedroom. For nearly an hour, the muddy water flowed into the containers, gradually improving in quality. Though still turbid, it no longer expelled mud, and after a period of settling, it became potable. However, Zhou Chen had no intention of consuming this water. He had ample bottled mineral water stored away. Lao Sun had recently established close ties with a two-bit dealer from the Smugglers Guild, trading supplies for a telescope. He was observing the nearby neighborhoods and noted that the conditions were largely similar. Even though it was winter, a season typically characterized by cold, the rising temperature was a cause for celebration for the survivors, who had endured relentless freezing conditions. As he scanned the vicinity, he suddenly spotted Zhou Chen bustling about on the rooftop. Lao Sun took out his walkie-talkie. "Xiao Zhou, what are you up to?" After calling out for some time without a response, he presumed that Zhou Chen had left the device behind. He continued to watch as Zhou Chen returned home and called out again. After an hour of activity on the rooftop, Zhou Chen entered his abode, drenched in sweat. Just as he switched on the air conditioning, he heard Lao Sun's voice. Sitting on the sofa, he directed the cold air towards himself and replied, "Stocking up on water." With temperatures that had hovered around freezing for days now soaring to 30 degrees overnight, and in the dead of night no less, if the survivors remained devoid of any sense of crisis, their fates would be left to chance. Lao Sun was taken aback. "Stocking up on water? Are you suggesting that a drought is imminent?" Zhou Chen remained cryptic. "Weather can be unpredictable. Let us hope for no drought. In any case, it would be prudent for watering plants and vegetables." Lao Sun began to mutter to himself, "For this temperature is indeed bizarre, fluctuating erratically like artillery fire. I'll gather everyone for a discussion. It's better to be prepared." After taking a shower, Zhou Chen settled in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a cold drink. Lao Sun had already assembled the neighborhood's refugees, urging each household to stockpile water. The refugees responded with skepticism, dismissing Lao Sun as someone who had become addicted to authority, meddling in affairs both trivial and significant. Only the initial neighbors remained by Lao Sun's side. "Lao Sun, do we really need to stock up on water? Lao Sun, are you perhaps overthinking this? We re not in Ningxia, how could we possibly run out of water?" Lao Sun sighed. "I was prompted by seeing Xiao Zhou stockpiling." "Xiao Zhou is stockpiling? If Xiao Zhou is stockpiling, then perhaps we should too." "I still regret not heeding his advice to venture out and procure supplies in time." "Exactly, just thinking about it keeps me awake at night, filled with regret. Indeed, had we taken Xiao Zhou's warnings to heart, the neighborhood wouldn't be left with so few of us?" Yang Sidian wiped the sweat from her brow and declared, "I believe we should stock up on water. As for Xiao Zhou, well, whatever he does, we should follow suit. It's bound to be the right choice." Everyone nodded in agreement, finding merit in her reasoning. Lao Sun turned to Yang Xidian. Didn't you escort Long Xiaoyun home? What's the situation? Is her uncle still alive? Yang Xidian shook her head. Their home has been occupied by refugees. They even got into a scuffle to reclaim it. I accompanied her to several places, but we couldn't ascertain her uncle's whereabouts. She told me to return first. She's waiting at home. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over the group. Qi approached, holding her child. I believe she'll be fine. Her uncle is a firefighter, possessing survival skills far beyond that of ordinary people. He is likely surrounded by comrades, and any marauder would think twice before confronting him. Reassured by her words, they felt a renewed sense of hope. If ordinary individuals like them could endure, surely Long Xiaoyun's uncle, with his survival prowess and rigorous training, would be just fine. Lao Sun embraced his diminutive grandson, who resembled a sprout. He needed to procure a couple of water tanks from Huang Mao and see if he could also acquire some baby formula. Qi removed her Cartier bracelet from her wrist. Uncle Sun, all the petty dealers in the city are only accepting cash now. You should trade for something else. Lao Sun was troubled by this predicament. During the bitter cold, food was the most valuable commodity, but now that temperatures had risen to 0 degrees, the dealers were only interested in cash. Over the past days, everyone had pawned off anything of value they possessed. Take this, Uncle Sunday. Qi pressed the bracelet into Lao Sun's hand. This bracelet is worth more than gold. Don't let anyone swindle you. Lao Sun felt a surge of gratitude. Xiao Qi, should the opportunity arise in the future, I promise to repay you with an even finer piece. As the days of high temperatures continued, the melting of ice and snow accelerated. The once solid ice layer began to crack, revealing murky water beneath, littered with various pieces of debris. Some refugees carelessly wandered onto the ice, oblivious to the dangers. Lao Sun, frantic, pulled at his hair, attempting to reason with them emotionally and logically, but to no avail. Zhou Chen, observing Lao Sun's growing frustration, quipped, "Let it be, Lao Sun, you can't reason with the damned fools." In a fit of exasperation, Lao Sun threw up his hands in resignation. If you wish to court death, then go ahead. Zhou Chen, lounging in the cool air, was interrupted by a sudden cry, followed by a cacophony of screams. The large dog, startled, dashed to the window, barking at the scene below. Zhou Chen approached the window to investigate. To his horror, he beheld a 20-square-meter hole in the ice, through which several refugees had plunged into the icy water. Those capable of swimming were struggling to reach the shore, while others flailed helplessly in panic. The frigid water sapped away body heat rapidly. Within mere seconds, limbs became stiff with cold. Some refugees attempted to rescue their companions, but they could not find suitable tools. By the time they had stripped off their clothes to tie them together as a makeshift rope, those unable to swim had already sunk beneath the surface. Before their eyes, precious lives were extinguished. The group of refugees that had recklessly descended to the ice stood frozen in shock, grappling with their horror, fear, and introspection. Chapter 65 of the arrival of extreme heat. The speed at which the ice and snow melted was astonishing. Aside from the soldiers busily collecting supplies, there were no more desperate refugees braving the outdoors. Old Sun squatted on the 4th floor, gripping a rope, the other end tied to a brick, which he cast into the depths of the water. After a while, he pulled the brick back up, measuring the wet portion of the rope with a ruler. Neighbors, wiping the sweat from their brows, gathered around him. What's the verdict? Old Sun frowned. It's dropped another meter. The water level sinking by a meter each hour implied an evaporation rate of a meter per hour, an absurdity that even the hottest desert would struggle to match. A group of neighbors began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. I have a feeling that 2 water tanks may not suffice. Old Sun pondered for a moment before standing up and dusting off his trousers. Come, let us craft a wooden raft. I'll go find Huang Mao to exchange for 2 more water towers. The neighbors promptly sprang into action, some seeking wood, others looking for rope. A slender woman hesitantly stepped forward, unfastening the gold necklace from her neck. Old Sun, please try to bring back as many as you can. At the current evaporation rate, we might be facing extreme heat. Old Sun was taken aback. What do you mean by extreme heat? The neighbors, who had been working nearby, turned in unison to regard the woman. She explained, under normal circumstances, the sweltering heat lasts for about 16 days each year, during which many companies provide their employees with heat allowances. As she mentioned the allowances, the others nodded in understanding. This group of neighbors included former business owners and mid-level managers who were quite familiar with heat compensation. For those who spent the scorching days in air-conditioned rooms, the situation was bearable. However, for small businesses or outdoor laborers, the heat was torturous, with clothes so drenched they could be wrung out. Ironically, while those in air-conditioned offices received their allowances, outdoor laborers like migrant workers received none. The woman continued, extreme heat refers to a sustained period of high temperatures. Heatstroke is mild in comparison. The real fear is heat illness, where one's internal organs are effectively cooked, often leading to multi-organ failure and death. Qi interjected, I'm aware of heat illness. Every summer, during the peak heat, there are always cases of fatalities from it. If we are to endure a prolonged period of extreme heat, that would be truly terrifying. The woman nodded. When my father was alive, he was a doctor. I recall in discussing cases of heat illness, which have a high mortality rate once diagnosed, it is nearly impossible to save the afflicted. A bespectacled neighbor spoke up, given the 3 months of extreme cold we just endured, do you think we might face 3 months of extreme heat next? The statement sent a shiver through everyone present. If temperatures could plummet to minus 70 degrees in August, what else was beyond the realm of possibility? Old Sun's brow furrowed deeply, forming a pronounced crease. I cannot dismiss that possibility. Panic spread among the neighbors. What are we to do? Having barely survived the bitter cold without freezing or starving, are we now to perish from the heat? Or perhaps from thirst? Old Sun quickly calmed them. This is merely a hypothesis. Let us not frighten ourselves unnecessarily, however. We should indeed prepare some supplies in advance. The woman reminded them, if extreme heat does indeed arrive, we will not only need to stockpile a substantial amount of water but also a considerable quantity of salt. Old Sun nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed, during the sweltering summer, our bodies require salt replenishment. The woman handed her gold necklace to Old Sun, insisting, exchange for as many water towers and as much salt as you can. A man removed his watch, offering it to Old Sunday. A thin 10-year-old boy approached, saying, Dad, this watch was given to you by Grandpa when you were in college. Since Grandpa is no longer here, you should keep it. I'll give you my piggy bank. The man affectionately ruffled his son's hair, reassuring him, Don't worry, Grandpa is watching over us and will not blame Dad. Old Sun raised his hand to stop them. No need to rush. First, let us finish constructing the raft, and I'll think of a plan. He then ascended the stairs alone, discreetly retrieving a walkie-talkie. Zhou Chen was in the kitchen, chopping duck in preparation for a midday beer duck dish. Upon hearing Old Sun's call, he set down his knife and returned to the living room. Xiao Zhou, are you busy? Not at all. There was little to occupy oneself with at home. Old Sun relayed the situation and inquired, Do you truly think we might encounter a disaster of extreme heat? Zhou Chen was surprised at how quickly the neighbors had reacted. I'm not sure, but I believe it's better to be prepared than unprepared. Old Sun hesitantly asked, aside from water towers and salt, what other supplies should we stockpile? Zhou Chen casually suggested, food, perhaps instant noodles, compressed biscuits, canned goods, sugar items with a long shelf life. The raft was constructed quite large, and Old Sun set out with 2 men. At the black market, although food was not as valuable as before, the prices remained high. In addition to the water towers and salt, Old Sun bartered with Yang Ziming, trading for a substantial quantity of zombie meat. By the time night fell, the neighbors were bewildered. Why did you exchange for so much zombie meat? The ice has melted, and the meat is on the verge of spoiling. Old Sun, breathless and exhausted, urgently replied, That's why we must act swiftly, to smoke this meat into jerky and seal it for preservation. One of the men chimed in, Canned goods and biscuits are prohibitively expensive. Given the current market prices, we wouldn't be able to trade for much. Old Sun's approach makes sense. Rather than purchasing those supplies at inflated prices, it's wiser to buy the zombie meat and smoke it. Without further ado, they set to work. Once the ice and snow had melted, numerous wooden furniture pieces floated on the water's surface. After being retrieved and dried in the sun for an hour, they could be split for firewood. The 15 buildings where Old Sun and the others resided began to emit the aroma of smoked meat for several consecutive days. By the time they had worked late into the night to turn all the zombie meat into jerky, the water level downstairs had evaporated almost entirely, and the outdoor temperature had soared to a staggering 50 degrees. What was even more alarming was that the temperature continued to rise by a degree each hour. In such extreme heat, how could the survivors endure? The indoor air was stifling, while the sun beat down mercilessly outside, with not a whisper of wind. The ground was hot enough to fry an egg. Standing in one spot for too long would cause even the soles of shoes to melt. The broadcast had already issued a high-temperature warning, advising citizens to stockpile water and salt. Upon hearing the organization's admonition to hoard water, the refugees at Sakura Blossom Community sprang into action. However, the market price for water towers had skyrocketed, with demand far exceeding supply. Even those with money found it difficult to secure any. Regret washed over the refugees, lamenting their failure to heed Old Sun's advice. Meanwhile, Old Sun and his group found their situation considerably easier, having filled all 10 water towers to capacity. They retrieved every bucket, bowl, and basin capable of holding water from their homes, and had smoked over 100 pounds of jerky. In stark contrast to the survivors in tank tops and shorts, who were sweating profusely, Zhou Chen ventured out clad in long sleeves and trousers. The temperature-regulating clothing proved to be a boon, making him feel as though he were living in springtime. Zhou Chen descended to the basement, rolling up his sleeves to tackle the chaotic array of vehicles, draining all the gas tanks until empty. With the fuel tanks in the community emptied, he worked tirelessly for an entire week. Seizing the opportunity, he drained dozens of gas stations in the district, leaving only abandoned vehicles on the roads. He had initially intended to continue to the neighboring district, but stumbled upon a group of soldiers siphoning fuel, forcing him to feign innocence and merely pass by. Chapter 66, The Frenzied Rush for Water Resources. While others frantically scavenge for supplies, Zhou Chen hoards water. As others rush to stockpile water, Zhou Chen stockpiles oil and vehicles throughout the city. He is fabulously wealthy. With the arrival of extreme heat, roads and low buildings have re-emerged. The vast majority of supplies have already been seized by the military. Nevertheless, due to limited manpower, numerous small supermarkets remain for refugees to raid. Grains, soaked and chilled, have begun to spoil and must be sun-dried again. After sun-drying, the taste is unpleasant, accompanied by a musty odor, causing many to suffer from nausea and diarrhea. An increasing influx of refugees into the city signifies a growing scarcity of resources, particularly water. The tap water has ceased to flow. Some refugees, dragging their families, attempt to fetch water from the Poo River, only to find, upon arriving, nothing but parched yellow sand and black mud. Unable to find water within the city, they must venture outside in search of it. Outside the city lies a reservoir, where once the water level was 150 meters, now it has dwindled to less than 10 meters. The banks of the reservoir are teeming with refugees, embroiled in fierce battles for water resources. Bang! A squad of soldiers, also stockpiling water, witnessed their leader, unable to endure any longer, fire a shot into the air. Climbing to a higher vantage point, he shouted hoarsely, "Fellow compatriots, cease the fighting. If we continue, the water will evaporate." Some refugees, realizing the futility of their actions, halted their brawls and desperately pushed forward with their buckets. Others, overwhelmed by despair, collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Old Sun, accompanied by a group of neighbors, retreated to the outskirts of the crowd, where they were eyed covetously by refugees eager to seize their heavy water buckets. Yang Sidian unsheathed a watermelon knife without hesitation, exclaiming, "If you dare, come and take it." Upon returning to their community, Old Sun felt a lingering sense of dread through the intercom. He recounted the day's events to Zhou Chen and Xiao Zhou. "You cannot fathom the chaos at the reservoir today. There were at least tens of thousands of people fighting like madmen over water. We were nearly robbed several times." Zhou Chen, meanwhile, was applying a hydrating facial mask. After a week outdoors, his neck and face were severely sunburned, and his hands had begun to peel. Even a sun hat could not shield him from the punishing ultraviolet rays. "The reservoir, it takes a whole day to make a round trip, doesn't it?" Old Sun rubbed his sore thighs. "Indeed. We set off last night, and the roads were crowded with refugees heading to the reservoir. Filling the water took quite a while, and by the time we returned, it was already evening." Zhou Chen retrieved a cold drink from the refrigerator, savoring a refreshing sip. "Since all the refugees are rushing outside the city to grab water, you should consider an alternative approach." "What do you mean, Xiao Zhou?" "I suggest that the round trips consume too much time. Why not continue searching for other supplies and then trade with the refugees for water? It would be far more efficient." "What supplies do you think we should seek?" "Food." Old Sun was taken aback. "Food? Didn't the broadcast say another batch of grain will arrive in a few days?" Zhou Chen fell silent. "Let us pretend I said nothing." After the call ended, Old Sun fell into deep contemplation. The group of neighbors resting nearby appeared equally bewildered. "Does Brother Zhou mean that stockpiling food is more valuable?" "All supplies hold value. I suspect Brother Zhou implies that while water is crucial, food is equally so. The second batch of relief grain is due to arrive soon. Can we collect the spoiled food and exchange it for water? Should we still go to the reservoir tomorrow to fetch water?" Old Sun proposed a compromise. "How about this? Tomorrow we can split into two groups, one to continue to the reservoir, and the other to gather food. Heed the advice, fill your bellies." Chiro, cradling a sleeping child, wiped the sweat from her brow with one free hand. "We shouldn't only collect food, we must seek other supplies as well. With such high temperatures, stored water is prone to spoilage. We should find some purification tablets. I just measured the ground temperature, it has soared to 70 degrees. To prepare for the potentially prolonged heat wave, we should gather as much salt and sugar as possible." She glanced at a woman who appeared unwell. "Hong Jia, you've suffered from heat stroke. Tomorrow, stay behind to care for the child while I go out for a few days." Yang Sidian, clutching her abdomen in worry, discreetly pulled Chiro aside. "The reservoir is chaotic. Tomorrow, I'll go there while you're gathering supplies. Remember to look for." Chiro understood immediately. Several women in the building had no sanitary pads, and only they understood the discomfort it brought. They had quietly inquired around the neighborhood, discovering that all women faced the same predicament. "Wait a moment, why don't we ask Brother Zhou?" Upon hearing this, Yang Sidian was startled, her pain momentarily forgotten. "Brother Zhou? What could a man possibly have?" Chiro, however, held a different view. While everyone else was trapped indoors, Brother Zhou was out and about. If he could gather weapons, perhaps he had also managed to procure that particular item while collecting supplies? Chiro borrowed a walkie-talkie from Old Sun and returned to her room to call softly. "Bread?" Zhou Chen was relishing a banquet spread before him, savoring the just-cooked beer duck. "Yes, what supplies would you offer in exchange?" Realizing the misunderstanding, Chiro blushed and lowered her voice to a whisper. "The bread I'm referring to isn't the kind you think." Zhou Chen paused, finally grasping her meaning. "Ah, yes." Chiro dashed out, her heart lightened as she exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Sidian. When she reached the stairwell, she reconsidered and ran back to grab the child, intending to secure some milk powder. Though dusk approached, the outdoor temperature remained alarmingly high, and the ground radiated waves of heat. It left one with the surreal impression of having moved from Earth to Mars. Chiro waited by the first iron gate on the 5th floor, cradling the child. Minutes later, the door swung open. A dog appeared, dropping a black plastic bag it had been carrying in its mouth on the ground before staring at her with an aloof expression. Game over. The milk powder was unattainable. Chiro's lips twitched as she removed another Cartier bracelet from her wrist. The golden retriever snatched the bracelet in its mouth and lifted a paw to close the door. Refugees began to return with water, some of them casting lewd glances at Chiro. Even after moving away, they continued to ogle her graceful figure. "Is that her?" "That's the one. I've been watching for days." The residents of Building 15 go out daily to scavenge for supplies, and she is the only one left at home with the child. The woman with the twin blades looks promising too, but she is far too fierce. This one looks delicate. She must be quite a catch. Keep a close watch. Tomorrow, when the others leave, we'll pounce and enjoy ourselves. I heard there's a man in the community with a gun. He warned everyone not to cause trouble. Should we really? What is there to fear? Which woman would dare speak of such things? If she doesn't say anything, and we don't either, who would know? Chapter 67. Plotting against me, transforming you into mummies at the break of dawn. A sudden cacophony erupted within the community, voices, hoarse from shouting, pierced the morning air, followed by the shattering of glass. A heavy thud resonated, particularly jarring in the stillness of early morning. This was soon accompanied by the shrieks of women and the wails of children. The commotion was so intense that it roused every survivor in the vicinity. Many assumed a robbery or a violent altercation had occurred. Zhou Chen shared this belief. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, donned a black silk robe, and rushed out of his home, firearm in hand. His expression was grim, fueled by a dual fury. 1. The disturbance had interrupted his slumber, and 2. Someone dared to disgrace him on his own territory. The combination of these grievances ignited a murderous rage within him. "Help me, is there anyone who can save my husband? Call an ambulance." A woman, barefoot and frantic, clutched the lifeless body of a man, drenched in blood, as she sobbed uncontrollably. 2 frail children stood by, crying inconsolably. Another corpse lay on the ground alongside 2 overturned buckets, blood pooling around them. Numerous onlookers emerged, bewildered by the unfolding tragedy. Upon Zhou Chen's appearance, the crowd of refugees parted in fear. Who did this? The refugees remained silent, yet the weeping woman seemed to see a glimmer of hope, crawling and clutching Zhou Chen's leg. "Brother Zhou, please save him, take my husband to the hospital. He is still alive, he is still alive." Yet, with half of his skull crushed, it was evident to all that the man was beyond salvation. Zhou Chen pried the bloodied hand from the woman and approached the 2 corpses, checking for a pulse at the carotid artery. It confirmed their demise. With a sharp click, the safety of his gun disengaged. Zhou Chen's face darkened as he questioned the woman. What on earth transpired? If indeed there were marauders involved, he would see them dead today. Their corpses hung at the community entrance as a warning. The woman, gasping for breath between her sobs, shook her head. "The water," she pointed towards her residence in despair. "The water we toiled to fetch from the reservoir is all gone." Some sympathetic refugees inquired, "Was it stolen? Did your husband fall while fighting off the thief?" The woman, tears streaming down her face, shook her head for a long moment before finally speaking. "No, the water in the buckets, it all evaporated." The couple had painstakingly transported water from the reservoir, yet in a single night, it had vanished without a trace. Reflecting on the hardships endured during the bitter cold, her husband, overwhelmed with despair, had taken his own life by jumping from the window, unintentionally killing a refugee who had just returned with water in the process. The water in the buckets evaporated? This revelation shocked the refugees. They had all ventured to the reservoir outside the city for water, the arduous journey compounded by the weight of the water they carried. After returning home, exhausted and weary, they had collapsed into sleep, and upon awakening to this chaos, had no chance to inspect their own water supplies. Upon hearing the woman's words, the refugees hurriedly turned back towards their homes. In no time, the anguished cries of despair echoed from every household. The precious water they had labored to bring back had evaporated overnight, leaving not a single drop. The group led by Old Sun found themselves in similar straits. Only a few tightly packed buckets remained intact, while the rest of their containers lay dry, devoid of any trace of water. The disturbance in Sakura community was so loud that nearby communities were awakened, only to discover their own water supplies had evaporated, as if it had vanished into thin air. The air was thick with cries of despair. "Oh heavens, are you forcing me to my death?" Almost every community witnessed refugees descending into despair, one after another choosing to leap from heights in their hopelessness. Zhou Chen returned to the rooftop to survey the state of the water tower. Each tank, with a capacity of 5 tons, had already lost a fifth of its volume. At this alarming rate of evaporation, it would not be long before every last drop disappeared. On the rooftop of a certain building, a group of greedy refugees gathered, eyeing the neatly arranged water tanks atop building 21 with longing. "See, that person has hoarded a great deal of water. But he has a gun. I've heard the locals call him Mad Joe, saying he kills without a second thought. I'm not blind, I know he has a gun. Whether he is Mad Joe, Crazy Zhang, or insanely, the real madmen are those refugees without any water. Big brother, do you have a plan? Humph. Gather all the water-deprived refugees together and force him to hand over those water tanks. And if he refuses? If he refuses, with so many refugees, can he really shoot them all?" In the end, he'll have no choice but to yield. As Zhou Chen inspected the water tanks, a chill ran down his spine. Had he become a target? By noon, Zhou Chen continued his routine of walking his dog. The once desolate community had suddenly swelled with refugees. The evaporation of water resources had dealt a severe blow to many. Today, spirits were low, with some lying in their homes staring blankly, while others huddled in dark corners of the building, lost in thought. Each face bore the weight of despair upon seeing Zhou Chen and his plump yellow dog. Many refugees felt a surge of jealousy. Why should they suffer while he lived in comfort? Why did Zhou Chen enjoy such ease? They could barely afford a meal, yet he had the means to keep a dog. Their sentiments rang true. Zhou Chen had stockpiled unimaginable resources and ought to share them with the community. Bark! Bark, bark! A few refugees, too agitated by their emotions, caught the attention of the yellow dog, which bared its teeth and growled. The radio on Zhou Chen's belt crackled to life with Old Sun's voice. "Young Zhou, I've discovered something quite troubling. Are you free to talk?" Zhou Chen removed the radio and replied, "I'm walking my dog, I'll call you back later." Despite the ill will from the refugees in the community, Zhou Chen strolled confidently, further inciting the ire of the psychologically twisted crowd. After nearly an hour, he swaggered back to building 21, where the heavy iron doors of the stairwell closed, isolating those who might attempt to approach him. Zhou Chen took a cold shower and retrieved a chilled bottle of cola from the fridge, savoring a refreshing sip. Instead of calling Old Sun, he directly activated the microphone. After a couple of taps to test the sound, his clear voice resonated across the ears of every refugee within a kilometer. "I am Zhou Chen. I have discovered a group of murderous looters hiding within Sakura community. These thugs not only seek to harm me personally but aim to prey upon all the refugees of this community. Now, whoever exposes these criminals will be rewarded with a ton of water. Everyone, hurry. If the water from the tower evaporates completely, what good will it do to capture the criminals? Just moments ago, those who had dismissed Zhou Chen's voice suddenly found their eyes alight with interest. Hidden within the buildings, the insidious looters found themselves bewildered by the call to action. Dozens of refugees, summoned into the room, exchanged glances before surging forward. The looters were terrified. This is a trick by Zhou Chen. Do not fall for it. Pa, if it means obtaining water, I care not for the tricks between you. In less than 5 minutes, the looters were overwhelmed, bound, and dragged to the foot of Building 21. The original residents of nearby communities felt a sense of deja vu. Hen T Mad Zhou engaged in a similar bounty hunt before. Back then, the reward had been 10 packs of instant noodles. Now, it had escalated to a ton of water. Zhou Chen, gun in hand, with a plastic water tank beside him, declared, "Here are 2 tons of water, 1 ton is the reward, and the other, whoever drags these looters to the entrance will claim it." 10 minutes later, 5 refugees dangled upside down at the entrance of Sakura community. In the sweltering heat of 80 degrees, they resembled figures tossed into a furnace, each lamenting their plight, begging for mercy. After merely 2 hours, the unfortunate souls succumbed to dehydration. The following afternoon, 5 lifeless bodies transformed into mummies. But whenever the refugees in the community beheld these 5 mummies, they were seized by terror. Henceforth, whenever they saw Zhou Chen walking his dog, they would take great care to avoid him. A madman, indeed, a heartless killer. Zhou Chen, puffing on a cigarette, chuckled coldly within. I have resources when I need them, weapons at my disposal. A band of impoverished beggars dared to conspire against me. Ha! Chapter 68. Old Master. By a crackling sound emanated from the radio as the host announced the latest updates from the Meteorological Bureau. Due to the current fluctuations in temperature, a prolonged period of extreme heat is anticipated over the next 3 months. Residents are advised to stockpile water and supplies, and to take appropriate precautions when venturing outdoors. This news incited the refugees to vent their frustrations, throwing pots and pans in anger. Now we can't even find water to drink. Isn't 3 months enough to claim our lives? The reservoirs have all dried up. Where are we supposed to store water? Can't they induce artificial rain? Why haven't they launched a rocket yet? Old Sun and his companions were not as despondent as the refugees. Xiao Zhou is truly remarkable. The value of food has returned to the market, and salt is now exceedingly scarce. We have stockpiled hundreds of bags of salt. Should we take this opportunity to exchange some for other supplies? Absolutely not. Didn't the broadcast just say that the high temperatures will persist for 3 months? Salt will only become more precious. We must maintain a low profile when we go out. Let us ensure our act is convincing. We must feign poverty at every encounter, and absolutely not let the refugees know we possess supplies. I've noticed that a group of young refugees has been eyeing the young women in our building, loitering downstairs. They look dubious at best. Yang City and brandished 2 watermelon knives, exuding a fierce determination, with 5 mummies hanging at the entrance. Who would dare to cause trouble? This time, I want teeny brother Zhou to intervene. 1 comes at me, I'll take them down. 2 come, I'll dispatch them both. Huang Mao arrived, bringing Zhou Chen a mountain bike. Brother, what do you think? This is the best mountain bike on the market. It can navigate even the most treacherous terrains and carve out a path where none exists. Zhou Chen carefully inspected the bike. Do you have more in stock? Huang Mao nodded vigorously. Brother, even if there isn't any, there will be. As long as you want it, we will make it happen. Zhou Chen patted the bike seat, nodding in satisfaction. You just bring me the good stuff. What do you want to exchange this time? Huang Mao looked pained. Brother, the market dynamics have shifted again. Food and water remain the most valuable, and salt has dropped to 3rd place. My boss is feeling down again. He has accumulated a pile of money in jewelry. Jewelry is still somewhat acceptable, but money, it's practically worthless now. Zhou Chen nearly laughed out loud. Forget jewelry, before long, even high-end gems would be as valuable as the stones lining the streets. Huang Mao, with a glimmer of hope, inquired, Brother, can you procure water? He had heard rumors of Zhou's rooftop, which was said to hold dozens of tons of water. Zhou Chen feigned contemplation. Water is indeed available, but I can't provide you too much. Huang Mao's eyes brightened, licking his lips. Brother, can I get 5 tons to start? Zhou Chen appeared troubled for a moment before nodding. You'll need to prepare a vehicle for transporting the water. Huang Mao breathed a sigh of relief. No problem, I'll head back to fetch it right away. Huang Mao moved quickly. 2 hours later, he returned with a water truck, accompanied by a group of associates, each wielding kitchen knives and bearing fierce expressions. Zhou Chen had initially intended to deliver the water that evening, but this fellow had brought along a hose stretching 70 or 80 meters. Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle. You thought this through quite well. Huang Mao grinned. It wasn't just about the water scarcity. They were eager to seize market opportunities, as they too were nearing dehydration. Zhou Chen pulled the hose upstairs, and it took over 3 hours to dispense 5 tons of water. Huang Mao was overjoyed. Brother, rest assured, as long as it's good stuff, our explosive gang will prioritize you. You can pick first, and then we'll offer the remainder to other clients. Zhou Chen halted Huang Mao, who was about to leave. You need to help me find someone. Find someone? Huang Mao was taken aback. With the typhoon and extreme cold leaving many dead and countless others missing, locating someone was no easy task. Zhou Chen continued. Many people must be seeking supplies from your gang, right? Huang Mao nodded. Zhou Chen pressed on, help me find an experienced helicopter instructor. They don't have to be a professional. I can offer supplies in exchange for their tuition. I assure you, they won't be at a loss. Huang Mao agreed, no problem, I'll inquire as soon as I return. Huang Mao, filled with enthusiasm, drove the water truck out. As soon as he exited the gate, he slammed on the brakes. Wait a minute, a helicopter instructor, was brother Zhou planning to learn to fly and explore the skies? What a hidden talent. Within a few days, Huang Mao returned with several mountain bikes and an elderly gentleman in his 60s. The old man, unremarkable in appearance with graying hair, was of modest height but stood straight and tall. The lack of resources had left him emaciated, his eyes yellowing, and his lips severely cracked. Huang Mao introduced them. Brother, this is Old Master Bai, he claims he can fly a plane. Zhou Chen dismissed Huang Mao and engaged Old Master Bai in conversation. Sir, were you a soldier in your past? Old Master Bai nodded. I once piloted bombers in the military, and after retiring, I flew commercial aircraft. As I aged, I transitioned to ground support, only retiring a few years ago. Zhou Chen felt a surge of respect. Thank you for your service. Old Master Bai immediately saluted. At your service. It was evident that Old Master Bai genuinely respected Zhou Chen, and his anxious heart gradually calmed. Are you looking to hire a pilot, or are you simply seeking to learn to fly? Zhou Chen replied, if I want to learn to fly on my own, how long would that take? Old Master Bai responded honestly, typically, mastering helicopter flight requires at least 6 months to a year. Zhou Chen shook his head. I don't have that much time. How long for the most basic flying skills? Old Master Bai kindly warned, that could be quite dangerous. Zhou Chen stated, there is no choice, resources are scarce in the city, and I want to assess the situation elsewhere. Would a week suffice? Old Master Bai pondered for a long moment. It's feasible, but many skills can only be acquired through practical flying experience. Zhou Chen selected a mountain bike. Do you know how to ride? Old Master Bai paused, of course. Zhou Chen said, provide me with an address, and I will send the tuition to your home later. The helicopter is outside the city, we'll ride out daily to learn. Old Master Bai nodded, wanting to say something but ultimately refraining that he wished to discuss the matter of supplies, not out of greed for quantity, but because he had heard from Huang Mao that Zhou Chen possessed precious water resources, which was why he had rushed over. However, since he was yet to provide any instruction, he felt it inappropriate to make demands. That evening, Zhou Chen pretended to take a stroll in the dark, wielding a flashlight. The streets were devoid of life, save for the refugees scavenging for supplies. Not even a rat could be found. In truth, the city's rat population had been decimated by hunger. Zhou Chen found a secluded corner and retrieved a pickup truck from his space. He loaded it with a bag of rice, a bag of flour, several pounds of potatoes, several pounds of sweet potatoes, a ton of water, and 2 bags of salt. These supplies would be enough to drive any survivor into a frenzy. Old Master Bai's residence was quite nice, a standalone villa with strong privacy. It had previously been flooded, and with the onset of extreme heat, nostalgic individuals like Old Master Bai had returned. When the seawater inundated the city, many had perished. Now, most homes stood empty. Zhou Chen parked the truck at Old Master Bai's doorstep and honked the horn. Old Master Bai, having waited patiently, rushed to open the door. His wife, concerned, followed with a flashlight, while their 2 grandsons remained upstairs, silent with trepidation. Zhou Chen unloaded the supplies one by one, and Old Master Bai's eyes widened. Xiao Zhou, why are you giving me so much? Although they had agreed to use supplies as tuition, the quality and quantity far exceeded his expectations. Particularly, the water and salt were exceedingly precious. Chapter 69. Discreetly learning to fly. Zhou Chen departed the city late at night, seeking a desolate mountaintop. At the summit was lush with trees and overgrown with weeds, yet it provided a flat area suitable for landing a helicopter. With refugees flocking to the city, it was not due to concerns about being observed. The following morning, just as Zhou Chen finished his breakfast, the sound of a motorcycle horn echoed from below. Peering out the window, he confirmed the arrival of Old Master Bai seated upon his motorcycle. Old Master Bai observed the surrounding refugees carrying water buckets in search of water, feeling reassured at the memory of the ton of water Zhou Chen had delivered the previous night. Zhou Chen descended with De Huang, who was a robust local dog, eliciting astonishment from Old Master Bai. In a city where all animals had been consumed by the refugees, it was remarkable that Zhou Chen still cared for a dog. Noticing Zhou Chen's attire of long sleeves and trousers from the previous day, Old Master Bai remarked, Xiao Zhou, you risk heatstroke dressed like that. He, wearing a tank top and shorts, was already drenched in sweat after only a brief outing. With a smile, Zhou Chen replied, my constitution differs from that of an average person. I fear the cold, not the heat. De Huang excitedly leaped onto the motorcycle, resting his paws on the fuel tank. The 2 men rode out of the city on a mountain bike. Despite being in his 60s, Old Master Bai skillfully maneuvered the motorcycle, proving that exceptional soldiers are indeed versatile individuals. As Zhou Chen scrutinized Old Master Bai, he noticed the old soldier carried a weathered military canteen and a tattered satchel. To conserve resources, the canteen was not filled to the brim, producing a gentle ding-dong sound as water sloshed with the bumps. The satchel appeared nearly empty, likely containing only a couple of pancakes as provisions. A rusty kitchen knife hung from his belt, devoid of any bloodstains, suggesting it had never truly been used for harm. Along the way, they encountered many refugees. Those whose legs had failed them gazed upon the motorcycle with envy, and their eyes gleamed hungrily at the sight of the plump dog perched at the front. Some refugees rushed forward in a desperate attempt to seize it, but Old Master Bai's immediate reaction was to dissuade them. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Zhou Chen dashed ahead, wielding a hammer and striking down on the head of a refugee. Old Master Bai was momentarily stunned, glancing back at the lifeless body on the ground, rendered speechless. In a world where civilization had crumbled and morality had decayed, the honest had been forced into villainy, while the wicked had only grown more malevolent. Even military trucks laden with relief supplies were nearly looted outside the city. The era of peace was long gone, and Zhou Chen guided them to the mountaintop and parked in front of a thicket. "Please hide the motorcycle. I will check if the helicopter remains." He then ventured into the woods, ensuring the area was clear before retrieving the helicopter from his space and placing it on the flat ground. He returned to escort Old Master Bai to the location. Old Master Bai gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "I heard that refugees have been hunting throughout the mountains. Your courage to leave it here is commendable." After meticulously inspecting the helicopter, he commenced an oral lesson. Though the theoretical knowledge was foundational, his explanations far surpassed those of Lu's golden-haired, blue-eyed instructors. Remember what I just explained. However, theoretical knowledge is merely that. Only through practical flight experience can one truly grasp flying techniques. The two boarded the helicopter, with De Huang joining them. From the moment they settled into the aircraft, Old Master Bai's demeanor transformed completely. He exuded confidence, composure, and mastery, as if they were merely playing with a child's toy rather than piloting a helicopter. Zhou Chen could not help but marvel at Old Master Bai, a seasoned veteran who had once flown bombers. His presence and poise were something Zhou Chen felt he could never attain. "Allow me to give you a tour." As the rotor blades began to spin, they stirred the surrounding dry grass. Ascending into the air, the mountains shrank, and the refugees below appeared no larger than ants. Old Master Bai was diligent, guiding Zhou Chen through the various nuances of flying while conversing animatedly. As he spoke, his lips grew increasingly chapped. Zhou Chen feigned rummaging through his bag, producing 2 bottles of mineral water. He twisted open one and offered it to Old Master Bai. Old Master Bai shook his head in refusal. "You drink it, I brought a canteen." Zhou Chen insisted, and eventually, Old Master Bai reached out to accept it. After completing their aerial circuit, they landed the helicopter back on the mountaintop. By midday, they sought refuge beneath a tree to escape the heat. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Old Master Bai was reluctant to drink, content with merely moistening his lips. He gazed at the increasingly parched forest and lamented, "I fear that in another half-month, the trees on this mountain will be scorched." Zhou Chen did not dispute him. He was busy gathering stones to construct a makeshift stove. If he were alone in the wilderness, he would have already erected a tent and set up solar panels with a fan blowing directly on himself. However, with company, he had to maintain a semblance of discretion. Yet, his low-key demeanor was still ostentatious compared to the meager existence of the surviving refugees. A frying pan, bowls and chopsticks, bottles of mineral water, ready-to-eat ingredients, and cooking oil and seasonings were all laid out on the ground. Old Master Bai was once again taken aback. "Xiao Zhou, quickly put away all these supplies. I brought pancakes. If you have no provisions, I can share one with you." Zhou Chen opened a bottle of mineral water and poured it into the pot, prompting Old Master Bai to watch in disbelief. Today's youth were indeed careless, unaware of the hardships of life. Concerned that Old Master Bai might faint from the heat, Zhou Chen reassured him, "Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing." Old Master Bai transformed into a concerned elder in an instant. "What do you mean you know? Do not eat as if there is no tomorrow. Times have changed, and every bit saved counts. The extreme heat will last another 3 months. Who knew what the days ahead would bring?" The mountains were abundant with firewood. Within a mere 5 meters, Zhou Chen gathered a pile of dry twigs and pulled up some dried grass. He lit a fire and began brewing a pot of cooling tea. Following that, he added oil to the pan and sautéed the seasoned meat slices, tossing in green peppers, filling the air with an enticing aroma. In just half an hour, Zhou Chen prepared 3 dishes and a soup, along with a large bowl of Yangzhou fried rice. He was determined not to shortchange himself. Had it not been for the need to remain discreet, he would have relished roasting a leg of lamb paired with beer. Old Master Bai, who usually exhibited restraint and composure, was astonished by the feast laid out on the stones. These seemingly ordinary home-cooked dishes represented an unimaginable delicacy for all the current refugees. Zhou Chen served him a bowl of fried rice, saying, "Last night, I forgot to mention that for teaching me to fly, I will provide 2 meals a day, so please eat without hesitation." As Old Master Bai gazed at the ham and pea fried rice in his hands, a wave of emotion washed over him. Noticing the elder's hesitance to take food, Zhou Chen deliberately remarked, "This weather is unbearably hot. If we eat too slowly, will these dishes spoil?" With surface temperatures soaring to 80 degrees and no refrigerator in sight, spoilage was inevitable. Realizing this, Old Master Bai finally allowed himself to indulge. De Huang, accustomed to meat, attempted to snatch a piece, only to be shooed aside by Zhou Chen, who directed him to his dog food. In the afternoon, the two flew another round, and upon landing, Old Master Bai continued to expound on flying precautions. Zhou Chen seized the opportunity to excuse himself, sending Old Master Bai away first, allowing him to store the helicopter in his space. As they rode the motorcycle back to the city, it was already 9 p.m. In the ensuing days, the two maintained their routine of early departures and late returns. And occasionally, on their way back to the city, they would seize supplies from the hands of marauders. Old Master Bai had grown accustomed to Zhou Chen's ruthless behavior. After all, he had only targeted those who robbed and pillaged, taking back what had been stolen from the refugees. He had no grounds for complaint. Moreover, Zhou Chen shared half of the looted supplies with him. After several days of improved meals, Old Master Bai's previously sunken cheeks had noticeably filled out. Zhou Chen believed he had been sufficiently discreet, yet unexpectedly, he still attracted the attention of a group of onlookers. Chapter 70. You truly inflict pain. Zhou Chen piloted the helicopter back to the mountaintop. From a distance, he spotted a group of refugees standing on the flat ground. 2 off-road motorcycles hidden in the grass had been discovered by the refugees. Had it not been for the absence of keys, they would have surely been ridden away by now. As the helicopter approached, the refugees brazenly brandished their knives and clubs. Zhou Chen was about to switch places with the co-pilot, Old Bai, intending to arm himself for a more assertive stance, when a small squad of soldiers emerged from the woods. The moment the armed soldiers appeared, the refugees instantly subdued their demeanor. Some refugees attempted to lift the motorcycles, but were halted by the soldiers. Take your time, descend slowly, steady now. Excellent. The helicopter landed smoothly and came to a complete stop. Old Bai remarked, I'll go up and inquire first. Zhou Chen nodded and jumped from the aircraft, watching as Old Bai approached an officer. After introducing himself, the officer stood respectfully and immediately rendered a formal salute. Old Bai returned the salute, and their conversation commenced. After 5 minutes, Old Bai beckoned Zhou Chen over. As he approached, Old Bai introduced him, saying, Xiao Zhou, this is Captain He. Captain He saluted, his lips cracked and dry. Hello, Mr. Zhou. My surname is He Yogwang. We wish to requisition your helicopter. It is not mandatory, but I wonder if it would be convenient for you? Zhou Chen flatly declined, it is not convenient. Captain He appeared disheartened, urgency reflected in his eyes. Mr. Zhou, the situation is as follows. We dispatched a small team to Hangzhou for water transport, which was scheduled to return in 3 days, yet 5 days have already elapsed. We wish to borrow your helicopter to ascertain the real circumstances, so we can plan our next course of action. The highway from Magic City to Hangzhou takes less than 2.5 hours, even with natural disasters damaging the roads, it should take no more than a day for a round trip. Could it be that a formidable criminal gang has emerged? Zhou Chen directly inquired, is the route unsafe? Captain He nodded, hesitating momentarily before responding, it's not just the route. To maintain social stability, certain matters must remain concealed from the public. Following the typhoon, seawater surged into the city. The warden of Shaoshan prison acted swiftly, opening all the cells immediately. Some of the escaped inmates perished in the extreme cold, some went missing, while others have taken to the mountains as kings. Magic City is suffering from a water shortage, and the organization has arranged for a team of soldiers to transport water from Thousand Island Lake, which is currently a stronghold for gangs composed of escaped inmates. With no sign of their comrades returning, the organization is anxious, and Captain He is even more so, as those soldiers are under his command. However, the damaged roads now require a day of travel, and encountering thugs along the way would only further delay them. Therefore, upon discovering a helicopter in the sky these past few days, they followed the flight trail to find it today. Zhou Chen was reluctant to lend the aircraft. It was his sole helicopter. What if it were damaged? Yet, observing Captain He and the 5 soldiers behind him, each gaunt and sunburned from prolonged exposure to the elements, Zhou Chen hesitated. Just then, one soldier collapsed to the ground, startling everyone. Li Xiaoyang has fainted. Quick, give him some salt water. All the soldiers, including Captain He, pulled out their water bottles, but collectively, they could not produce a single drop. Old Bai hurriedly unfastened his water bottle and offered it, and after a considerable time, the unconscious soldier finally regained consciousness, albeit severely affected by heatstroke. Unable to stand, this scene left Zhou Chen deeply moved. In such a dire apocalypse, these soldiers' families might have perished in the calamity or gone missing, yet they remained steadfast at their posts. Old Bai noticed Zhou Chen's wavering resolve. Zhou Chen, feeling a pang of sympathy, said, well then, you may take it. Just remember to return it to me. Captain He, overwhelmed with gratitude, rushed forward, grasping Zhou Chen's hands tightly. Thank you, truly, thank you, rest assured, I will return the helicopter within 3 days. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively, you may take it now. Captain He looked somewhat embarrassed. We still need to find a pilot. Old Bai chuckled, what are you looking for? I am the pilot you need. Then, Captain He called over a soldier, Xiaolong, you take the brothers back to the city, stay safe on the way. I will depart immediately to investigate the situation of our comrades. Old Bai accompanied Captain He as they left. Zhou Chen felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Upon reflection, he realized with a start his dog was still on the helicopter. The creature had been soundly asleep in the rear seat and had been forgotten after landing. The plump dog wouldn't be slaughtered by Captain He for a meal, would it? Noticing Zhou Chen lost in thought, the soldier named Xiaolong assumed he was reluctant to part with the helicopter. Mr. Zhou, it's getting dark, it would be safer for you to return to the city with us. Zhou Chen snapped back to reality, seeing 5 soldiers before him, the one suffering from heatstroke being carried by a comrade. Did you come by car? Xiaolong shook his head, all usable vehicles were dispatched for water transport. We rode motorcycles, but they've likely been taken by the refugees by now. Would they have to walk back, in the sweltering heat, under the relentless sun, without a drop of water? That could be fatal. Zhou Chen produced 2 motorcycle keys, you can take these too. Xiaolong hesitated, what about you? Zhou Chen waved his hand nonchalantly, turning to dive into the woods, I have another one hidden. In no time, Zhou Chen emerged riding a standard motorcycle, tossing a bottle of mineral water to one of the soldiers. The soldiers were taken aback by the generous gesture. How extravagant. Zhou Chen opened a bottle and gulped down half. Drink up, this is what I had hidden in the mountains. The soldiers, parched and well aware of the value of water, opened the cap but only dared to sip a little. The soldier suffering from heatstroke was given a few mouthfuls, but his condition did not improve. His heatstroke was too severe, merely drinking water would not suffice. After descending the mountain, Xiaolong searched for their motorcycles hidden in the grass, but they were indeed gone. Though the motorcycles were old and worn, they represented a crucial means of transport in their current circumstances, and the loss was disheartening. On the bumpy road, the 3 motorcycles rode side by side. The soldier who had lost his motorcycle was in low spirits. In such oppressive heat, relying solely on their legs to walk would not only waste time but eventually lead to death from thirst on the road. Zhou Chen honked the horn, instantly snapping the soldiers back to attention. Brothers, could you share some information with me? I'll give you these 2 off-road motorcycles as a token. Xiao Long appeared conflicted, while Zhou Chen continued, I won't put you in a difficult position. Surely you can share information that doesn't violate regulations. I'll also throw in a ton of clean water. Xiao Long, puzzled, replied, that could work, but what specific information are you looking to uncover? Just be clear that anything we cannot disclose is off-limits, regardless of how much water you offer. Zhou Chen was straightforward, where can I find an M134 minigun in Magic City? You truly inflict pain. Xiao Long exclaimed in shock, twisting the throttle and speeding away. Chapter 71 The helicopter is missing. 3 days have passed. Zhou Chen has not caught a glimpse of the helicopter. It seems as if Captain He and Old Bai have vanished into thin air. Old Bai's wife has braved the sweltering heat to seek Zhou Chen on several occasions. Unable to remain idle, Zhou Chen hurried to the temporary shelter organized for the displaced. The city has been placed under military control, with the remaining local officials assisting in managing all affairs. After much inquiry, he finally located the soldier who had suffered from heatstroke at the hospital. The hospital itself serves as a makeshift refuge, with rows upon rows of tents stretching endlessly. The natural disaster has resulted in significant losses of medical personnel and equipment, rendering the place quite rudimentary. Do you remember me? Who are you? The soldier, lying on the bed, has been suffering from severe dizziness due to heatstroke. Zhou Chen patiently reminded him, 3 days ago, your captain came to borrow my helicopter from the mountain outside the city. The soldier weakly nodded, I recall that. Zhou Chen urgently asked, where is your camp? I need to inquire about Xiao Long. As soon as the soldier provided the location, he abruptly turned and retched violently, clutching his head in distress. The agony of heatstroke is unbearable. Although the temporary hospital is equipped with fans, the air they circulate is stiflingly hot, making it exceedingly difficult to find relief. Zhou Chen feigned rummaging through his bag, discreetly retrieving 2 bottles of Huoxiang Jingqi liquid from his storage space and slipping them into the soldier's hand. Little did he know, the situation was far graver than it appeared. In addition to the survivors injured by the disaster, countless victims of heat-related illnesses lay in the tents. As Zhou Chen stepped out of the tent, he witnessed 2 medical personnel carrying a lifeless body past him. In this oppressive heat, failure to handle corpses promptly could lead to the outbreak of a plague. Without pause, Zhou Chen rushed to the military encampment. Upon arriving at the entrance, he saw Xiao Long hurrying out with a squad of soldiers. They were paired off, mounting dilapidated motorcycles. As Zhou Chen approached, class leader Xiao Long. Xiao Long expressed surprise, is it you? Zhou Chen stated his purpose directly, has your captain not returned yet? Xiao Long's expression darkened, we just received word that Captain He and the others have been captured by a band of marauders. What nonsense is this? Wasn't the intention merely to borrow the helicopter for a brief reconnaissance? How could they have been captured while airborne? Xiao Long was anxious. Mr. Zhou, I don't have time to explain. We must head to Qiandao Lake immediately to rescue our captain and the others. Zhou Chen grasped the front of Xiao Long's motorcycle, insisting, take me with you. If the men had been captured, his helicopter would undoubtedly have fallen into the hands of the marauders as well. This is outrageous. That was the only helicopter he had acquired in exchange for a truckload of spoiled cabbage. Xiao Long attempted to dissuade him, but as he rode off, he glanced back to find Zhou Chen resolutely following the convoy. After a short distance, he turned again, only to find Zhou Chen had vanished. Moments later, an imposing vehicle appeared at the rear of the procession. A brand new Kamaz sped down the battered road. Zhou Chen honked the horn and leaned out of the window, shouting, get in. In this sweltering heat, with temperatures soaring to 80 degrees Celsius, even riding a motorcycle could lead to heat stroke. The soldiers hastily moved their motorcycles into the back of the truck, where the air conditioning provided a refreshing breeze, eliciting sighs of comfort from each man. The relief, it felt as though they had returned to the days before the disaster, sleeping in their dorms during summer, revitalized by. Xiao Long sat in the passenger seat, surveying the surroundings. Had he not been in uniform, he might have reached out to touch the vehicle. Mr. Zhou, where did you acquire this truck? Curious? Then first answer my previous question. Zhou Chen skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, taking advantage of the truck's rugged capabilities as they sped along the route. Throngs of ragged refugees made their way toward the city, their eyes wide with astonishment upon seeing the vehicle. Suddenly, a group of armed thugs rushed forward to block the truck. Xiao Long, with his weapon loaded, prepared to fire a warning shot. Just then, he leaned forward in anticipation. Zhou Chen accelerated, crashing into them. Bang! The charging refugees were sent sprawling like kites severed from their strings. Xiao Long was alarmed, exclaiming, what are you doing? Zhou Chen replied impassively, conserve your ammunition. If warnings were effective, our supply trucks wouldn't be robbed on their way into the city. Xiao Long retorted angrily, he may have just wanted to ask us for some water. Zhou Chen shot him a sidelong glance, oh, do you have any water to give him? If you give one refugee water, countless others will swarm, begging for the same. If you can't provide, you might not survive yourself. Xiao Long swallowed harder. Zhou Chen's words were not mere exaggerations. One of their squads had suffered precisely because of this, attacked by desperate refugees, resulting in the loss of a comrade. Moreover, they genuinely had no water. Each soldier's canteen was only a fifth full. If they reached their destination without finding a water source, they might not return alive, even if they rescued others. This damned natural disaster has left the populace parched. This was merely the beginning. Along the way, similar encounters occurred repeatedly, with no exception as they plowed through each one. The highway leading to Hangzhou was beset not only by refugees blocking the road but also by marauders who had seized control of the territory, illegally demanding supplies. Refugees without provisions had two choices: either return the way they came or trek over mountains to bypass the marauders' control. Returning was futile, as they would still be required to surrender supplies. Climbing mountains would consume even more strength. In this sweltering heat, many refugees succumbed to heat and thirst before they could even ascend the slopes. The bandits had set up a blockade at the highway toll station, using wooden stakes to impede the exit. The dozen or so marauders stationed there, upon spotting the ostentatious Kamaz, greed was etched across their faces as Zhou Chen slammed down on the accelerator, shouting, "Open fire!" Xiao Long hesitated. "No, we don't have much ammunition left. Let us pay the toll, we have supplies." Zhou Chen, impatient, clicked his tongue, freeing one hand to retrieve an AK from his bag. "Use mine, hurry." Xiao Long was taken aback. "Where did you get this?" Zhou Chen shot back. "Do you think these scum are interested in your supplies or this truck?" Xiao Long, enlightened, wasted no time loading the weapon and opening fire from the window. A hail of bullets erupted. Several marauders armed with knives fell, while the rest scattered in panic. The refugees, previously blocked from passing, seized the opportunity to break through the checkpoint and sprint toward the city. As the vehicle burst through the blockade, Zhou Chen sharply turned the wheel, positioning the truck across the road. He snatched back his gun from Xiao Long and opened fire on the fleeing marauders. Xiao Long reacted swiftly, leaping from the vehicle and using the front as cover to shoot at the escaping bandits. The soldiers in the truck jumped out, and most of the marauders were either dead or wounded, with only two fleeing into the woods. "Class leader, should we pursue?" "Chase what? Get back in the truck, and don't waste any bullets." Zhou Chen fired into the air, the scorching shell casings dropping at his feet. He shouted defiantly, "Go back and tell your leader, open your eyes wide. If you dare to block my truck again, I'll wipe out your entire hideout." Chapter 72. A reckless and arrogant fellow. Zhou Chen returned to the vehicle and found Xiao Long fastening his seatbelt. "What's the rush? Hurry up and scavenge for supplies." Upon hearing this, Xiao Long felt it was quite sensible and promptly jumped out of the car. In just a few minutes, they had completely emptied the supplies at the toll station. Potatoes, flatbreads, and dozens of pounds of moldy bread and steamed buns, all obtained by the bandits from the hands of refugees. They also secured 2 barrels of water, though the quality was poor and it bore an unpleasant odor. Nonetheless, it was the most precious water source they could find. A group of soldiers observed the increasing number of refugees, yet only took 1 barrel of water. As soon as they departed, the desperate refugees, driven by greed, rushed forward to loot, brandishing knives and clubs. Xiao Long, sitting in the car, watched through the rearview mirror as the refugees fought violently over the supplies, feeling a deep sense of unease. He believed he had unwittingly done a bad deed while trying to help. In the span of less than 200 kilometers, they encountered over a dozen checkpoints set up by bandits. Some refugees offered supplies to pass, while those unable to produce anything were left pitifully stranded. Furthermore, certain bandits not only established illegal checkpoints to extort supplies but also forcibly dragged women into the woods for their own vile purposes, including some underage girls. Husbands, fiercely protective of their wives, and fathers, desperately concerned for their daughters, were left either beaten to the brink of death or lifeless on the ground moments later. "Those damn bastards!" Xiao Long seethed through gritted teeth. At subsequent checkpoints, he took the initiative to engage the bandits before Zhou Chen could, firing until he ran out of bullets, then resorting to fists and kicks, with blood splattering across his uniform. As they neared Xiandao Lake, just 3 kilometers away, regret began to gnaw at him. After the natural disaster, their ammunition had dwindled, every bullet was precious. Now, armed with an empty gun, how could he hope to rescue the captain and the others? Zhou Chen turned the steering wheel to the left, guiding the Kamaz deeper into the woods. Xiao Long and the others unloaded their motorcycles, knowing that the bandits holding captain's hostage were formidable. They had not even gathered the slightest details about the situation, and without ammunition, they felt utterly powerless. As Zhou Chen produced a small speaker and asked, "Who can help me install this on the motorcycle?" Xiao Long, puzzled, inquired, "What for?" Zhou Chen, somewhat exasperated, replied, "To retrieve my helicopter, of course." Xiao Long waved his hand dismissively. "Wait a moment. Let us first discuss a strategy." Zhou Chen tossed the speaker at Xiao Long, retorting, "What strategy? You can't even produce a single bullet. Any plan would be a death sentence." At his words, all 10 soldiers, including Xiao Long, glared at him in anger. "Wasn't it your fault? We had prepared to gather supplies for our journey, but you insisted on confrontation. In our fervor, we inadvertently expended all our ammunition. However, had it not been for Zhou Chen's vehicle, they wouldn't have reached this location in just 3 hours. Moreover, they had enjoyed the comfort of air conditioning along the way, and now, just stepping out of the car, they were already drenched in sweat." Zhou Chen declared, "Listen to me, let's find a concealed spot to rest. After dark, we'll ascertain the bandit stronghold, and I will take the lead." "You take the lead," the 10 echoed in unison, filled with skepticism. Zhou Chen maintained a stern expression. "Then you can go ahead and drop into the bandit's den, waiting for the main force to come rescue you?" Silence fell among them. If this were before the disaster, they wouldn't have needed a large force. Even a small police station could have scared off all the bandits. Now, military and police resources were stretched thin due to the disaster, with the entire nation in crisis, leaving no manpower to mount a rescue operation. They soon found a cave to rest. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Chen stored the Kamaz in his space. The cave was modest, its entrance concealed by thickets, making it difficult to detect. One soldier set about installing the small speaker and tested its sound as Zhou Chen replaced the magazine in his gun, ignoring the envious glances from Xiao Long and the others, and sought a quiet corner to rest. After nightfall, Xiao Long, accompanied by 2 comrades, stealthily exited the cave and returned in the dead of night. The 7 soldiers remaining immediately gathered around him. 10 heads huddled together as they listened to Xiao Long sketching plans in his notebook. Those prisoners have taken control of the entire Chandao Lake area as their base, numbering at least 500, with several armed prisoners among them. The armed prisoners are likely the core of the base, possibly death row inmates. Regardless of their past crimes, once they are on death row, they will do anything for freedom and survival. Listening to Xiaolong's account, the others were immediately filled with dismay. Squad leader, not only do we lack ammunition, but even if we had some, our 10 guns couldn't match their dozens. How about pretending to be captured, infiltrating their ranks to locate the captain and the others? Zhou Chen, having heard this, continued to rest with his eyes closed. In the morning, he awoke to the sound of rustling. Seeing Xiaolong and the others preparing to depart, he said, "Didn't I tell you, I'm going first?" Xiaolong dismissed him, "Mr. Zhou, this matter does not concern you. It's best you refrain from interfering regardless of the risks. We must infiltrate to find the captain and our comrades." Zhou Chen rose from the ground, stretching his body. "How can you say it's none of my business? My helicopter is still in the hands of those bandits." He added, "If you were so eager to be martyrs, I won't stop you, but if you wish to rescue your captain and comrades alive, we should at least consider my approach. While martyrdom is indeed honorable, what could be more glorious than surviving to retire strong?" They had resorted to the risky plan of stealth infiltration out of desperation, a venture fraught with peril and minimal reward. If discovered, they would either be imprisoned or meet a glorious end. Regardless of the outcome, it was unlikely they would rescue their own. Xiaolong hesitated for a moment. "What good plan do you have?" Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. "First, let us fill our stomachs." The 10 soldiers were left speechless. Breakfast consisted of compressed biscuits. It was Zhou Chen's first encounter with them. He broke off a piece and put it in his mouth, the dry crumbs filling his mouth, and he had to drink half a bottle of water to wash it down. The 9 soldiers, watching him guzzle water, felt their temples throb with frustration. Such wastefulness, but the waste didn't stop there. Zhou Chen poured the remaining half bottle of mineral water over his head for a quick wash. Standing under the sun for just a minute, his hair dried, and after spraying some styling product, he tousled it into place. With a long leg stretched out, he mounted the motorcycle. "Try not to leave the cave to avoid detection. I'll keep you updated." The 9 soldiers exchanged glances with their squad leader. "Squad leader, do you really think he can pull this off? Why do I feel this guy is incredibly unreliable? Will he sell us out for his helicopter?" The prisoners-turned-bandits had established Chandao Lake as their base of operations. On the road leading to the scenic area, lookout posts were set up every 100 meters. In the woods, the outermost lookout was taken aback by the scene before him. He picked up his walkie-talkie. "Attention, there is a very reckless and arrogant fellow heading towards the base." The others, who were casually chatting, immediately perked up. Someone inquired over the radio, "How reckless and arrogant?" The lookout replied, "Very reckless and very arrogant, you'll see for yourselves." The small his demeanor exuded an air of arrogance, as if this was not merely a bandit base, but his own domain. Chapter 73 Infiltrating the prisoners' base. Chandao Lake, renowned for its verdant mountains and clear waters, is a place of exquisite beauty. Beneath the scorching heat, the lake has evidently dried up, leaving behind only a few small puddles. Guarded by bandits, the trees stand withered, their leaves fallen, leaving the mountains dotted with bare trunks of various sizes. It is said that a wildly arrogant individual has arrived. At the entrance of the transformed ticket office, a group of armed bandits stands watch. These men are hardened criminals, once condemned to death. Each bears a fierce expression, their bare arms adorned with tattoos. The distant thrum of pulsating music signals the approach of a motorcycle, which rounds the corner with astounding speed. The rider sways to the rhythm of the music, a submachine gun slung across his back. The multitude of bandits raises their weapons, yet the newcomer does not flee. Instead, he rides directly before them. They exchange glances, recognizing that this is the boldest survivor they have ever encountered. Zhou Chen slams on the brakes and turns off the music, casually pinching the cigarette between his fingers. He flicks the ash with nonchalance. "Tell your boss there's a big deal on the horizon. Hurry up and serve some fine food and drink. I'm nearly dying from the heat. Don't forget a cold Coke with ice." Such arrogance, indeed, his audacity is palpable. Facing the barrels of 20 guns, he remains unfazed, demanding luxurious refreshments. A small leader steps forward. "Brother, do you know where this place is?" Zhou Chen, cigarette dangling from his lips, casts a scornful glance. "You think you're worthy to call me brother?" The cocky little leader is momentarily taken aback. "Kid, you're flaunting bravado without recognizing your surroundings. Do you even know where you are?" Zhou Chen crushes the cigarette but against the leader's face. "You talk too much nonsense, just a bunch of prisoners. If it weren't for your little influence, I wouldn't even bother looking your way." The small leader, his face scorched by the cigarette, seethes with rage and reaches for his gun, only to be restrained by his comrades. "Xingu, this guy might be someone of significance. We should inform the boss. If there's truly a big deal at stake, we wouldn't want to face his wrath." The small leader spits a mouthful of phlegm on the ground, pointing a finger. "Kid, you better be here to discuss a significant business deal, or I'll have you chopped up and fed to the dogs." Zhou Chen, exuding an air of supreme confidence, retrieves a fresh orange from his pocket. Peeling it, he tosses the skin at the leader's face. "Little punk, keep your paws to yourself. If you dare to point fingers again, I'll make sure your boss won't utter a single word on your behalf." All the bandits, including the small leader, widen their eyes in disbelief. An orange, in the entire city of Hangzhou, their base is the most resource-rich, yet they cannot procure even a single orange. After the natural disaster, all the fruit has rotted, and the orchards have been damaged. Tasting a piece of fruit has become a daunting challenge, yet here stands this audacious fellow, enjoying the very fruit they yearn for beyond imagination. No wonder he is so brazen. At this moment, every bandit at the entrance recognizes Zhou Chen as someone of considerable stature. The small leader swallows hard, his anger dissipating as he turns to lead the way into the base. Shortly thereafter, he returns accompanied by a refined middle-aged man, whose elegance belies a certain malevolence in his gaze. Compared to the brutish bandits, this man is the true embodiment of a formidable adversary. Zhou Chen lights another cigarette, tossing the remaining half-pack to the bandits around him. While the base possesses cigarettes, only the 10 leaders are entitled to smoke. Despite their status as armed enforcers, they hold relatively low positions and are rewarded with a few cigarettes only when they accomplish something noteworthy. This half-pack is insufficient for individual consumption, so 2 or 3 of them huddle together, sharing a puff to satisfy their cravings. Here comes the second in command. The bandits quickly clear a path. The middle-aged man approaches Zhou Chen, a smile plastered on his face. Young friend, I hear you've come seeking to conduct significant business with us? Zhou Chen waves his hand dismissively, his expression reflecting irritation. Is this how your base treats guests? Leaving someone out in the scorching heat to discuss business? The middle-aged man hastily gestures for him to enter. Please, young friend, do come inside. Zhou Chen tosses his car keys to one of the bandits. Make sure my vehicle is cleaned. The base is situated on an island, with the core of these prisoners located atop the highest peak, Mayphone Island. Prior to the disaster, reaching the island required a boat. Now, with the lake dried up, one can simply tread along the cracked earth to reach it. Zhou Chen picks up a leaf to fan himself, engaging in casual conversation with the middle-aged man. From your accent, you must be from Magic City, correct? Indeed, a native of Magic City, though I haven't returned in years. Upon my return, the world has changed dramatically. You haven't been in Magic City for several years? I was abroad, engaging in minor business ventures. Oh, may I ask which country and what sort of business? Not far, in Myanmar, dealing in a bit of kidney trade. The middle-aged man and the small leader exchange incredulous glances. Zhou Chen grins naturally. Don't look at me like that, your base has no shortage of talent. The middle-aged man bursts into laughter. I was merely surprised by your candor. Zhou Chen scoffs. In the past, one had to conceal their dealings, fearful of being captured and shot. But times have changed. The more audacious you are, the less others dare to provoke you. If I hadn't spent a few years in the kidney trade, why would I personally come here to do business with you lot of prisoners? The middle-aged man bows slightly, his smile deepening, yet his suspicions remain unshaken. Recently, the base has been holding a batch of soldiers. The military is full of hidden talents. Who knows if someone might masquerade as an ordinary survivor to infiltrate the base? In light of the uncertainty, he trusts not a single word spoken by this man. Ascending the final step, they arrive at an ancient-style building. Several armed bandits stand at the entrance, demanding Zhou Chen relinquish his weapon. The middle-aged man apologetically smiles. Young friend, this is our protocol. As long as you are genuinely here to discuss business, we will naturally return your weapon to you untouched upon your departure. If anyone attempts to cause trouble under the guise of business, Zhou Chen pretends not to hear the latter half of the threat, tossing his gun aside. What are you saying? I am here in this sweltering heat to catch a free ride? The middle-aged man laughs heartily. Young friend, please. As the door swings open, a refreshing breeze greets them. The base is equipped with a generator, and air conditioning has been installed inside. In the main hall, 10 chairs are arranged, 9 of which are occupied by bald men who appear quite formidable. The middle-aged man takes his seat, and the 10 leaders gather. A lowly henchman brings a chair for Zhou Chen. Once seated, he snaps his fingers. Coke with ice, please. The henchman glances toward the leaders for permission, receiving a nod before departing to fulfill the request. The middle-aged man quietly relays the earlier conversation to the other 9. Kidney trade, all present regard Zhou Chen with skepticism. A young, handsome lad engaging in such dealings? He hardly seems the type. Zhou Chen finishes his first glass of iced Coke and promptly requests a second. The leaders of the base remain silent, as does he with his legs crossed and eyes raised. He embodies an air of unyielding arrogance. Chapter 74. Who is the madman Zhou? Surely, he must be faring poorly. The individuals in the hall were observing Zhou Chen, while Zhou Chen was scrutinizing the 10 leaders of the prisoners. These inmates, perhaps due to the sweltering heat or their accustomed baldness, presented a rather unkempt appearance, with the exception of the somewhat refined second-in-command. The other 9 sported shaven heads. The prison fare lacked any richness. All the prisoners were uniformly gaunt. Following the natural disasters, they had claimed the mountains as their own, and amidst the scarcity of resources, even with generous supplementation, they had failed to gain even 2 taels of meat, leaving them all emaciated. Zhou Chen had overheard whispers from the second-in-command about the first leader being a man with a broken brow. His left eye appeared to have sustained an injury, twitching sporadically as he regarded Zhou Chen with a relatively benign gaze, primarily motivated by the desire to expand his market for trade. The first leader cleared his throat, prompting the others to cease their murmured conversations. What is your surname, young friend? Zhou Chen, brimming with arrogance and pride, replied. Zhou. Zhou? The first leader furrowed his brow. Are you the madman Zhou? At this, the expressions of the 10 individuals shifted, revealing disdain, and some even prepared to reach for their weapons. Zhou Chen was aware that outside, people referred to him as the madman Zhou, but he had not anticipated that even the leaders of prisoners in Hangchang would be familiar with this moniker. The madman Zhou? Zhou Chen scoffed. Never heard of him. Is he in the trade? The 10 individuals in the hall appeared somewhat perplexed. The first leader inquired, You haven't heard of the madman Zhou? Zhou Chen shot a cold glance. TCH, who is this person? Which trade does he belong to? If he were doing well, wouldn't he come to pay his respects to me? Paying respects? The 10 individuals were left in confusion. They had heard tales of the Madman Zhou from the Demon City, a ruthless killer, yet this man dared to look down upon him, claiming that if the Madman Zhou was successful, he should be honoring him? What audacity! Zhou Chen produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tore open the packaging, lit one, and then tossed the entire pack to a nearby lackey. The lackey, instinctively catching it, was left astounded. The 10 individuals in the hall shared a similar astonishment. After the calamities, the salvaged cigarettes had all deteriorated, and even the re-dried tobacco carried a peculiar odor, yet the cigarette that Zhou Chen held emitted an intoxicating aroma that filled the room, enticing all present. In the aftermath of the disaster, cigarettes had become a coveted commodity. Their base was not starving, which naturally led them to pursue other resources, such as cigarettes and alcohol. This audacious and arrogant fellow was indeed generous, tossing an entire pack of cigarettes after merely taking one for himself. It was worth noting that as leaders of the base, they often felt pained when rationing even a single pack of Lihong cigarettes. This fellow must possess considerable resources, all of which were scarce in their possession. Zhou Chen exhaled a smoke ring and urged, "So, are we still negotiating, or shall I take my leave? It's not as though you are the only ones with the goods I desire." The somewhat refined second-in-command hastily interjected, "Brother Zhou, do not be hasty. Business is at hand, and we are eager to welcome you. However, I must inquire what goods you seek from our base." Zhou Chen, cigarette in mouth, replied, "I'm in need of some kidneys." What more could I possibly want? Kidneys. The individuals who had been reaching for their weapons halted their movements. To demand human lives outright, it felt suspicious. Surely he wasn't targeting those military personnel? The second-in-command squinted, his malevolent gaze revealing a hint of cruelty. "Brother Zhou, do elaborate." Zhou Chen yawned, "I want young women." Women. The few still reaching for their weapons ceased all movement. Zhou Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette. Men would suffice as well. The same principle applies. Whoever possesses a kidney is the one I require. Those over 25 are of no interest. Kidneys harvested from them lack vitality, and that would tarnish my reputation. The 10 individuals engaged in hushed whispers. One person stood and left through a side door, returning 10 minutes later with a group of women who appeared akin to beggars. Their heights varied, and without the need for a wash, it was evident they bore little beauty and were of ordinary physique, trembling like quails. "Brother Zhou, what do you think of them?" Zhou Chen turned to inspect them and instantly became displeased. "You claim to be the largest base in Hangcheng, yet these are the quality of women you have? Surely, this cannot be." His palpable skepticism left the 10 leaders feeling embarrassed. The second-in-command responded, "Did you not specify a preference for young women? They are indeed quite youthful." Zhou Chen derisively retorted, "Brother, broaden your perspective. Kidneys are not lethal, and killing them would be a waste. It would be far more beneficial to have them entertain and serve drinks. As long as they draw breath, they should be generating income for me." The 10 individuals were left in shock. The group of women, now threatened with firearms, began to weep and plead for mercy. The second-in-command waved his hand, and the women were escorted away. From that moment onward, the 10 leaders regarded Zhou Chen with entirely different eyes. The first leader invited, "Brother, it must have been a tiresome journey, why not join us for drinks and conversation?" Zhou Chen slapped his thigh in agreement. It should have been this way from the start. What business cannot be settled over a feast? If there is, then let there be 2 feasts. Zhou Chen was escorted to a nearby flower hall, and before long, the table was laden with dishes. Braised chicken with mushrooms, braised duck pieces, braised fish heads, potato stew with beef, shredded potatoes, steamed sweet potatoes, and fried buns, accompanied by 2 bottles of liquor. The meat dishes were prepared with a heavy hand, and it goes without saying that they were undoubtedly made from zombie flesh, or worse, spoiled meat. The intense flavors in the cooking were merely a facade to mask the foul odor of decay. Even the buns, fried to disguise their moldy truth, could not conceal the reality. The 10 leaders feasted heartily. Under the circumstances of the disaster, this spread was indeed a top-tier delicacy. Many once mighty figures now found themselves unable to enjoy a single bite. Zhou Chen picked up his chopsticks, his disdain evident. The chopsticks hovered in the air for a prolonged moment before he reluctantly reached for the plate of shredded potatoes. Upon bringing it to his mouth, his expression was one of utter repulsion. The 10 individuals observed closely, each engaged in their own thoughts. This meal served as a test. If these women were merely refugees in disguise, they would have been salivating at the sight of such food, perhaps even lunging at it like starving ghosts. However, Brother Zhou's demeanor suggested that he was not merely feasting, but rather, consuming something worse than refuse. The level of disdain was not slight but rather profound, clearly indicating that this fellow was not just a wealthy man. He undoubtedly possessed substantial resources of superior quality. The 10 leaders took turns inviting Zhou Chen to drink, and he accepted every offer, ultimately succumbing to intoxication. As he was assisted towards a room, Zhou Chen continued to shout, "Let us keep drinking. Until we are thoroughly inebriated, we shan't return. There is money to be made together. The resources I possess could stack into a mountain." And then he collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. "Brother Zhou? Brother Zhou?" The second and third leaders called out a few times, shaking him gently, and once they confirmed he was utterly slumbering, they hurriedly rummaged through his belongings. Upon opening Zhou Chen's backpack, their expressions turned to shock. Good heavens, 2 full packs of cigarettes, one of which had been opened. One of them took a sniff of a packaged bag. While it seemed odorless, to an old smoker, it was the very essence of delight. There was also a loaf of bread, devoid of any signs of mold, emitting a delightful aroma of barley and unbeatable quality. Inside the bag were also an apple and a few oranges, their fragrances wafting enticingly. In this dire calamity, he had managed to procure perfectly intact fruit. 2 bottles of mineral water, distinctly different from ordinary packaging, were slightly taller. The third leader lowered his voice, marveling, "I recognize this mineral water. It's imported, previously sold in supermarkets for over 3,000 a bottle. Indeed, he was a wealthy individual. Most importantly, within the bag lay a notebook, accompanied by a pen. Upon opening it, they found entries of Boss Chen from Black City, blood type AB, surgery scheduled for the 1st of next month. Boss Wang from Guang City, blood type O, surgery within 2 months. Boss Chen from Xiang City, Panda blood type, goods difficult to procure. As they leafed further, they encountered names, both male and female, predominantly below the age of 30, with many around 20. The two exchanged glances. He truly was in dire need of kidneys. Good heavens, he was a man carrying half a criminal code upon his shoulders, a ruthless individual, particularly targeting his own kind. Carefully restoring the items to their original state, they stealthily retreated. Just moments ago, Zhou Chen had been snoring loudly, but suddenly he opened his eyes. Chapter 75. A playful performance. Zhou Chen stood barefoot on the ground, extracting a telescope from the depths of space. The elevated terrain here afforded him a prime vantage point to survey the entire base. Shadows flitted at the entrance, where guards, unable to withstand the searing heat, sought refuge under the eaves, fanning themselves incessantly. Zhou Chen treaded lightly to a window, gently prying it open a crack, and peered down the mountainside through the telescope. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but his gaze immediately landed upon his helicopter, marred by several bullet holes. He wondered if the interior had sustained any damage. This thought caused him great distress, and he cursed under his breath. Beside the helicopter, several military vehicles, a water truck, and a cluster of rusted cars stood parked. The base placed significant value on these modes of transport, assigning guards to protect them, each armed, though it remained unclear whether they were equipped with ammunition. As he adjusted the telescope, he noted that the numerous islands lay nearly devoid of human presence. Wherever there were small ponds, bandits stood watch. Where had they imprisoned Captain He and the others? Holding captives necessitated provisions of food and water, and given the scarcity of water now, they couldn't have possibly been executed, could they? After careful contemplation, Zhou Chen deemed that unlikely. The prisoners were survivors too. For all survivors, natural disasters were merely that, natural disasters. They remained blissfully unaware that the apocalypse had descended upon them. Almost all survivors believed that these calamities would eventually pass, and societal order would swiftly be restored. In such a mindset, it was not uncommon for refugees to injure soldiers in their desperate scramble for supplies, but the notion of malevolent forces slaughtering numerous soldiers seemed nearly impossible. At the core, there existed an innate reverence for soldiers. To rob military vehicles was one thing, to harm soldiers was an entirely different matter. Engaging in such a transgression could provoke the full might of the military to obliterate them utterly. Yet, where were the people? Zhou Chen shifted to another window for further observation, and aside from the prisoners within the base, he saw no ordinary souls, not even those women they had previously brought along. With 1,078 islands in Qiandao Lake, some of which remained undeveloped, could they be confined on one of those islands? How would he even begin to search for them? Speaking of which, where was De Huang? Surely he hadn't already become a pot of dog meat. Furthermore, where was the base's supply warehouse? If they dared to detain his helicopter, he would make sure to deplete the supplies of these prisoners. Zhou Chen reclined back onto his bed, pretending to be asleep. He mused that had it not been for his covert dilution of ergotu with water, he would have surely been intoxicated by those 10 liters today. As evening approached, Zhou Chen feigned waking from slumber, yawning and stretching lazily as he exited his room. 2 guards, lurking in the dim corner, immediately rushed over. "Boss, you're awake? I'll fetch some water for your face right away. Are you thirsty, boss? I'll get you a glass of cola, the kind with ice." Zhou Chen silently scoffed. Well, you two certainly know how to curry favor. Treat me well, and you'll surely reap the rewards." The guards moved swiftly, soon returning with a basin of water and a glass of iced cola. The cola was inconsequential, but the water in the basin was murky, to say the least. Zhou Chen accepted the cola, dismissing the basin with a wave of his hand. "You, bring me a chair, and you, go grab a pack of cigarettes from my bag." With his legs crossed casually, Zhou Chen leisurely opened a cigarette, tossing the entire pack towards them. The guards beamed with delight, unable to contain their joy. They had heard that Boss Zhou was quite generous, and now they witnessed it firsthand. Those soft cigarettes were beyond what even their leader could afford. The two scrambled to light Zhou Chen's cigarette. With it perched between his lips, he nonchalantly surveyed the scenic mountainside, appearing somewhat discontented. "Alas, I've heard your base is the most formidable in Hangzhou. I came here with the expectation of sealing a lucrative deal, only to find it. Alas, I've endured this ordeal for nothing." The guard, fully engrossed in his smoking pleasure, was suddenly invigorated. He had heard tales of this man's dealings in kidneys. He was no ordinary figure. "Boss, I may not know much, but for that line of business you're in, this trip certainly won't be in vain. Indeed, we have plenty of what you seek within our base." Zhou Chen feigned curiosity, raising an eyebrow. "Oh? You're not referring to those subpar women you presented to me earlier, are you? Have you lost your mind? With such quality, the transportation costs to the base won't even be covered. What I possess is a genuine grand base, offering comprehensive services, medical, dining, gambling, bars, karaoke, massages, a one-stop shop, far superior to what you have here." The guard's eyes widened with intrigue. "Boss, has no calamity struck the other side of Myanmar? Indeed, now refugees lack even food and water. How could they gamble, drink, or enjoy massages?" Zhou Chen scoffed disdainfully, flicking ash from his cigarette. "You're still young, aren't you? What of natural disasters? For ordinary folk, it's a disaster, but the truly affluent remain largely unaffected. For many wealthy individuals, calamities can be fortuitous. What was once done in secrecy can now be executed openly, freely, without oversight. Let me put it this way. While the ordinary may perish from hunger or thirst, my VIP clients continue to host pool parties, using mineral water for bathing, slathering fresh cream on women. TSK, you wouldn't understand. The guards were utterly astonished. What, pool parties, mineral water for bathing, fresh cream on women, such extravagant and debauched lives, it was enough to stir envy. Boss, could you share more with us? Yes, are there women at the pool parties? Do they wear bikinis? Zhou Chen replied irritably, what nonsense. Whereas your leader, I must take my leave. In business, integrity matters. I've promised my VIP clients, we truly have the fresh goods you desire, all confined to one island. Zhou Chen, ever the performer, instantly transformed his expression from disappointment to excitement. Oh, where are they held? Take me to inspect the goods. How do they look? Is their physique commendable? Speaking of which, your leader is rather unkind, attempting to deceive me with substandard wares. Just then, the second-in-command entered the doorway. Ahem, Brother Zhou, you're awake? The guards hurriedly moved aside, exchanging furtive glances as they concealed the pack of cigarettes. Zhou Chen, displeased, shot a sidelong glance at the man. Brother, you're being unfair. I came here sincerely to discuss business, yet you clearly possess beauties but choose to mislead me with inferior products. The second-in-command shot the guards a glare, forcing a smile. Brother Zhou, you've misunderstood. We certainly didn't mean to mislead you. I assumed you only sought kidneys, yet I see you delve into other lucrative trades. Let us discuss this over drinks. Reluctantly, Zhou Chen followed along. I'll state this clearly. If I am not satisfied this time, I'll seek other bases for business. I have ample supplies on hand, so don't say you weren't warned. Chapter 76. The bluster so convincing it almost deceives itself. The dinner service was evidently a marked improvement from the midday fare. The selection of meats remained limited and heavily seasoned, yet the presentation was far more refined. The sweet potatoes were no longer boiled but transformed into a delectable candied dish, accompanied by 2 platters of peanuts for toasting. The liquor, too, was a step up from the cheap erguotu. It was now a respectable brand of Luzhou Laojiao priced at several dozen yuan. Additionally, a few lovely ladies had been brought in to keep company. These women were painfully thin, their complexions sallow, and their hair greasy, yet they appeared somewhat tidier compared to the refugees outside. However, the pervasive stench was utterly unbearable. In truth, under the oppressive heat, everyone exuded a foul odor that could be detected from a distance. Only Zhou Chen had the luxury of bathing daily, remaining refreshingly clean. His temperature-regulating attire kept him comfortably cool, causing only his head and neck to perspire when outside. A quick wash with bottled water made it nearly impossible to smell. As Zhou Chen took his seat, a woman was promptly thrust into his arms. She was the plumpest among them, clearly aware of Zhou Chen's esteemed status, and wrapped around him like an octopus. Especially upon noticing his youth, handsomeness, and cleanliness, she seemed eager to cling to him for eternity. The acrid stench hit him like a wave, prompting Zhou Chen to swiftly push her aside into the adjacent seat. The sight was so grotesque that he nearly succumbed to nausea. With one less leader in attendance, it was obvious he had gone to consult with a couple of guards about their previous discussions. The atmosphere was far more convivial than at noon, with the first leader becoming increasingly inebriated, a glint of shrewdness gleaming in his eyes. Brother Zhou, if we were to supply you, what materials would you offer in return? Zhou Chen brushed away the woman's hand that had settled on his thigh and replied, that would depend on the quantity you provide. I certainly cannot trade for something as worthless as jade. It was only worth something before the catastrophe, and now it's merely good for building walls. His words, the more absurd they sounded, only served to reinforce their authenticity. The first leader held up 3 fingers. What about starting with 30? Your business extends overseas, and as this is our first collaboration, we bear considerable risk. Zhou Chen frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the offer. Nevertheless, he gestured an OK sign. While it is indeed a meager sum, trust in our partnership is built over time. I cannot accept such a paltry amount for my next venture. It would hardly be worthwhile. The first leader quickly inquired, then what materials would Brother Zhou be willing to trade? Zhou Chen, with an air of arrogance, replied, if you were in Yunqing, I could airlift whatever materials you desire in no time. But Hangcheng is quite far. Seeing the disappointment on the 9 faces before him, he then slapped the table and said, how about this? I have a batch of cigarettes, guaranteed to be dry and unwaterlogged. Interested? Cigarettes that had not been soaked. Naturally, they were keen. One leader eagerly asked, what brand? Zhou Chen internally scoffed, wondering if they expected him to offer Huazi.as if he had already squandered 2 packs that day, which pained him considerably. After contemplating the supplies in his possession, he deliberately excluded domestic options to suit his newfound identity. Marlboro. Upon hearing this, the 9 leaders revealed their disappointment. Who wouldn't wish for Huazi? However, unsoaked cigarettes were undeniably a valuable commodity. The 6th leader hastily asked, how many do you have? Zhou Chen raised one finger, 1 box, containing 10 packs. The 6th leader's eyes widened, 10 packs in exchange for 30 women? A loss, a monumental loss. 30 young women equated to 60 kidneys. 300,000 per kidney, that amounted to 18 million. A woman from whom kidneys were harvested could still generate income for him, and yet she was worth only 10 packs of cigarettes? Not only did he feel cheated, but the other leaders shared in his sentiment. Wasn't this man supposed to be wealthy? Was he merely putting on a facade? Zhou Chen, leisurely munching on peanuts, eventually spoke, gentlemen, it has been several months since the disaster. If you persist in conducting business with outdated mindsets, then this trade is impossible. He shifted from his previously arrogant demeanor to that of a serious businessman, asking, what materials are currently the most valuable? Undoubtedly, water, food, and medicine. Did this need stating? Zhou Chen intently observed the expressions on their faces, seriously discussing business. If I were to purchase goods, even if I were to keep the kidneys for continued profit, I would still need food and water to sustain them. In a time of disaster, lives are as cheap as grass. I am already showing considerable goodwill by offering 10 pristine cigarettes for trade. Or I could provide you with 2 trucks of raw stones, take your time to chisel them, and you might uncover a piece of imperial green worth several hundred million. The 9 leaders were in a state of panic. The 6th leader, impatient, exclaimed, "What use is imperial green? A truckload of moldy buns is worth more." The shrewdest of the leaders, the 2nd, shot a glare at the 6th. "Fool, you couldn't even catch a hot meal if you tried. When someone offers a deal, you should follow their lead, or how can we negotiate?" Zhou Chen spread his hands. "See, you yourselves recognize the current value of goods. Money from before is merely paper. If you don't want this box of cigarettes, I also have a batch of cabbage that remains unspoiled, preserved fresh for 24 hours. In unison, the 9 leaders exclaimed, "Cabbage?" Vegetables were undeniably among the most sought-after resources. They had been subsisting on potatoes and sweet potatoes, leading to gastrointestinal discomfort from excessive consumption. Over time, they could only alternate between potatoes and sweet potatoes to alleviate their digestive issues. However, the long-term lack of vitamins from vegetables left them fearing the day their teeth might fall out, making it impossible to even nibble on a woman's cherry lips. This time, the 2nd leader grew anxious. "How much cabbage do you have?" Zhou Chen pondered carefully. "About 40 to 50 pounds. "Only 40 to 50 pounds? I thought you had thousands of pounds." Zhou Chen was displeased. "Brother, you must be referring to 1,000 pounds of rotten cabbage, the stench of which is unbearable. I possess genuine cabbage hearts, with quality comparable to that before the disaster." He had a considerable amount of spoiled cabbage in his possession but could easily salvage a few dozen pounds of fresh hearts by peeling away the outer layers. At this point, he couldn't help but lament, "If only I had brought my military helicopter, I would have flown to Emo City right now to showcase the cabbage before you. Letting you all witness my capabilities, I am indeed quite proud and possess the means to be so." The 3rd leader, a military enthusiast, chimed in. "You have a military helicopter?" Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, reverting to his arrogant persona. "What is so special about a military helicopter? I even have my own army in Myanmar, otherwise, how could I engage in such a comprehensive trade? One day, I'll bring you all to my territory for a visit. A military helicopter is nothing. I drive a tank out regularly, blasting away whenever I feel like it." Zhou Chen's exaggerations grew increasingly absurd, yet the prisoners seemed to buy into his every word, especially the 3rd leader, whose eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? You have a tank? What's South'd like to drive a tank down the street?" Zhou Chen rejected the food being offered by the woman beside him and instead picked up a piece of potato for himself. "Needless to say, when a tank rolls out, everyone for 10 miles clears the way for me. You should have seen those women, one and all crying and clamoring to marry me, eager enough to swallow me whole. And my military helicopter is equipped with every conceivable weapon. With a 6-barreled machine gun, I could turn an adult elephant into a sieve. One day, I'll take you all hunting, just sweep with the machine gun, and it would be an absolute blast. By the way, do you still want the premium cabbage?" All the leaders were momentarily stunned. Zhou Chen felt as though his own bluster was becoming increasingly believable. Chapter 77. "Have you bathed? How dare you leap towards me? Let us return to the matter of the cabbage." The 2 parties began to bicker. In discussions of business, Zhou Chen maintained a rather arrogant and haughty demeanor, declaring, "What is there to discuss? I could provide you with a truckload of rotten cabbage. In this dreadful weather, can you even peel out several dozen pounds of hearts? Perhaps you wouldn't even manage to extract a single heart. In that case, I would directly offer you dozens of pounds of prime cabbage. Would you consider that a loss? Is it not a tremendous profit? Moreover, you should inquire at the border. My supplies are piled high, and any random item you take will be of superior quality. Where do you expect me to procure a truckload of rotten cabbage? You are intentionally making things difficult for me." The back and forth continued. Ultimately, an agreement was reached for dozens of pounds of cabbage and a single pack of Marlboro cigarettes. 30 vibrant young women were valued at merely dozens of pounds of cabbage and a pack of Marlboros. The absent leader returned and subtly nodded to his brothers, indicating that there was no issue with Zhou's dialogue with the 2 guards. This only heightened the enthusiasm of the prisoner gang. After a few more drinks, Zhou Chen insisted on inspecting the goods. Shortly thereafter, an armed henchman entered, escorting a group of women. They stood in 3 rows of 10, emaciated yet undeniably youthful. One woman, her expression filled with astonishment, fixated on Zhou Chen, while the others trembled in fear. Only she exhibited a strikingly different demeanor, instantly capturing the attention of the prisoner gang. Zhou Chen, seated at the table, feigned a casual inspection but felt a jolt of alarm upon seeing this woman. "What manner of fate is this? A woman from the city of demons has fallen into the hands of bandits in Hang City, and she is now in my presence." The 2nd in command, with a sly demeanor, pointed at the woman, asking, "Do you know Boss Zhou?" The woman, gritting her teeth, replied, "I recognize him even if he turned to ash." The 2nd in command further inquired, "How do you know Boss Zhou?" At this, the prisoner gang's attention shifted to the 2. Zhou Chen felt a chill run down his spine, already preparing to draw his weapon. In the next moment, the woman charged through the crowd, filled with rage, and began to strike Zhou Chen with her small fists, shouting, "My beast skin, my ancestral beast skin, you unscrupulous merchant, give me back my beast skin." The henchman immediately pulled her aside. With a mere glance from the 2nd in command, the armed henchman readied his weapon. "Brother Zhou, what is happening here?" Zhou Chen replied with a cold chuckle, "What is happening? I carry half a penal code on my back, It's common to hunt for leisure or seize the beast skins of others. Do you have a problem with that? Before the second-in-command could respond, the woman pointed an accusing finger at Zhou Chen and loudly proclaimed to those present, "Don't be deceived by him." Zhou Chen's back was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, just as the show was beginning, it was about to fall apart. Fortunately, Shandao Lake is vast. As long as I draw my gun swiftly, unleash a barrage of shots, and find a thicket to hide in, it would then be a matter of who has more bullets. The firearms of these prisoner gangs likely originated from the prison, and their ammunition cannot compare to mine. At this moment, the woman, brimming with hatred, continued to point at Zhou Chen, cursing, "He is no good person. He preys on his own kind, luring young people to Myanmar to have their kidneys harvested. Not only did he steal my family's ancestral beast skin, but he also deceived my sister. My sister, you beast, return my sister to me." As she reached this point, she attempted to charge forward again, only to be met with a gun barrel from a henchman. Zhou Chen, his hands leisurely lifting from beneath the table, picked up a wineglass, secretly sighing in relief. "Damn woman, could you not simply cower among the crowd? Must you come out to confront me over that tiger skin? You nearly scared me to death." Zhou Chen took a sip of wine, regarding the woman with a half-smile. "I remember now, your sister is still a high school student. When I suggested taking her to Myanmar to ride elephants, she actually believed me. Is that my fault? Return it to you? Would you like the bones of the dead instead?" The woman, in a frenzy, lunged at him, exclaiming, "Shameless beast, worse than pigs and dogs. How can heaven not strike you down with a bolt of lightning?" The henchman, merciless, struck her with the butt of his gun, sending her crashing to the ground, unable to rise. Zhou Chen brushed off the dust from his clothing and angrily declared, "How dare you insult me as worse than a pig or a dog? Once outside, I shall make you understand what it means to live worse than death." The woman was dragged away as Zhou Chen surveyed the remaining women, aware of his devilish reputation as a harvester of kidneys, causing the group to weep in fear, clutching their heads. He waved his hand dismissively. "Good, let us maintain this standard for our next dealings." The 10 leaders resumed their seats, initially suspecting deceit and wishing to dismember this arrogant fellow. However, after this incident, they were no longer overly doubtful of Zhou Chen's identity. Having indulged too much in drink, Zhou Chen was assisted back to his quarters. Although a henchman offered support, he clung to the third-in-command instead. "Brother, what is your surname? I feel a strong affinity with you. Are you interested in aircraft and tanks? Next time, come to my place as a guest. I'll take you hunting by plane." Zhou Chen was laid upon the bed, and the third-in-command summoned the most voluptuous woman from the table, instructing, "You, ensure that young Master Zhou is well taken care of tonight. If you fail, you'll be sent for kidney harvesting next time." The woman, her face pale with fear, nodded vigorously in assurance. Creak, the room door closed, and a woman's hand began to explore Zhou Chen's chest. He swiftly swatted her hand away, exclaiming, "Are you seeking death?" Startled, she trembled, fearful of being sent for kidney harvesting, and could only employ her charms to approach him when Zhou Chen kicked her to the floor. "Have you bathed? How dare you leap upon me, smelling foul? Get away!" Before the third-in-command could exit the courtyard, he heard the door swing open. Turning around, he saw the woman rushing out in a flurry. Young Master Zhou, he despises me for not having bathed." The third-in-command was taken aback. "Bathe? In this wretched weather, where water is more precious than life, where would one wash?" Yet, recalling the orders from their leader, he could only arrange for the woman to wipe herself down. The leader had stated this was the final test. If Zhou refused the woman's service, it would indicate a problem with his identity, possibly that he was military personnel, here for imprisoned soldiers. The woman wiped herself down, but lacking clean clothes, she remained odorous. Zhou Chen, displeased with her lack of dental hygiene, pointed to a bottle of mineral water on the table. "How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Drink this water and rinse your mouth." The woman could scarcely believe her fortune. Hastily, she opened the bottle and gulped down nearly half. My heavens, this is divine. Not only was it a full bottle, but it was clean mineral water, unlike the muddy water she typically drank. She instantly resolved to serve young Master Zhou well. Perhaps he would take her away. Once she became the woman of the base chief, her life would be filled with luxury. As she attempted to climb onto the bed, everything went dark, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Zhou Chen, having stashed the remaining half of the bottle mixed with sleeping pills, retrieved his notebook from his space. After sifting through the many downloaded films, he casually clicked on a domestic film. With a blaze of passion and thunderous intensity, Zhou Chen leaned against the bedpost, vigorously shaking it, the bed creaking incessantly. The guards at the door leaned in greedily to eavesdrop. "Wow, young Master Zhou has such tastes. That whip sounds quite painful. Poor woman." Chapter 78, Bragging does not cost a thing. As the sun rose, a woman groggily awakened, finding herself sprawled upon a sumptuous bed. Upon turning her head, she was met with a grim visage. Zhou Chen, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and his eyes half closed, exuded an aura of undeniable danger. What are you doing in bed?" Zhou Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Your boss sent you to attend to me, yet here you are, sound asleep. Tell me, what will you offer to compensate for my half bottle of precious water?" The woman trembled, scrambling on all fours to Zhou Chen's feet. "Young Master Zhou, I didn't do it on purpose." How had she fallen asleep? How could she dare to slumber? This was disastrous. She could never afford to repay Zhou Chen's water, nor could she face the base commander. She was doomed. Zhou Chen disdainfully pushed her away, remarking, "Damn, you sleep like a pig. If one didn't know better, they might think I'm impotent. I spend half the night watching films to relieve my urges. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, you understand what you must do, correct?" The woman nodded, once more crawling towards Zhou Chen, reaching for his belt. "Young master, I will serve you right now." Zhou Chen interjected. He forcefully swatted her hand away. "I am a man of many affairs. I have no time to indulge in your games. Nevertheless, seeing as you are a pitiable soul, when they inquire later, I shall say you performed adequately, and next time, perhaps you may warm my bed again." You understand my meaning, yes? Or do you prefer to think of a way to repay me for my half bottle of water? The woman shook her head, then nodded. Where could she procure clean water for compensation? Furthermore, if they were to discover she had fallen asleep like a pig, they would surely beat her to death. Young Master Zhou, I know what I must do. Excellent. Zhou Chen slung his backpack over his shoulder and strode toward the door. As he opened it, two guards at the entrance immediately approached. The previously sprightly Zhou Chen now appeared fatigued, with dark circles under his eyes, yawning repeatedly. The guards exchanged glances, smirking mischievously. Upon seeing the woman trailing behind him, pale-faced and unsteady, they clicked their tongues in disbelief. In truth, the woman was terrified, unable to fathom the repercussions of her slumber when the commander learned of it. She had witnessed disobedient women meeting their demise at the base. The more she pondered, the more frightened she became, and before she reached the door, her legs gave way, sending her crashing to the ground. Zhou Chen turned back, thinking her performance was rather convincing, yet, adhering to his arrogant persona, he feigned disdain. TCH, you are truly pathetic. I hadn't even finished enjoying myself last night. The guards were left speechless. Brother, you used the whip and still weren't satisfied? We listened at the door all night. The cries were positively mournful. A demon who harms his own kind, indeed not a good person. Lao San arrived, taking in the scene with a glance. Having stayed in the adjacent building last night, several brothers had gathered to eavesdrop. After a while, they had dispelled any doubts about Zhou Chen's character. Truly ruthless, they all claimed that these death row inmates were scum, yet none had ever used a whip on a woman. Zhou Chen was not merely arrogant, he was a pervert. Naturally, one could not engage in such depraved business without being utterly deranged. Zhou Chen yawned once more, draping his arm around Lao San's shoulder. What was your surname again? Just as Lao San was about to respond, Zhou Chen interrupted. Never mind, it's inconsequential. Among your 10 brothers, I feel the most affinity with you. From now on, I shall call you Lao San. This is our first collaboration. After a few more, you will come to understand my character. I am exceedingly loyal and generous to my friends. Just a tank, right? I'll arrange to procure one for you soon. Lao San realized Zhou Chen was merely exchanging pleasantries. Upon hearing about the tank, his dazed mind became a muddle. Really? Of course, why would I lie? Zhou Chen boasted, charming him into a stupor. After all, bragging incurs no tax. In any case, for those who associate with me, there will be tanks and women aplenty. I am leaving shortly. If there is anything you desire, I will do my utmost to procure it for you by tomorrow. Lao San eagerly rubbed his hands together. I just want a few packs of cigarettes. Zhou Chen nearly kicked him in the face. Instead, he rummaged through his backpack and tossed 2 packs of cigarettes to him. Don't say I'm stingy. I came in haste and couldn't bring many good smokes. I have other bases to attend to, but I'll make sure to get you a couple of cartons soon. Quietly, of course. I promise no one will know. Lao San cherished the 2 packs of cigarettes, smiling warmly. Quietly was ideal. If the bosses or other brothers found out, they would undoubtedly come to seize them. Young Master Zhou, I'll escort you out. Tomorrow, when you arrive, I'll find a way to get you a bottle of fine wine. Brother, you're on the right track. I shall not be rude. The two strolled shoulder to shoulder. I accidentally killed a few little girls, Zhou Chen was taken aback, truly shocked. What the hell, you look as if you're ashamed. You know you've lost your moral compass, don't you? In the next moment, Zhou Chen patted Lao San on the shoulder. Then you truly ought to accompany me to Myanmar. Several of my brothers share your interests. It's no big deal. Had there not been a natural disaster, none of them would have been imprisoned. Upon reaching the entrance, a polished motorcycle was brought forth, and an AK-47 was handed to Zhou Chen. He slung the weapon around his neck, mounted the motorcycle, and cranked up the electrifying music to its maximum volume. While I burn with passion, you freeze like a river, you claim all the rights of love. With a rev of the throttle and a release of the brake, he left behind a strikingly arrogant silhouette for the gathered prisoners. The beleaguered 10 members of Xiaolong finally awaited Zhou Chen's return. Mr. Zhou, how did it go? Did you meet our commander? Are our brothers still alive? Were they harmed? Those bastards should have been executed. Zhou Chen recounted the events of the past 2 days in detail. The 10 members of Xiaolong were left bewildered. Didn't you say you were going to gather information? How did you transform into a beast of debauchery? If you could bring 30 people out, why not choose the commander? Exactly. First, we should rescue the commander, and then we can devise a plan to infiltrate. Zhou Chen raised his hand, signaling them to calm down. One must take things bite by bite, one task at a time. Do you truly believe I am a deity capable of understanding the overall situation within the base simply by blending in? If I manage to achieve this and return unscathed, it would be divine intervention, would it not? Rescue your commander first? The moment I utter a word, I would be riddled with bullets, do you believe it? The 10 members of Xiaolong understood his reasoning. If it were any of them, they might not have achieved the same outcome. After all, they were all single-minded soldiers. Xiaolong composed himself and asked, what shall we do next? Zhou Chen provided the answer, peel the cabbage. The 10 members of Xiaolong chorused, what on earth? Chapter 79. The 10 spirited young men. Zhou Chen led Xiaolong and his 10 companions down the mountain. The area was lush with greenery, and the dense, withered grass towered over them. Amidst the thicket, there was a luxury G-wagon, a truck, and a heap of rotten cabbage. Xiaolong was taken aback, exclaiming, where on earth did this come from? Zhou Chen strolled into the shade and reclined, curious to know. It's the same question, where can one procure an M134 minigun? Xiaolong immediately fell silent. As a competent soldier, he would never divulge such information. Confronted with the repugnant stench of decaying cabbage, a fellow named Xiaobai approached the squad leader. Squad leader, are we really going to peel rotten cabbage? I still think this is rather unreliable. Does peeling cabbage have anything to do with rescuing our captain? Everyone turned their gaze towards the squad leader. Xiaolong sighed and rolled up his sleeves. Stop dilly-dallying, let us heed his instructions. Once the cabbage was peeled, they stuffed it into their pockets and loaded it onto the vehicle. Xiaolong wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired of Zhou Chen, what's next? Zhou Chen, nearly dozing off, was exhausted from shaking the bedpost all night long. After listening to recordings for half the night, he was on the verge of sleep. With heavy eyelids, he lethargically pointed towards the G-Wagon. There are outfits inside, try them on. Clothing, the 10 men were perplexed as they opened the trunk of black suits. They were so hot that they had cut off the sleeves and pant legs of their military uniforms, and now Zhou Chen wanted them to wear suits? Did he intend to cook them alive? Zhou Chen, still in a daze, added, before putting on the suits, remember to wear the undershirts. He emphasized, the suits are a gift for you, just remember to return the undershirts once. However, he had previously tested them, and the temperature difference was only about 5-10 degrees to I. In essence, while he would feel like it was spring, Xiaolong and his companions would experience the warmth of a typical summer day. Before the calamity, it was common to see office workers in suits braving the sweltering heat. It was hot, but certainly not lethally so. Under extreme conditions, this was cutting-edge technology for cooling. The fabric had only produced a mere 20 sets of undershirts. Who could predict how long the apocalypse would last? 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or an entire lifetime? Having grown accustomed to the comfort of temperature-regulating clothing, he couldn't bear to part with even one. He was equally reluctant to give away the inferior versions. Unaware of the situation, Xiaolong and his companions stood there in bewilderment. Was Zhou Chen really expecting them to wear undershirts beneath the suits? Was he trying to suffocate them? Xiaolong scratched his head. Let us just try it. If it's unbearable, we won't wear them. Xiaobai retorted angrily, it's definitely unbearable. I am practically dying of heat, I refuse to wear it. The others hesitated, but as the squad leader, Xiaolong took the lead and donned the undershirt. The moment he put it on, he felt a wave of discomfort. Squad leader, are you alright? Oh no, the squad leader is suffering from heatstroke. Quick, get him some water. Squad leader, don't scare me, strip him of those clothes. A flurry of hands descended upon him, urgently attempting to remove his clothing. Just moments ago, Xiaolong had been in a stupor, now he pushed everyone away. What are you doing? Squad leader, you're suffering from heatstroke, quickly take off that outfit. Squad leader, drink some salt water. Xiaolong shoved them aside. Who says I'm suffering from heatstroke? I am just feeling a bit overwhelmed because it's so cool. Cool, where is the coolness? How is it cool? Xiaolong ignored the 9 soldiers, hastily putting on the suit, finding it remarkably comfortable as he walked around. Ah. This feels fantastic. Wearing the suit isn't hot at all, it's just my head, neck, and feet that feel a bit warm. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and put them on, I tell you, it's simply refreshing. The 9 men regarded their leader with a peculiar gaze. The squad leader alright? Has he lost his mind worrying about the captain and the brothers' safety? Xiaolong fell silent, then firmly commanded, follow my orders and change your clothes. The 9 men responded in unison, yes. Zhou Chen was startled awake. Are you trying to attract the attention of the prisoners? Look out. Keep your voices down. Realizing their misstep, the 10 men quickly quieted down. Once donned in suits and polished shoes, the previously reluctant soldiers found themselves invigorated. What kind of high-tech is this? It feels so comfortable. I was just about to melt, and now it's simply delightful. Hey, one of you has a bag. What the heck? There are bullets, bottled water, and fresh bread in the bag. Are you kidding me? Where on earth did this come from? Now thoroughly roused, Zhou Chen was infuriated to see someone pouring water into a canteen. Are you pouring it into the canteen? Do you plan to carry that canteen to the prisoners' base? Are you trying to make sure the prisoners know you're soldiers? Scolded by their leader, the soldiers immediately bowed their heads in silence. Zhou Chen rose from the grass, brushing off the dirt from his trousers. Come on, can we think a little more flexibly? The next day at noon, everyone was impeccably dressed. The 10 soldiers in suits and shoes instantly transformed into dapper young men. With rifles in hand, they resembled elite bodyguards. Zhou Chen, with a cigarette between his lips, reminded them, I'll say this once more when we arrive at the prisoners' base, keep your eyes to yourselves. That place is vast, with many islands. Even if you squint your eyes, you won't find your captain. From now on, your focus is solely on me. Your mission is to ensure my personal safety. Let us rehearse the script once more. Zhou Chen pointed to himself, who am I? The 10 stammered, boss. Boss. Zhou Chen pressed on, what are we? The soldiers, expression strained, replied, an illegal group dealing in foreign organs. Zhou Chen continued, what is our purpose in this endeavor? The soldiers, now resolute, declared, to trade. Zhou Chen further queried, what is the ultimate goal of our trade? The soldiers, with renewed vigor, proclaimed, to rescue the captain and our comrades. Zhou Chen nodded, my determination to retrieve the helicopter aligns perfectly with your desire to save our own, so we absolutely cannot afford to slip up. With a snap of his fingers, he declared, let us go. Xiaolong regarded Zhou Chen with a strange expression and, unable to contain himself, asked, "Are you truly planning to dress like this for the trade?" Zhou Chen shot him a glare, exuding confidence. "What is it to you? I am your boss now, say one more word and I'll dock your pay." On the cracked, dry highway, the G-Wagon sped along, stirring up countless fallen leaves. The truck followed closely behind, with several spirited young men armed and standing atop it. At the entrance of the prisoner's base, Lao San could hardly contain his impatience. An hour had passed. Surely this deal wouldn't fall through. Just as Lao San contemplated whether to drive out and check the situation, a blaring horn echoed. The black G-Wagon emerged before the eyes of countless prisoners. Upon reaching the entrance, the 8 spirited young men atop the truck jumped down in unison, hastily taking up defensive positions beside the G-Wagon. Their sharp gazes, swift movements, and unwavering postures radiated professionalism. However, the prisoners surrounding the entrance stood dumbfounded, with Lao San's cigarette falling from his mouth. What on earth? In the sweltering heat, they were barely surviving in tank tops and flip-flops, yet this group was clad in suits and polished shoes? Were they not afraid of suffocating themselves? This wasn't how one flaunted wealth. Xiaolong, acting as the driver, alighted from the vehicle and respectfully opened the rear door. "Boss, we've arrived." "Whom?" First came a languid voice, followed by a foot emerging, encased in shiny brown leather shoes. Above that were pristine white suit trousers. And the next moment, a striking man donned in a white suit, draped in luxurious fur, appeared before the crowd. The handsome man puffed on a cigar, adorned with a gemstone ring, exuding an air of confidence and pride. Clad in the attire of a global billionaire, his presence was nothing short of explosive. Silence, an absolute silence. The atmosphere was thick with astonishment. All the prisoners were left agape, their jaws dropping to the ground. Lao San, who had been crouching to retrieve his cigarette, was frozen in place. Forgetting the cigarette, he could only murmur in awe, as expected of Zhou Xiao, still so incredibly confident and proud. Chapter 80. It truly is just a transaction. Zhou Chen was welcomed into the base like a star among the constellations. Xiaolong accompanied him with a soldier for close protection, while the remaining 8 spirited young men stood guard at the entrance, their demeanor intimidating and unwavering. When a small leader was instructed to disperse smoke, the 8 spirited young men did not even spare him a glance. The small leader then brought water, only to be met with disdain from the spirited youths. One of them remarked, "No need, we have our own water," and proceeded to pull out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, downing nearly half in one go. Quenching his thirst, he then poured the remaining half over his head, feeling the heat dissipate. The eyes of the prisoners widened in disbelief. Had they truly lost their minds? Were Zhou Chen's subordinates this extravagant? That was mineral water. Who among them would dare to flaunt it so brazenly? In truth, the soldier felt a pang of regret, yet he dared not express it. Zhou Chen had instructed them to act ostentatiously upon entering the prisoner's base. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen removed 2 gemstone rings and personally placed them on the third brother's fingers. The third brother was taken aback, exclaiming, Zhou Chen, you are too generous." Zhou Chen patted his shoulder, saying, "I told you, among your 10 brothers, you and I have the best rapport. These trinkets used to hold some value, but now they are merely for show. Here, let me give you another one, wear one on each hand." After all, they were produced in Yiwu, so he felt no sorrow in giving them away. With 3 gemstone rings adorning his fingers, the third brother instantly brimmed with confidence, declaring, "Zhou Chen, you are the wealthiest person I have ever encountered." Zhou Chen, brimming with pride and arrogance, responded, "What is this? Half of my army is already advancing to the border. Once the new base at Kuan City is established, helicopters and tanks will arrive, and I shall take you for a ride." A spirited young man approached, reporting, "Boss, the cargo has been counted." Zhou Chen cast a glance at the 30 trembling women, who were being threatened at gunpoint, and barked, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and load them onto the vehicle. Anyone who dares to whimper or disobey will be shot on the spot." At his words, the women who had considered struggling for mercy quickly fell into line, obediently boarding the vehicle. The third brother, astonished, inquired, "We're loading the cargo now, aren't you staying for a drink before leaving?" Zhou Chen chuckled, "No, the cargo from the other bases has already been transported to Mo City. We must take this batch to Kuan City as the clients there prefer fresh goods and are pressing for them. Let us discuss the next batch." The third brother promptly notified the first and second brothers. The 4 of them sat in a tent and finalized the details for the next transaction, setting the date for 2 days hence. As Zhou Chen, accompanied by the 10 spirited young men, arrived with swagger and left with equal bravado after a stay of less than half an hour. As the vehicle traversed the bumpy road, Xiaolong, acting as the driver, asked, "What shall we do with this batch of women?" Zhou Chen, dozing in the back seat, mumbled, "Deliver them outside Mo City and let them fend for themselves." Xiaolong was left speechless. "So we truly are just here for the transaction?" Zhou Chen scoffed, "What else?" At the numerous checkpoints leading to Mo City, they charged through without hesitation. In fact, at the very first checkpoint, near 50 meters away, the spirited young men began firing into the sky. The bandits, armed with knives and clubs, who had been oppressing the refugees, scattered at the sound of gunfire. The refugees, previously restrained, seized the opportunity to follow the vehicle along the way. They indirectly assisted the refugees unable to surrender their supplies in escaping towards Mo City. Upon reaching the outskirts of Mo City, the 30 women were ordered off the vehicle. Xiaolong shouted, "If you don't wish to die, make your way into the city for survival. There is martial law in the city center. Once you enter, there will be provisions for food and drink." Originally fearing they would be taken across the border to be sold, the women now found themselves bewildered. The danger had prompted an exhilarating rush as they eagerly followed the refugees along the roadside into the city. One woman cautiously approached Xiaolong, saying, "Big brother, could I have a word with your leader?" The window of the backseat was lowered, and Zhou Chen rested his arm on the window's edge, asking, "What is it?" The woman hesitated before speaking. "Is your aim to rescue the soldiers detained in the base?" The 10 men were electrified. "Do you know the whereabouts of our brothers? Which part of the base are they held in? Do you know our battalion commander? Are our brothers all right? Are they injured?" The woman released a sigh of relief. It seemed they were not a group of outlaws from across the border. Summoning her courage, she asked Zhou Chen, "If I tell you what I know about them, can you return my family's ancestral animal skin to me?" Zhou Chen firmly rejected, "I cannot." The woman grew anxious. "I helped you the night before last. Had it not been for me," Zhou Chen's gaze turned sharp, "did I need your help? You should count yourself fortunate that you did not ruin my plans, otherwise, your life would have been forfeit then." The woman was left speechless. "Then, if I share everything I know, could you at least give me some supplies? It will take a while to get into the city from here." Zhou Chen gestured for her to enter the vehicle. Once inside, she immediately felt the refreshing chill of the air conditioning, sighing in comfort. The woman recounted her tale. She had intended to seek refuge in Hang City but ended up falling into the hands of the prisoners at Thousand Island Lake alongside a group of refugees. To ensure her safety, she deliberately made herself dirty and unpleasant, leading her to be assigned work along the lakeshore. At the time, the water was still 5 to 6 meters deep, with the men who had been captured laboring under the scorching sun to catch fish and shrimp, while the women prepared dried fish and shrimp on the shore. On the third day, a helicopter appeared near the base. The prisoners mobilized, threatening the helicopter by holding several soldiers hostage and firing shots at it. It was then that the refugees learned that a group of soldiers was also detained within the base. The helicopter was forced to land, and a military officer and a driver were captured alongside several soldiers, never to be seen again. The woman explained, "Thousand Island Lake is vast, with many undeveloped islands. I suspect those soldiers are imprisoned on one of the desolate islands. That night, while we were resting, a group of prisoners burst in and took away a dozen women. When they returned, they were trembling with fear, saying the base intended to sell them across the border. The next night, I encountered you," Zhou Chen interrupted her, "and then you thought yourself clever, acting to convince those prisoners that I was indeed a ruthless trafficker?" The woman nodded, "But was it not effective?" Zhou Chen swung open the car door and kicked her out. "Your self-importance nearly gave me a heart attack. Get lost." The woman clung to the car door, pleading, "Big brother, if you won't return the animal skin, then what about the supplies you promised?" Xiaolong hastily pulled out water and bread. Zhou Chen glared, "What are you doing? Those supplies are for you to show off, not for saving lives." Only then did Xiaolong retrieve his water bottle and compressed biscuits. So the woman eagerly accepted the water bottle, uncapping it and gulping down its contents. Though it had soured, it was better than dying of thirst. Zhou Chen scrutinized her. "What is your name?" The woman wiped her mouth, her hands busy unwrapping the compressed biscuits. "Qin Siyu." Zhou Chen, with a sardonic smile, warned, "Qin Siyu, should you dare to appear before me again or utter the words animal skin, I shall twist off your head and use it as a ball." Chapter 81. Gradual schemes. Brainwashing takes effect. On the dilapidated highway, refugees heading towards the demon city lined both sides. Some were accompanied by their families, while others were solitary figures. Each one appeared disheveled, resembling beggars, burdened by deep-seated grievances. In stark contrast stood 2 vehicles in the middle of the road, accompanied by 10 spirited young men, who, armed as they were, served as a vivid juxtaposition to the downtrodden refugees. Were it not for the firearms brandished by these spirited youths, many a refugee might have lunged forward to loot. A few ill-intentioned refugees deliberately sought to incite hatred, hoping to create a scene of chaos from which they could benefit. Truly, the poor are impoverished to death, while the rich thrive beyond measure. We are so destitute that we lack even a sip of water, while these folks cruise in luxury cars, enjoying air conditioning. Tell me, is this fairness? Zhou Chen, a man of few words yet ruthless demeanor, fired 2 shots at the instigator. "This is the fairness I offer you." In an instant, the once living man collapsed, blood pouring from his mouth, convulsing briefly before succumbing to death. In that moment, nearby refugees fled in terror. Although the 10 young men sensed the deceased's ulterior motives, they still felt a twinge of sympathy. Had it not been for this calamity, perhaps such malevolent thoughts would not have arisen in him, and he would not have met his end by gunfire today. Zhou Chen's propensity to kill indiscriminately was indeed unappealing, yet they understood beneath an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. The 10 young men were filled with excitement upon confirming that their captain was indeed on some desolate island within the prisoner base. Though the task of foraging for fish and shrimp was arduous, survival was a blessing. Xiaolong inquired, "What shall we do next?" Zhou Chen snapped his fingers at patience. "Let us return to our fallback point and lie low. We shall proceed for the trade as scheduled in 2 days. Xiaobai, anxious, suggested, "Why don't we infiltrate and scout for the captain's whereabouts?" Zhou Chen shot him a glare. "Do you have any idea how vast Qiandao Lake is? If discovered, even if you expend all your ammunition, you won't save anyone. Do you understand the need for patience?" Upon returning to the fallback point not far from the prisoner base, Xiaolong seized the opportunity while Zhou Chen rested in a cave to gather the 9 soldiers together. "Everyone, don't rush. You can't rush to become fat. I believe we must have more faith in Zhou Chen. Perhaps he doesn't intend to help us rescue our captain, but he surely wants to reclaim his helicopter. I must remind you all, when we next enter the prisoner base, no one is allowed to act smart or pry into matters. The prisoners are not fools. Once they realize you're inquiring about the captain's whereabouts, everything will be for naught. Moreover, in these 2 days, no one is permitted to leave the camp on their own. Rather than risking a dangerous reconnaissance, it is better to act when the opportunity arises." 2 days later, Zhou Chen returned from a solo drive, bringing back a considerable supply of goods. A box of dog food, a case of instant noodles, and 20 pounds of deliberately wilted vegetables left to sunbathe. The 10 young men were utterly baffled by Zhou Chen seemingly boundless ability to procure supplies at will. On the road to the base for trade, Xiaolong could no longer contain his curiosity. Mr. Zhou, what profession did you engage in before, that allows you such ease in acquiring resources? Zhou Chen, disinterested, replied dismissively, smuggling, do you believe it? Xiaolong was left speechless. As they officially entered the prisoner base, the 10 young men maintained their spirited appearance. Zhou Chen, however, had donned a new outfit, a burgundy suit, complete with a patterned pocket square. Around his neck hung a gold chain as thick as a thumb, and he puffed on a cigar, perfectly embodying the persona of the arrogant young Master Zhou. As soon as the vehicle halted, Lao San, who had been waiting by the entrance, rushed over. Young Master Zhou, we've been eagerly anticipating your arrival. This time, you absolutely must stay for a drink before you leave. It would be best if you could linger a few more days. I've heard you were quite pleased with that woman last time. We've kept her for you. The other prisoners had already descended upon the supplies. Upon seeing the vegetables, though they were unqualified to partake, the smaller fry were elated. This young Master Zhou is truly impressive, he even manages to procure such excellent supplies. I've heard that young Master Zhou has resources piled high abroad, including military aircraft and tanks. With such power, what can't he obtain? Look at his followers, each one more spirited than the last. The key is, they eat and drink better than our leaders. Alas, if only I could follow young Master Zhou. I wish for that too. This time, the trade involved 100 women. To ensure young Master Zhou would stay for a meal, the base leader deliberately refrained from presenting the women. On one hand, this was a result of the initial trust established in their previous transaction. On the other, it was a calculated move to foster a deeper connection with young Master Zhou for long-term trading prospects. At the dining table, there appeared an additional platter of fried shrimp, a plate of shrimp cakes, and a bowl of boiled cabbage. Lao San, feeling the pinch, produced his own treasured bottle, a bottle of Wolianya worth 200 from before the disaster. Zhou Chen graciously clinked glasses with Lao San several times, engaging in lively conversation with the other 9 leaders, discussing everything from the far corners of the earth to the ends of the universe. The woman from the previous transaction remained by his side, her once unpleasant odor masked by a clean outfit, significantly improving her appearance. After several rounds of drinks, Zhou Chen was escorted back to his room by the woman. As she began to climb onto the bed, Zhou Chen shot her a glare that sent her back to her place. Young master, I've bathed today. You've bathed? Zhou Chen mused, impressed by how the prisoners valued him. The next moment, the woman hesitated before saying, I wiped myself down, water is now more precious than life, and the base is short on it. Zhou Chen patted the bed, come up, but don't move. The woman's excitement lasted but a fleeting second as she obediently sat on the bed, not daring to stir. Zhou Chen retrieved his notebook and casually selected a domestic film. The woman, disappointed, yearned to showcase her allure but feared provoking young Master Zhou's ire. Unable to contain herself, she reminded him, young master, don't you prefer to use force? Zhou Chen grumbled, be quiet. Previously, he had merely selected a film at random, unbeknownst to him that the actors would go to great lengths, wielding belts in a frenzy. He was not a sadist, after all. An hour later, the room, once filled with suggestive sounds, was now filled with thunderous snores. Another hour passed, and Zhou Chen, feeling refreshed, opened the door and stepped outside. The woman pretended to adjust her clothes, lazily trailing behind him. Lao San, sitting at the entrance, immediately dashed over. Seeing Zhou Chen in good spirits, he deduced that the woman had pleased him. Zhou Chen naturally draped an arm over Lao San's shoulder. Lao San, once the Kun City base is completed, you must come with me to have some fun. Whether it's military helicopters or tanks, I'll ensure you have a splendid time. Lao San, a death row inmate yet a seasoned military enthusiast, had a penchant for tanks and artillery. That sounds splendid. Dante, just let me have a good time. If I could just touch a tank, I'd be utterly satisfied. No need for such formality. If I say you'll have fun, you will indeed have fun. I'll let you fire a few rounds from a tank. Then I thank you in advance. Zhou Chen stretched, surveying the distant islands with a mixture of excitement and regret. This place is quite nice. Under the scorching sun, the sight of fallen leaves in autumn is quite the treat. I truly wish I could wander around, but alas, I left in such haste that I didn't bring back my helicopter. Under Zhou Chen's persistent brainwashing regarding tanks, Lao San had already begun to regard him as an intimate friend. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, the base does have helicopters, it's just that no one knows how to fly them. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up, his relentless persuasion had finally borne fruit. You have helicopters at your base? Why didn't you mention it sooner? I can fly. So what are we waiting for? Let me take you for a spin. Chapter 82 Discovery of the target. The thunderous roar of the helicopter echoed throughout the base. Several leaders, seated indoors enjoying the air conditioning, rushed out in stunned disbelief gazing at the ascending helicopter, their hearts raced with anxiety. What is happening? Who activated the helicopter? A flustered minion, drenched in sweat, hurried over. Boss, it's Third Master and young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou wanted to take a tour of Qiandao Lake but was too lazy to walk. He heard that young Master Zhou could pilot a helicopter, so Third Master, the cunning second-in-command, immediately interjected with excitement. Young Master Zhou can't be a fraud, can he? What about his subordinates? What are they doing now? The minion replied, they're doing nothing, just playing poker with our brothers. Playing poker? The cunning second-in-command pressed, did you notice anything unusual about them? The minion pondered briefly and responded, unusual? Washing their hair with bottled water, complaining about our food, and eating fresh red bean buns, does that count? The leaders fell silent. The boss glanced at the sky and remarked, "Second brother, are you being overly cautious? Young Master Zhou is from a wealthy family, would he covet our dilapidated helicopter?" The cunning second-in-command shook his head. "His wealth is merely what he claims. We have never seen the base, the army, or the mountains of supplies he boasts about." The boss felt that the second-in-command was overly fixated on his suspicions. The second-in-command instructed the minion, "You go guard the main gate. If you see any of young Master Zhou's subordinates attempting to sneak away, encircle them immediately." The minion quickly complied and dashed off. Not only the boss but also several other brothers felt the second-in-command was making a mountain out of a molehill. "Second brother, it can't be that serious." "Exactly, did you not see young Master Zhou's attire, along with those 10 bodyguards and the supplies brought along? He can't be a fraud. To go through such great lengths to deceive us for a helicopter doesn't make sense. Just a moment ago, we were hoping young Master Zhou would bring more vegetables, preferably some fine canned beef." "Second brother, don't be overly cautious. If we offend young Master Zhou, what will become of our business?" The cunning second-in-command, who inherently looked down on these simple-minded fellows, did not wish to incite public outrage. "Better safe than sorry. I am only looking out for everyone." On a mountain not far from Qindao Lake, a scruffy dog with 4 bleeding paws tilted its head, gazing up at the helicopter in the sky. Buzzing, it was the first time for Third Master to ride in a helicopter, and he was exhilarated. He craned his neck to take in the view of the landscape below. "The wind is so strong, what did you say?" "Young Master Zhou, I said the wind is so strong." Although the wind was warm, it filled him with immense excitement. Zhou Chen truly wished to kick him out and fly off without a care. However, considering that the 10 soldiers were brought into the prisoner base by him, it would be unjustifiable to abandon them to their fate. Zhou Chen pointed to his headset. "Put this on." Third Master hurriedly donned the headset. "Did you hear what I said about the wind being strong?" Zhou Chen feigned enthusiasm. "I heard you. How about I take you for a flight around the entire Qindao Lake?" Third Master nodded vigorously. "Great. The feeling from up here is absolutely exhilarating." Zhou Chen cast a complex glance at Third Master and then, with a bright smile, said, "Third Master, your experience is just too limited. This is merely a civilian helicopter, miles apart from my Black Hawk." "What?" Third Master heard Zhou Chen's words clearly through the headset. "Black Hawk, that's too impressive. How do you have one of those?" Zhou Chen, brimming with pride, replied, "Are you young and naive? In Myanmar, if you have money and power, what can't you obtain? I possess 3 Black Hawks, equipped with various heavy weaponry. When we go out to seize territory, machine guns sweep everything aside. Whether it's a dragon or a tiger, they all bow down to me, turning live beings into mere pulp." Third Master was filled with fervor. "That's incredible. Do you still need to seize territory?" Zhou Chen smirked arrogantly. "Of course. I am not just any petty criminal. In Myanmar, I'm a genuine warlord commanding an army of thousands, cultivating tens of thousands of acres of opium poppies before the disaster. Who would complain about having too much territory? The wealthier a person is, the greedier they become. Not only do I compete for territory with my peers, I've even dared to confront the regular army of Myanmar." Third Master was left in awe. Seizing the opportunity to boast, Zhou Chen continuously scanned the islands below. No anomalies were found to the east, nor to the south, as they circled westward. Finally, a target was spotted on a deserted island in the northwest. In a ramshackle thatched hut, the silhouettes of soldiers flickered in and out of view as Zhou Chen deliberately piloted the helicopter toward the deserted island. Third Master wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The soldiers below noticed the helicopter overhead, emerging from the thatched hut to look up. "Third Master, why are there soldiers at your base? Damn, you're not collaborating with the military for a sting operation to trap someone like me, are you?" Third Master quickly waved his hands. "Absolutely not." Zhou Chen feigned concern. "Third Master, I consider you a true brother. I'd even give you a tank, if you deceive me." Third Master, who genuinely regarded young Master Zhou as a confidant, hurriedly explained, "It's really not like that. We were just a group of prisoners from Shaoshan prison, and these soldiers, it was all caused by 6th brother's impulsiveness." Zhou Chen leaned closer to the deserted island, observing closely below. Without lingering too long, he naturally maneuvered the helicopter northward. At that moment, Third Master, like a bamboo tube pouring beans, recounted the entire story to Zhou Chen. It was 6th brother. When he was young, he enlisted but was rejected. After killing someone, he fled to the mountains and was subsequently surrounded by the armed police, hence his deep-seated hatred for soldiers. That day, they merely came to collect water, but after drinking a few sips of alcohol, he caused a scene and called half the base's brothers to surround them. We scolded him half to death. Why provoke the military? Just as we were about to release them, this helicopter suddenly appeared overhead. Second brother spotted soldiers on the helicopter through binoculars and feared the situation would escalate, so he decided to take no further action. We dared not kill them, so for the time being, we had to lock them all on the deserted island. Zhou Chen pretended to breathe a sigh of relief. "So that's how it is. I thought you were fishing. As a warlord in Myanmar, I used to live lavishly, but post-disaster, I returned home and fell into disgrace. There is no one to turn to for justice." Third Master chuckled awkwardly. "It's all a misunderstanding. I assure you, young Master Zhou, my 10 brothers sincerely wish to maintain a long-term partnership with you." The helicopter landed smoothly. As the two disembarked, they casually draped their arms over each other's shoulders, presenting a brotherly demeanor. Zhou Chen stated, "Let us schedule the next delivery for 10 days from now." Third Master was taken aback. 10 days? Why does it take so long? Zhou Chen, filled with bravado, replied, "I need to make a trip to Kuan City to acquire a batch of top-tier supplies for Mo City. There are several trucks of premium durians, along with rice and fresh vegetables." Third Master exclaimed in astonishment, "You really have a lot of supplies." Zhou Chen smirked coldly, "I have a surprise prepared for you, one that will surely be thrilling." Chapter 83. In the next life, be a human. Two soldiers flickered in and out of sight amidst the trees. Their uniforms were devoid of sleeves and pant legs, exposing patches of gray undergarments, while their backs were adorned with an assortment of weeds. Pushing through the foliage, they entered a cave where several comrades awaited, along with Zhou Chen, who was dozing against the stone wall. "Squad leader, how's it going? Have you spotted the company commander?" Xiaolong, panting and wiping the sweat from his brow, nodded. "Yes, I saw them." This time, it was unmistakable. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. One soldier, who had stealthily followed the squad leader into Qiandao Lake, expressed his concern. "Apart from the company commander, everyone else is alive, albeit in poor condition. We must rescue them swiftly." Rubbing the back of his neck, Zhou Chen inquired, "Have you seen Old Bai?" The soldier nodded. "He was with the company commander, but he seems to be ill." An elderly man in his 60s, coerced at gunpoint under the sweltering heat to catch fish and shrimp, would surely be unwell. Zhou Chen clapped his hands. "All right, let's devise a flawless plan." Xiaolong, taken aback, asked, "Are you participating too?" "A fierce battle is inevitable, and you lack training, so I'm worried." Zhou Chen chuckled. "You're overthinking it. I'm not going along to rescue anyone." Xiaolong appeared bewildered. "So what do you mean?" Zhou Chen clarified, "I intend to reclaim my helicopter while you go rescue your people." 11 heads huddled together, murmuring. On the day of the exchange, Zhou Chen, accompanied by 4 spirited young men, appeared at the prisoner base after nightfall. The vast Qiandao Lake was illuminated only in a few spots. Elsewhere, it lay cloaked in darkness. The prisoners gazed in astonishment at the half-truckload of supplies, their eyes wide with disbelief. Cigarettes and liquor. The cigarettes were of the cheap variety, while the liquor was from the old village chief. Under disastrous circumstances, such premium goods were a rare find. Zhou Chen had changed his attire, now donned in trendy apparel, with several chains draped around his neck. A cigar was ever present in his hand, exuding an air of arrogance. He beckoned Xiaolong. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and unload the cigarettes and liquor. Distribute them among the brothers." The envious prisoners were left in shock. "Distribute to us? Is this for real?" The cigarettes and liquor within the base rarely had the chance to reach their hands. The approaching old three was puzzled. "Young Master Zhou, how do you intend to distribute these supplies to the brothers?" With a grand gesture, Zhou Chen proclaimed, "The supplies for trade are in the back. I brought dozens of truckloads from the border to the Devil City. These are merely a welcoming gift for the brothers. Everyone should drink and smoke, don't hold back with me. Anyone who is polite is looking down on me." The group of lowly prisoners erupted in excitement, expressing their gratitude fervently. Old three still felt a pang of regret, thinking it wasteful to distribute such valuable supplies to a bunch of insignificant figures. Zhou Chen sensed his thoughts and mysteriously remarked, "I've prepared something special for you. Just wait for the truck to arrive, and you can discreetly take it." Old three's eyes lit up. "Huazi?" Zhou Chen was tempted to slap him. Raising an eyebrow, he replied, "Look at you, so lackluster. They're Swazi, they're Mutai. Just make sure your brothers don't find out, or they'll surely accuse me of favoritism." Old three was elated. "Mutai too?" "Don't worry, I won't say a word." The nearby prisoners, gleefully cradling their newly acquired supplies, cherished them dearly. Zhou Chen, growing impatient, chided, "Why are you holding on to that? Start drinking." "Don't you fear the heat affecting the taste of the alcohol?" Upon hearing this, the prisoners realized the wisdom in his words and eagerly twisted open the liquor bottles, taking hearty swigs. "Refreshing. I haven't drunk like this in ages. This feels amazing. The liquor we usually get tastes like water compared to this." The other prisoners on the island, hearing the commotion, rushed towards the base gate, fearing they might miss out on the bounty. The cunning old two, observing the bustling entrance, was consumed by deep suspicion. Old one patted his shoulder. "Old two, what are you pondering now?" Old two queried, "Don't you think young Master Zhou is being too generous? Look at this truckload of supplies. Could an ordinary person manage that?" Old one supported old six. "Yes, right. I was also suspicious that young Master Zhou was after those soldiers, but upon reflection, it's simply not feasible. It's akin to vegetables. Hangzhou is under military control. Could they produce even a single green vegetable? Only someone like young Master Zhou, a warlord from Myanmar, would have an abundance of such resources." Old two felt conversing with these short-sighted individuals was akin to talking to a brick wall. He harbored a dreadful premonition but lacked concrete evidence. If they were to discover his thoughts, he would inevitably be accused of being overly cautious. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen had gotten old three intoxicated and seized the Xiaolong and the others exchanged glances, continuing their card game with the prisoners. One prisoner remarked, "Brother Long, I feel a bit dizzy." Xiaolong casually replied, "It's probably because you haven't tea drunk in a while. With 42-degree liquor from the old village chief mixed with sleeping pills, who wouldn't feel dizzy?" The roar of the helicopter echoed throughout the base. Old two, sitting apart, could no longer contain himself watching his companions groping a woman. He ultimately said nothing and slipped out through the side door. In midair, Zhou Chen lit a cigarette. Old 3, how old was the girl you harmed? Old 3, in a daze, was momentarily confused by the sudden question. Young, around 12 or 13. Zhou Chen continued, how did she die? Old 3 fell into recollection. At first, I didn't intend to kill her. I just wanted to have some fun, but she cried and screamed, and fearing bystanders would come, I accidentally choked her to death. Subsequent crimes followed the same pattern, dragging victims into the woods and suffocating them. Zhou Chen's gaze turned icy as he regarded Old 3. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Old 3 scoffed, what of retribution? I can afford the best lawyer. It took 2 years for a suspended death sentence. With the disaster upon us, I'm living freer than anyone. Old 3, huh, what? You'd better be a human in your next life. What? With lightning speed, Zhou Chen unfastened Old 3's seatbelt, flung open the door, and kicked him out of the helicopter. The sequence of actions was swift as lightning, flowing seamlessly. In a panic, Old 3 clutched the door, his body suspended in midair as he attempted to swing his leg back inside. Why? I considered you a confidant. Zhou Chen raised his cigarette and thrust it toward Old 3's eye. To be regarded as a confidant by a beast like you is a profound insult. The searing pain caused Old 3 to instinctively release his grip, and he screamed in agony as his body plummeted through the air. Zhou Chen retrieved a grenade from his pack, pulled the pin, and tossed it into a cluster of gas canisters. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted.